that they'll win Best Actor next year. The remark was quite like you, but the entertainment industry is a jungle, and there are many actors and officials who view you unfavorably, right? Well, what can I do? I already spilled it, Woojin responded nonchalantly. I don't care. Suddenly, Choi Sung-gun smirked. Kiki, right. But maybe it's because it's you. It's thrilling and fun. Jang Soo-hwan chimed in again. Seriously, it was oozing with charisma. And the declaration you made in your acceptance speech today is 100% achievable, isn't it? I know. Just watch the front, will you? Choi Sung-gun, who gave a thumbs up, met eyes with Woojin. The thrill is there because your declaration isn't just some insane bluster. What's the harm in being criticized a bit? It's not good if the entertainment industry is too bland either. Is that so? Yeah. You really set off a proper noise marketing campaign. Soon, Choi Sung-gun showed his phone. Whether it's criticism or whatever, you're likely to absorb all the attention. The phone screen displayed freshly posted hot articles. Since it's already been spilled, let's continue with this concept through the end of this year. Indeed, the power of Kang Woojin's declaration at the Blue Dragon was tremendously impressive. At the Blue Dragon, Kang Woojin, two-award winner, declares he will win Best Actor next year in his acceptance speech. Star Talk flipped the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Kang Woojin warns the esteemed senior top actors in attendance. Despite the Blue Dragon Film Awards having just ended, articles were already being laid out. It was to be expected. At an event of this magnitude, both on-site and desk personnel were involved. Photo, Kang Woojin, as if expecting the Best New Actor award, heads to the stage composedly/photo. Every article was stamped with Kang Woojin's name. The Best Actor award next year is mine. Fearless confidence from this year's debut, Kang Woojin. Film Festival, where does this confidence come from? Drug dealer's Kang Woojin declares he'll take the Best Actor award in his second year. From Woojin's red carpet appearance to taking the stage at the Blue Dragon Film Awards, and from his controversial acceptance speech to his brief interview with the reporters at the photo zone. Issues on being asked if his acceptance speech was just for show, Kang Woojin replies, "It was sincere," a no-retreat answer. No actor in the history of Korea's entertainment industry had ever caused such an unprecedented stir. As it was Kang Woojin who spoke, the ripple effect multiplied several times over. Of course, mentions of other actors like Jin Jae-joon, who won the Best Actor award, were not absent. Blue Dragon Film Awards. This year's Best Actor is Jin Jae-joon from Drug Dealer. The reporters relished tearing into, dissecting, and savoring the stimulation. Jin Jae-joon, be nervous. Rookie Kang Woojin puts the veterans on edge in his first year. Whether it was news about Kang Woojin, criticism against him, or baseless rumors, anything related to Woojin endlessly spawned more articles. The frenzy intensified as the night of the 23rd turned into the early hours of the 24th, Christmas Eve. And the morning of Christmas Eve was the peak. Articles had been released out all night, and their presence was confirmed by public opinion and various media outlets starting with the radio. Did you watch the Blue Dragon Film Awards yesterday? It was really big, a treat for the eyes. Yes, and it also had a Christmas atmosphere. But of course, Kang Woojin's acceptance speech was a hit, wasn't it? Ha ha ha, I know. Right when I saw it, I thought it'd be a huge topic tomorrow. It really caused a stir. Woojin is a fascinating actor, isn't he? Winning 2 awards at the Blue Dragon right from his debut, and always being the center of attention. He also appeared on the morning news of the 3 major terrestrial broadcasters. The news covered the whole Blue Dragon Film Awards, but the anchors inserted Kang Woojin's bold speech into their segments. The firepower intensified. By noon, including YouTube, various video platforms were flooded with content related to the Blue Dragon Film Awards, whether it was official videos uploaded by the festival organizers or edited versions uploaded by numerous YouTubers. Hot clip, Blue Dragon Film Awards, Kang Woojin edited version Rakish UK. Kang Woojin's short but powerful acceptance speech. Crazy style. Precious 10 Min TV. Issue King Kang Woojin did it. Capturing moments from the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Power Newsman. Over 70% of the videos were related to Kang Woojin. Short edited clips solely featuring Woojin's acceptance speech had already surpassed 3 million views. Comments were, of course, tumultuous. Lee Sang-man's style is sick. This wasn't this staged? Such an overt declaration the actors in front were totally shocked. Kang Woojin is completely out of line, so rude. I agree. Even if he's bold, that was too much. Dash, give me the Best Actor award. The Best New Actor award is not enough. I became a fan watching Male Friend. Isn't this too much, Appa? Why the fuss? A rookie's spirit is so nice to see it, so refreshing. I had to change my panties. To be honest, with Kang Woojin's current form, isn't he fully capable of winning Best Actor next year? Isn't he the lead and director on Jaebok's film? Dash? Is this for real? Seriously, Kang Woojin threw a nuclear bomb in the Korean acting scene. The crappy actors, watch out. Kang Woojin is crazy. Director Kwon Ki takes lead, director Kyotaro's lead, director on Jaebok's led crazy. Behavior with a reason. Looks like Kang Woojin will also fall soon. Shock, surprise, and curses abound. The public's reactions were sharply divided. This was also the case on Woojin's SNS and his YouTube channel Kang Woojin's alter ego. However, on the contrary, bombshell declaration Kang Woojin, fans surge on SNS and YouTube channels in just one day. His subscribers and followers suddenly skyrocketed. This situation persisted throughout the 24th, and on Christmas Day itself, Kang Woojin's name could be heard everywhere offline, including in the broadcasting world. Does Kang Woojin really have a powerful backer? How great does he think he is to do such things? Exactly. What's the use if he can act, but lacks manners? He's probably acting cocky because he trusts directors like Kwon Ki-taek and On Jae-bok to back him. It would be interesting to see if he falls flat on his face. The same was true from the mouths of many others outside of cafes. Did you see Kang Woojin drop the bomb? Yeah, he really seems crazy. But isn't he sort of a lunatic? But still, he also freaking charming, right? Nah, I just don't really like him. He's bold, not like a typical rookie. It's somehow captivating. Undoubtedly, there were more negative comments than before. However, Kang Woojin's influence only grew stronger. Issue talk, whether positive or negative, the super rookie Kang Woojin sees a massive surge in recognition, despite it being just one Blue Dragon Film Awards that had ended. 26th afternoon, a well-known cultural center in Seoul. 3 days after the Blue Dragon Film Awards, a similar red carpet event was taking place here. Umi SSI, please wave your hand. Though slightly smaller in scale than the Blue Dragon, there were enough reporters and many actors dressed in tuxedos and dresses. Interestingly, some actors who hadn't been at the Blue Dragon were noticeable. In front of the venue where they were entering stood a large billboard with a bold title: the 56th Grand Bell Awards. Following the Blue Dragon, the Grand Bell Awards, one of the top 3 film festivals in Korea, was taking place here today. The reporters capturing the procession of actors were all saying something similar. When is Kang Woojin coming? He isn't skipping this, right? His agency didn't cut him off or something, right? Nah, that wouldn't be the case. He's been criticized, but the buzz is crazy. Choi Sung-gun isn't an idiot to block that. True. But Kang Woojin is up for 2 awards at the Grand Bell too, right? Wonder if he'll make another declaration if he wins today. Kiki, looking forward to it. Then it happened. Kang Woojin is here. Woojin SSI. Say anything, please. Kang Woojin had arrived at the Grand Bell Awards, his second film festival. But Woojin, dressed in a navy tuxedo. He merely greeted appropriately and did not say anything to the hundreds of reporters. A few tens of minutes later, like the Blue Dragon, in the large hall of the cultural center filled with many actors, Kang Woojin's name echoed. The 56th Grand Bell Awards Best New Actor. Kang Woojin from Drug Dealer. Congratulations. Following the Blue Dragon, Woojin received his 3rd trophy at the Grand Bell Awards. This time, Kang Woojin's acceptance speech was not ordinary either. Thank you. I will deliver results next year that will settle the current controversies. But that was not the end. After several award categories had passed, in Part 2 of the Grand Bell, Kang Woojin's name was called again. New Wave Award. Wow, this person really made a splash this year. Kang Woojin. He became a 4-time winner. Chapter 209, Year End 10. The day after the Grand Bell Awards ceremony ended, the morning of the 27th. Currently, the world was deeply immersed in the year-end atmosphere. Especially, various portal sites and numerous media outlets were fully focused on producing news about the awards. And everywhere, the front page was all about Kang Woojin. Grand Bell, declaration of war, Kang Woojin, not phased at all, will settle controversies next year. He had already stirred up the Blue Dragon Film Awards, and now he added more to his collection at the Grand Bell Awards. However, starting today, the media shifted their focus from Kang Woojin's spirited remarks to something else. It was the trophies Woojin was collecting. Star photo, Kang Woojin on his pay to receive his fourth award/photo. Already a four-time winner, monster rookie Kang Woojin once again delivers a powerful remark. It was rare to attend the awards ceremony in one's debut year, let alone Kang Woojin had grabbed a total of 4 awards including the Best New Actor and Popularity Award. All were firsts. An unprecedented record. Sweeping Best New Actor at both Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards, including Popular Star Award. Kang Woojin takes home 4 trophies. Thanks to that, the previously critical public opinion started to turn. It was becoming clear that Kang Woojin was not just someone who talked big. The image of Woojin overflowing in SNS and communities was flipping. The more it fluctuated, the more the media continued to add fuel to the fire. Netizens say it's about time for Kang Woojin. Public opinion changes in just one day after Kang Woojin wins 4 awards. This wave extended beyond Korea to Japan. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger's Kang Woojin, 4-time winner at Korea's Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards, and his shocking acceptance speech. Kang Woojin has fans and fan clubs in Japan too. They were already quite substantial. Congratulations, Kang Woojin. I'm always cheering for you. I wanted to go to Korea to see him. I watched Kang Woojin's acceptance speech through YouTube and was really surprised. Such things could never happen in Japan. WWW Kang Woojin's real character seems to be a bit out of the ordinary. So, when is he coming to Japan again? Winning 4 awards in his debut year. I'm thrilled. Due to Kang Woojin's loud firsts rapidly increased his presence. He was already a giant in size, but there is no end to the realm of recognition. It can continue to grow. What to note here is that it was only about halfway through the year-end. Already with history making 4 trophies, Kang Woojin still has the acting grand prize ahead. Currently, Kang Woojin was getting ready for work. There was no time to enjoy the noisy, landslide-like situation. But a moment was possible. Woojin, wearing a cap, smiled contently as he looked at the 5 trophies on the living room table. Already 5? It's the peak of my life right now. 1 from misunderstanding, 2 from the Blue Dragon Film Awards, and 2 from the Grand Bell Awards, making a total of 5. Each was different in shape, but their meanings were the same. They recognized Kang Woojin from the awards ceremonies. Thus, Woojin laughed heartily without solemnity, true to his genuine self. No, that's not right. Feeling exceedingly uplifted, Woojin slapped his mouth repeatedly. To become serious again. He might burst into giggles unknowingly if he continued like this. Then, after taking a deep breath, Kang Woojin, swoosh. He left the house. Even so, he kept doing mind control. Be nonchalant. Be cool-headed. Then, buzz. A short vibration came from the smartphone inside Kang Woojin's long padding jacket. Was it the CEO waiting in the parking lot? It turned out not. It was a message from the assistant director of Island of the Missing about today's shoot, including the entire January shooting schedule. That's right. Woojin muttered to himself as he got on the elevator. January was the end, huh? The end was in sight for Woojin's shooting of Island of the Missing. The next day around noon, Netflix Korea. The weekend passed, and Monday the 28th dawned bright. Thus, Netflix Korea was also bustling with employees who had just come to work. It's the end of the year, so it's extremely hectic. Inside such a busy office, on the sofa of the executive director's office, 2 women sat facing each other. One side was occupied by Kim So-hyang, the executive director. First, let's have some tea. Responding from the opposite side was Choi Na-na, the writer, wearing round glasses. Yes, thank you. The 2, sitting face to face, sipped their tea first. It had been quite a while since they last met after male friend, but the air wasn't awkward between them. At that moment, the plump Kim So-hyang set down her teacup and asked Choi Na-na, I heard a rumor that you started writing a new work. Is that true? Yes. The slender writer Choi Nana replied timidly. I'm working hard on it. That's impressive. Male friend is still hot in both Korea and Japan, and you've already started on your next project? It'll be a full length this time, right? Who are you working with? That's still something I can't disclose. Sorry. I got curious without realizing. I'm looking forward to what kind of work you'll write this time. Thanks to male friend, you'll have no problem casting actors. Choi Nana, reminded of Kang Woojin, who was a hot topic covertly, shyly smiled. Yes, fortunately. Similarly smiling, Kim So-hyang slid a tablet across the table to Choi Nana and said, getting back to the main point. Writer, would you like to take a look? Yes. Choi Nana turned on the tablet, and Kim So-hyang asked, Writer, have you ever heard of Japan's A10 studio? Yes, I know it. I often watch Japanese animations. It's a huge place, one of the top 3 anime producers in Japan. Right? As you can see on the tablet, we've received a proposal from A10 Studio. A proposal? Leaning forward, Kim So-hyang pointed at the tablet with her index finger. A10 Studio wants to remake Male Friend into an animation. Choi Nana's eyes widened instantly. Really? Male Friend? Yes. Actually, the first contact was a while ago. Since then, our side has been verifying and checking. It seems A10 Studio is quite eager. We've already received a preliminary plan and an expected storyline for the adaptation. It's there, take a look. Of course, I'll also send it to your email. The explanation unfolded, but Choi Nana remained startled, her eyes still wide. It was a situation she was experiencing for the first time. Are you surprised? But since Male Friend turned out well and was so successful in Japan, it's a natural progression. You know how powerful the animation scene is in Japan, right? Yes, I know. As you can see in the plan, A10 Studio intends to keep as much of the original Male Friend flavor as possible, although they will extend 4 episodes into 12 episodes. Since an animation episode is about 20 minutes, it won't be a big problem. Then the characters. They will obviously try to stay as true to the original as possible. Initially, the base will be Wallin and Woojin. Partway through, A10 Studio will also want to confirm the character sheets with you. Choi Nana looked down from Kim So-hyang, back to the tablet. It felt like a dream, but she had to keep her mind sharp. Soon, Kim So-hyang continued. Male Friend has been a huge hit in Japan. This means that Male Friend's recognition in the Japanese drama market is high. If the animation also turns out well, the recognition could multiply several times. The market scale is just different. Of course, I see it positively. However, your decision is the priority, and if you prefer not to, you can comfortably refuse. If this animation is completed, will it be broadcast on Japanese TV? That's right. It would get a regular slot, although it will also be released on Netflix. As if understanding, Choi Nana focused on the tablet again. Her fingers scrolled through the screen a few times before halting abruptly. Why is there a photo of Woojin Nim if they are using Japanese voice actors? Kim So-hyang laughed lightly in response. It seems like A10 Studio has their eyes on Woojin SSI as the voice actor for the male lead in the animation. I don't know if they can afford his high salary, though. Really? Yes. It's a good choice, though. Woojin SSI is popular in Japan, and he'll probably start shooting for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger soon. If the timing is right, maybe The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and this animation will proceed simultaneously. Wow, that's amazing. If The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and this animation both do well, Woojin SSI will have conquered all 3 major content types in Japan. Drama, film, animation. Well, that's just speculation and nothing has been finalized yet. Suddenly, Choi Nana set the tablet down firmly and said with conviction, Please proceed with it. I want to see Male Friend as an animation. Okay, I'll convey that immediately to A10 Studio. I'll contact you separately about the contractual aspects and other details. Yes. At that moment. One thing A10 Studio requested. This matter is to be kept confidential for now. Please keep it to yourself. Kim So-hyang, the executive director, seemed to recall something else. Also regarding Kang Woojin SSI as well. Several days later, Wednesday the 30th. The time was just past 9 p.m. The location was the SBC Prism Tower in Sangam, a building over 15 stories tall. Inside this gigantic Prism Tower studio, a party was in full swing. On the dazzling stage, a famous boy group was performing. Eyes-popping choreography, powerful beats of music, and colorful lights added to the excitement. Among the boy group team dressed for the stage, a familiar face was visible. It was Yun Baekwang, a member who was shooting Our Dining Table with Kang Woojin. Of course, it wasn't just the boy group present in this large studio. In front of the stage, in the hall, numerous actors, PDs, and production staff had gathered, easily exceeding 200 people. Why had they all gathered here? The reason could be seen anywhere in this studio. SBC Drama Awards. One of the major public broadcasting networks, SBC, was conducting its Drama Awards ceremony, which was being broadcast live on the SBC channel. What was unique was the setup. Unlike the Blue Dragon or Grand Bell Awards, where seats were closely packed like a cinema, the acting grand prize had a more casual atmosphere. Round tables reminiscent of a banquet hall were scattered throughout the hall, and actors dressed up nicely sat around them. Each round table displayed a title of a work that had shown throughout the year. After finishing a dance routine on stage, Yun Baekwang waved his hand towards somewhere in the hall along with his gaze. Around the round table that received his greeting was the title of this year's legendary work. Profiler Hanryang. A man casually waving back to Yun Baekwang caught the eye. It was Kang Woojin. Suddenly, a large camera swept forward, focusing on Woojin, who had his hair neatly slicked back, wearing a predominantly gray-toned tuxedo. This table also included several familiar figures: the square-jawed PD Song Man-woo, the slightly overweight writer Park Eun-mi, top actor Ryu Young-min, Hong Hae-yeon, and others. The Profiler Hanryang team, which had written a history with a 25% viewership rating. Since it was a legendary work not just for SBC but across the entire drama industry, the large camera often lingered on the Hanryang team. Whatever happened, Yun Baekwang and his team's celebratory performance had ended. Soon, famous comedians and female broadcasters as hosts began their banter. Occasionally, they threw questions to the actors in the hall. Wow, Profiler Hanryang. It was a hit. I watched it a lot when the drama was airing. Right? It's really amazing that all those actors are sitting right in front of us. Should we do some interviews? Ryu Young-min SSI. The baby perm really suited you. Where did the genius profiler Yoo Ji-hyun go? Ryu Young-min answered with a laugh. He's gone home. He really hates working. The ceremony had a mix of awards and variety show vibes. Naturally, questions were also thrown at the poker-faced Kang Woojin. This year's protagonist headline maker, Kang Woojin SSI. I'd like him to do some lines as Park Dae-ri, but they are not appropriate, so it's a bit tough. Woojin SSI, it's been a while since you've returned as Park Dae-ri. How does it feel? Kang Woojin took the microphone with a cool voice, mixing his persona with a bit of playfulness. Should I do a line from Park Dae-ri? The hosts panicked and stopped him. No. You know this is live, right? That would be a disaster, a real mess. Kang Woojin slowly nodded and lowered the microphone. He seemed more relaxed, perhaps due to his growing experience, not just on the outside, but also on the inside. Thus, after some time of loosening up the atmosphere, the Drama Awards moved into the official awards segment. This started differently from film festivals. Let's go. The first award category is the Scene Stealer Award. This is given to the actor who played the most impressive character of the year, and it will be awarded to 2 people. The announcement was made by an SBC drama department executive with a protruding belly. The first actor announced was SBC Drama Awards, Scene Stealer Award. Profiler Hanryang's Park Dae-ri, Kang Woojin SSI. What more is there to say? Kang Woojin, who even spawned catchphrases, was the top among all the actors receiving awards and trophies. It wasn't the grand prize or even the Best Actor award. This year's SBC grand prize went to Ryu Young-min, and the Best Actress award went to Hong Hae-yeon. Of course, it wasn't the Supporting Actor or Excellence awards either. Best New Actor, Male category. From Profiler Hanryang, Kang Woojin SSI. Congratulations. Yet, Kang Woojin was still the top. At today's SBC Drama Awards, only Kang Woojin. Special Performance Award. Wow, isn't this the first time? Congratulations. Park Dae-ri Kang Woojin SSI. Because he won 3 awards. The following night, December 31st, Just after SBC, both KBC and MBS's drama awards had also concluded. The time was now 10:30 p.m. About 1 hour and 30 minutes remained until the end of the year. Soon, January 1st, 2021, would begin. At this point, Kang Woojin in a van driving on the road was looking out the window with an indifferent face. Naturally, he was dancing with joy internally but forced himself to refrain. In his hand, he held a new trophy. The inscription on the front of the trophy read, KBC Drama Awards, Best New Actor, Kang Woojin. The media was eagerly churning out articles in the last hour of the year. These articles confirmed Kang Woojin's major record. Film festival, from acceptance speeches to the number of trophies, all are legendary records. Monstrous actor Kang Woojin finally achieves 8 wins. Star Talk. Record maker Kang Woojin, an unrivaled mark in the history of Korea's entertainment industry. This year alone, 8 trophies, a miraculous epic made by Kang Woojin. An actor like him will neither be seen in the past nor in the future. Meanwhile, the veteran director, Ahn Jae-bak, who wrapped up the year with a company dinner, arrived at a huge house while stroking his short white hair. His phone emitted a long vibration. It was a call. The number wasn't saved, but director Ahn Jae-bak, smiling with wrinkles, pressed the phone to his ear, as if he had already heard the contents. The interesting part was that the language he used was English. Yes, I've been waiting for your call. Fairly fluent. Perhaps due to his years of experience? Regardless, English was heard from the other end of the phone as well. Hello, Director Ahn. This is producer Joseph Felton. Do you remember me? The caller was the Hollywood big shot producer. Joseph Felton. Of course, I remember. How could I forget such a famous producer like you? So, what's the reason for your call? First, I'd ask to keep our conversation confidential. Soon, Joseph on the other end asked Director Ahn. Director Ahn, can I visit your shooting site? Chapter 210, New Year 1. Director Ahn Jae-bak slightly furrowed his wrinkled brow. The words from Joseph Felton on the other end of the phone were unexpected. You want to see my filming set? Soon, he sat down in the prime spot of the 5-person sofa in the living room, passing by the shoe cabinet, and deepened his thoughts. He had been curious when he first heard from the film company CEO that Joseph Felton had requested contact. But now, director Ahn Jae-bak was even more perplexed. As he took off his gray jacket, he questioned back into the phone, in English, of course. You want to see my filming site? Are you aware of the movie I am preparing? Joseph's response from the other side of the phone was quick. Of course, Director Ahn. I understand it's titled Leech, unless I am mistaken? No. Haha, you really are well informed. To think you know the title of the movie I'm preparing in LA. Your name is well known in Hollywood too. I also know this upcoming movie is your 100th and that you're targeting Cannes again. Yes, that's right. Hollywood directors and Cannes officials are also very interested in your movie. The 100th movie is not an achievement one reaches easily. Director Ahn Jae-bak stroked his chin at the excessive lip service. Why do you want to see the filming site of my movie? Again, Joseph Felton's reply was not slow. There's a Korean actor I am interested in. A Korean actor? Yes. You mean to say you'll come to Korea personally just to see this actor? Acting needs to be seen with one's own eyes to truly feel it. The tension and energy of the actor, that is. The end result, the video, goes through many people's hands, so it's uncertain. I'd prefer to see and be certain for myself. Certainty. Certainty, indeed. A faint smile appeared on the wrinkled lips of the seasoned director, Ahn Jae-bak. Certain of what? Potential. For now, potential is the appropriate answer. The veteran's mind started turning quickly upon hearing the answer. His gears, though well-worn, weren't sluggish. Joseph Felton is a well-recognized producer in Hollywood. Why would such a person be interested in a random Korean actor? Is he currently preparing a project? Or does he merely want to save the actor to his cast list? As a producer in Hollywood where making a name for oneself is critical, preparedness is not just mandatory, it's paramount. No matter the project or the moment, when film companies, distributors, or directors need something, a producer had to be ready right away. The actor was just one of many components. The biggest reason Joseph Felton is considered competent in Hollywood is his readiness. Director Ahn Jae-bak knew this well. He's made a name for himself as a producer across the vast landscape of Hollywood. But which actor is he talking about? Sim Han-ho? Kang Woojin? It was clear that what Joseph, who was in Hollywood, had investigated was probably the current situation of Leech, and there were only two confirmed lead actors. The big-name actors Sim Han-ho and Kang Woojin. In other words, the actor Joseph Felton was talking about was one of the two. Directly asking for clarification wouldn't yield a straightforward answer. Globally, Hollywood was formidable, but it was also a place full of countless secrets. However, guessing was not too difficult for the veteran director on Bak. It's Sim Han-ho after all, isn't it? No, it's almost certain. Simple math made the answer clear. Kang Woojin had not yet been featured in Hollywood through any works, whereas Sim Han-ho had numerous credits, including Hollywood films. Hollywood was notoriously rigorous in vetting actors. Director on Bak knew all too well the immense hurdles. Even a Korean actor would need to go through numerous auditions and tests to land a role in a Hollywood production. Given such criteria, it indeed pointed to Sim Han-ho. At least, that was the calculation according to director on Bak. But Sim Han-ho has already been verified, hasn't he? Perhaps he wants to check his recent form considering his hiatus? At that moment, Joseph's voice continued from the other side of the phone. I will be visiting Korea soon. Is that so? Yes, there are some things to sort out with a distributor there regarding a movie's release. So, you plan to coincide that with a visit to my filming site? If that seems feasible schedule-wise. Of course, that's on the premise that you allow it, director. Given the distance, that would be preferable, but my film's crank-in date isn't certain yet. After a brief silence, Joseph spoke again a few seconds later. You're aiming for Can this time, right? Can is set to open around the end of September this time. Then, you would have to start shooting by at least February or March at the latest, wouldn't you? Right. His answer aligned perfectly with director on Bak's calculations. They would need to start filming in February and crank up before the end of June. The rest would be dedicated to editing until September, and then submission. At this, director on Bak chuckled. He really knows everything. Joseph spoke up, once more from the other side of the phone. Of course, your permission is paramount, director on. I also promise that my visit will not disrupt your set in any way. A famous producer who holds sway over the Hollywood scene coming to the set. Director on Bak slowly nodded. It's almost certain it's that guy, Sim Han-ho. But whatever it is, isn't it good news? It might give both Sim Han-ho and Woojin a chance if things line up well. He responded to Joseph with a broad smile. You're welcome, just let me know in advance. A few days later, late in the morning, the year 2020 had passed, and 2021 had begun. From the 1st, the weekend had passed, and now it was Monday, the 4th. At this moment, Kang Woojin was in a strangely eerie village. His bulletproof helmet was covered with dark stains, his military jacket was ripped and torn, his military pants were smeared with dust and blood, and his boots were scuffed all over. Who dash? The gun barrel resting on his shoulder trembled slightly. Woojin's body also vibrated faintly, a tremor that spread to the butt of his gun. Shush! From afar, the pleasant sound of waves could be heard. Following that, a gentle breeze grazed Woojin's cheeks. It was merely caressing, but for some reason, it made his skin crawl. The sound of his heart thumped loudly in his ears. The village was dead quiet. Not a single sign of life. However, Kang Woojin, with his trembling gun barrel, continued to keep a vigilant watch ahead. His breathing through his nose was erratic. Though he struggled to maintain his breath, his breathing was filled with anxiety and tension. His heart constricted. He was afraid. Terrified. He wanted to run away. Yes, at this moment, Kang Woojin was Corporal Jin Suncheol. Looking at his fear-stricken pupils drifting aimlessly, he seemed to embody the timid one of two personas. Corporal Jin Suncheol was on Island of the Missing, and now he was standing in a village devoid of any sound of life. But why? Why was there no one else around? Panic and fear were etched on the face of Corporal Jin Suncheol, as about a dozen soldiers were positioned around him. The blood and stains on their uniforms were each unique. Their gazes varied, but they all had their gun barrels pointed forward, heightened vigilance, and were all gaunt, as if consuming calories with each breath. Tense and on edge. The air among the patrolling soldiers was fraught with panic, like a rubber band stretched to its limit. If someone yelled out harshly, it seemed they might fire their weapons at any moment. Then, one of the soldiers murmured softly, "Fuck, this fucking island." Just then, a clinking sound came from behind him. Specifically, it was the noise of dog tags jingling inside someone's pocket. Ryu Young-min, or rather, First Lieutenant Choi Yute, the leader of this troop, made a move with a serious face next to the soldier who had just murmured. First Lieutenant Choi Yute quietly observed the village, lined with houses and various buildings, before he spoke. "It's too quiet here." It had been 3 days since they descended to the village to escape the monstrous creature. Clearly, it felt safer than that cursed mountain, but it was strange. Why was it so silent? It's like the calm before the storm. It felt as though the gaze of someone, or something, was wrapping around First Lieutenant Choi Yute and his soldiers, but it was uncertain. Nevertheless, as the leader, First Lieutenant Choi Yute had to make a decision, whether to stay here or return to the mountain. Damn it, the answer was clear. Going back to the mountain to meet that monstrous creature again was madness. They had already lost several soldiers. First Lieutenant Choi Yute's military jacket pocket was heavy with many dog tags. They could not afford to lose more soldiers. Then, Kim Il-won, or Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk, with his rifle pointed forward and eyes bloodshot, quietly asked his commander, "Company commander, what should we do?" First Lieutenant Choi Yute, continuing to scan the houses, answered, "We'll establish a base here." "Understood. Should we stop the search?" First Lieutenant Choi Yute did not reply immediately. He adjusted his helmet slightly lower. The decision was difficult. What should he do? This village seemed quite large, and yet there was no sign of life. Moreover, they hadn't encountered a single villager from the mountain to here. But what's with this lived-in feel? The entire village bore the scent of people. True, there were many abandoned houses that weren't maintained, but more than half of the homes and buildings had clearly been touched by human hands. Any building would decay if not maintained by people, but this village was definitely continuing life. First Lieutenant Choi Yute, exhaling softly, was certain. There were others here, just not visible. The possibility that they were hiding couldn't be dismissed. His soldiers had been firing guns throughout the mountains after all. But are those present here actually human? "What? Company commander, what did you say?" Sergeant Jo Bong-suk, his face full of anxiety, asked back, prompting First Lieutenant Choi Yute to shake his head. "No, it's nothing. We'll stop the search here. Is that okay? We haven't even covered half of the village yet." "It's not okay, but we can't push the soldiers any harder. Fatigue has built up to the extreme, and it's not wise to take any more risks. We're also low on ammunition." "Understood." Hearing the answer, First Lieutenant Choi Yute again adjusted his helmet and turned around. Behind him, he pointed with his index finger at a building that looked like a school they had observed upon first entering the village. "I think we'll have to make that our base." John Woo-chong, or rather, Lance Corporal Nam Teo, who was the largest in size, subtly glanced over and chimed in. "When we first checked, it definitely seemed like a school. There's no playground, but there are classrooms. There's also a fence. When we circled the whole place, there were no people. There might be now. Let's all move together and check again." "Yes, understood." First Lieutenant Choi Yute, with his rifle shouldered, commanded his soldiers who were on guard around him. "Slowly, retreat towards that school. Keep guarding. Don't reply. Just move if you understand." Swish. The soldiers swallowed hard and slowly began to step backward. The legs of Kang Woojin, who was visibly trembling, did the same. Watching him, the muscular Lance Corporal Nam Teo sighed deeply. "Hey, Jin Suncheol, come next to me. I can't just leave you be when you're this nervous." Corporal Jin Suncheol turned his head back, his lips quivering severely. He stammered badly. It's fine. Stop the bullshit. Stay close." "Ah, all right." Corporal Jin Suncheol stuck close to Lance Corporal Nam Teo, a mix of excessive anxiety and relief visible in his eyes. His twitching facial muscles slightly relaxed. Oddly, he was more flexible than before. Around this time, another voice inside Corporal Jin Suncheol murmured, "Fucking hell, this is so damn boring." It was a crude remark. However, it didn't come out of Corporal Jin Suncheol's mouth. His expression just briefly changed. He expressed it solely through his emotions. It was peculiar. He was appealing to everyone with a momentary annoyance. This too was an improvement over before. It was likely due to Kang Woojin's sign language and singing ability that had lifted Jin Suncheol. Everything he had learned was being utilized in his acting. Meanwhile, all that filled First Lieutenant Choi Yutae's mind was survival. Drinking water, what about water? The response came from Corporal Young Hae-jin, who was actually high URA. There's no way tap water would be running. To get water, we need to go back to the mountain. I saw a stream there. Are you sure? Yes. So we have to go back to the mountain again. For food as well. We saw some wild boars, didn't we? Corporal Young Hae-jin nodded. First Lieutenant Choi Yutae sighed deeply. His worries were profound. This is not some extreme survival challenge. With that, the troops finally neared the fence of the school. It was right then. Hey, Jin Suncheol. Stop shaking, damn it. We're almost there. Understood, Lance Corporal. Whoosh! An enigmatic sound of the wind spread. The sound of the wind? More precisely, it seemed like something slicing through space. Suddenly, thunk! A sharp noise erupted suddenly, and Lance Corporal Nam Teo, standing to the right of Jin Suncheol, suddenly groaned. Ugh! Ugh! Something long had embedded itself below his abdomen. The following severe pain. Ugh! It was an arrow. An uncommon sight in modern times. An arrow was deeply embedded in Lance Corporal Nam Teo's stomach. Not just slightly, but almost halfway. Despite being the biggest in size, Lance Corporal Nam Teo collapsed immediately upon realizing the arrow stuck in his abdomen. Aawa. Dropping his rifle and everything else, he sprawled on the ground, screaming in pain. Soon, the startled Corporal Jin Suncheol clung to him. Lance Corporal. What the hell? Company Commander. And an arrow. At this moment, the previously calm formation erupted into chaos. Safety pins were pulled out from officer to enlisted. An arrow? That's an arrow? Fucking hell. What the? Where did it come from? Where is it? You bastards. Where are you? Hey, don't swing the guns around. Don't shoot. You'll hit our own men. Who is it? Come out. Show your face. An arrow? From where? Who? Why? Clearly, someone had shot it, but there was no way to know who. First Lieutenant Choi Yutae's eyes widened as he stood in front of Lance Corporal Nam Teo and shouted, Get a grip. Don't panic and run to the inside of the fence. Jin Suncheol, while covering, dragged Lance Corporal inside. A thought flashed through his mind as he shouted orders. A target. Yes, Lance Corporal Nam Teo was the easiest to hit because of his size. He had become the target. Jin Suncheol, what are you doing, you idiot? Stop dazing and move, Lance Corporal. Hee. Yes. At this moment. Cut. A familiar voice reached the ears of the agitated soldiers. Okay. It was the soothing sign from Director Kwon Ki-taek. Soon, dozens of staff members rushed towards the actors. It was a long take. The staff attached to the actors adjusted their makeup or handed them water. Meanwhile, a little away from the filming zone in front of the monitor, Director Kwon Ki-taek, wearing a short padded jacket, was nodding slowly. This cut is quite good. It was already the third retake. What was unusual was that there were more staff members positioned around him than usual, especially those in suits. The reason was simple. The officials of Island of the Missing, who had attended as the filming entered the latter half, included investors, distribution company staff, and executives from the film company, among others. Although this visit had been scheduled since the initial planning meeting, there were other motives involved in their presence. Kang Woojin's declaration at the film festival was to be scrutinized for its validity. Of course, everyone knew that Kang Woojin's acting prowess was unquestionable here. However, Kang Woojin had made a bold declaration in front of numerous top actors. For the stakeholders of Island of the Missing, this was not a matter to simply overlook, and Kang Woojin's filming would wrap up by mid-January. The officials needed to see Kang Woojin's performance in Island of the Missing before then. At that moment, "That's it, Director Nim." The assistant director shouted loudly among the crowded actors, signaling that preparations for the next scene were complete. The setup was similar to the long-take scene. Half-mad soldiers, John Woo-chong lying with an arrow in his abdomen, Kang Woojin supporting him from beside, and Ryu Young-min blocking their front. Soon, the actors appeared on the monitor. Director Kwon Ki-taek was watching. Swish. Director Kwon Ki-taek raised his megaphone. High action. The shooting resumed immediately. It started with the soldiers' horror-filled screams, followed by John Woochong taking over. He still groaned strangely, gazing at the arrow sticking halfway out of his stomach. Hohok! Eek! Above him, the camera closed in. John Woochong was dying. Though still alive, he was no different from dead. There was no medical team on this island of the missing. Blood soaked through John Woochong's military uniform around his abdomen. It seemed like death was slowly spreading through the uniform. Fuck! What the hell is this? Ugh, what is it? Tears streamed down from John Woochong's eyes as he trembled his hands. Saliva sprayed endlessly from his mouth, as did his snot. Including the blood, all moisture in his body continued to be depleted. The looming specter of death before his eyes. John Woochong felt his body getting colder. Save me. Please save me. Why is there such a ridiculous arrow in my stomach? He sobbed while desperately clutching at the uniform on Corporal Jean Suncheol's, that is, Kang Woojin's forearm. Herp. Hey, sob shit, what is this? Suncheol. Save me. Hohuk, save me. Irk. John Woochong, spitting blood from his mouth, raises his eyes upwards. Similarly, the camera angle went from low to high. John Woochong looked up at Kang Woojin's face, gazing down at him. Suddenly, John Woochong's pupils dilated. He swallowed back the blood that had been refluxing in his mouth. Chills ran down his spine even as his body cooled. Kang Woojin was looking down with a feeble smile. His eyes, previously filled with timidity, now sparkled with delight. Such was his face. Why were his lips curved up like a bow? It felt to John Woochong as if the arrow in his stomach had been shot from Woojin's mouth. He was a devil. The devil was slowly savoring the cessation of a human's breath. Such was the side profile of Corporal Jean Suncheol. The devil. Smiling? First Lieutenant Choi Yute also noticed. 11. Chapter 2:11. New Year 2. First Lieutenant Choi Yute's eyes widened as he looked at the side profile of Corporal Jean Suncheol. His brows furrowed. The camera slowly moved to capture this. Why is he smiling? Did I see it wrong? Was it an illusion? That was the expression on First Lieutenant Choi Yute's face. He was uncertain. He needed to think. However, the situation was extremely urgent. His brain frantically scrambled for excuses. You must have been mistaken, but right now, the soldiers need to hide as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the camera that was filming him up close pulled back. First Lieutenant Choi Yute shouted at the half-crazed soldiers. Awaya! You bastards! Fire! Fire again! Stick your heads out! I'll grind you all! He yelled again. You crazy sons of bitches! Don't go forward! Run into the school! Then, he sharply turned his head and gave a fierce command to Corporal Jean Suncheol, who was now sobbing. Jean Suncheol, what are you doing down there not dragging Lance Corporal Nam Teo along? Corporal Jean Suncheol, his lips trembling, stammered a reply. Understood. That was typical of him. Yes, I must have seen it wrong. He couldn't have been smiling. When First Lieutenant Choi Yute came to this conclusion, Corporal Jean Suncheol slowly dragged the barely alive Lance Corporal Nam Teo. His life was nearly extinguished. His eyes were unfocused. His breath was faint. Nearly all his blood had drained from his body. Yet, at the brink of death, for some reason, he called to Corporal Jean Suncheol, who was earnestly dragging him towards the school. Jean Suncheol. The camera focused on the side of the two. Amidst the faintly audible dialogue, Corporal Jean Suncheol looked down. His face was filled with fear, but that fear vanished in a moment. In 1 or 2 seconds, the expression on Corporal Jean Suncheol's face as he looked down at Lance Corporal Nam Teo again held a devilish cast. A smile of enjoyment or interest. Then, Lance Corporal Nam Teo gathered all his remaining strength and spoke again. Who are you? While dragging his upper body, yet without showing it, Corporal Jean Suncheol pushed the arrow stuck in his abdomen even deeper, his lips curling up to his ears, and whispered into Lance Corporal Nam Teo's ear. This is fucking fun, sweet, and salty. During this time, among the actors gathered, the men in suits sitting behind director Kwon Ki-taek whispered. Kang Woojin's acting is indeed impressive. It wasn't a negative murmur, but one of acknowledgement. Impressive? No, that's not it. This facial expression will be talked about in the acting world for years. Right? To express a split personality just with facial expressions, and to perform it to the extent that it's noticeable, is insane. Honestly, it's my first time seeing Woojin's acting in person, and it's shocking. Park Dae-ri was great too, but what can I say? The work can't fully capture Kang Woojin's performance. If we're talking about looks, he's several times better in person than on screen. That's right, exactly that. After a moment of silence, director Kwon Ki-taek's signal echoed across the set again. Cut, okay. Let's change the framing to Lieutenant Choi and go again. Consequently, this scene was shot a total of 3 times. It wasn't that the actors' performances were weak. Director Kwon Ki-taek was simply more demanding than usual. Lance Corporal Nam Teo, or rather, John Woo-chang's final cut. Soon. Cut, okay. You've worked hard, Woo-chang. Director Kwon Ki-taek stood up and applauded. The rest of the staff did the same, meaning John Woo-chang was now exiting from Island of the Missing. Thanks to this, the muscular John Woo-chang awkwardly scratched his head. Haha, thank you, but it feels strange. It's a pity that I'm the only one who's finished. It was an unusual sight. A muscle man speaking with an arrow stuck in his stomach. Nonetheless, the staff, including Ryu Young-min who handed over the prop guns, gave John Woo-chang a thumbs up. You've worked hard, Woo-chang. Whoa, the arrow really makes an impact, huh? What do you mean? It's memorable, isn't it? Of course, even the poker-faced Kang Woojin also gave a small greeting to John. Woo-chang, you've worked hard. John Woo-chang smiled weakly as he made eye contact with the composed Woojin. No, Woojin SSI, did you pick today to shine? Your acting was killer, wasn't it? I was really nervous when you looked down at me at the end. Is that so? Woojin's response was filled with his usual poker face, but internally, he was desperately trying to hold back laughter. The arrow. Tell him to take out the arrow before he talks. The dangling arrow stuck in my stomach is driving me crazy. At that moment, Kang Woojin unconsciously furrowed his brow. It was because of the smell. The entire set, the school building, reeked of an unidentifiable rotten odor. The reason was simple. The staff had sprayed fish sauce all over the school as per director Kwon Ki-taek's instructions. Even if it was for the sake of realistic acting, wasn't the smell too much? Meanwhile, other actors besides Woojin seemed not to mind much, probably because the odor was fainter to them. Woojin concluded that it might be due to his cooking skills. Then, Woojin SSI. John Woo-chang and Kim E-won approached after seeing Kang Woojin's expression. It was John Woo-chang who spoke softly. You must be feeling a bit off, right? Off. What does he mean? Suddenly, what is he talking about? Although uncertain, it seemed like John Woo-chang had read dissatisfaction in Woojin's current expression. It might have been a minor misunderstanding, but Woojin didn't bother to clarify. John Woo-chang gestured towards director Kwon Ki-taek, who was near monitors surrounded by men in suits. Look at that. They say it was a scheduled inspection from the beginning, but anyone can see they came to evaluate Woojin SSI. Following his gaze, Woojin's solemn eyes moved. Was he talking about those people? Kang Woojin hadn't really noticed those figures. He had merely thought, why are there so many men in suits, when he arrived on set? But in his answer, he added a tough act to his sincerity. I don't really care. Why still? Hi Ura, dusting off her bob, which was a wig, joined in the conversation. It's definitely an evaluation. I heard they were supposed to bring at most 5 people, but there were nearly 10 of them. It must be because of Woojin SSI's declaration of war. Right, Nuna? What's with that? They all rush here just to mess with Woojin SSI's mood. Wait. Mood. Currently, Kang Woojin was in top condition. His portrayal of Corporal Jin Sun-cheol had become more detailed, and his physical condition seemed to have improved, possibly due to martial arts training. It was then that the tall Ryu Young-min approached. Regardless of them, we just need to keep acting as we do. They'll be watching our mentality too. Ryu Young-min mused, looking at the indifferent face of Kang Woojin, then chuckled. Well, Woojin SSI isn't the type to get shaken by that. Anyway, should we check? The next scene's rehearsal? Woo-chang, are you going to leave right away? Of course not. I'll watch everything. Wait, aren't we going out for drinks tonight? It's my last day. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was intently watching the actors on the monitor, seemed slightly surprised as he observed the increasingly cynical Woojin. The volume of his acting is growing. The way he manages his gaze and expressions when revealing a split personality is flexible, and the emotional appeal has become more viscous. His movements are delicate, yet strangely precise and fierce. Had he been practicing his acting? No, there wouldn't have been time for that. But clearly, Kang Woojin's performance had become impeccably solid. The destructive power of his acting ability was similar, but he kept evolving, adding flesh precisely where needed. To the masterful eyes of director Kwon Ki-taek, it appeared as if he bought the necessary abilities and transplanted them into his body. Afterwards, although the new year had begun, the entertainment industry became even busier than the end of the year. From New Year's specials to planned broadcasts, parties, and events, everywhere was the same in the entertainment industry. On top of that, as they entered the new year, a storm of blood blew through the broadcasting industry. Numerous shows were cut, and others survived amidst the reorganizations. Entertainment. This year, 5 variety shows to be canceled. Broadcasters seriously sharpening their knives. Amidst this, actors and celebrities alike had no time to enjoy the new year. For them, this period was a prime time. It was a time when forgotten broadcasters could suddenly rise to fame and become the talk of the town, providing artificial respiration to keep their presence alive. However, it seemed difficult this year to aim for buzz or issues. Why? Because the power shown by Kang Woojin at the end of the year was too formidable. Star Talk. Kang Woojin sets a new record in the Korean entertainment industry. Why it's hard to break the record of winning 8 awards. With 8 trophies, Kang Woojin boosts issue power. What kind of bomb will he drop this year? Winning 8 awards in his debut year was a record that would be long remembered in the history of the Korean entertainment industry. Kang Woojin, in his first year, had set this record. His momentum, although it was the new year, seemed to have multiplied several times over. The articles that appeared when searching his name were updated every minute. Issue is, Kang Woojin currently, brand power number 1. This unbelievable firepower was clearly evidenced by the metrics related to Kang Woojin. The number of SNS followers and fan club members was astonishing, but the subscribers to Kang Woojin's alter ego channel had increased the most significantly. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 9.52 million. Videos: 35. Before he knew it, he was looking at 10 million subscribers. Even now, more than half of the top 10 popular videos on YouTube were Woojin's. They were of his crazy antics at award shows and interviews. With nearly 10 million subscribers, Kang Woojin scheduled to shoot a major film with big stars this year. His value is skyrocketing. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was buried in the shooting of Island of the Missing. Woojin SSI? Stand by. Stand by. Island of the Missing, which had its crank-in last September, was now in the middle to final stages of shooting, and thus, director Kwon Ki-taek and the production team were pushing forward with increased speed. Master director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing nears end of shooting. When will it release? Therefore, as time melted away, the more it did, the more the activities related to Kang Woojin progressed smoothly. When January 4th drew to a close and the 5th arrived, a new video was uploaded on the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, which had a monstrous momentum. This time, it wasn't a cover song video. It was a cooking content. The guest was Wallin. Her relationship with Kang Woojin was close. They had been embroiled in minor rumors after male friend, and Kang Woojin had also saved her during the all incident. They were both members of Our Dining Table is a bonus. Thanks to that, the guest Wallin's video recorded a tremendous number of views within a day of upload. What do you want to eat? EP1. Guest/Wallin Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 6.82 million. 6.82 million. Well, it was an attention-grabbing result, but it also solidly proved the current impact of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. However, Kang Woojin's alter ego channel did not stop boosting there. On the 6th, a new video was uploaded back-to-back. Avatar Cooking Plus cover, EP0, teaser, guest/Miley Kara Kang Woojin's alter ego. Last year, around the end of the year, there was a frenzy when Miley Kara came to Korea. The content teaser video with her was almost like a preview. It was short, just over a minute. The fact that Kara insisted on only appearing on Kang Woojin's alter ego channel had already been an issue several times, and being a global superstar, Miley Kara brought tremendous firepower to this side. Views, 3.12 million. It surpassed 3 million views just 4 hours after upload. Finally, it's out. Crazy? Is it true that Kara and Woojin Appa sang a duet? Kang Woojin's alter ego's form is insane. Just released the duet song already. I'm going crazy. But why did Kara only appear on Kang Woojin's channel? Does anyone know? LOL. Kang Woojin controlling Kara to cook sounds like it would be super fun. With Wallin, and even Kara. I mean, this channel is just a hobby for Kang Woojin, but why is it so huge? Reactions exploded. Interestingly, the number of comments in Japanese and English dramatically increased. Thus, the following Thursday morning, the 7th, Kang Woojin, who was focused on shooting Island of the Missing, could be found in his hotel room in Bio. It was around 10 a.m. Having finished preparing for work, he was mostly in a natural state, but for some reason, he was staring down at his phone with his eyes wide open. Wow. No, really, this is crazy. There was no trace of his usual on-camera facade. The pure Kang Woojin himself was in awe. The reason was simple. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. 1 billion of 1. TL, 1 billion 1 equals 723,482 US dollars. He was looking at his internet banking app. He hadn't paid much attention due to his busy schedule, but today, he noticed an astonishing amount had accumulated. Of course, Woojin had seen money in the hundreds of millions since becoming an actor, but now, it was on a completely different level. Crazy. The sources were diverse. Too extensive to list simply. This included appearance fees from various works, notably the recent blockbuster Drug Dealer, various schedules, YouTube, etc. There were even earnings yet to be settled. If one were to calculate future projects, the amount would be staggering. Perhaps tens of billions of won? This was the result Kang Woojin achieved in just 1 year. It was an impossible situation for a typical rookie actor, because it takes at least 3 to 5 years to generate profits. Nationwide. No, worldwide. It's probably only possible and achievable for Kang Woojin. Well, even Kang Woojin himself must have thought it was a dream. This is freaking awesome. No, wow shit. Where the hell should I spend this? Considering it was money he had never even dreamed of seeing, let alone hearing about, Woojin was at a loss for how to utilize these funds. That's when it happened. Knock knock. A knock at the door interrupted the excited Woojin, causing him to quickly adopt a poker face. Soon, Choi Sung-gun with his ponytail peeked into the room. He came to pick up Woojin. Then, Kang Woojin moved to the filming location with Choi Sung-gun, maintaining his composure as much as possible. Around the same time, as they reached the elevator, Choi Sung-gun nonchalantly said, "By the way, Woojin, you know about your house, right? The one we talked about the down payment for. All the paperwork's finished. It's officially yours now." Kang Woojin's assets now included a house in Samseong-dong. Meanwhile, in Japan, Tokyo, in the back seat of a high-end sedan cruising down the road, a familiar old man can be seen. It was Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, wearing a neat suit with white hair mixed in his eyebrows. He suddenly asked his secretary Lily, seated in the passenger seat, in Japanese, "Is it today? Did the article go up?" Lily, turning her body and bowing her head slightly, seemed to know exactly what he was asking and immediately replied, "Yes, Chairman." Chairman Hideki nodded slowly and turned on his phone. He accessed Japan's top portal site, tapped on the news section, and found the article he was looking for. Breaking news: Kashiwa Group's subsidiary hires Korean actor Kang Woojin as advertising model. A strange event has occurred. It was the first time a Korean actor had been hired as a model for the Kashiwa Group. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. New Year 3. Chairman Yoshimura seemed pleased as he looked at an article that had just been published. Breaking news: Kashiwa Group's subsidiary hires Korean actor Kang Woojin as advertising model. A strange event has occurred. He slowly nodded his head in approval. He then checked the contents of the article. It displayed only the information Hideki Yoshimura wanted to see. Not too much, nor too little, just the right amount of information. Chairman Yoshimura then spoke again to his assistant Lily Tetsugawa, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "How did we decide to proceed with BW Entertainment?" With her long hair neatly tied back, she quickly replied, "After we release the article first, they are to acknowledge it officially about half a day later today. In our position, we plan to send out a follow-up article in an hour." The position Yoshimura mentioned was Kashiwa Group's acknowledgement, that they had accepted the Korean actor Kang Woojin as a model for several of their subsidiaries. This was sure to heat up the Japanese media soon. Indeed, other media outlets had already started to follow suit. Kang Woojin, who swept 8 awards in Korea, suddenly signed as a model with Kashiwa Group subsidiaries. It was the first time for the Kashiwa Group to use a Korean actor as a model, and it was rare even within the Japanese entertainment industry to have a Korean celebrity as an ad model, especially someone like Kang Woojin. He had already been a hot topic in Japan around the end of the year several times. Wallen's attacker incident, an exclusive shoot with Miley Kara, and achieving an unprecedented record of 8 awards in Korea's entertainment industry. His recognition in Japan was comparable to that of a prominent K-pop idol. His sudden association with Kashiwa Group as their ad model was bound to excite the Japanese media. Furthermore, it was almost an established fact that Kashiwa Group was behind the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, though no official announcement had been made yet, which only heightened the curiosity. Regardless, Chairman Yoshimura crossed his legs and returned his gaze to his smartphone. The board meeting of BW Entertainment went well, right? Yes, Chairman. After the board meeting, they are now aggressively pushing for business expansion. How about Kang Woojin? He has been focusing on filming after becoming a hot topic at the year-end awards ceremony. Still busy, I see. When is he coming to Japan? The director, Kyotaro Taniguchi, from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, needs to finalize the shooting dates, but it seems likely he will come over within January. The pre-shooting phase of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger has finished, and only the shooting dates need to be fixed. Is it because it's the hectic end-of-year and New Year period? Yes, there are also issues with the actors' schedules. Hearing this, Chairman Yoshimura spoke again in a gruff voice. Check with The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team again. At this moment, in Kyoto, Japan, an area of Kyoto that is close to the sea, it was also a place that was quite often called a tourist destination. It's a fishing village called Ayane Funaya, also known as the Floating Village. In reality, Ayane Funaya is built on the edge of the land, but from a distance, it appears to float above the sea. It's a picturesque scene. The village isn't very large, but somehow, each house's interior matches well with the sea and mountains. Resembling a painting, the village is generally quiet. At first glance, it holds a certain charm, but viewed differently, there's a strangely chilling silence. In this village of Ayane Funaya, a group of about a dozen people was visible. Naturally, they were Japanese. Some were taking pictures of the village from afar while aboard a boat, and others were checking the conditions by walking around the small alleys within the village. There were also groups focused on conversing as they photographed each household. They seemed like tourists at a glance, but they were not. There's definitely a somewhat eerie feel to it. The director has a good eye. It looks good now, but it'll really come alive in the late afternoon or at night. Especially, the condition of the alleys fits the work perfectly. The place we saw earlier really looked like a murder could have happened there. Indeed, the director's eye for selecting locations is remarkable. This isn't even a place mentioned in the original work, is it? That's right. I heard that the director added it specifically when adapting The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Indeed, they were the production crew of director Kyotaro Taniguchi's film, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The key staff from each team had gathered, and the renowned director was also present at the entrance to the back mountain that overlooked the village. With graying short hair, it was director Kyotaro Taniguchi. Arms crossed. He was surveying the fishing village of Ayane Funaya along with the assistant directors from the production team. The key staff of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, including director Kyotaro, had come here for a simple reason. They were on their final location hunt right before the shooting crank-in. This was where the first filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was to start. Starting a shoot with an outdoor crank-in was not uncommon, although usually, filming begins on a set. Filmmakers don't typically choose outdoor locations for the first shoot due to the hassle of moving numerous staff and actors. However, for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, director Kyotaro decided to start filming in this fishing village, Ayane Funaya, because the filming schedule did not align with the village's availability. What could be done? The slightly disadvantaged side had to push a bit harder. This fishing village was a location desperately needed for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and it was a place director Kyotaro was very keen on using. Funaya was not in the original work, but was specifically chosen by director Kyotaro. Soon, director Kyotaro was looking at the tallest brown building near the center of the village floating above the sea. Misaki Toka's hometown house. Indeed, this fishing village was the setting in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the birthplace of Misaki Toka, who triggered the eerie sacrifice of the stranger, Iota Kiyoshi. Director Kyotaro then looked past the tall brown building to the sea far beyond, specifically at a fishing boat bobbing on the water, where the naked victim will be found. It meant that one of the tasks Iota Kiyoshi, played by Kang Woojin, would have to perform was to find a body on this boat. Undoubtedly, it was going to be bizarre. A naked victim from Tokyo, suddenly found on a fishing boat in Funaya, this seaside village at the edge of Kyoto. Even in panties, at that. Naturally, all these shots were currently playing out only in director Kyotaro's mind, and he showed a satisfied smile. The setting was suitably eerie and was forming into a grotesque scene. I can't wait to start filming. Director Kyotaro was itching to begin. The preparations for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were already complete. Really, all that was left was to set the date for the first shoot and raise the camera. But, as is the case with filmmaking, things don't proceed just as the director wishes. The end of the year and New Year's had overlapped, and more importantly, they needed to finalize terms with Funaya Village, the chosen first location. Today's visit was to find that middle ground. Just then, Director Nim, a man's voice called out to Director Kyotaro from below. Looking down, the production manager and the production team staff, who had gone to negotiate with the village side, were coming up the hill. The production manager, breathless as he reached Director Kyotaro at the entrance of the mountain, gave a thumbs up. Thankfully, we were able to persuade them. Director Kyotaro, arms still crossed, immediately asked, "What are the conditions?" Initially, they said more than a day would be difficult, but after some negotiation, we extended it to 3 days of shooting. However, it seems we'll have to pay a bit more than what would correspond to 3 days. It was about the money. Reminded of Hideki Yoshimura, the main investor, Director Kyotaro spoke nonchalantly. Money is not an issue. Besides, we'll be blocking off the village during the shoot. It's only natural. Yes, and the village side can also provide accommodations. There's a place close by that we can use as lodging. Still, 3 days means it's going to be intense. Extending it further seems difficult. We could only get this far because the village head is a fan of Writer Akari. The high recognition of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger also helped. Good work. Director Kyotaro patted the slender shoulders of the production manager. He then turned his gaze back towards the village. With the limited time given, we need to prepare more thoroughly. The production department should double-check the budget and movements related to this village, and the directing department should discuss with the filming team and carefully check the props and actors' schedules. Yes, Director Nim. Understood. So, when do those 3 days start? The production manager pulled a thin stack of papers from his back pocket. It was a paper with the projected filming schedule. The village side says next week will be tough. How about around January 21st? January 21st? Director Kyotaro calculated quickly. It wasn't bad. He was busy with other projects this week anyway. Soon, Director Kyotaro made his decision. Then let's confirm the 21st with the village. He instructed the production manager. Tell the actors to gather the day before, on the 20th. We'll have the rehearsal then. The next morning, January 8th, Korea. A cry from the staff echoed through the filming site of Island of the Missing, which included Kang Woojin. Today, there was an unusually high energy. Cut, okay. Let's go again with a bust shot of the character. Character bust, stand by. Woojin's makeup was a bit different from usual, although the helmet and bloodstained military uniform were the same. But doesn't Woojin SSI's beard surprisingly suit him? Agreed. It was shockingly perfect, you know. But Woojin is still the best as a cold, handsome guy. His face now sported a beard. Kang Woojin felt awkward with his beard. It's really not good. Doesn't it make me look like a homeless person? It wasn't bushy, but had a prickly feel. He had grown it at the request of director Kwon. Key take, and makeup had added to its intensity. Why? According to the script, Corporal Jin Suncheol goes into hiding after fleeing into the mountains. It's after First Lieutenant Choi Yute witnesses him pushing one of the soldiers off the school rooftop. And now, it's a cut where he suddenly reappears after some time has passed. High action. Woojin's counterpart was High Ura. She gets attacked by a person from the village of the Island of the Missing, who reveals themselves. The one who oddly comes to her rescue is Corporal Jean Suncheol, who had been in hiding. Cut. URASSI, try to be a bit more violently shocked at Woojin SSI's appearance. Yes, Director Nim. The shooting of a single cut took an extended amount of time. Not just the amiable director Kwon Ki-taek, but also the 100 or so staff members, actors who had come out to watch, and their teams. Everyone's expression was intensely focused. The atmosphere on set was also sharp. It was that sensitive. Action. How many hours had it been? After numerous directions and adjustments to camera angles. Cut, okay. That's it for this cut. Satisfaction rolled out of the mouth of the master director Kwon Ki-taek after only 12 retakes. Soon, Kang Woojin, now accustomed to the beard, exhaled a small breath inwardly. Phew, finished. He stoically offered his hand to Ha Ura, who was sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled as per the scenes. Requirements. She, usually not one to smile, smiled this time. Thank you. And well done, Woojin SSI. Great work, everyone. At that moment, director Kwon Ki-taek, dressed in a thick padded jacket, approached the two actors. A smile was on his lips as he patted Kang Woojin on the shoulder and said gently, "You've worked hard during this time. It seems my greed only grows. Should I say my standards have gotten higher? Thank you, Director Nim. Are you going to rest a bit now?" Woojin, with an indifferent expression, shook his head. "No. I'm going to do some domestic schedules and then go to Japan. Is it for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger?" "Yes." Ha Ura shook her head as if she was fed up. "Aren't you going to kill yourself doing this, Woojin SSI? Your schedule is too tight. You should rest a bit after finishing a project. It's not that hard." Director Kwon Ki-taek, who chuckled lightly, interjected again. "Please say hello to Director Kyotaro for me. And make sure you take care of your health, Woojin SSI. We'll probably see each other again at the wrap-up party." Suddenly, staff members crowded around. "You've worked hard, Woojin SSI. One by one the actors are wrapping up. How sad is this? Well done, Woojin SSI. You'll come to the wrap-up party for our movie's crank up, right? Good luck with your other shoots too." Many staff members shouted their support and thanks. Calm. Woojin bowed to them. He was poker-faced but sincere. "Thank you for your hard work, and thank you." With that, Kang Woojin's filming for Island of the Missing concluded. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, USA, it was late morning in Korea, but it was the afternoon in LA. Right around closing time, whether in Korea or LA, the scene during rush hour was the same. Roads packed with cars, people swarming to subways, crowds bustling about the streets. Amidst this, a famous broadcast studio in Hollywood, LA was busy with a recording. The scene was familiar. The main studio being used for filming was visible, and outside this studio area, numerous cameras and filming equipment were densely arranged. The foreign staff members seen in between had focused expressions. They were deeply engrossed in filming a talk show. One of the top 3 talk shows in the US, The Jamie Show. The host Jamie was also well known in Korea. The filming setup had Jamie sitting at a gothic desk, with the guest placed on a plush sofa in front of the desk. Currently, a blonde top Hollywood actress was sitting on the sofa. Soon, the slightly plump Jamie called out the blonde woman's name in English. "Haha, Miley. Should we change up the topic this time? You said you went to Korea last time." The guest, wearing a tight knit and jeans, was Miley Kara. She didn't show her typically aloof demeanor since it was during filming. "Yes, I went there to promote a movie, just like on this talk show." "How was Korea?" "It was fantastic." "Was it your first time?" Miley Kara leisurely changed the direction of her crossed legs as she responded to the question. "Yes, it was my first time, but there were a lot of impressive things." "Oh, I've been planning to go to Korea since last year too." "What impressed you the most?" "Surely the food." No, the most impressive thing was an actor." "A Korean actor. There are many well-known Korean actors in Hollywood too. I love K-dramas." "But which Korean actor?" Miley Kara, changing the direction of her crossed legs again, smiled slightly and answered. "Kang Woojin. He really seems like an alien." Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was walking with his team to the outdoor parking lot of the island of the missing set. Suddenly, Woojin, with a grave expression, slightly paused and nonchalantly scratched his ear. Itchy. What's this? Is someone talking about me? Chapter 213. Chapter 213, New Year 4. Kang Woojin, wearing a long padded coat, scratched his ear. It suddenly felt itchy, making him wonder if someone was talking about him. But he figured someone probably was. I did make quite the scene at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Had there just been one or two issues that had erupted? It seemed obvious that at this moment, countless people were probably discussing Kang Woojin, whether it was praise or curses. At that moment, swish, Choi Sung-gun, who had been walking alongside Woojin and continuously talking on the phone, zipped up his short padded coat and asked Kang Woojin, "What's wrong? Did something get in your ear? Want me to take a look?" Woojin, taken aback by the undue concern, responded cynically with his expression stern, his breath visible in the cold air. "No, it's just a bit itchy." "Yeah? Lower your head. I'll blow on it for you." "Why are you doing this?" Woojin declined, shaking his head. "I'm fine." Then, Han Yeung, whose short hair had were of reddish hue today, briskly interjected from the right. "Maybe a bug got in. Want me to check for you?" "It's fine." At that time, Kyungnim, Woojin Appa is here. Staff members in front of the van parked in the outdoor parking lot greeted Kang Woojin. Jang Soo-hwan and the stylists were waving their hands. As Woojin approached, they all started congratulating him. "Island of the Missing filming is done. Great work. Congratulations. For real." But are we celebrating?" "Of course. We've finished a major project." "Appa, you must feel relieved, right?" But there's still a lot left to do." Oddly, it seemed the staff were happier than Kang Woojin, the actual actor. It made sense. Most of the filming for Island of the Missing had taken place in Bio, and commuting between Seoul and Bio had been grueling. Woojin could just hop in and out of the void space, but for the staff, it must have been hell. Think of it as an escape. They must be jumping for joy. Of course, Kang Woojin also did a little shoulder dance internally. Hee, whatever it is, one thing's done. Feels like I've cleared an assignment. However, he couldn't exactly start hugging the staff and throwing a party. Woojin maintained his poker face while appropriately receiving their greetings. "You guys worked hard too." He looked back at the Island of the Missing large set complex behind them. He was the only one leaving. The filming was still ongoing. Woojin realized that he had somewhat adjusted. A few months ago, the end of a filming would leave him a bit sentimental, but now he was more focused on what's next. Humans really are creatures of their surroundings, huh? Though still relatively new to acting with just over a year of experience, he was definitely blending well into the entertainment industry. Of course, no one truly knew the true self of Kang Woojin yet. Anyway, bang! Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and the staff quickly got into the van, with Jang Soo-hwan stepping on the accelerator. As the van started, Choi Sung-gun, who had opened his diary, looked at Kang Woojin through the rearview mirror. Woojin, who had been silently gazing out the window, met his gaze. "Yes, CEO Nim. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger crank-in date has been set." "Is that so?" "Yes. The first day of shooting is the 21st, and the actors are to assemble on the 20th. Kang Woojin wasn't particularly surprised as he had somewhat anticipated this. 20th. That leaves us just over 10 days. Right. From then on, it's back and forth between Japan and Korea. Pretty much like Island of the Missing. But the location has changed from Bio to Japan. Damn, it's going to be tough as hell." Choi Sung-gun's explanation made it clear. The filming for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger would be done back-to-back, and Kang Woojin's existing schedule in Korea would be crammed into 1 or 2 days. Either way, there was no time to rest. The staff's faces soon darkened. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun's briefing continued. "However, we need to go in a day earlier, not the 19th, but the 18th. We have a meeting related to the Kashiwa Group and some interviews and photo shoots with the Japanese press. The schedule in Japan is expanding." Kang Woojin knew about the advertisement deal with the Kashiwa Group, but when were the interviews and photo shoots in Japan arranged? Kang Woojin wondered to himself when Choi Sung-gun spoke up again. "It might seem a bit tight, but we've already filtered out most of the offers from Japan. What's left is the selected few. He closed his diary and leaned back. Woojin, do you know how many variety show offers you are getting from Japan right now? No, not at all. Choi Sung-gun handled the important matters and dealt with the minor ones himself, so Woojin had no way of knowing. Quite a few. Haha, quite a few? No, if you only count from a month ago, it's already over 10. To give you an idea, you know that Wallen SSI's group Alani is almost a top-tier idol in Japan? Right now, you're getting more attention than them there. This meant that currently, there was no problem considering Kang Woojin the hottest topic in Japan. But Woojin, you're not going to do Japanese variety shows, are you? Are you interested? Want me to book them for you? Kang Woojin solemnly shook his head at the repeated question. Our dining table is enough. Honestly, variety shows drain more energy than acting. No, please turn them all down. Kang Woojin was colder than ever before. Meanwhile, the Korean internet was buzzing with articles from Japan. Staris, he's on fire. Has Kang Woojin also conquered the Japanese advertising world? Contract confirmed with Japanese conglomerate Kashiwa Group. Selected as a model for the giant Japanese Kashiwa Group, how much is Kang Woojin's signing fee? This matter had already been acknowledged by the Kashiwa Group and BW Entertainment in Japan. In other words, it was a fact that Kang Woojin was handling advertisements for the Japanese conglomerate Kashiwa Group. Another first, Kang Woojin extends to being an ad model for a major Japanese company. Kashiwa Group, first Korean model in history. Naturally, this was not a common occurrence, so the media and public opinion were excited. Crazy Kang Woojin really making it Bijavan an advertising model for a Japanese large corporation? Kang Woojin again? I really don't like him. I don't want to see news about him. Got a bad vibe since the Blue Dragon. Wow. First time seeing someone other than idols getting advertisements in Japan. But it's understandable Kang Woojin's male friend blew up in Japan. It's still within top 10 on Netflix Japan. This guy is crazily something, won 8 major awards in Korea, and now conquering Japan. Kang Woojin's form is insane. Nah, he's already conquered it. Hanryang and male friend were already hits, and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is also on standby. These comments are over the top. It's all just flukes, right? He got fan club in Japan with flukes? Everywhere you go, there are idiots. However, by the end of the year, the sentiment against Kang Woojin had noticeably increased. His presence was clearly growing. The situation was similar in Japan. While his fan base in Japan was solidly growing, the bigger his recognition, the more skepticism he faced, whether on SNS or in comments. Japanese corporations were also keeping an eye on Kang Woojin. Or more precisely, they were targeting the Korean wave. In an interview with a vice president of a medium-sized Japanese company, mention of Kang Woojin, we should focus more on our domestic actors than Korean ones. This was not exclusively about Kang Woojin. The famous always have to bear the weight of the crown. As a result, the number of hate comments on channels like Kang Woojin's alter ego and Woojin's SNS had increased. For an ordinary celebrity, this might be a bit stressful at the least, and at worst, it could cause a panic attack. In fact, it's not uncommon for celebrities to take medication or visit a psychiatrist when it gets to this level. So what about Kang Woojin? Woojin Appa, don't read the SNS comments today. There are some harsh ones. Okay, you're alright, right? About what? No, just, the hate comments have increased. I don't really care. So what? Why should I care? That was exactly his mindset. Even within Korea's acting scene, the perception of Kang Woojin wasn't favorable either. Many actors were already envious of Kang Woojin's audacious moves, but his bold declarations at various award ceremonies towards the year's end had thrown more fuel on the fire, especially at the Blue Dragon Awards. That's why Kang Woojin was frequently mentioned among actors, whether on set or at private gatherings. Kang Woojin, that kid shows no restraint, his expression is impassive, seems quite rude too. Honestly, what he has shown so far is impressive, but is he the type to crash and burn with just one scandal? Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. There are so many teachers and seniors there, but how can he so naturally say he'll receive the Best Actor award? It's because he's young. Otherwise, why would he pull such a stunt at the Blue Dragon, filled with so many big names? Of course, they didn't know the speed at which Woojin was growing. He's just fit for Asia, just for Asia. His move to Japan was honestly just good timing with Hanryang. What kind of performance Kang Woojin would show this year remained to be seen. 10 days later. Early morning in an office cell in Seoul. The morning sun was rising outside, but inside room 203 of the spacious office cell, the atmosphere was dim. Blackout curtains on each window blocked the sunlight. Moreover, the interior of room 203 was somewhat different from a typical living space. It was almost devoid of furniture. All that was visible was a refrigerator, a small dining table, and a mattress on the living room floor. Practically a barren plain. Amidst this, a man sleeping on the mattress groggily woke up. Perhaps in his 30s? The man, with a buzz cut and small eyes, immediately searched for his glasses and put them on as soon as he got up. Dash. He stretched his back and got up smoothly. He was of average height. Next, the man yawned widely and took a bottle of water from the refrigerator to gulp down. Then he checked the time. 7:40 a.m. Wearing winter pajamas, he scratched his belly as he moved to a nearby room. As soon as he opened the closed door, a different scene unfolded. A long desk with 2 computers and a laptop on it. The room had a professional feel to it. With clearly visible computer towers, an expensive-looking multifunction printer, a professional keyboard and mouse, and large monitors. The concentrated tech in this room was clearly high-end. Swish. The man turned on the sleeping computer. Then he left the room and opened the door to another room. This one was extraordinary too. The desk and chair were standard, but the setup in front of the desk was peculiar. A high-end camera was mounted on a tripod, surrounded by lights. It was clearly a filming room, wasn't it? From there, the man picked a wolf-shaped mask from among several on the wall. Today is the wolf. The reason was simple. He was a YouTuber. Channel name, Fact Guys. Subscribers, 1.88 million. YouTuber Fact Guys, with 1.88 million subscribers, covered random topics. Anything that could capture the public's interest, whether news, events, or expos. Hence, the views on his videos always ranged between 500,000 to over 1 million. However, he uploaded videos infrequently. About once a week, he did the filming and editing all by himself. It was to maintain his anonymity, and he either found topics himself or received tips. Interestingly, YouTuber Fact Guy's videos weren't just about Korea. Many were about other countries. He had recently covered a scandal in Hollywood. Regardless, the man was preparing to shoot again. As he yawned and moved back to the room with the computers. Soon, he sat down in front of the turned-on computer and logged into his email, curious if there were any new tips. He rested his chin on his hand and clicked the mouse several times. Overnight, numerous tips had accumulated, more than half of which were junk. Then, the man furrowed his brows. A particular tip email caught his eye. He read the title of the email. Kang Woojin secretly took a screen test for the Hollywood movie Last Kill 3. He checked the sender of the email. Who sent this? It was anonymous. At this moment, at Kang Woojin's house. Kang Woojin left his home to go to work and appeared in the underground parking garage. Wearing a hat as usual, he spotted the van that came to pick him up. But then, Kang Woojin sensed something had changed. The van had been replaced with a foreign model that was wider both upwards and sideways. It was black. Woojin, slightly impressed, walked towards the van, trying not to show his astonishment too openly. Choi Sung-gun, dressed in a long padded coat, got out of the passenger side. You're here. He had a majestic expression. On the other hand, Kang Woojin, whose persona was already heavy with concept, simply greeted him. Hello, Seonim. Yeah. Choi Sung-gun nodded his head towards the large van in the back, hinting for a comment. Woojin muttered lowly. It's big. Is that all you have to say? Did you change it? Your team has grown, and so has your presence. Well, the previous van was fine, but appearances are critical in this industry. After finishing his explanation, Choi Sung-gun abruptly changed the subject. There's something you need to decide before we leave. What is it? Yesterday, a Japanese animation studio reached out for you. Animation? What's this all of a sudden? Kang Woojin was internally startled, but responded calmly. Are you talking about animation? Yes. The studio is A10 Studio, one of the top 3 massive studios in Japan. They want you to voice act for the anime they're producing. Voice acting. Woojin was first intrigued. Being an actor, he encountered various opportunities. He had seen a few Japanese animes. Might be fun. Then he paused. Wait, Don't animations have scripts or scenarios? Woojin's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that animations also trigger the void space? If they do, what would reading experience be like? A new genre beyond movies or dramas. His curiosity grew stronger. Woojin kept his voice calm and said, I have to see the script before deciding. Smiling, Choi Sung-gun pulled something out from the passenger seat. It was a stack of papers of moderate thickness. I knew you'd say that, so I brought it. A 10 studio also sent a draft of the first episode script. It's a rough draft, before revisions. Something like a sketch. Kang Woojin silently took the stack of papers. Only the production company, A10 Studio, was written on the cover, not the title of the anime. And then, it's appearing. Next to the stack of papers, there were swirls of black and gray. In other words, a portal to the void space was attached. Even as Choi Sung-gun was speaking, Woojin instinctively placed his hand on the black square. Instantly, swish. Kang Woojin's world swiftly changed from the parking garage to a completely dark void space. Having arrived in the void space, Woojin quickly moved his feet. He arrived in front of a newly added white rectangle and checked what was added. Dash 10/script, title, unknown, grade D. Dash, asterisk this is an anime script of average completion. 50% reading is possible. Woojin read the text briefly and nonchalantly selected the white rectangle. The phrases immediately changed. Dash, you have selected 10/script, title, unknown. Dash, listing characters available for reading, experience. Dash, A, 1, B, 2, C, 3. The character names were numbers. Perhaps because it's a draft? Woojin muttered softly and randomly chose 1. A, 1 preparing for reading. Preparation complete. The script or scenario is of average completion. Implementation level is 50%. Starting the reading. Soon, a large gray swirled over Kang Woojin. Up to this point, it was familiar. However, the world that unfolded before Kang Woojin's eyes was not typical. The usual reading experience was far different. Vroom vroom. The booming noises of cars, high buildings embedded in the downtown, people walking or brushing past on the sidewalk, the blue sky, moving clouds. These were things Kang Woojin knew, but they felt unfamiliar. Because the entire visible world was animated. Chapter 214, Momentum 1. The first thing humans do when they see a work of art is to imagine. What if I existed in this world? If it were me, I would do this or that. Like flying through the sky or waking up in space. Encountering a monster never seen or heard before. It would be similar across all genres. Even while watching a simple romantic comedy drama, people insert themselves as the protagonist and imagine. This process amplifies the emotions of the viewer, drawing them deeper into the story. Then, what if one became the protagonist of an anime? First off, one would imagine how the world would look like. It's a different plane from movies or dramas. Anime is a world that's drawn. Yet, there are characters and protagonists and a story exists. It might be awkward for us, but for the protagonist of the anime, that world is their reality and life. The animated world Kang Woojin is currently reading, experiencing, and watching was real indeed. Of course, it might be a bit special. The sun in the sky, the clouds that briefly create shadows, the birds flying above, the densely packed tall buildings, the various signs attached to those buildings, the cars racing down the streets, the countless people crossing the pedestrian crosswalk. Everything was distinctly different from the usual sights Kang Woojin saw. It was as if a god had accidentally spilled paint. The world felt drenched in color. Yet, no one existing here complained or grumbled. This was normal and ordinary here. All the people who passed by Kang Woojin, who was now standing on the sidewalk, hurried on, oblivious that they were coated in color. Even for Woojin, who initially felt bewildered. His equilibrium gradually stabilized. From the role's emotions to all his senses spread through his veins. Perhaps because the script was only 50% complete, buildings in the distance were blurry, and more than half of the people lacked faces. But Woojin didn't mind. That was his state of mind. At the moment, one thought dominated Kang Woojin's mind. Let's keep it quiet today. A quiet day is the best day. Attracting attention only leads to getting involved in bothersome things. Not too excessive, nor too stupid either. just maintaining the average. That's what Woojin was internally reaffirming, or rather, being compelled to reaffirm. That was when. What's up with him? Doesn't he seem a bit gloomy? Hey, really? Which school is he from? Two high school girls giggled as they passed by Kang Woojin. They too were painted in hues, but their fluttering skirts looked natural. Woojin mumbled indifferently inside. I saw them, but let's pretend I didn't. Their uniforms included jackets, and it was slightly chilly, indicating it was about autumn. The wind blew against Kang Woojin's face. His bangs fluttered. Was his hair long? Just as Woojin nonchalantly moved to step forward. Why are you stupidly standing there? You're in the way. A female voice spoke from behind. It was Japanese. Though the voice came unexpectedly, Woojin was familiar with it. He had heard it often enough, or rather, it was tiresome. Then Kang Woojin slowly turned his head. Midway, the current reflection of Kang Woojin appeared on the glass window of the store next to him. Quite tall, dressed in a top-to-bottom navy uniform with a necktie, a similarly colored bag over his shoulder, black and messy hair enough to cover his eyes, and glasses of ambiguous size. Of course, both the glasses and the messy hair were part of the disguise. To remain unnoticeable, the girl standing behind him then said, "What are you doing here, you idiot?" Her eyes were large. The color of her irises similar to her hair color, brown, and a mole was under her eye. She too appeared like a character splashed with color in a cartoon, but Kang Woojin simply frowned nonchalantly. Not a great start to the morning. I've encountered the last person I want to deal with. Shut up. Don't block the way and move. There's a lot of space here, you can just walk by me. I don't like having to change my direction because of you. One can't always do what they prefer. Humph. The girl glanced at Woojin and passed by, her long brown hair swishing with the sound of rustling. A pleasant shampoo scent lingered. This girl was Kang Woojin's childhood friend from next door. No, now she was more like his nemesis. As she moved further away, her figure and colors faded. It must be a characteristic of anime, but Woojin wasn't bothered. He had to gather himself again and go to school. Kang Woojin walked and walked. His surroundings clearly changed, but in a strangely haphazard way. The lines and colors of buildings didn't match, and people's movements were irregular. Even the puppy that just brushed under Woojin's feet had no color. That's how Kang Woojin arrived at high school. Until he settled into the classroom, he kept reinforcing the concept of tranquility. Thanks to that, his presence in the classroom was nearly zero. He was just male student one whom nobody paid attention to. Of course, this was exactly what Kang Woojin wanted. But the childhood friend he met in the morning was different. Let's go to the snack bar. Snack bar. TL. Do note these are other people talking. Hell, ready? Come with me, come with me. She was like a popular star in school, always surrounded by friends, likely because of her good style. Who cares? To Kang Woojin, she was nothing but a nemesis. He blended into the noisy classroom like water and quietly laid down at his spot, all to keep the peace in his life. However, that peace was broken when the teacher appeared. You all know, right? From next week, the cultural festival will be held for 2 days. The biggest event or festival in high school. A very troublesome event that stirred up the whole school. With his chin propped up, Woojin resolved. This year too, he would just move stuff around. However, suddenly his childhood friend girl stood up and exclaimed, "Guys, how about him for this year's costume?" Her index finger pointed at Kang Woojin, who was nondescript by the window. Soon, the faceless classmates all turned their heads towards Woojin. With a typical frown, Woojin muttered internally, "Should I kill her?" The costume was the highlight of the cultural festival, a stage where each class picks one person to transform into a famous manga character. From here, his peaceful life began to creak. How much time had passed? Ending the reading of A1, with the robotic female voice ringing in Kang Woojin's ears. Suddenly, Woojin's view changed. The location was a parking lot, in front of a large van. Ponytail Choi Sung-gun was explaining something. The fact that the draft script for episode 1 is out means that A10 Studio has already started production. Woojin, who was silently observing him, slowly lowered his gaze. He looked at his own hands, opening and closing them. Then, he looked down at his feet. Lifting his head again, he surveyed Choi Sung-gun, the van behind him, and the surroundings of the parking lot. It felt strangely awkward. Although Kang Woojin's mind cleared up quickly, the animated world he had just visited was shockingly intense. Where had I just gone? Yes, that was the feeling. Like he had lived in another world and returned to his original world after completing all necessary quests. Ultimately, whether it was anime or here, both were real. However, Woojin realized that the sense of being in a role in a movie or drama and his current sensations were a bit different. It's like an extra dimension has been added. I don't know. How should I explain this? One thing was certain. It was a feeling that only Kang Woojin among the entire global population could experience. And it's damn interesting. Kang Woojin was not displeased with his current state. At that moment, Ponytail Choi Sung-gun cocked his head. Hey, Woojin. What are you doing? Are you listening to me? Woojin, instantly putting on a cold demeanor, nodded. Yes, CEO Nim. Anyway, you'd understand if you just skim through that anime. The original work is Male Friend. They're adapting Male Friend and stripping out the story. So that's why the female lead strangely resembled Wallen SSI? Even the brief story of the anime I lived through was like that. The environment was different, but the underlying theme of the script was similar to Male Friend. Woojin asked nonchalantly, are they turning Male Friend into an anime? That's right. Given the progress, it seems discussions with writer Choi and Netflix are already concluded. Well, it's not uncommon. In fact, it's more common the other way around, from comics to anime and then to live action. It was also true that live action works were sometimes turned into animes and comics. How does it look to you, Woojin? It's still the first episode's draft, and it's rough, but has your crazy intuition kicked in? It had indeed activated, but due to its low completeness, it was rated D. Not sure. However, having actually lived through it, Woojin thought the story itself was interesting. The key was the male protagonist who tried to live quietly, whose true identity gets revealed, and from there, his leisurely life becomes complicated, involving the female protagonist, his childhood friend, and gradually other characters. Naturally, the essence was the rom-com between the male and female leads. Whatever it was, Choi Sung-gun asked Woojin as he handed back the script. I fully understand why A10 Studio wants you as a voice actor. Your popularity in Japan, your Japanese language skills, plus they want to capture the novelty, I guess. So what will you do? The production company wants to meet, but if you're not interested, you can comfortably refuse. Kang Woojin responded simply. I think I can see them for the meeting. It was a decision purely derived from fun. The next morning, the 11th, at a large action school in Seoul. Many martial arts staff were bustling about. The floor was covered with gray mats, and each area had different equipment set up. Places with wires hanging from the ceiling or wooden swords erected, etc. In the middle of it all was PD Song Man-woo, clad in lightweight padding jacket, his arms crossed and face serious. Specifically, the action and production teams for Beneficial Evil had gathered. And now, PD Song Man-woo was checking the action routes planned by the martial arts team. Yup. It was intense yet orderly. The martial arts director and his team were confirming the action continuity planned. The content spanned from episodes 1 to 2, and on the mats, various martial arts team members were syncing their movements according to the continuity. The method of selection at the action school was simple. After the entire martial arts team familiarized themselves with the continuity planned by the director, the member with the best form was selected. Experience was naturally a priority. Nevertheless, as PD Song Man-woo observed the martial arts team members, he slowly nodded his head, seemingly quite satisfied. Not bad. It had been a while since PD Song Man-woo had done action. Thus, he was a bit sensitive in his observations, but the action continuity put forth by the martial arts director sufficiently pleased him. The martial arts were realistic, yet flamboyant. Each director has their own desired style of martial arts. Some seek the exhilaration of action, some the desperation, some the flamboyance, and some the clarity. Drama scene PD Song Man-woo preferred large volumes with a realistic flavor. The sense of impact was usually taken care of with sound and camera movements. Then, standing next to PD Song Man-woo, the martial arts director, dressed in the black t-shirt as the martial arts staff, casually asked, "How is it? I'm getting a bit nervous because you're not saying anything." The well-built martial arts director gave an awkward smile. In contrast, As PD Song Man-woo put down the action continuity he was reviewing, he stroked his goatee and seriously responded. I already said the continuity is good, didn't I? No need to be so tense unnecessarily. You're among the best of the best. Haha, you know everything and still say that. Martial arts scene in continuity and in person aren't the same, right? Are these guys confirmed? Yeah, they hit the best. Let's go a bit harder. Okay. The martial arts director called over the team members showing the action and instructed them on something. Soon, the action scene restarted from the beginning, this time more violently than before. Huh, Kuyuk. Meanwhile, PD Song Man-woo was mulling over the direction in his head, imagining inserting Kang Woojin among the martial arts team. Soon, a faint smile spread across PD Song Man-woo's face as he instructed the assistant director standing next to him. All right, pass the martial arts continuity to Woojin SSI right now. And check if the martial arts test can be done tomorrow or the day after if it's okay. Yes, got it. The assistant director ran off quickly. Following that, the returning martial arts director asked PD Song Man-woo, tomorrow or the day after. Isn't that too soon? Aside from Woojin SSI's martial arts skills, he needs time to familiarize himself with the movements. Woojin SSI is leaving for Japan soon. We need to check before he departs. Oh, his schedule is really tight. Probably can't even do a lengthy test. Well, just having a look at his basic martial arts stance should be enough. That's true. But finally, we'll get to see Woojin SSI's martial arts form in person. The martial arts director muttered, rubbing his hands together. With that dashcam video and all. Really curious what he's got. A few minutes later, the martial arts director instructed the selected martial arts team members to take a break. Immediately, the team members collapsed on the mats, panting heavily. They were all muscular and robust, but given their rigorous action performance, it was natural for them to be gasping for breath. One of the men with short hair spoke up. Phew, I thought I was going to die there. But, is Kang Woojin really coming to take the test in person? A few of the martial arts team members catching their breath responded. A test? More like just showing form. As usual, we're the ones who die out here. But I hear Kang Woojin is super hot right now. Looks like he's actually coming to show up. Normally, they skip the test and start with practice. Yeah, did you see Kang Woojin at the Blue Dragon Film Awards making that declaration? Saw it. Thought he was a crazy bastard. No matter how confident he is in his acting, it was too straightforward for me. I didn't like it much. Is that his real personality? Or did his agency make him do it? What kind of agency would make him do such a crazy thing? It's just Kang Woojin being weird. Phew, he's really got guts. Not guts, he's just a weirdo. Or maybe he was just acting tough and blurted it out. The martial arts team members continued to quietly talk about Kang Woojin. It was a scene you could easily find anywhere in the entertainment industry. How will Kang Woojin's martial arts turn out? From what I saw in the dashcam video, he seems above average. The martial arts director said something about him being trained in actual combat arts. That's nonsense. Probably just learned some self-defense and got lucky. But if it were Wallin, I'd stake my life too. Really? Well, he's young and I've not heard about him ever practicing. It's also his first time properly getting into an action project. He'll probably be nervous and mess up the movements a lot. At this moment, the most experienced and huge man among the martial arts team members, Park Cheol-gyu, joined in. What if we increase the intensity of the martial arts choreography a bit on the test day, without making it obvious? Huh? What do you mean by intensity? Well, when a rookie actor does an action scene for the first time, isn't it customary that we go a bit hard on them to make it memorable? And Park Cheol-gyu, who was almost a giant, grinned slightly. Aren't you curious if Kang Woojin really has the guts of steel? 2:15. Momentum, 2. It was around lunchtime when the martial arts storyboard for Beneficial Evil arrived at the photo shoot where Kang Woojin was present. Woojin, dressed in a long coat, sat down with an indifferent face and checked the storyboard. Flip, flip. The actions within the storyboard were movements his body already remembered, having ingrained the first episode of Beneficial Evil. Still, there were new movements and directions added. Ooh, this seems like it will be pretty cool. However, there were no black squares appearing in this action storyboard. Therefore, Woojin had to discern the movements with his eyes and senses. Yet, Kang Woojin did not feel perplexed. Rather, It was fascinating. He was only looking at the cut images in the action storyboard, but everything was vividly visualized in his mind, and the movements were seeping into his entire body. He could perform them immediately if asked, without any problem. It was not just his imagination. This must be one of the abilities of the void space. Just as the world of the character becomes clearer and the role becomes easier to handle the more it is repeated, the acquired martial arts also feel similar. Since when did this start? When he acquired martial arts through beneficial evil? No. It was probably due to the martial arts power implanted in his body during Last Kill 3. Whatever it was, how to utilize the gift of the void space was Kang Woojin's domain. Swish. He closed his eyes. December 12th, late morning. In a slightly secluded area of Seoul, a large black van carrying Kang Woojin parked in an action school's external parking lot. Soon, the rear door of the van automatically opened, and Woojin, wearing a long padded coat, stepped out. He already had makeup and hairstyling done, perhaps due to his schedule in the morning. He looked expressionlessly at the action school building. He seemed calm, but internally he was exclaiming in admiration. Wow, so this is the action school. I've only heard about it, but it's really big, huh? About the size of a school gymnasium? Beneath Woojin's long padded coat was a suitable workout outfit. His shoes were running shoes. An action test for beneficial evil was scheduled to start soon. Therefore, a few vans with banners of beneficial evil were already visible in the external parking lot. At this point, Choi Sung-gun got out of the passenger seat and joined Woojin. PD Song and the staff must have arrived earlier. They would need to set up the test cameras. Woojin nodded silently, and Choi Sung-gun spoke to the stylists and other staff. You guys stay in the car. It doesn't look good to go in all at once. Really? That's too bad. Understood. Ultimately, only Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun moved forward. While it wouldn't have mattered if everyone went, beneficial evil was still a project not yet revealed to the public, so it was proper for only the two of them to enter. Anyway, Kang Woojin entered the interior of the action school. Immediately, Woojin exclaimed. Internally, wow, damn, it's freaking huge. Are those wires hanging from the ceiling for stunts? Inside the action school, several cameras were already installed. There were many people around, including dozens of martial arts team members who looked physically robust and the staff of the Beneficial Evil production team, among others. PD Song Man-woo and the martial arts director approached Woojin right away. Woojin SSI, you're early? Hello, PD Nim. My previous schedule ended quicker than expected. Soon after greeting Woojin, PD Song Man-woo introduced the martial arts director. This was effectively the first key staff member of Beneficial Evil that Kang Woojin was meeting. The martial arts director smiled and shook Woojin's hand. Nice to meet you, Woojin SSI. Finally, we meet like this. I'm the martial arts director for Beneficial Evil. Woojin was startled by the martial arts director's strong grip, but managed to keep a composed face. Hello, Director Nim. During the exchange of greetings, Woojin was receiving numerous gazes. This was also the first time the production staff of Beneficial Evil had seen Kang Woojin in person. Wow, Woojin SSI looks insane in person. Yeah, he's definitely an actor. He's the only one with a different aura. His physique is better than I thought. Would it be too much to ask for an autograph? I've been a fan since Hanryang. That's too much. Do you want to get scolded by PD Song? But it's not for nothing that they kept saying Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin. He's totally got a strong presence, right? I only saw the Blue Dragon Film Awards, so he seemed aggressive. Turns out he's quite composed and handsome. Just say he's handsome. Why are you adding unnecessary remarks? Dozens of members of the martial arts team were also glancing or whispering among themselves, half in curiosity and half sensing a strange atmosphere. Anyway, while Kang Woojin was moving, PD Song Man-woo asked him, So, shall we start right away? How much time do you have, Woojin SSI? The answer came from Choi Sung-gun accompanied by a polite smile. I'm sorry, but I think we only have about an hour, PD Nim. Ha ha ha, no need to apologize. We're just getting started anyway. You've got a lot of projects in preparation too, right? 1 hour, okay. If we hurry, that's enough. PD Song Man-woo, who laughed refreshingly, fixed his gaze on Kang Woojin, who was silently surveying the entire action school. It's his first martial arts reading for his first action film, but he's as calm as ever. I knew he'd be composed, but I thought there'd be some questions at least. Kang Woojin seemed colder than usual, even giving off a chill. He was calmer than usual. That force, that boldness, is exactly what most newcomers need. Maintaining his own pace, without being distracted by any unfamiliar environment. But that was wrong. Right now, Woojin was gleefully distracted. Wow, there are different sizes of nunchucks? Holy swords. Are those real? They must be plastic, right? PD Song Man Woo, who had no way of knowing this, called Woojin. Woojin SSI, take off your coat and get ready. Start warming up lightly. The distracted Woojin solemnly nodded. Yes, PD Nim. After taking of his long padding coat, Woojin was dressed in workout attire. In front of him, a selected dozen or so members of the martial arts team lined up. The first to speak was the well-built martial arts director. He explained to Kang Woojin. First, we'll show you according to the storyboard. Woojin SSI, take a look and get a feel for it first. We'll proceed from there. I'll be in your care. Even as he responded, Woojin's attention was fixed on one of the martial arts team members, a man with an imposing stature. It was Park Cheol-gyu. Wow, he's huge. Bigger than Kim Dae-young. The man was larger than Kim Dae-young, both vertically and horizontally, naturally much more muscular since he worked out. Woojin suddenly recalled a large black man in LA. It was Joseph Felton, who was among the giants. He thought the sizes might be similar, but he didn't show it outwardly. He just cynically pretended to look at the martial arts team. Meanwhile, the martial arts team, preparing for the action scene, murmured quietly while glancing at Kang Woojin. He's really setting the mood? Indeed. What's with that look? Is he just putting on airs? Even the bulky Park Cheol-gyu was included. Just watch. In a few minutes he'll be panting. Let's see how strong his stamina really is. But is it really okay? What? No, we're just giving him a bit of pressure, just pressure. The martial arts preparation took about 10 minutes. The dozen or so members of the martial arts team gathered, and the muscular martial arts director stood in front of them. PD Song Man-woo, standing next to Kang Woojin, checked the camera angles before giving the signal. High action. Soon, the dozen martial arts team members charged at the martial arts director at a moderate speed. At this moment, the martial arts director was demonstrating Woojin's movements, being Jang Yun-woo in Beneficial Evil. This action scene depicts the early part of Jang Yun-woo, overwhelming a bear-sized man with tattoos, followed by the tattooed man's colleagues rushing at Jang Yun-woo. Hub. Thwack. The martial arts director easily dodged an incoming punch and kicked the knee of the second opponent. At the same time, he grabbed a punch coming from the right and struck the face. The martial arts director executed the moves meticulously, more in an explanatory manner than with dazzle, but it was certainly not without skill. Swift and clear. Watching this, Woojin, who had once stood equal to Hollywood stunt coordinator Gary Peck, felt it. Is it a bit slow? He realized that it needed to be slower than he thought. Not that it was inferior compared to Hollywood. Overall, it was better than Last Kill 3. Having experienced both, Kang Woojin felt and assessed this. Well, since it's a demonstration and for show, it makes sense it's slow. I'd have to do it like that now too. After a few dozen minutes. Cut. PD Song Man-woo interrupted the martial arts session that had been going on for several minutes and looked at Woojin. How is it? Can you do it right away? If it's unclear, you can watch it one more time. In front of everyone, Woojin confidently answered, true to his usual self and honest feelings. No, I can do it. Familiar with such responses from Woojin, PD Song Man-woo smiled. Haha, of course, right? However, there were many in the place unfamiliar with Kang Woojin. The martial arts director and some of the production staff were a bit surprised, and a few members of the martial arts team furrowed their brows. The giant, Park Cheol-gyu, was no exception. Regardless, PD Song Man-woo flipped through the martial arts storyboard and continued. Okay, then let's warm up before the group shot. Let's start with the 1:1 cuts first. Yes, PD Nim. Woojin, who had answered, was already invoking Beneficial Evil's Jang Yun-woo and his martial arts. Numerous sensations surged through his veins in an instant. Swish. Kang Woojin casually stepped on the gray mat laid on the floor. It is a bit soft? He was checking the condition of the mat, similar to how a soccer player assesses the state of the grass. Then, Kang Woojin stood in front of a dozen members of the martial arts team. His opponent this time was the noticeably giant man, Park Cheol-gyu. He approached Woojin with a small smile. "I'm a fan." Up close, his size was even more formidable. The firmness of his forearms was visible to the eye, indicating a well-conditioned body. Damn, his physique is really something. Woojin admired him purely inwardly and lowered his voice more than usual, partly not wanting to seem inferior. "Thank you." After the brief greeting, the martial arts director came over to check their movements again. It was similar to a rehearsal. The choreography wasn't long. Park Cheol-gyu would charge at him, and Woojin would dive into his embrace and then trip him. Park Cheol-gyu would kneel and fall forward. Then Woojin would strike his neck and deliver a punch to the face. There was more choreography to follow, but for now, they were just doing a short cut. Soon, Kang Woojin and Park Cheol-gyu faced each other. Woojin wasn't small, but the size difference was significant. However, PD Song Man-woo looked at the camera frame and smirked. "Nice, the balance is good." Looking at the giant in front of him, Woojin scanned for hid weak points besides the obvious targets like the throat or groin. This was similar to a habit formed when the martial arts switch was turned on. Then, Kang Woojin briefly composed himself. It's like playing a strategic game of go stop and acting. Relax and make it look realistic. At that moment, let's start lightly at first. High Q. PD Song Man-woo gave the signal. Immediately, the giant Park Cheol-gyu in front of Woojin charged at him with raised arms, as per the storyboard. Whether he was similar to a bull or a bear, the force was enough to kill if one were to be crushed by it. Yet, Woojin was composed. Who dash? He softly exhaled, dodging Park Cheol-gyu's noose-like arms, and instead dove into his embrace. Hook. Then, coming out to Park Cheol-gyu's side, he pulls his top. Next was the neck. He used the momentum to trip him. However, perhaps because it was done lightly, a dull thud was heard. For a moment, Kang Woojin felt as if he had hit a massive tree. Now Park Cheol-gyu had to kneel down. However, Park Cheol-gyu, having exhaled a short breath, stood still in his place. He had not acted as scripted, a mistake. However, for some reason, a few members of the martial arts team subtly chuckled, and Park Cheol-gyu earnestly bowed his head to the martial arts director. "I'm sorry, Director Nim. I was nervous because Woojin SSI was in front of me." The martial arts director, with a chilling look in his eyes, answered in a low voice. "Get it together." "Yes, Director Nim." Park Cheol-gyu then roughly bowed his head toward Woojin. "I'm sorry, Woojin SSI. I guess I was too tense to perform well." Even an apology. Kang Woojin indifferently shook his head. "It's okay. Mistakes happen to everyone, right?" Kang Woojin calmly took his position again, as did the giant Park Cheol-gyu. Soon after, PD Song Man-woo called out again. "High action." Park Cheol-gyu charged again with vigor, seemingly putting even more effort than before, but to Kang Woojin, it was no big deal. He simply dodged those giant arms and dived into his embrace. Hook. Again, the timing was perfect. Next, the side. Kang Woojin, following the planned choreography, attempted to pull at Park Cheol-gyu's top again as he moved to his side. But then, whoosh, Park Cheol-gyu bent his waist more than planned. There might have been intent behind it, but this sudden movement changed the target of Woojin's reaching hand. It was too quick to retract his hand, and force was already applied. As a result, thwack. Kang Woojin ended up smoothly pulling down Park Cheol-gyu's training pants just above the calf. Fortunately, Park Cheol-gyu was wearing another pair of pants underneath. It was the tight pants commonly called sweatpants. But the pants being pulled down was an accident and looked quite ridiculous. Woojin was clearly flustered. "Oh shit. I'm sorry." He quickly moved his hand to pull up Park Cheol-gyu's pants while maintaining his habitual poker face. However, Park Cheol-gyu might have misinterpreted this gesture as an attack. What's this? Did he notice? Furrowing his brow. Hook. He tried to grab Woojin's arms. It was aggressive. However, by then, martial arts had spread throughout Kang Woojin's body. Instinct kicked in. Reflexively, he grabbed Park Cheol-gyu's right wrist and used the applied force to trip his legs. A thump sound echoed. The pants-stripped giant Park Cheol-gyu knelt down, forming the so-called OTL posture. It was almost comical. Park Cheol-gyu's current position was the intended finale of the martial arts choreography. Except for the pants incident, everything was perfect. OTL posture is as shown in the image above. A peculiar silence spread throughout the action school for a moment. A few members of the martial arts team in the back had noticeably darkened expressions. While the exposure of sweatpants is common in the action school, for some reason, everyone seemed unsure of how to react. Seeing Park Cheol-gyu in the OTL posture, Kang Woojin had a stern face. His brain had stopped functioning. I'm screwed. The martial arts director, watching Woojin, had a firm expression. It was fair to say he was somewhat shocked. It wasn't a coincidence or a mistake. It was precise and natural. Cheol-gyu's movement was oddly misaligned, but in that urgent moment, Woojin SSI changed his movement. The martial arts director solemnly murmured to himself. But the outcome is the same. Could it be that he changed the choreography, realistically and reasonably, to fit the real villain, the male lead Jang Yun-woo character of Beneficial Evil? PD Song Man-woo's eyes sparkled. The mischievous aspect naturally blends in. Doesn't that make for a killer scene? 3. The giant Park Cheol-gyu was in an OTL pose, and Kang Woojin, looking down at him with a cold face. The dozens of spectators remained silent with their mouths shut. The action school fell into a brief moment of silence. However, there was no wavering on Kang Woojin's cynical face. He was just calm and cool. There was no sign of panic. At this moment, the martial arts director of Beneficial Evil, with a stiff face, was certain as he looked at Kang Woojin. Indeed, it's not a mistake. It's a situation he created on purpose. Wrong. It was a clear mistake. As evidence, Woojin, whose mind had momentarily stiffened, was blaming himself, looking at the revealed silhouette of Park Cheol-gyu's buttocks. It's driving me crazy. What is this? Should I pull up his pants first? On the contrary, the martial arts director was confidently walking into a misunderstanding disguised as certainty, since he had no idea what was on Woojin's mind. Overall, it was a natural flow. Although it was a very absurd scene, but Kang Woojin's martial arts had been too precise and smooth and flowed like water to get to this point, despite Park Cheol-gyu's misaligned movement. However, the finish of the pose was exactly like the storyboard, except for Park Cheol-gyu's pulled-down pants. Consequently, the beginning and end of the previous action scene were the same as the storyboard. Only the process was altered by Kang Woojin. Then, there was only one answer. Did Woojin SSI created this? He took advantage of the misaligned movements in reverse, even pulling down the opponent's pants to block their movement. It turned out to be a direction more fitting for Jang Yun-woo from Beneficial Evil than the original martial arts storyboard. The scene became professional, yet slightly lighter, reducing the tension, and even created an effect where the real villain, the protagonist of Beneficial Evil, appeared several times more distinct. The problem was, how on earth did he do that in such a short moment? It was Kang Woojin's ability to digest and perform martial arts. No, it should be called martial arts planning. Although it was a brief moment, the technique itself was flawless. But was his view on martial arts also broad? Otherwise, such creative movement couldn't have been conceived in that instant. Pulling down the pants to block movements. The martial arts director was purely amazed as he watched Woojin. What the hell is he really? Really? A genius among geniuses, or something? To correct, it was amazement born of misunderstanding. How could an actor refine martial arts more astonishingly than a trained staff? Then the martial arts director flinched. It was surprising, but he wondered why Kang Woojin, who had demonstrated martial arts for the first time today, had acted like that. At this point, the martial arts director suddenly recalled Park Cheol-gyu's mistakes. The first was not falling according to the set movement, and the second was a small but definite misalignment. If it wasn't for Kang Woojin just now, it would have been hard to notice. Could it be? No way, that crazy bastard Park Cheol-gyu. In a moment, the martial arts director seemed to realize something as he looked towards the martial arts team in the back, and seeing several ugly faces, he became more certain of his feeling. What kind of place is this to play such tricks? He quickly ran to where the martial arts team members were gathered. Meanwhile, drama industry magnate PD Song Man-woo maintained the interest and sparkle in his eyes. He was only reviewing the martial arts movements shown by Kang Woojin. He killed it, absolutely killed it. He's just Jang Yun-woo himself. Did Woojin SSI Choreograph it himself? I don't know the whole situation, but anyway, he killed it. Hee. The Kang totem really surprises people every time. He, too, was swimming in misunderstandings, regardless of being a big shot or not. No, PD Song Man-woo was the original host of Misunderstandings. Then, the giant Park Cheol-gyu in an OEL pose twitched. He was just spacing out, regardless of his current ridiculous posture. His mind was in a daze. Why am I like this? How did this happen? In fact, Park Cheol-gyu had intended to stop after the first time. It had worked well enough. That was the line he shouldn't have crossed. However, a bit of curiosity led to a disaster. He had slightly twisted his waist to see how Kang Woojin would react, but before he knew it, his pants had been stripped off, and he had fallen into an OEL position. The waist twisting was a very minor movement. Of course, it was intentional. He noticed it in that short moment. From then on, Park Cheol-gyu engaged in the martial arts sincerely. But what was the result? His huge body had collapsed helplessly. Moreover, the final pose was exactly like the storyboard. In other words, Kang Woojin had used Park Cheol-gyu. This was Park Cheol-gyu's conclusion. And oh, I thought it was his first time doing action? Park Cheol-gyu had nearly a decade of experience. He was somewhat well-known and had a solid foundation as the first choice of the martial arts director. Well, currently, he seemed to be the epitome of the downfall of an arrogant person. At that moment, swish, Woojin slowly extended his hand to the fallen Park Cheol-gyu. A low voice followed. It wasn't on purpose. Initially, he maintained his facade, but internally, he desperately wanted to pull up Park Cheol-gyu's pants. I'm really sorry. The pants. First, I should pull them up first. Fortunately, Park Cheol-gyu quietly got up and hurriedly started to put on his pants. Soon, it was the moment Kang Woojin was about to apologize. Hey, Park Cheol-gyu, the martial arts director, mingled with the martial arts team in the back, called out to the giant Park Cheol-gyu. Come here. He was quite agitated. No, he was furious. Kang Woojin was puzzled, but the situation quickly escalated behind him. The called Park Cheol-gyu was being questioned by the enraged martial arts director, and PD Song Man-woo, whose interest had been piqued, joined the discussion. Left alone, Woojin had no idea what was going on. What's happening? What's this? So he decided to just stay still. However, the situation did not calm down. Soon, Choi Sung-gun the group. Strangely, PD Song Man-woo, the martial arts director, Park Cheol-gyu, and the rest of the martial arts team, bowed their heads deeply to Choi Sung-gun, who narrowed his eyebrows. Kang Woojin fell into slight confusion. Wait, shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Then the dozens of staff gathered at the action school started to stir, and Woojin internally tilted his head in confusion. Soon, PD Song Man-woo, the martial arts director, and Choi Sung-gun approached him. The first to speak was the PD Song Man-woo, who apologized respectfully. I'm sorry, Woojin SSI. Next was the martial arts director. I apologize. It was my fault for not managing properly. Why are they acting like this all of a sudden? Woojin couldn't understand the reason. I was the one who stripped the pants, so why am I receiving an apology? Things were strangely unfolding. At times like this, silence is indeed the answer. At this point, Choi Sung-gun let out a sigh and whispered to Woojin. Shouldn't you have taught him a harder lesson? Woojin was about to ask who, when Choi Sung-gun explained everything from start to finish. Roughly about 5 minutes. A prank? They pranked me? Which part exactly? Turns out Park Cheol-gyu had pretended to make mistakes intentionally. Then, the martial arts director bowed to Woojin again. I apologize, Woojin SSI. I'll replace Park Cheol-gyu and the others, including the entire team if you want. I can even bring in a team from outside. It's largely my responsibility. PD Song Man-woo let out a long sigh and continued seriously. If it weren't for you, Woojin SSI, no one would have noticed the second cut. Choi Sung-gun chimed in. Woojin, you knew, didn't you? Since when? From the beginning. The scent of ripe misunderstanding wafted in the air. This familiar fragrance. Woojin lowered his voice. Yes, roughly. Soon, after apologizing several times, the martial arts director dashed back to the martial arts team members and the remaining PD Song Man-woo, recalling Park Cheol-gyu's OEL pose, whispered to the composed Woojin. How did you think of that in such a brief moment? I would have just gotten angry. I thought that's what Jang Yun-woo would have done. A faint smile spread across the bearded PD Song Man-woo's lips. How about we incorporate that pants-stripping martial arts movement into beneficial evil? At this moment, in Japan, the Japanese media were in full swing with talking about a particular movie. Official, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger begins. It was the movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Just when it seemed to quiet down, it became noisy again. The reason was simple. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, crank-in confirmed for the 21st. Just a few days ago, the team of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had announced their official position regarding the crank-in. But that wasn't all. They had released information about the first filming location and other details. Finally, the first filming location of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is Funaya Village. As it was originally a hot movie topic, articles about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger quickly dominated the headlines. And along with it, Kang Woojin's name surged as well. Already hot as the advertising model for Japan's major corporation Kashiwa Group, his name came up even more due to the renewed buzz around The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Kashiwa Group's advertising model Kang Woojin. What will his performance in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger be like? Kang Woojin becomes a hot topic again with The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Hanryang, and Male Friend still in Netflix's rankings. The public opinion in Japan was divided into two extremes, including praise from Kang Woojin's Japanese fan club. Finally, the long-awaited The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is cranking up. I'm rooting Kang Woojin Nim. Don't feel intimidated just because you're the only Korean actor. I'm curious. Really curious what role Kang Woojin will play in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. I want to see. I never thought I'd fall for a Korean actor. I love you, Kang Woojin. Wow. Funaya Village is close to my house. If I go see, will I be able to spot Kang Woojin? I'll be the first to watch when The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is released. And hate comments from the hardcore fans of the original story of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. So they're really filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, with Kang Woojin included. I don't like it. Why does Kang Woojin's popularity still rising? Is it just me who finds it weird? Don't get why director Kyotaro would include Kang Woojin and Kashiwa Group for using him as an advertising model. I really like The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, but I'm depressed because it's clear the movie is ruined. Kang Woojin this, Kang Woojin that, it's really getting on my nerves. Whichever side it was explosive. Not only the article comments, but also communities and SNS were taken over by talks about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Well, broadly speaking, it was positive. I'm not a fan of Kang Woojin, but regardless, the issue power of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is impressive. I'd probably watch it when it releases no matter who is in the movie. It was the first time a movie had been this hot in Japan. At that moment, in Los Angeles, USA. While it was morning in Korea and Japan, it was afternoon in LA. It was a little before 6 p.m., and two large vans driving down the road caught attention because they were being followed by a line of cars filled with paparazzi. Virum. In the back seat of the first van was Miley Kara, with her long blonde hair trailing down, her long legs crossed, looking at a TV installed in the van. A talk show was currently airing on the TV. It was The Jamie Show, referred to as one of the top 3 talk shows in the U.S., and recently rated almost #1 in viewership. The Jamie Show was currently broadcasting live, and the guest was. It was Miley Kara herself, watching the TV with a cold expression. Unlike in reality, Kara on the TV was smiling a lot. Soon, the chubby host Jamie asked her in English on the TV. Kang Woojin? Haha, but an alien, you say? You said he's an impressive actor? That's a unique assessment, isn't it? TV Kara shifted her crossed legs and shrugged. I mean, he was amazing like an alien. Uh-huh. You mean in that sense? How impressive he must have been to be called an alien. But Kang Woojin. Even I, who like K-dramas, have never heard of him. Of course, he's still not well known in Hollywood. What about him was so alien-like? He acts like method acting, but he also does vocals, cooking, and even martial arts at a high level. I saw it myself. He was really amazing. Oh, I'm getting more curious now. Hold on, I need to look him up. Start with YouTube. His subscribers are already close to 10 million. What, really? Soon, the Jamie Show briefly showcased Kang Woojin's YouTube presence and his phenomenon winning of 8 awards at Korean year-end ceremonies. Then the TV switched back to the set where Kara said, "Jamie, the truly amazing thing is that all his abilities outside of acting are just hobbies. Can you believe that?" At that moment, Kara, the bald manager sitting next to her, arms crossed and watching TV, called her. The reaction to this movie is good. It's #1 in audience count in Korea right after release, not to mention Europe. You worked hard on the promotion. Kara swept back her long blonde hair. It needs to stay that way. Don't worry, the response from critics and rating sites is good. Yeah. But Kara, why did you bring up Kang Woojin out of nowhere on the Jamie Show? You even made sure he got a segment. Only then did Kara, making eye contact with her manager, answer nonchalantly. It's the Jamie Show, so he'll be mentioned in Hollywood. And wouldn't it be covered big in Korea too? Of course, especially since Kang Woojin is so popular in Korea. I took action before making a proposal. And I needed to do this much so there won't be any issues when we collaborate later. What are you thinking? I told you when I came from Korea. I definitely want to work with Kang Woojin. Once again focusing her blue eyes on the TV, Kara continued. Soon, send him an offer for a feature and to appear in my music video. A global superstar with millions of subscribers and followers on social media. Her rather astonishing proposal was put forth quite simply by Kara, and she was quite firm about it. Of course, it's about my new album that will be released after this movie schedule is over. The next day, Korea, in a large meeting room of a film company. The faces of the people gathered around a U-shaped table were not ordinary. They all looked quite old, but seemed to be capable. Perhaps it was due to the warm heater, but the atmosphere in the conference room was quite heavy. Among them, a familiar old man seated at the head near the entrance was noticeable. Okay, next. It was director On Bak. His face full of wrinkles and short white hair. Yet, he emitted the most relaxed aura among them. At his signal, which radiated the aura of a veteran, everyone in the conference room flipped through their tablets and papers. Various information appeared. Sets, location scouting, casting, production recruitment, various props, filming equipment, the storyboard of the screenplay, shooting schedule, etc. It was the production meeting for Leech, after all. Of course, this wasn't the first production meeting. It was already the second. Thanks to this, many major decisions had already been made. At that moment, director On Bak, who had been stroking his wrinkled chin, looked down at his tablet and then spoke to the casting director and production staff seated next to him. Has the casting board been updated? Yes, Director Nim. Soon, the casting director tapped the tablet screen several times, and others followed suit. Shortly, the top of everyone's tablet screen displayed the faces of 2 familiar actors. Actor Sim Han-ho, actor Kang Woojin. These were the actors confirmed as the 2 leads for Leech. Below them, a long list of actors was categorized as lead, main/supporting, supporting/minor roles, etc. At this point, one of the first-line production staff members unknowingly whispered, "Wow, this lineup is... I can't believe these are just candidates." Since all the displayed actors were top-tier or above A-list. Simply put, actors who usually play leading roles were hanging like grapes in the list of candidates. The key staff felt a peculiar sensation seeing this. All these amazing actors are just candidates, and Kang Woojin is confirmed as the lead. Never thought I'd see such a scenario. Apart from their acting performance, a first-year actor taking a leading role in a director On Bak's project. It's rather unique and special. Amidst this, director On Bak slowly nodded his head and broke the ice. Did you receive confirmation that all of them will take the audition? The casting director immediately responded. Yes, Director Nim. But, are you really planning to audition everyone? No, of course not. Only a few key roles. The reason we sent out notices for auditions to the agencies was to see if these actors could swallow their pride. As expected. What did Sim Han-ho say about the audition? He said he could attend as a judge if you request, Director Nim. Director On Bak, exuding a veteran-like sigh, stroked his chin for a moment and asked again. What do you think about having actors Sim Han-ho and Woojin together in that scene? Chapter 217, Momentum 4. Director On Bak's tone was calm, but the eyes of the Leech key staff widened in shock. Are Are you considering Kang Woojin SSI as a judge? All the staff visibly stirred. They looked at each other and stared at director On Bak, who was sitting at the head of the U-shaped desk. Kang Woojin SSI as a judge? Sim Hanho Sunbae would be fine, but Woojin SSI might be a bit. Are you serious, Director Nim? It's already quite groundbreaking that Woojin SSI is the main lead in Leech. But no, I know Kang Woojin SSI's acting is phenomenal. But to have him participate in the audition judging is a bit of a stretch. Most were either puzzled and bewildered. Well, their reactions were understandable. Kang Woojin had turned the domestic entertainment industry upside down in an extraordinary manner, yet his career was only in its first year. It was outrageous to involve Woojin in the actor auditions for Leech. On the other hand, director On Bak, arms crossed, only wore a wrinkled smile. Is it that strange? At the director's question, the key staff blinked their eyes, and the response came from the film company CEO sitting next to him. It's not that it's strange, but the meaning could change. It's not just an auditions about extras or small roles, but a casting audition for main and supporting roles, isn't it? I know. The actors participating are not rookies. Most are top tier or veterans of A grade and above. For those actors to be judged by Kang Woojin SSI. So you mean there wouldn't be much uproar if it were an actor like Sim Han-ho? The participating actors would accept it too. After all, he's a highly recognized actor. That's what I think. That makes sense. A judge needs to have an acknowledged authority. But that's when we talk about major cases. Setting that aside, what are my standards for a judge in my Leech? That is, I see the film's coherence and the synergy with the two confirmed actors as important. So is there a problem if Woo Jin-gun sits as a judge? After all, he was cast as the lead earlier than actor Sim Han-ho, wasn't he? The film company CEO shut his mouth. The key staff did the same. Still, more than half had faces that found it hard to understand. Director On Bak, scratching his short white hair, let out a veteran's deep sigh. I guess I was the only one risking my neck. You all still can't shed your superficiality. You all saw that I went all the way to Da Nang in Vietnam just to cast Woo Jin-gun. Why do you think I did that? It's about basics. I wanted to show the industry, or rather, you all, the mindset, by shedding the name value that clings to me and the solidified perspectives. How else do you survive in this constantly changing market? For the 100th time, the 100th. If we don't forcefully break stereotypes, the same old films will be made, won't they? A heavy silence enveloped everyone. Regardless, director On Bak spoke again. Who doesn't know those brilliant top actors have a wealth of experience? But why do you think I'm even holding auditions? It's not because I doubt their acting skills. It's because for this Leech, their desperate, do-or-die commitment is needed. In short, he was talking about the mindset of the participating actors. I've already lit the fuse in their hearts. But it's burning fast. I'm talking about the shooting schedule that's several times tighter than usual, and we're soon about to start it. So we need to be quicker than that. If no one is willing to put their life on the line, they can't properly commit. Where's the time to care if someone acts arrogant or their mental state wavers in the meantime? Amidst the silence of the key staff, the film company CEO bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry, Director Nim. I was short-sighted. You, me, everyone, we've been too short-sighted to even have time to correct ourselves. Honestly, I see an actor who can throw away their pride without hesitation as 100 times better than one who's just a bit better at acting. It has to be an actor who will desperately hang on. It means wanting a person who possesses the pure desire of an actor, regardless of their market value or image. In short, we don't need an actor who would balk at the mere presence of Woo Jin-gun in the judge's seat. Woojin's akin to a sieve. If they start off with pride or engage in meaningless competition over their resumes, sooner or later an accident will occur on set. Director On Bak, who is already on his 100th film, has seen such situations too many times. It's not difficult to manage, but even that time is precious. At least, that's what director On Bak thought. Moreover, I didn't say I would make Woo Jin-gun a judge. Of course, if he doesn't want to, I wouldn't even consider it. But thankfully, if he agrees to do it, director On Bak recited to everyone. Even if he just sits there without saying a word, his aura will be enough. Meanwhile, in Cheongdam-dong, late morning, in front of a very large hotel, There was a red carpet laid out, surrounded by dozens of reporters. At the end of the carpet, there was also a photo zone with luxury brand logos. A famous luxury brand party was currently taking place at this hotel. It was an event that usually took place every New Year. Celebrities and influencers, bombarded by camera flashes, attended in significant numbers. Those who arrived walked slowly down the red carpet and posed in the photo zone, and after some time, they underwent brief interviews by the dozens of reporters. Jeans USSI, your outfit today is quite bold. Is that so? There were many guards and party staff members scattered around due to the chaos. Still, fortunately, the interviews with each celebrity or influencer were not too lengthy. At that moment, Kang Woojin is here. Woojin SSI. Reporters stationed at the end of the group energetically called out to the actor who had just arrived. Dressed in a luxury suit, with his hair neatly slicked back, Kang Woojin was making his entrance. He was attending because this luxury brand had sponsored a tuxedo for Woojin at the end of the year. His arrival accelerated the sound of the camera shutters several-fold. Woojin SSI. Please look this way. Unlike the excited reporters, Kang Woojin maintained a poker face. He slowly walked toward the photo zone. Kang Woojin then briefly raised his hand to the dozens of reporters from the logo-covered photo zone. There were no particular comments. However, internally, Woojin was slightly suffering. Ah shit, the flashes are killing my eyes. After a brief and intense photo time, a barrage of questions from the reporters followed. Soon, you'll be departing to Japan. How do you feel? Then, amidst the dozens of reporters, a few began to murmur, and a reporter wearing a hat. In the middle suddenly blurted out an unexpected question. Are you still in touch with Miley Kara? Are you close with Kara? Personally too? While maintaining his indifferent demeanor, Kang Woojin inwardly tilted his head in confusion. What? Why suddenly bring up Miley Kara? Unaware of his thoughts, the reporters gradually increased the frequency of their questions about Kara. Was it planned for Miley Kara to mention Woojin SSI on The Jamie Show? Woojin SSI, you were briefly mentioned on The Jamie Show. Have you seen it? How do you feel about Kara calling you an alien? Could you comment on how some foreign media have covering you? It was known in Korea that Kara's episode on The Jamie Show had been aired. Afterward, on the internet, many articles about the American talk show Jamie Show appeared because global superstar Miley Kara had mentioned Kang Woojin. Issue pic, Miley Kara mentions Kang Woojin on Jamie Show. How close are they? Miley Kara on the popular American talk show Jamie Show says Kang Woojin is an alien. Global superstar Miley Kara, after appearing only on Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, praises Kang Woojin on an American talk show. Several foreign media outlets had already published this news, and an edited version of The Jamie Show featuring Kang Woojin was being uploaded on YouTube. Star Talk, looking at Kang Woojin's appearance on The Jamie Show, and his journey this year to win 8 awards. From the outset, when Miley Kara visited Korea, the issue arose because she only appeared on the Kang Woojin's alter ego YouTube channel, leading to a lot of gossip and rumors. For a Korean actor who hasn't yet entered Hollywood to be introduced on The Jamie Show was no small feat. Miley Kara even went so far as to explain about Woojin as if they were close. Even though the actual broadcast wasn't very long, the domestic media reacted intensely. Is Hollywood top actress Miley Kara sending a signal? Rumors of Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut circulating. There's no rumor like this rumor. In the meantime, Kang Woojin's company, BW Entertainment, was promoting something other than the Miley Kara story. If it could be considered good news. Is Kang Woojin and Hong Hyeon's agency BW Entertainment making a lot of money? The company is moving to a bigger place. At the same time, they carried out a move that had been planned for a while. In fact, preparations had been made gradually over the past few days, so it wasn't a lengthy process. The new BW Entertainment was still located in Samseong-dong, but it was several times larger. It used 2 floors and was much more spacious than before. The staff had doubled, and new teams had been formed. Naturally, backed by a Japanese conglomerate. The investment by Hideki Yoshimura, chairman of the Kashiwa Group, had made this possible. The investment deal itself was confidential, and it was originally the personal influence of Chairman Hideki that wasn't made public. However, it was a confirmed fact that Chairman Hideki was backing BW Entertainment. Shall we say they're in the same boat? Anyway, BW Entertainment openly moved along with the expansion of the company. The container had grown, but so had the contents that needed to be filled. The most urgent task was to increase artists other than Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon. The first actor BW Entertainment brought in was one of the top actresses, Lee Han-na. Previously, I translated Han-na as Hannah because only her last name was used, but now that her full name is out, I have changed it to Lee Han-na from here on. Exclusive, Lee Han-na, who was previously with GGO Entertainment, confirms transfer to BW Entertainment. Her move to BW Entertainment had been planned while she was still with GGO Entertainment. There had been a promise between Choi Sung-gun and Lee Han-na when Seo Gu-seob was ousted. In this way, BW Entertainment aggressively embarked on gathering actors, and perhaps due to the influence of Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon, many domestic actors were stirred. Entertainment Plus, after Kang Woojin, can BW Entertainment discover an ultra-class rookie? Acceleration of business plans confirmed. Along with Kang Woojin, BW Entertainment was also growing. A few days later, on the 17th, Gimpo Airport. Morning, near the entrance to the airport, a large crowd was gathered. They were dressed in various clothes, long padding, short padding, or thick jackets. While the airport was always a busy place, the crowd gathered now clearly seemed to have come for some event-like reason. What was unusual was that all the people in the crowd had cameras like cannons in their hands. The reason was simple. They were all reporters. Well, it wasn't such an unusual sight. It was quite common to see reporters flock to the airport. Whenever celebrities or idols appeared, reporters would converge. Additionally, male and female onlookers surrounded the reporters. Wow, this is my first time seeing him in person. He's really handsome, super handsome. Kaya, Appa, I'm from Kang's heart. However, today the reporters were particularly excited. The person surrounded by these reporters was none other than Kang Woojin. Unlike the gathered reporters and onlookers, he wore a calm expression on his face, dressed in a black duffel coat, and behind Woojin, there were dozens of BW Entertainment employees, including the Choi Sung-gun who was recently expanding the business. Today, Kang Woojin was departing for Japan for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Originally scheduled to leave on the 18th, the date was moved to the 17th due to various minor schedule redistributions. Thus, Kang Woojin was spending a brief time with the reporters. Whether in Korea or Japan, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was a rather noisy topic. Skipping the meeting with reporters entirely would not be good for his image. Soon, after exchanging some words with Choi Sung-gun behind him, Kang Woojin, swish, addressed the gathered reporters in a low voice. Thank you. I will take your questions now. At the same time, dozens of reporters raised their hands while pressing their camera shutters. Among them, Woojin pointed to one female reporter. The female reporter immediately asked her prepared question. A few days ago, Miley Cara mentioned you on the Jamie show. Are you two personally close? No, we are not close. Foreign media have covered you. Are you preparing anything for Hollywood? As of now, there are no such plans. After giving brief answers, Woojin pointed to another reporter who had his hand raised. The male reporter, pushing up his glasses, shouted out, I saw that you have finished your shooting for Island of the Missing. When is the crank up for Island of the Missing? I'm not sure about that. As far as I know, they are still actively shooting. Next question. You have been signed as a model for an advertisement by the Japanese conglomerate Kashiwa Group. When is the shooting scheduled? I think it will be clear once we have a meeting. After taking on the role of advertisement model, have you been contacted by any other Japanese companies? Not yet. After a few more exchanges of questions, Choi Sung-gun checked the time and informed the reporters. I'm sorry, we have a flight to catch. We will take a few more questions and then wrap it up. The next question was related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. You are the first Korean actor to star in a live-action adaptation of a work by Takikawa Akari. How do you feel? Honestly, it's just another project. Woojin diplomatically moderated his response. There's no part of it that's particularly unsettling. It's no different from any other work. And you are the only Korean actor in a project by a Japanese master director. Do you feel any pressure? No, not really. Choi Sung-gun signaled that it was the last question. The chosen reporter, a woman wearing a hat, asked, At the Blue Dragon Film Awards, you declared, this year it's the New Actor Award. But next year, I will have the Best Actor award in my hands. With only Japanese actors in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, what mindset are you taking into the shooting? It seems she was trying to connect it to the Blue Dragon Film Awards, but Woojin responded nonchalantly. My mindset is the same as it was at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. To me, it doesn't matter who or where, it's all the same. As soon as Kang Woojin finished his answer, Choi Sung-gun took action. He quickly led Woojin away from the spot. Following them were dozens of BW Entertainment staff members. At this point, entering the airport, Woojin was internally satisfied with his last answer. Yeah, that was polite enough. Added just the right amount of toughness? Not bad. Among the reporters still taking photos of Woojin's retreating figure, a few commented, yes, write down exactly what Kang Woojin said at the end and send a text. They were already calling their desks. Write this down word for word. My mindset is the same as it was at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. To me, it doesn't matter who or where, it's all the same. The atmosphere quickly spread. What does that mean? It means he's going to crush the Japanese actors in the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. A declaration like the Blue Dragon. No, it's a declaration of war. He's saying he'll dominate the Japanese actors with his acting. A bit of exaggeration in the transmission was inevitable. 5. When Kang Woojin boarded the flight to Japan, domestic media were frantically generating based on Woojin's interview. Entertainment Plus, Kang Woojin heads to Japan for the shooting of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger with a mindset similar to the declaration at the Blue Dragon Awards. Kang Woojin calmly declares before leaving for Japan/photo. Kang Woojin, who says he will dominate the Japanese acting scene, departs for the shooting of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The source of these were the reporters spread out at the airport, followed by various media outlets. It all started with an interview of Kang Woojin, which provided some ground, but gradually, the number of abusive articles noticeably increased. Staris, after winning the Best New Actor at the Blue Dragon Awards, Kang Woojin boards a flight to Japan. Netizens ask, going to Japan to dominate acting alone. It went beyond distortion to the point of writing fiction. For Woojin, it was just a simple interview before departure, but it caused a serious ripple effect through the media. Nevertheless, the media continued to excitedly publish articles. No, they were spewing crap. Surprisingly, the domestic public opinion was not bad. Rather, it could be seen at the level of praise. Damn, Kang Woojin smashing it, with this vibe. Damn, Kang Woojin totally likable. Lee Sang-man's form is crazy. But if he's the only Korean actor, it might be a bit tough. I support him. Personally, I kind of dislike Kang Woojin, but still, crush those Japanese actors with your acting. Such charisma, no wonder directors are crazy about him. In common terms, there was a strange mix of patriotism and support like go and conquer. It almost felt like Kang Woojin had been selected as a representative of South Korea. Well, it wasn't entirely wrong. Kang Woojin was the only Korean actor among the main cast of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. To the public, it seemed like Woojin was representing Korean actors. Whatever it was, the noise from both the domestic public and media soon crossed over to Japan, where Kang Woojin was headed. Japanese media focused more on abusive coverage. Kang Woojin, coming to Japan, shows excessive confidence in an interview before departure. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger's Kang Woojin to conquer Japan with his acting. Especially since recently, public opinion in Japan about Kang Woojin was polarized, and this issue was more than enough bait for them. Of course, not all Japanese media outlets were trash. Some articles were mixed with facts. But, as media in any country do, they sought sensationalism. Soon, the Japanese media instilled a sense of urgency and alertness in the Japanese entertainment industry. Thanks to this, a curious competitive atmosphere formed, not only among Japanese actors, but public opinion as well. Approximately 2 hours. During this brief moment as Kang Woojin flew to Japan, both Korea and Japan were ablaze. It was a battle on all fronts. So how was Kang Woojin at this moment? Actually, Woojin had heard about the current situation from Choi Sung-gun before the plane took off. It's a mess, Woojin. Although his comment had been terribly distorted, Woojin's response was brief. It doesn't really matter to me. That was actually the case. Well, It would be funny to explain at this point that that's not what he meant, right? It doesn't even fit the concept. If something happens, it will be dealt with then. Meanwhile, the protagonist Kang Woojin was currently quietly sleeping like a baby. Approximately 2 hours later, at Haneda Airport in Japan, Kang Woojin arrived in Japan around early lunchtime. First off the plane were Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and the team from BW Entertainment. Soon, Kang Woojin, who had replenished his energy through a peaceful nap, assessed the weather in Japan. It's freaking cold. Although Korea and Japan were ablaze, Kang Woojin's body remained cold. He showed no sign of concern. In contrast, Choi Sung-gun and nearly 20 members of Kang Woojin's team, along with the guards, were exchanging serious conversations, spreading a tense atmosphere. Thus, Kang Woojin set foot in the arrival hall of Haneda Airport. The moment he saw the entrance doors, Woojin had a gut feeling. Damn, it's going to be blinding. He knew behind those doors lay a swarm of formidable reporters. The reason was simple. Even before Kang Woojin appeared, he could see camera flashes firing through the semi-transparent doors. They weren't just occasional. They were going off every second. But who was Kang Woojin now? I'm used to it now. Isn't he the monster actor who had spread his meticulous concept even to Japan? He had been to Japan several times already, and since his first visit had been chaotic, so his heart wasn't pounding too much. He might not have been completely at ease, but he maintained his composure. Then, swish, Kang Woojin, flanked by guards from all directions, reached the entrance of the arrival hall. As soon as the door opened, the expected scene unfolded. Papa Papa Pack. Papa Papa Pack. Hundreds of Japanese reporters pressed their camera shutters. Dollar Woojin. Dollar, and. Kang Woojin, hashtag, percent in percent, hashtag, percent at, asterisk percent, at. Hashtag dollar and hashtag, Kang Woojin, at, hashtag. All of them were shouting at Kang Woojin in Japanese, and with everyone yelling at once, it was impossible to make out what they were saying. Only bits and pieces of Kang Woojin's name could be barely heard. However, the excitement was more than during his previous visits. The airport staff and guards who were blocking the fences struggled to push back the reporters. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, with an indifferent expression mounted on his face, remained composed. Hello, Dash. With a clear voice, he greeted the hundreds of reporters and quickly passed through the arrival hall, while the howls of the Japanese reporters continued behind Woojin. Hashtag, and dollar at, Woojin. Kang Woojin. Although not certain, Woojin, who was proficient in Japanese, roughly grasped the nuance of the reporter's questions. Did I just hear someone cursing? There were indeed blunt and high-toned questions mixed in. Choi Sung-gun, sticking close to the unfazed Woojin, whispered, Ignore them, just ignore. They're just excited. Most of these reporters are from crappy media outlets. You seem more pissed off than them, CEO Nim. With Choi Sung-gun's rough choice of words, Woojin responded quietly. I don't care. I couldn't hear them well anyway. He meant it. Really, Woojin wasn't upset at all. Perhaps this too was a buff of a common citizen. Whatever the case, after a warlike situation, the Kang Woojin team finally reached the airport exit. The interesting thing was, where have I seen that woman before? Outside the exit, there were people waiting for Kang Woojin and his team. The woman Woojin just noticed was in a neat suit with her long hair tied back in a single line. A definitely familiar face. Then, Choi Sung-gun approached her, extended his hand, and greeted her in slightly awkward Japanese. It's been a while. Welcome, we've been waiting for you. As Kang Woojin approached, the woman bowed slightly. Woojin SSI. You must be tired. Yes, hello. For now, he greeted her, but who is this woman? As Kang Woojin pondered inwardly, Choi Sung-gun whispered in his ear. Thankfully, Chairman Hideki's chief secretary has come to meet us. Oh, that's right. Now Woojin recalled the woman he had seen at the script reading session of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The suit-clad woman was Lily Tetsugawa, the chief secretary of Chairman Hideki. Her posture was very upright then, and it was the same today. Thus, it was no different from a major Japanese corporation, the Kashiwa Group, coming out to meet Kang Woojin. Then, Chief Secretary Lily gestured towards the area behind her. Let's move before it gets worse. She pointed to the curb where two large vans, and a luxurious sedan were parked. It was spacious enough for the entire Kang Woojin team. Among them, the vehicle Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun were to ride in was the sedan at the very front. Thunk. Thanks to Lily opening the car door for them, Choi Sung-gun awkwardly got in first, followed by Kang Woojin. The treatment felt somewhat overwhelming, but Woojin maintained his poker face. With that, all the cars departed. It was then that Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the back seat of the sedan, murmured into Woojin's ear. I did get a call, but honestly, I didn't expect them to go this far. Kang Woojin was genuinely amazed, internally of course. Damn, the backing of a conglomerate is no joke. BW Entertainment was currently backed by, or more precisely, secretly invested in by Chairman Hideki of the Kashiwa Group. This welcome was part of that support. Naturally, the backing and investment were confidential, so, externally, it was framed as if they were simply taking care of Kang Woojin, who had been selected as an advertisement model. Soon, Lily, seated in the passenger seat, turned around and spoke. As I told the CEO, we will take care of you during this schedule in Japan. This meant that they would support all of Kang Woojin's activities in Japan for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Naturally, the accommodation Woojin was heading to was the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. Several tens of minutes later, after arriving at the massive hotel, Lily, who had greeted Choi Sung-gun in the lobby, exited after saying, "Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Watching her leave, Choi Sung-gun muttered as if enchanted. I almost fell for her. Woojin glanced at him. Was it her, or the care he'd received? Curiosity raised its head, but since the team of about a dozen members had also arrived in the lobby, they had to move. In fact, people in the lobby had been stealing glances at Kang Woojin since a few minutes ago. Since Chairman Hideki had already arranged some matters, the check-in process was straightforward. Therefore, it wasn't long before Woojin got on the elevator, with Choi Sung-gun sticking to his side, murmuring while looking at his phone. You can rest a bit and come out around 2. There are 2 interviews today, and tomorrow there's a meeting with A10 Studio and Kashiwa Group. While Choi Sung-gun was still talking, his phone emitted a long vibration. Thanks to that, he stopped in the corridor after exiting the elevator. He hesitated upon seeing the caller. The caller was director on GA Bach. Choi Sung-gun slightly tilted his head, met Woojin's gaze, and put the phone to his ear. Yes, Director Nim. How are you? From the other side of the phone, director on GA Bach's aged voice was heard. You arrived in Japan, right? Yes? Yes. Just entered the hotel. But what made you call? Woojin-gun, what is his schedule like this afternoon, around 8 p.m.? Suddenly, Choi Sung-gun calculated in his head momentarily. At that time, he'll be at the hotel. I see. How about Woojin-gun attends a film festival in Japan around then? Huh. CEO Choi, you know about the Tokyo International Short Film Festival, right? It started a few days ago. It's currently ongoing, and I was invited as a judge and arrived in Japan yesterday. The Tokyo International Short Film Festival could be considered almost equivalent to Korea's misunderstanding Short Film Festival. It's likewise a premier short film festival in Japan. Naturally, the mainstream figures are Japan's master directors and actors, but it's an international festival, so global figures attend too. Today is the closing of the festival. I'm also flying back to Korea tonight. But there's a small party afterward. Wouldn't it be good if Woojin-gun could attend? I also have something to say. But you know, there are a lot of significant figures from the movie and entertainment industry here. I want to give them more of a sense of urgency if Woojin comes. Urgency? No. It was probably a matter that would shake the Japanese entertainment industry. At least, that was what Choi Sung-gun thought. However, the issue was, I'm sorry, but Director Nim, we don't have an invitation. I can handle that. I'll ask Woojin SSI first. I'll wait. Choi Sung-gun, having put down his phone, conveyed the gist to Kang Woojin in a low voice. Soon, Woojin nodded slowly with a stoic face. A film festival party in Japan? Something like an after-party? It sounded somewhat bothersome, but also intriguing. He had heard that there would be many top Japanese actors present. It could be compared to misunderstanding. Having quickly come to a conclusion, Woojin murmured softly, "It seems good to check it out." At the same time, VRRR. Now, Kang Woojin's phone was vibrating. The caller was Director Kyotaro, and Woojin answered the call while walking, naturally speaking in Japanese. Hello, Director Nim. I received your message that you've arrived in Japan. I'd like to meet briefly before the crank-in, but today's night is packed with film festival schedules. Is this film festival by any chance the Tokyo International Short Film Festival? That's right. Upon hearing the answer, Woojin spoke into the phone to Director Kyotaro. I think I'll be going there. We can meet then. Director Kyotaro sounded noticeably surprised. Really? A few hours later, in the early afternoon, Korea. It was 7 p.m. Inside a studio in Gangnam, posters and logos of the popular girl group Alani were everywhere. This place was a studio for Alani to conduct their communication broadcasts. It was primarily used for SNS and Alani's YouTube live broadcasts, and currently, Wallin along with the other members of Alani were seated on a pink sofa in the middle of the studio, broadcasting. But it wasn't a tightly controlled broadcast. It was purely for interacting with fans. Hence, the Alani members seated on the sofa were dressed comfortably in hoodies and such, chatting with fans via the camera and monitor. Then, see you in a bit dash. Wallin, seated in the center of the sofa with her long hair braided into pigtails, waved at the camera. The other members did the same. They were taking a short break. Soon, a staff member behind the camera shouted to the members, 15 minutes. We'll go live again in 15 minutes. This time on YouTube. A 15-minute break was given. Consequently, the members dispersed to use the restroom and touch up their makeup. However, Wallin immediately pulled out her phone while sitting cross-legged on the sofa. She had felt it vibrate about an hour ago. Among the numerous notifications on her phone, one from a YouTube channel caught her eye. New video uploaded on Kang Woojin's alter ego / 1 hour ago. She couldn't resist checking out a new video from her favorite channel. Ignoring other messages, Wallin accessed the YouTube channel Kang Woojin's alter ego. I'll watch this first, and then check TV. In fact, she needed to check the TV too. Anyway, an expectant Wallin checked out the new video from Kang Woojin's alter ego. But, wow, amazing! Wallin exclaimed involuntarily. The reason was simple. The view count of the new video uploaded about an hour ago on Kang Woojin's alter ego was Duet plus What Do You Want to Eat? Plus Cooking Avatar, EP1. Guest / Miley Kara Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 2.18 million. It was extraordinarily high. No, it was exploding. Meanwhile, at Hong Hae-yeon's house, she was in her pajamas in a white and black color scheme because she had the day off. With her long hair tied back, she sat alone on the living room sofa, sipping wine. The table showed snacks like cheese. Then, Hong Hae-yeon checked the time on her phone. 7 p.m. She picked up the remote and turned on the large TV. The HTBS channel came up immediately. A variety show's title appeared on the TV just after an ad ended. Our Dining Table, U.S. Edition. Episode 0. It was Our Dining Table. 19. Chapter 219, Momentum, 6. January 17th, Sunday at 7 p.m. The new variety show by P.D. Yoon Byung-seon, the godfather of the variety show industry. Our Dining Table had its first airing. The channel was cable HTBS, not a public broadcaster. However, nowadays the line between channels is blurred, and the name value of P.D. Yoon Byung-seon alone was more than enough to overcome any disadvantages. Anyway, starting from today, Our Dining Table will be broadcast every Sunday at 7 p.m. However, the Our Dining Table that started today was episode 0. Our Dining Table mainly discussed America, but there was quite a story in the preparation process too. The officially started episode 0 of Our Dining Table began with interviews from each member. Hyung, sit down, sit. I'm sick and tired of seeing your face, Yoon Byung-seon. Can't we meet just once a year? As expected. It's great that you haven't changed at all, Hyung. I hate you. Starting with An Jong-hak, the figurehead boss, followed by Ha Gang-soo, Hong Hae-yeon, Wallin, Yun Baekwang, and Kang Woojin. After the formation of the team, the story of deciding the team at a street food restaurant and practice cuts followed. The main focus here was on the kitchen team of Hong Hae-yeon and Kang Woojin. Hong Hae-yeon's clumsy cooking skills were shown first, followed by the brilliance of Kang Woojin. The unique editing and subtitles of P.D. Yoon Byung-seon vividly brought the scenes to life. During a scene where the star chef mistakes Woojin's cooking for that of a real chef, the live viewer chatroom was shaken up. Our dining table was a feast for the eyes, ears, and mouth. In the latter part, scenes were shown of Kang Woojin creating his original dishes to a professional standard. The name? Just Kimjibin Makuksu sounds good. The viewer chatroom went wild even then. Ultimately, episode 0 of Our Dining Table ended with the members boarding a plane to America. The total runtime was about 1 hour and 30 minutes. After Our Dining Table ended, the viewer reactions were overwhelmingly positive. It was hard to find any negativity. PDNim, it's seriously super fun. This is crazy Hilinjates, too fun. Realize Kang Woojin's personality really like that? Original but somehow so funny. Just watch Our Dining Table on Sunday night, and the weekend is perfectly wrapped up super fun. Fell in love with Kang Woojin's wok skills in the first round and his knife skills in the second round. Bring the next episode now. Happy to have a watchable variety show after a while. The chemistry between members is expected to be Griati knew about on Jonghak, and surprisingly Ha Gang-soo and Yun Baekwang are Clownchong. Ha Yun and Wallin are beautiful. Kang Woojin doesn't talk much, but just feels like the center. Hey, am I the only one who wants to eat Kimjibin Makuksu? Where do they sell this? It is so fun. Can't wait to see the reactions from overseas. Didn't PD Yoon's last variety show hit like 12%? This one seems like it'll get even better ratings. Kang Woojin is the best. What can't he do? At this time, the editing room of the cable channel HTBS's variety department for Our Dining Table was like hell. Unpublished videos for YouTube, trailers, teasers, making of videos, and the main episodes. Endless editing and meetings were continuing through the night. Thanks to that, the faces of PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writing team were plastered with fatigue. How are the viewer responses? They're going crazy right now. Okay, immediately upload the prepared videos on YouTube and spread the articles too. Yes, PDNim. The internet was already rapidly spreading stories about Our Dining Table. At this moment, in Tokyo, at around 8 p.m., Kang Woojin was on his way to attend the closing ceremony and after-party of the Tokyo International Short Film Festival. Of course, he was dressed in a full suit. The venue was Roppongi Tower in Minato-ku, Tokyo. It was a massive building and a complex tower where various contents could be enjoyed. Woojin's destination was the hall of the hotel inside Roppongi Tower. Inside the hall, there were already a plethora of famous figures from the Japanese film and entertainment industry who had attended the Tokyo International Short Film Festival. Yet, as Woojin entered the lobby, he was the epitome of stoicism, unfazed. Despite the swarms of journalists from the entrance pressing their camera shutters frantically, Kang Woojin's solid demeanor remained unchanged. Dozens of Japanese reporters poured out various comments in bewilderment, astonishment, or amusement. He looks incredibly confident, doesn't he? Is his expression always like that? It's icy cold, really cold. I heard he is quite arrogant in Korea. Guess it's true. I think he looks fine. He definitely gives off the feeling of one-year wonder. Currently, Woojin was rising rapidly in popularity in Japan. It was natural for a stir to occur as soon as Kang Woojin appeared. And as he moved past dozens of journalists, Woojin was actually feeling a bit nervous. So this is the Roppongi Tower? It's freaking huge. I want to see other places too. Can't I take a little detour? He was in full tourist mode, partly because there were so many people around. However, to Woojin, all the famous figures and big shots gathered here were just ordinary people. What does it matter if they are well-known and respected in Japan? To Woojin's eyes, they were just Japanese grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunts, or good-looking Japanese men and women in their 20s and 30s. Then, swish. As Kang Woojin entered the hall filled with many VIPs, he heard a familiar voice in Korean from the side of the entrance. You're here. Turning around, there was a Korean grandpa holding a wine glass. No, it was director On Jae-bak, dressed in a somewhat loose suit, approaching. Whether he had been waiting for Woojin or had just arrived, he was alone too. You were busy, weren't you? No, it's fine. Hello, Director Nim. Yes, good to see you. Director On Jae-bak pointed to a long table in the middle of the hall spread with food, snacks, champagne, and wine. Wine? Champagne? Have something to drink. Despite drooling internally at the abundant food. Wow, man, the sushi looks delicious. Woojin silently shook his head, I'll stick with water. It had been a hectic day for Woojin beyond his interview schedule, and although he was tempted by alcohol, he had to resist. As he picked up a bottle of water placed around the alcohol, director On Jae-bok continued speaking. Look at these people, pretending not to care but all sneaking glances at Woojin Gun. It was actually true. There were at least 200 people gathered in the hall, including famous directors and actors, and since Kang Woojin's arrival, they had been stealing glances at him. However, no one had approached him yet. This made director On Jae-bok show a wrinkled smile. Is it curiosity or a sense of superiority? Whichever it is. Woojin, you've definitely left a strong impression. I didn't intend to. This industry would be heaven if everything went as intended. But it's not, and that's why it's hell. However, Woojin Gun, you don't seem too tense. Should I be? No, not at all. You can stir things up as much as you want. That's also your strength. Not giving a damn about anyone around you, no matter the country or situation. It was a misunderstanding. Kang Woojin was actually sneaking glances at the sushi on the central table. Unaware of this, director On Jae-bok sipped his wine and changed the subject. How about participating in the actor auditions for Leech? The auditions you mentioned? Yes. I'm asking you to be on the judging panel, but you can pass if you're busy. But it would be a great help if you could come. Woojin maintained his poker face, but internally, he was taken aback. Judging? You want me to judge an actor audition? What the hell is this nonsense? Director On Jae-bok, after exchanging nods with the Japanese actors around, locked eyes with Woojin. People around here are talking about how Woojin Gun's career this and that, how people view you this and that. In reality, in my view, the acting life you've built up is more than enough. It may be only your first year since debut, but you've been self-studying acting all this time, right? It's hard to estimate, but director Kwon Ki-taek thinks it's at least 10 years. Maybe even 15 years. I think similarly. It's problematic to judge whether you're a newbie or a veteran. You should be seen as the latter. Well, used to such misconceptions, Woojin didn't take it too seriously. Do I just need to sit there without actually judging? Yes. Honestly, I'd be grateful if you could just do that much. Especially since you dropped such a huge bomb at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. You should at least show some corresponding performance, shouldn't you? I'll think about it. It seems like it wouldn't be a big deal if I have the time. Thank you. Just then, Woojin SSI. Suddenly, Japanese was spoken nearby. It was a familiar voice. Looking aside, director Kyotaro with his short hair full of gray was half running towards him. Haha, it's been a while. Actually, I've been watching you from a while ago, but I was caught up over there so I got delayed. Director Kyotaro, dressed in a suit, awkwardly smiled and reached out his hand, and Woojin, grabbing his hand, replied in a low tone of Japanese. It's okay, Director Nim. We'll see each other at the filming site in a few days, but I'm still glad to see you. Right now, that crowd over there is also noisy about Woojin SSI. Well, most of them here are. Is that so? Because you're the hottest figure right now. Director Kyotaro smiled meaningfully as he exchanged nods with director On Jae-bok. The two had already greeted each other at the festival and were acquainted with each other from before. Anyway, from here, hello, Kang Woojin SSI. Japanese actors, who had been merely watching cautiously, began to approach Woojin. It seemed largely influenced by director Kyotaro joining them. Nice to meet you, Kang Woojin SSI. I enjoyed watching Hanryang and Male Friend. Nice to meet you for the first time. Gradually, more people started gathering around Woojin. Japan's top actors, renowned directors, and figures from the Japanese entertainment industry, etc. Surrounded by at least a dozen people, Kang Woojin received many greetings and questions. Of course, directors On Jae-bok and Kyotaro were in the same situation. At this point, one fact was disclosed to the Japanese bigwigs. So you're aiming for the Cannes Film Festival with director On. The fact that director On Jae-bok and Kang Woojin were participating in this year's Cannes Film Festival spread quickly among the top Japanese actors and directors gathered in the hall. A peculiar tension soon filled the air. The reason was simple. I heard director Komuro is also submitting to this year's Cannes Film Festival. Director Masuzawa also cranked in last month, right? This Cannes is going to be a battlefield. Several Japanese master directors were also targeting Cannes. The next morning, inside a large van running on Tokyo's roads, Choi Sung-gun, including Woojin's team, yawned widely, each busy with their respective tasks. Among them, Kang Woojin, wearing a gray coat, was indifferently looking out the window. The van stopped at an external parking lot of a huge building. The location was roughly near Tokyo Station. Getting out of the parked van, Woojin stepped out and took in the sight of the towering building. It was entirely gray and seemed to be over 10 stories high. Moreover, it was broad. Wow, it's definitely big. Just then, Choi Sung-gun tapped Kang Woojin's shoulder. Let's go, Woojin. The group moving towards the building included Choi Sung-gun, Kang Woojin, and a few staff members. There was also an interpreter among them. Soon, they were greeted by a massive statue at the entrance of the building. To be precise, it was a character from a famous animation, recognizable enough that even Woojin, who didn't follow anime closely, knew it. And above the entrance hung a bold sign. A10 Studio, one of the top 3 massive anime production companies in Japan. Today, this was where Kang Woojin was set to have a meeting about the animation of Male Friend. Indeed, the A10 Studio lobby was extraordinary. This is insane. Is this a company or just a place selling merchandise? Just as Woojin muttered internally, the first-floor lobby of the large production company, A10 Studio, was filled with anime characters. Life-size figures were visible in various spots, and many monitors around the lobby displayed anime scenes. Even the ceiling and walls were also a character heaven. There was even a store selling merchandise. For anime fans, this place must be heaven. Although Kang Woojin tried to maintain an indifferent demeanor, he couldn't hide his amazement at the incredible sight. Nonetheless, the A10 Studio staff that came out to meet Woojin's team were ordinary. Hello, we've been waiting for you. A few men and women in suits greeted Kang Woojin and took charge of guiding him. Interestingly, all the staff they passed, whether at the information desk, elevator, or hallways, openly stared at Woojin. There were even quite a few female employees who squealed. The place Kang Woojin's team arrived at was a large conference room on the 5th floor. Can this even be called a conference room? The conference room itself was a kingdom of animation characters. From the U-shaped desk to the glass doors and the screen at the front, characters were everywhere. It was to the point where one would be reluctant to sit down, but somehow Woojin managed to pull out a chair and sit down. As soon as the guiding staff left, the BW Entertainment personnel couldn't help but comment. Isn't this place a bit chaotic? I knew it was a famous animation studio, but I didn't expect this level. Look at this. Even the chairs are decorated with characters. It feels like we're in Akihabara or something. You know? That place famous for all things animation. Kang Woojin silently agreed. Meanwhile, swish. The glass door, painted with a female character, opened again, and different staff members entered. 2 women and 2 men. But there was something distinct about them. Woojin thought they might be senior executives of A10 Studio. After brief greetings and exchange of business cards. Thank you, Kang Woojin SSI. You have no idea how nervous we were, wondering if we would even be able to meet you. The woman who introduced herself as the head of the planning department smiled at Kang Woojin. Our company is in an uproar right now because there are many fans of yours here. Thank you, it's an honor. Male Friend was really fun to watch. I'm glad Japanese fans enjoyed it. Wow, I already knew, but how are you so good at Japanese? Whether she was the mood maker or not, the meeting atmosphere quickly relaxed, and the A10 Studio side handed over a few tablets to Kang Woojin's team. The screens were displaying the front and back views of a male character. The female team leader explained who it was. This is the character sheet for Han and Ho. We referenced your appearance as much as possible. Tall stature, black hair, pronounced facial features, and indifferent expression. It definitely resembled Kang Woojin. Choi Sung-gun and other BW staff chimed in. He looks like you, Woojin SSI. Yeah, he does. I think it's well drawn, right? Meanwhile, Kang Woojin thought differently. Is this supposed to be me? No way, this guy is way too handsome. This character feel a bit off? At this point, a male executive from A10 Studio continued the explanation. I'll give you the details in due course, but to start with the key points. The animation for Male Friend is already in production. The goal is to launch it in July of this year. To speed things up, we have 3 teams working. That meant one team was working on episode 1, another on episode 2, and another on episode 3. This approach allowed for 3 episodes to be completed simultaneously. This might be impossible for a medium-sized studio, but it was certainly feasible for a large one like A10 Studio. Swish. The female team leader from A10 Studio pushed a sufficiently thick stack of papers toward Woojin. Here is the official script for episode 1. It has some changes and additions compared to the draft we sent you, but you can consider it final. Things have changed, but the core remains the same. Woojin, with a stoic expression, received the script and checked the cover. The title was printed in Japanese. Male Friend Remake. Episode 1. A10 Studio. However, Kang Woojin was focused more on something else rather than the title. It was a black square attached next to the script, and secretly Woojin raised his index finger. Poof. Instantly, his view shifted from the character-filled conference room to a void space filled only with darkness. At this point, Woojin, who had shed his concept, stretched and moved his feet. Okay, first, let's check the ratings. Among the several white rectangles floating around, he checked the newly added Male Friend Remake. Soon, Woojin chuckled. Oh 10/script, title, Male Friend Remake, S-grade. Asterisk the script is of very high quality for an animation. 100% readability is possible. It was a sign that the project was likely to be a great success. Keeping his smile, Woojin selected the white rectangle of Male Friend Remake. You have selected 10/script, title, Male Friend Remake. Soon, the white rectangle listed the characters available for reading, experiencing. Naturally, Kang Woojin chose the male lead. Honestly, he was more curious about the world of the completed 100% animation than just the reading, experience of the anime. Even when the animation world from the previous draft was only 50% implemented, it had been quite shocking. And fun. How much will it change at 100%? But then, the robotic female voice provided silence. This was a very familiar atmosphere. Soon her voice echoed throughout the void space. Abilities exceeding basic specs detected. Piano skills will be acquired first. This was unexpected. It wasn't like this last time, was it? Wait a minute, piano? However, preparing to read piano. Preparation complete. Starting piano reading. A massive wave of gray engulfed Kang Woojin in an instant. 1. Kang Woojin returned to the character-filled meeting room at A10 Studio. It was a return from the void space to reality. However, Woojin's mind was still not quite back to reality. A dream? Or a delusion? In this meeting room, only a few seconds had passed in real time, but in that brief moment, a new ability was imprinted on Kang Woojin. It was the piano. His mindset and senses were distinctly different. Numerous piano melodies from that gray space were still ringing in Woojin's ears. If he saw a piano, it felt like he could play anything right away. His fingers were flexible. His head was filled with sheet music that hadn't been there before. And, is this an emotion? No matter what song it was, the sensation spreading throughout his body was vastly different. Some were intense, while others were lighthearted. There were desolate, and also magnificent ones. There were even pieces fraught with such overwhelming emotion that they caused restlessness. Various rhythms and tempos danced in Woojin's mind. Soon, like a system, they slowly combined with Kang Woojin's other ability. It was singing ability. The emotions similar in texture between Woojin's vocals and piano were merging, enhancing each other. It's growing. It felt like the volume of emotion was growing in size. That was the feeling. In fact, Kang Woojin's emotional expression had thickened compared to when he had only his vocals, becoming much more profound. What about the body's reaction? Like during martial arts, the tension was high but not rough. It was soft, smooth, and nice. Though these two were inherently contradictory, it seemed they could be mixed depending on the situation. At least Kang Woojin thought so. Something that seems to be able to be attached and detached depending on the situation. The imprinted abilities would shine even alone, but when matched with the situation, they would create synergy. By now, the employees at A10 Studio were saying something, but Woojin's slightly dazed eyes just moved his fingers. In his hand was the script for episode 1 of the Male Friend Remake. Why wasn't there a piano last time, but there is this time? It couldn't be the whim of the void space. Then, there was only one answer. Changes in the script. That female executive at A10 Studio had mentioned it. Several settings had been removed, or added. Soon, Kang Woojin slowly unfolded the first page of the script. He understood immediately. Ah, that's why. The first scene of the male friend remake had changed. It now showed the male lead's childhood. A large hall, hundreds of audience members, a piano on stage, and the young male lead sitting in front of it. The term musical genius was also attached to the young male lead. The young male lead performed an impressive piano recital in front of hundreds and received tremendous applause. After such a past scene, the present is shown. Having checked the script, Woojin raised his expressionless face and asked the A10 studio executives across from him. Naturally, it was in Japanese. There is indeed a difference from the initial draft script I received. Starting from the first scene, was the piano setting added? The response came quickly from the female executive introduced as the planning team leader. Yes, that's correct. Of course, it was done in communication with the original writer. While Male Friend's original, Han In-ho, has hidden vocal abilities, if translated into animation, there's a slight feeling of insufficiency. As you know, animation differs from drama and direction, so the inserted conflicts need to be more highlighted. So you mean the deprivation of the male protagonist, who is a musical genius, has been added? That's right. Deprivation and scars. But it's not apparent on the surface. Although he gradually heals as the episodes progress, the male protagonist avoids conflicts with characters and with himself. That was the setting decided for the beginning. I see. So he heals through the female lead and those around him and spreads his wings again, or something like that. Certainly, the basic framework of the original Male Friend is maintained, but the settings have been further expanded. They've ensured the unique fun of the animation. However, it wasn't just the settings that were added. According to the female executive's words, the overall script story was also under rework. Well, that was to be expected. If the initial setup changed, the latter parts would have to be completely overhauled as well. Then, with a poker face, Woojin slowly nodded his head. And he thought, huge win. It was sweet. This piano ability was totally unexpected, considering Kang Woojin could only whistle using his lips as his only instrument handling skill. And now, suddenly, he could play the piano. Once again, he praised. The void space is the best. On the other hand, the executives at A10 Studio exchanged glances after seeing Kang Woojin's composed expression. They wondered if this Korean actor was feeling pressured. Soon, the female team leader, exchanging looks with others, opened her mouth with a business smile. Woojin SSI, just to mention, you don't need to worry about the piano part at all. Apart from taking on the role of the male lead's voice actor, the piano will be recorded separately. You don't have to learn to play the piano directly like in movies or dramas. What? I wouldn't mind doing it. However, since Kang Woojin hadn't confirmed his role as the voice actor yet, he responded lowly. I am aware, but in cases like vocals, doesn't the male lead's voice actor need to handle them? That's right. Honestly, Woojin SSI's fantastic vocal ability is also a huge merit for us. I really enjoy the cover songs you upload on YouTube. The female team leader sincerely recited the planned items. If you take on the role of the voice actor for a Male Friend remake, we would like you to cover a few songs from the OP or EP among the OST. TL. OP equals opening part and EP equals ending part. For reference, animation OST sales occupy a significant portion in Japan. So much so that over 30% of the Oricon charts are dominated by anime OSTs. TL. If you forgot, Oricon chart is like Billboard chart, but for Japan. Surely, many people who watch Male Friend remake will love your vocals. About an hour later, inside Kang Woojin's van. Having finished the meeting with A10 Studio, Kang Woojin was on the move for his next schedule. Beside him in the passenger seat were the script for episode 1 of Male Friend remake. At this point, Choi Sung-gun glanced at the rearview mirror before speaking to Woojin. What do you think? I think it's not bad. Han Yeung and Woojin's team also nodded their heads. Looking out the window, Woojin initially remained silent. It wasn't because he was pondering. He was just producing an air of solemnity. After about 10 seconds, Woojin aligned his gaze with Choi Sung-gun and spoke in a low voice. If the schedule allows, I think it's okay. Oh, really? Yes. The reason he chose to do it? Simple. Not only was the S-grade rating undeniable, but the genre of animation itself was novel. The more experiences, the better, right? Such opportunities were not abundant. Woojin was also curious about how it would proceed and about voice acting. Soon, Choi Sung-gun grinned and gave a thumbs up. Okay, I'll start discussions with A10 Studio, so don't worry about it. Negotiations. He must be talking about fees or schedules. Things like contracts could just be tossed to the CEO. Now Woojin could think about something else, like the next meeting for the Kashiwa Group advertising model. At that moment, Han Yi-young said in a chilly tone, "Appa, the Miley Kara video has gone super viral." She pushed her phone towards Woojin. On the screen was a video from the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Duet plus What Do You Want to Eat? Plus Cooking Avatar, EP1, guest/Miley Kara Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 9.67 million. The video featuring Miley Kara, uploaded just yesterday afternoon, had nearly reached 10 million views in less than 24 hours. Kang Woojin opened his mouth wide in pure astonishment, though only internally. Views have exploded, this is working? It seemed quite possible to not only reach 10 million, but even 15 million views. It had truly gone viral. Kara is really amazing. The power behind this surge could be attributed to Woojin's issues, the firepower of Kang Woojin's alter ego, promotions, and so forth, but the biggest reason was, quite literally, the Miley Kara effect. She had millions of subscribers on her channel, which had posted a similar video around yesterday. However, on her side, only the duet part with Kang Woojin was uploaded, but the ripple effect was tremendous. Although comments in Korean and Japanese were seen on the Kang Woojin's alter ego video, the majority were in English. It was clear that more than 30% of the 10 million views were due to Kara's influence. Then Kang Woojin. Swish. He casually checked some of the thousands of English comments piled up. There was a lot of praise. The duet with Kara was fantastic. Love it. Subscribed out of curiosity. Do another duet. Curious about you. And so on. All the international comments were curious about Kang Woojin. Who wouldn't feel thrilled at this sight? While somewhat bewildered, Woojin secretly enjoyed the pouring attention. For a moment, he felt like he had become a global star. Well, most of it is Kara's buff though. Woojin, with a satisfied smile inside, moved his thumb. Soon, his phone displayed the information for Kang Woojin's alter ego. Channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 10.8 million. Videos, 39. He had surpassed 10 million subscribers. They were still increasing crazily. That's when it happened. Buzz. Buzz. Kang Woojin's phone vibrated briefly. Simultaneously, the incoming messages were chats. Woojin slightly tilted his head slightly as he checked the senders. Huh? What's this? Personal messages from Wallin, Hong Hai-yun, and the group chat for Our Dining Table was buzzing. Woojin intuitively knew. It was because of the premiere of Our Dining Table that was uploaded yesterday. Unfortunately, Woojin was in Japan and busy with his schedule, so he hadn't watched it. Just then, as Kang Woojin was about to tap the group chat. Buzz, buzz. This time, a longer vibration stopped his movement. It was a call, and the caller ID showed it was PD Yoon Byung-seon. Woojin cleared his throat slightly and placed the phone to his ear. Yes. Hello, PD Nim. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun and Han Yi-young, along with the whole team, focused their attention on Woojin. Regardless, PD Yoon Byung-seon on the other end of the phone cheerfully exclaimed, Woojin SSI? The overall viewership ratings for the first broadcast of Our Dining Table is out. It hit 15.6%. The momentum was exceptional. Afterwards, having arrived at the headquarters of the Kashiwa Group, Kang Woojin continued his meeting about the advertising model deal. He didn't meet Chairman Hideki this time, but Lily, the Secretary General, took care of the guiding. Since negotiations had been ongoing since he was in Korea, the contract process was swift. Eventually, he secured a 2-year contract for advertisements with 3 subsidiaries. Naturally, his fee was substantial as well. The shooting itself was scheduled to take place in Japan during Woojin's stay for the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Now, the marketing teams of each subsidiary would be busy. Well, Kang Woojin's schedule was becoming even tighter. While not quite as hectic as in Korea, Woojin sensed that life in Japan would not be smooth. I guess I have to give up on sightseeing. Doesn't matter. Being busy is better than idling. Having finished a major part of today's schedule, Team Kang Woojin moved to have dinner. The menu was a famous fried food restaurant searched by the stylist team. However, Kang Woojin chose the void space over the anticipated gourmet spot. Thud. Although rehearsals start tomorrow and filming for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is to begin, he had to perform in front of many unfamiliar Japanese actors and staff. It wasn't a burden. Still, something. I have to crush it as I'm the only one from Korea. If possible, it's better to be the best than to be just adequate. He didn't have any bad feelings towards them. However, whether it was a misconception or whatever, the declaration of war he spat out had to be followed through by Kang Woojin himself. Therefore, swish. Iota Kiyoshi reading preparation in progress. Kang Woojin had entered the world of Iota Kiyoshi in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Already, he had extensively read, experienced, about the bullying and the death of Misaki Toka. And his resolution. Before he knew it, Kang Woojin's view was that of Iota Kiyoshi, the stranger, standing in front of Tokyo Station. It was serene. His mental state and attitude were calm, without fluctuations. Countless people passed by, but Woojin, with an expressionless face, was watching just one person across the street. Kanekayama Ginzo. The restart of a disaster without warning. He was the eerie sacrifice. You are the second. It was the beginning of a sacrifice without murderous intent. Gray. That was the color of the quiet, Iota Kiyoshi's heart. It wasn't white, but it wasn't dark either. It might seem okay to call it gray, but in truth, it was not easy to gauge its color. What about his thoughts? Though a firm conclusion hadn't been set, the judgments he made moment by moment were definitive. They seemed infinite, yet were finite. However, his emotions were endlessly light. Like air, they existed but were invisible. Kiyoshi was following Kanekayama Ginzo. His steps were neither urgent nor tense. They were indifferent. Yet, his blurry eyes did not lose sight of Kanekayama Ginzo. Thud, thud. Kiyoshi, or rather, the current appearance of Kang Woojin, was such that it had nothing that stood out. He looked 100% like anyone else in the Japanese subway. His unkempt hair seemed uncared for. His expressionless face tired from fatigue. His ordinary suit like everyone else's, a bag slung to the side. It was like a copied and pasted appearance. At a glance, he was unmemorable to the extreme. It was natural. As the stranger, Kang Woojin had to blend into the ordinary. He never crossed that basic line. But it shouldn't be too low either. He embodied a clear middle ground. Expression, actions, breathing, thoughts, even down to the gaze. He emphasized a lack of distinct features and uniqueness throughout his body and expressed this externally. Thus, no one paid any attention to Woojin walking behind Kanekayama Ginzo. There was no reason to take notice. Meanwhile, Ginzo, walking about 5 steps ahead, was elegant. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say flamboyant. He was a good-looking person. People turned around to look at him as he passed by. And he knew well that his appearance was his strength. He improves because he is aware. The silent Kang Woojin. Or, Kiyoshi knew it well. Humans, when they recognize their strengths, want to maximize them. They polish them even more to stand out to others. In the case of Kanekayama Ginzo, it was about maintenance. Thanks to this, he had good skin and looked younger than his age. He paid attention to his hair and was sensitive about odors. Appearance for him was like a weapon in battle. Look now. He's skilled at making moves. He easily struck up a conversation and exchanged contact information with a woman he made eye contact with on the street. Kang Woojin, pretending to look at his phone, observed him. Ginzo was also wearing a suit like Woojin, but the fit, fabric, or perhaps the price was different. That subtle difference created a disparity. At that moment, Ginzo laughed heartily while talking to the woman. Is he having fun? Indeed, he might be. He approached the woman because he liked her, and she seemed to quite like Ginzo as well. It was not easy for people to connect with each other. It was a moment worth its value. But Ginzo, you shouldn't be laughing, right? Sacrifice, too. Kang Woojin or Kiyoshi remembered the only person he respected who had thrown herself from the railing. Misaki Toka. That unattached, lonely smile. And, for some reason, her school uniform buttons that looked as if they had been forcibly torn off. It must have been you, Ginzo. Although it seemed like he was bullying Misaki Toka, Ginzo had always looked at her in a strange way. It was because he had a sick obsession with women. That's why that laugh doesn't suit him now. It's not that Ginzo shouldn't smile, but he shouldn't forget. It wasn't intense hatred. Rather, there were no emotions. It just reminded him of the need to complete the homework. The worn piece of paper in Woojin's pocket right now. The paper listed 9 names. At that moment, having finished talking with the woman, Ginzo started walking again. Swish. Kang Woojin also started walking, observing indifferently. Ginzo didn't realize that a stranger was following him. It had been more than a month, but he hadn't noticed a hint, and Kang Woojin had already figured out his personal habits in that month. He was somewhat tall, but smaller than Woojin. Woojin had the upper hand. It might not look like it, but Ginzo has a family and young children. He also has a decent job, the routine of going to work and coming home. The time he leaves the office, the time he takes the subway, the bars he frequents, the acquaintances he meets, his travel routes, his secret lover, the illicit encounters he engages in once a week, the karaoke girls he meets under the pretext of business trips. Perhaps Kang Woojin knew more about Ginzo's life than Ginzo himself did. He meticulously recorded and stored his life and his existence. Kanekayama Ginzo entered his company. 8:48 a.m. 3 minutes later than yesterday. Kang Woojin, or rather Kiyoshi, pulled out an old cell phone. It wasn't registered under his name. He bought it from one of the homeless people in an empty lot a little away from the station. Not just one, but several. The camera he's holding is also a film camera. He had already gathered enough of Ginzo's secrets. It's enough. Now, let's set up the fireworks. First, using his company and family as leverage, he would shake him. Woojin sent a text to Ginzo. The content was brief. What should I start with? Yes, an affair would be good. A minute after sending the text, Ginzo called. Woojin answered the phone with an expressionless face. Hello. From the other end of the phone, Ginzo yelled angrily. Why you? Who are you? Does it matter? First, come outside the company. He hung up immediately. The phone rang again, but Kang Woojin ignored it. Across the street, with a face mixed with despair and anger, Ginzo burst out of his office. Woojin watched him with a blurry gaze for a while. What method would be best? He had no thoughts of granting Ginzo comfort of death immediately. Slowly and gradually, he would strangle him. After today, a smile like earlier will cease to exist. And the final end? Well, I can't get an answer from him, so I'll decide myself. Anyway, you'll be isolated. From today onwards, the dessert you'll taste for over a month is going to be AA mental hell. Anxiety, vigilance, discomfort, restlessness, creepiness, and all similar feelings. It should be enough for today. Leaving the raging Ginzo behind, Kang Woojin entered a nearby fast food restaurant. He was just a bit hungry. From that day, every day, one of Kanekama Ginzo's secrets was delivered. The number changed frequently, but the opponent was clearly the same. Damn it. Who the hell are you, bastard? Every day was disgusting for Ginzo. His wife's suspicions deepened, and he couldn't work properly at work. Even the women he had an affair with didn't look appealing to him anymore. A person becomes extremely anxious the moment their tranquility is broken. Ginzo spent each day in agony, ending it with alcohol. But every morning, a text message arrived without fail. Why are you doing this to me? I'll give you money if you want, and women if you want them. However, the anonymous odor party made no demands. He just slowly took away Ginzo's life each day. Then, kook, okdash. Reeking of alcohol, Ginzo struggled to open his eyes. It was because his body was swaying. And it was cold. Why was it so cold? Ginzo let out a faint groan as he slowly got up. His eyes widened in an instant. He realized that he was lying on a swaying boat floating above the sea. It was at this moment. Awake. The man sitting in front of him, expressionless, came into Ginzo's view. Long time no see, Ginzo. It was Iota Kiyoshi. 20th, Kyoto, Japan. Late afternoon. In the fishing village, Ione Funaya, where the ocean is in front and lush mountains behind, the underwater town that seemed to float above the sea was usually bustling with tourists, but since yesterday, it had been crowded with a filming team. It was the team of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. There were easily 70 to 80 Japanese staff members gathered at the far end of the tightly packed houses floating above the sea, near several boats that were docked. The shooting conditions were not great. Director Nim, please check the monitor. While a few cameras were set up on land, a couple had to be on boats. Thanks to this, two of the filming team members had to get onto a gently bobbing boat with cameras hoisted on their shoulders. Meanwhile, the overall director in charge of the site, Director Kyotaro, who had a head full of gray hair, was checking the monitor at a position set up on the dock. Camera 2, let's pull back a bit. Yes. The walkie-talkie communications flew back and forth hectically, not just among the filming team, but also the lighting team raising lights according to the darkening sky, the diving team for safety, the drone team responsible for inserts and background shot, and more. Director Nim, the drone is up. Okay, start from the entrance of the village. All teams, despite the cold weather, prepared for shooting with serious expressions. Today was the official first day of shooting for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Of course, clear preparations had been made during yesterday's rehearsal, but naturally, the tension was several times higher on the actual crankin' day. Amidst this, the directing and production teams also managed the gathered villagers and onlookers behind the tent where Director Kyotaro was. Moreover, there were quite a few guests at today's shoot. Most of them gathered in the second of two large tents. Today, a few lead actors were participating in the shoot despite having no scenes. The original writer of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Akari, key staff members from Toega Film Company, and the distributor of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and about 5 Japanese reporters who were allowed on the scene were present. Author Akari, wearing glasses on the tip of her nose, stood next to Director Kyotaro, enjoying the view. It seemed she quite liked the setting unfolding according to the script. It's nice, just as you said, Director. Ine Funaya was the right choice. Director Kyotaro, who had been busily communicating with the staff, smiled faintly. Thank you. I took some shots with the actors during yesterday's rehearsal, and it exceeded my expectations. Ine Funaya is a beautiful place, but also feels eerily scary. A blue sea in front, green mountains behind. However, the village itself can look bizarre depending on the direction. Meanwhile, dozens of staff members, even as they prepared for shooting, occasionally glanced at the first tent. It was the tent where the actors who would be involved in today's shooting were gathered. Did you see yesterday's rehearsal? I thought it was a bit dull. I think it's because the actors performed with less energy. The director also directed them that way. That may be true, but Kang Woojin seemed a bit weaker than during the script reading. Really? Yeah. Because of that, there was quite a fuss among the shooting team. Among the chattering staff, there was a surprising amount of worry. Will it be okay? During yesterday's rehearsal, the chemistry between the actors seemed a bit uncomfortable. The key lead, Kang Woojin, dropped a bomb right before arriving in Japan, so it's bound to be a bit like that. That's disappointing, though. I had higher expectations. Today, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team included many who had not attended the past script readings. That is to say, there were quite a few staff members who were seeing the lead actors for the first time. Naturally, most of the discussions involved Kang Woojin, who was at the center of the controversy. After all, he was the only Korean actor on this filming site. Many people shared similar concerns. Will it be okay? If it continues like this, the movie might be branded as nothing but failure. Currently, in Japan, the interest in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was explosive. Additionally, the entire Japanese entertainment industry was focusing on Kang Woojin. If the movie is subpar, it might just get backlash from the hardcore original fans as soon as it's released, and the press will gleefully mock it. I'm worried. The noise has grown much larger than our initial plan. The atmosphere of anticipation and expectations has become excessively high. To properly conclude this, it has to be of a quality that no one can criticize. As the conversation among the film company officials suggested, the position of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was precarious. It was at its peak in terms of issues, but also on the edge of a cliff. They had pushed through the shooting despite all the criticism, and if the results were mediocre, they would likely be attacked to the point of being crushed. Perhaps that's why worry was mixed in the expressions of about half of the staff, film company employees, and distribution company representatives, among others. At that moment, actors stand by. At the signal from director Kyotaro, who was wearing thick padded jacket, a few of the directing team staff sprinted toward the first tent, and actors who had been watching the shooting emerged from the tent. 4 actors were needed for this cut. Kanekayama Ginzo, played by the handsome Ajimoto Yasutaro, Misaki Toka, who will appear in a flashback by Nakaho Kimi, an unidentified man played by a supporting male actor. And, swish, Kang Woojin, who was playing Iota Kiyoshi, emerged last from the tent. Woojin's current outfit was a simple suit, laden with cynicism. His makeup was done but not heavily, and his hair was slightly disheveled. In a way, even his appearance is no different from Iota Kiyoshi from the outside. Anyway, at his entrance, which was crucial for this scene, dozens of eyes glued themselves on Kang Woojin. The lighting team moving equipment, the directing team around director Kyotaro, the props team crowded at the dock, the reporters in the next tent, etc. Regardless, Kang Woojin, who didn't seem to care much. He just breathed out softly. Despite the considerable attention, he had become somewhat accustomed to such gazes. Okay, let's crush it. About 30 minutes later, a bit of darkness had settled over the village of Funaya. It wasn't completely dark, but from the distant seashore onward, darkness filled the area. At this moment, Kang Woojin was aboard a boat, an weirdly unstable-looking wooden boat. Sitting in front of him, preparing to be thrown overboard, was the Japanese actor Yasutaro. Playing Ginzo, he spoke softly to Woojin in Japanese. It's our first shoot. There are a lot of people watching, and it's a bit nerve-wracking. You feel it too, right, Woojin? Especially since the media and public opinion are focused on us. Kang Woojin responded quietly. No, not really. I'm just here to act. Hi, I see. Yes. I look forward to working with you. Yes, me too. As their brief conversation ended, two boats carrying cameras and another with soft lighting approached them. A drone also soared high in the sky. Soon, as preparations seemed to be completed, director Kyotaro, who had been standing in front of the monitors, sat down. Several monitors showed Kang Woojin and Yasutaro. Finally, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was appearing on the monitors. Many people were watching it. Most notably, the globally renowned original writer Akari was right beside them. Japanese maestro director Kyotaro closed his eyes and took a quiet, deep breath. He then exchanged signals with the key staff around him. Camera, audio, lighting. All okay. Director Kyotaro slowly picked up the megaphone, and the over 70 staff members all gulped and remained silent. Behind them, the eerie yet tranquil Insignificant village dock was filled with director Kyotaro's first command. Action! In an instant, aboard the wooden boat, Kang Woojin blinked for just a short moment. Swish! He brought out Iota Kiyoshi. It was very brief. It was impossible for anyone at the shooting location to notice. However, Woojin's whole body was already filled with Kiyoshi. Although floating on the deep sea, Kang Woojin's emotional currents were incredibly weak. Emptiness, futility, blankness. His calm and eerie eyes faced the camera directly. His posture was upright. With an expressionless face, he simply performed the act of staring. The monitor displayed an inscrutable Kang Woojin. For some reason, director Kyotaro, glued to the monitor, slightly opened his mouth. Something about him. To be able to show nothingness so effortlessly. Who else could portray such clear emptiness? There was no desire in it. Yet, his blurry eyes seemed unyielding. At that moment, Yasutaro, lying in front of Woojin, or rather, Ginzo, slowly got up holding his head. Meanwhile, the blurry and absent-minded gaze of Kang Woojin, who was looking into the camera, also shifted downwards. Ginzo's eyes widened as he assessed the situation. He was startled, causing the boat they were on to sway slightly. Surely, he should be in a bar, so why was he on a wooden boat on the sea? Where's this? That was the meaning in Ginzo's eyes. Into his ears came a man's voice, steady in tone. Awake! Ginzo's gaze shifted forward. It was too dim to see the man's face clearly. Ginzo squinted. Meanwhile, the man's voice was unwavering. Long time no see, Ginzo. Who are you? You'll know? We're old classmates. What? Woojin's stiff face just moved his lips. I'm the one who have been keeping you awake every morning. Ginzo's eyes widened further as he hastily pressed his back against the end of the boat. You're the one who's been sending the texts. I'm also glad to see you. But let's save the greetings for later. Creak. Suddenly, there was a noise next to Ginzo. The sound of a similar wooden boat. In a moment, a shocked Ginzo turned his head to the right. An unknown man was rowing a wooden boat, slowly approaching. When Ginzo, who was wondering what was going on, turned his head forward again. Ugh! Ginzo almost vomited out of shock. Woojin, who had been sitting at the end of the boat, was now just a fist's distance away. His expressionless face, his indifferent eyes, were right in front of him. A mannequin? There was no change at all. There was not even a slight tremor on Woojin's face. Yet it was terrifying and eerie. So you make this kind of expression too. At this, Ginzo stammered, mouth agape. Meanwhile, Woojin, who had been quietly observing him without blinking, spoke in a calm voice. Are you okay? Calm down. Who are you? My introduction? Of course, I plan to tell you. But later. Soon, the sound of the wooden boat was heard again. Creak. Before he knew it, the young Cone man's wooden boat had come close. The expressionless Woojin pointed towards that boat and calmly explained to Ginzo. Rather than me, let me introduce him first. He'll be the one to ravage you. Say hello. TL, ravage equals or asterisk P. At this point, Ginzo, or rather, Yasutaro playing Ginzo, looking at the mannequin-like face of Kang Woojin in front of him, was genuinely about to pee his pants. Wait. Don't genuinely get scared. It's just acting. It was unconscious. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. Sacrifice. 3. Ravage. Ajimoto Yasutaro flinched, barely gathering his senses. TL, ravage equals or asterisk P. Then, whoosh. Yasutaro, with his long but disheveled hair, forcefully held back a heavy feeling of needing to urinate. He then desperately reviewed the script he had hammered into his mind. Let's proceed. Open your mouth. Move your body. Huh. Suddenly, the handsome Yasutaro realized that his body had stiffened. The trembling was due to the cold. However, the stiffness in every joint was not due to that. It was then that Yasutaro realized he had been overwhelmed by the momentum. By Kang Woojin's restrained aura, even his acting shrunk back. There were several reasons why Yasutaro suddenly felt a heavy urge to urinate. First, it was this eerie filming location. The sky growing dark, the sinister fishing village, the silent sea, and him on the floating boat. That alone was enough to feel a sense of crisis. But what made Yasutaro hesitate the most was Kang Woojin, no, Iota Kiyoshi, who was intently looking at him now. The old wooden boat was narrow. Even at its widest point, if one stretched out their arms, they could reach the sides. Therefore, the gaze and expressions of Woojin in front were clearly etched into Yasutaro's eyes. Kang Woojin was now a blank. His facial features were merely decorations. Just proof that what hung above the neck was indeed a face. Nothing more, nothing less. Woojin was looking at Yasutaro, but it was insufficient. He breathed, but the sound was faint. His upper and lower lips are also calmly overlapping. How could he form such an expression? Nothing could be read from it. An expression showing not a drop of emotion. Dry? Yet, this dried-out look completed the scene. It maximized the eeriness and strangeness of the environment. In reality, it was Woojin across from him who was causing Yasutaro to feel the urge to urinate. Every time Yasutaro made eye contact with Woojin, who was sitting quietly close by, he clearly felt something tingling in his lower abdomen. His eyes are dead. No, it's acting. It's acting. I just have to do mine. The next part. Somehow, Yasutaro unfolded the next movement with difficulty. Swish. He looks at Kang Woojin sitting quietly at the end of the wooden boat. He looks down. He checks his own state. He's barefoot, dressed in a shirt and suit trousers, but without the suit jacket he had been wearing. Soon, Yasutaro's pupils dilated. The camera on the right side of the boat captured this closely. Then, creak. The wooden boat with unknown man attached itself right next to the boat Yasutaro was on, and the boats collided, making a dull noise. Thud. Naturally, Yasutaro's head turned. On the boat that had just collided, there was a man who looked like a homeless person, chewing gum. He sneered. Yasutaro, no, Ginzo felt the tremors in his body intensify twice over. Then he turned his face straight towards Kang Woojin, or rather, Iota Kiyoshi, and shouted, "R.A. Ravage. Don't say something that doesn't make sense." The camera captured both of their side profile and the expressionless. Woojin blinked his eyes nonchalantly a couple of times before speaking. It'll work out. Ginzo, you just have to leave your body to him. Wait. That's not what I meant. You already have experience too. I heard you had a lover while you were in prison. With widened eyes, Ginzo made his last desperate move. He lunged at Kiyoshi. Due to this, the boat they were on rocked violently. However, it was futile. Smack. Arg. Before Ginzo could do anything, Kiyoshi had swiftly struck his throat. The speed was impressive, and Ginzo helplessly collapsed onto the wooden boat, coughing. As Ginzo's coughing sounds faded, he changed his attitude by 180 degrees. Hook. Who? Please, spare me. I'll do anything. Spare me. Tears and snot flowing. Ginzo desperately grasped Kiyoshi's ordinary shoes with both hands, pleading. However, Kiyoshi's dry voice tone remained unchanged. I haven't said anything about killing you yet. Wait, could it be? Matsu-chan. No, are you Tsukasa's husband? Ah, my mistake. Never again. I won't meet her until I die. Tsukasa. Ah, Matsu Tsukasa from the accounting team at your company? Your current lover. In other words, he was talking about the affair. But you guessed wrong. You really don't remember me, do you? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please, spare my life. I beg you. It was then. Swish. Someone caressed the head of the prostrate Ginzo. It was the hand of the homeless-looking man on the boat next to him. Startled by this, Ginzo screamed in horror. Hike. Anything. I'll do anything. Just let me live. Please, please. His screams echoed ominously across the entire sea. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin remained calm. Like I said, I haven't said anything about killing you yet. Ginzo start by greeting him. Ah no. That's why? You'll be entangled with each other anyway. So isn't it good to get friendly? The homeless-looking man, who was constantly smiling, spat out the gum he was chewing towards Ginzo. Ginzo shook violently, as if he had been shot. This scene was vividly captured by several cameras, and Kiyoshi, looking down at Ginzo with lifeless eyes, slightly leaned forward. Ginzo, do you remember Toka? Misaki Toka. Ginzo flinched. Something flashed through his trembling mind, and his body and mouth froze. This lasted for about 5 seconds. Then he slowly lifted his head and made eye contact with Kang Woojin's eyes. Ginzo trembled with his lips and screamed out. That's right. You. Kiyoshi. Iota Kiyoshi. It was at that moment. Cut. Director Kyotaro's gentle voice spread across the entire sea, where a special mist was spreading out for special effects. NG, let's do it again. Several minutes later, the dock, which was the filming location for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, was bustling with dozens of staff preparing for a reshoot. Kang Woojin was off the boat, getting makeup touch-ups from the makeup team, and Yasutaro was receiving direction from director Kyotaro Taniguchi near the monitor. First shooting, first scene, first NG. It started with Yasutaro, who played Ginzo. Of course, the staff had a slightly different opinion. Wasn't Ajimoto's acting just now pretty good? It looked fine to me. Me too. I thought it came out well quality-wise. Well, our eyes and the director's eyes are different. In fact, there was a lot of talk that Yasutaro's acting skills seemed better than usual. However, it was not the tension that director Kyotaro wanted. Ajimoto, your emotions stood out. But there was too much excessiveness. It would be better if you toned it down. Understood. Spread the emotions, but compress the tone. Right now, it looks too much like I am acting. I'm sorry. It's okay. It was the first cut after all. Kyotaro Taniguchi, a master director in Japan, included a lot of things in this production of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. One of them was his desire to revolutionize the Japanese acting scene. The Japanese entertainment industry, which has become rotten beyond just being old. The domestic market was so tough that even the directors gave up on change, and as a result, all Japanese actors ended up doing stereotypical acting, screaming loudly, being excessive, or overacting. The exaggerated and eye-catching acting might seem explosive at first glance, but it's really no different from just running amok in an empty space. That was director Taniguchi's philosophy. Such acting might resonate in the ears, but it can't truly touch the heart. Due to this, the current state of Japanese acting, while passable domestically, was predominantly criticized internationally. It went beyond mere likes and dislikes. That's why Japanese content had issues creating a craze like the Korean wave. In contrast, how was Kang Woojin just now? Without any shouts or screams, he delivered his lines in the same tone and dominated the scene. He swallowed up Yasutaro with his first line. He brought out his presence into the camera. That is true resonance and delivery. The murmurs of the staff hurrying to prepare for the reshoot also clearly proved it. But Woojin's acting I don't know. Doesn't it feel different? Yeah, it's hard to see it as acting. Right. But it's strange. He was speaking softly, yet I heard him very clearly. Indeed, anyone watching this scene would focus solely on Kang Woojin. Yasutaro was merely a sacrifice. However, director Kyotaro Taniguchi, as a director, did not want such a form. A film cannot soar with just one actor standing out. The harmony of everyone was important. Therefore, not only Kang Woojin but also Yasutaro had to wake up. Then, the second signal for the same scene spread. Action. Starting again from the beginning. Yasutaro developed a bit of restraint and showed improvement, but still did not meet director Taniguchi's expectations. Thus, another NG. Reaction. The scene repeated. Around the fourth shooting, when yet another NG was called, Yasutaro sighed without realizing. Sigh. It was because he was in the dark. What is it? What's the problem? Neither the lines nor the emotions were wrong. His acting also transformed accordingly to match to the director's direction. But the result was the same. Gradually, darkness fell over the handsome face of Yasutaro. Pressure and a sense of frustration. A massive pressure was felt. Yasutaro couldn't grasp what was lacking. It was disgusting. Not because of the situation. Was I this lacking? It was because his own lack of capacity haunted him. Yasutaro took a deep breath quietly. Then, he glanced at director Taniguchi, who was deeply discussing something with his staff. Was it an emergency because of him? It was the fifth reaction from the first scene. Filming required momentum. But from the first shoot, it was halted, especially because of him. Yasutaro clenched his teeth unnoticeably while on the wooden boat. Watching him, Kang Woojin, who had a poker face, observed quietly. At the same time, he thought, sigh, he seems a bit out of breath. Is this guy okay? A vague worry arose because he seemed short of breath. Then, he spoke in a low Japanese, assuming a tough demeanor. Ajimoto SSI, take a little break. What? A break? Slow down. Woojin meant to suggest that Yasutaro should regulate his breathing, and he also thought the artificial fog sprayed around the boat might be problematic. The stuff they spray with machines isn't good to breathe in. But then, the handsome Yasutaro suddenly realized something. A break? Does he mean to give more space between lines? Because they are too fast? To delay stress points and insert the character's turmoil? Soon, Yasutaro reflected on his acting and asked Woojin, was I too hasty? He was asking about his acting. Kang Woojin nodded with a cynical expression. Yes, you're hasty. You're breathing, that is. On the wooden boat, Kang Woojin and Yasutaro faced each other. Though close in distance, there seemed to be a misunderstanding in their conversation. They were saying different things, but there was no problem in communication. Woojin was silent, and Yasutaro slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Am I being hasty? Well, he's been watching me up close, so Woojin's words must be accurate. Is that so? Various emotions gradually surfaced in him. A faint sense of loss, jealousy, etc. Meanwhile, Woojin placed a hand on his chest and made a small gesture. Lift your head and take a deep breath. It will make you feel better. Was it a suggestion to calm down a bit? Not to get too caught up in the current mood? Yasutaro laughed quietly without realizing it. Though there wasn't much age difference, he was far from reaching the calmness of this Korean actor. Thank you. Soon, Yasutaro composed himself and thought. Specifically, he revisited his acting. Was I too eager to throw out lines rather than conveying the emotion? As if I was being chased. At this point, director Taniguchi, watching them on the monitor, tilted his head. Is Woojin giving some advice? No, I don't think Woojin is the type to do that. He's probably just making small talk. The 5 Japanese reporters who were allowed on the set, hanging large cameras around their necks, were also buzzing as they filmed various parts of the set. Naturally, the subject was the conversation happening on the wooden boat between Kang Woojin and Yasutaro. Are they having some serious conversation? It looks serious. Probably because the first scene has been dragging on. It's already the 5th take, right? Since director Kyotaro has been calling only Yasutaro, it must be his issue. I hate to admit it, but honestly, Kang Woojin has crushed Yasutaro with his acting. Yasutaro is just too ordinary. He lacks uniqueness. Yeah, throughout the shooting, Only Kang Woojin catches the eye. Was that serious conversation some sort of acting advice from Kang Woojin? Still, it can't be that. They haven't known each other that long. Besides, what advice could a rookie of 1 year give to Yasutaro? Right. It doesn't make sense that just listening to some advice would dramatically change his acting. At the same time, clap. The sound from the clapperboard spread across the set. It signified the start of the 5th take. Director Kyotaro's cue followed. Action. Once again, Kang Woojin and Yasutaro began acting. Naturally, it was the same scene. Yasutaro regained his composure, and he discovered the expressionless Kang Woojin. Normally, Yasutaro would have shown exaggerated gestures asking who he was. He had done similar in the 4 previous takes. But, this time, Yasutaro was distinctly different. He looked at Kang Woojin as if in a trance, then surveyed the foggy sea around them. He also looked down at his bare feet. He allowed a pause in his thoughts. After fully sensing his feelings and surroundings, Yasutaro's pupils gradually dilated. Only then did Yasutaro and Kang Woojin exchange lines. It's been a while, Ginzo. Who are you? The exclamation mark was missing from Ginzo's tone. No exaggeration. Instead, a strange chill attached itself. At this, director Kyotaro, who furrowed his brow and practically glued his face to the monitor, clenched his fist. Yes, that's it. Ginzo should start as if his soul is drained. Director Kyotaro then hesitated, his gaze locking onto the expressionless Kang Woojin on the monitor. Ajimoto SSI's acting changed 180 degrees. Did Woojin really give him some advice? The reporters also whispered among themselves. What? Suddenly Yasutaro's acting is, did he cast a spell or something? The conclusion was inevitably Kang Woojin. No, it must be Kang Woojin who must have told him something. No doubt about it. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Sacrifice 4. About an hour later, the first scene was approved on the 6th take. Of course, the 5th scene, where Yasutaro had suddenly improved, was of sufficient quality for an okay, but director Kyotaro also decided to try 6th take just to be sure. As a result, good, we'll go with either the 5th or the 6th. Director Kyotaro was able to capture the scene he wanted. Thus, the rather challenging first scene of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was completed. However, the set, including director Kyotaro and dozens of staff from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, became even busier. After all, they had only just finished the first scene. Fog. More intense fog. Yes. The director wants another light added. We're setting it up now. Props team, where's the other wooden boat? We need to add one more camera. We'll get it ready. Before they knew it, it was past 8 p.m. The local onlookers, excluding the journalists, film company and distribution company staff, and the actors, had mostly left. The fishing village, Ione Funaya, had become even more eerie. Due to the filming cooperation, the village lights other than the street lamps were further dimmed or removed, making it almost pitch dark, especially around the filming area at the dock. Only the soft lighting focused on the filming was there. That was when, thud, the sound of the slate echoed again. Following that, director Kyotaro's signal resounded loudly across the filming set. Action. Simultaneously, Kang Woojin on the wooden boat unleashed Iota Kiyoshi with his whole body. Instantly, the vitality in his eyes vanished. Expression? It was always mannequin-like, but now it was several times harder to discern. Darkness shrouded Woojin's face. Of course, the cowering Kanekayama Ginzo also brought out an evolved version of himself. Unlike the initial squawking, the current Kanekayama Ginzo exuded a vibe of an adult child forcibly suppressing fear. Kang Woojin surveyed the fog-filled sea and spoke in a dried-up voice. Do you remember Toka? Misaki Toka. Toka. Misaki Toka. That's right. You're Kiyoshi. Iota Kiyoshi? Correct. You're finally remembering. Is that really you, Iota Kiyoshi? You. Long time no see. A greeting devoid of expression or emotion. Meanwhile, Kanekayama Ginzo's breathing became unsteady, his eyes bulging with shock. Why did you do this to me? Would complete the sentence, but Ginzo couldn't continue. Kang Woojin, calmly breathing, remained silent. However, inside his heart, parched by drought, a wind was blowing. Anger? Frustration? It wasn't anything like that. It was more like realization. Ginzo recognized me and changed his thoughts. As evidence, the sense of crisis in his voice slightly faded. One must notice every change visible in the opponent. Any hesitation could ruin everything. Kang Woojin became utterly lukewarm. He lowered the temperature of his previously calm mindset even further, and he turned cold. The camera captured such Kang Woojin with a chest-up shot, and Woojin slowly began to speak. Ginzo, this is a fishing village near Chiba. In reality, Ayane Funaya was in Kyoto, but the movie setting changed it to Chiba. And it's also Misaki Toka's hometown. Kiyoshi, don't tell me this is because of when we bullied her a little back in the day. Of course not. Haha, right. You were magnanimous. As I thought, it's just a joke, right? But Toka is dead. Instantly, Ginzo's head filled with a panorama of the forgotten past, everything about Toka and her death, including his own relief. But he didn't show it. He had to hide it at all costs. That's right. She threw herself. But it's no different from being pushed by many. Ginzo's lips trembled as he looked at Kang Woojin in front of him and alternated his gaze to the man dressed like a homeless person in the boat next to them. Expressionless, Kang Woojin stared back at Ginzo and dryly asked, "How much of that pushing force was yours?" A brief silence spread. Here, director Kyotaro cut the scene. It's an okay, but changed the composition and action again. The shooting continuity sheet was turned one page over. Next scene, starting with Ginzo slowly lowering his head in response to Iota's question. His eyeballs were rolling incessantly. In the midst of it, he was calculating. Crazy bastard. What the hell are you fucking talking about now? Revenge? For that Misaki Toka? Why bring that up now? More importantly, does this damned guy know everything? No way. That can't be. We had that bitch's weakness, and she didn't have the courage to talk about it recklessly. Ginzo, looking down at his bare feet, gradually lifted his head. Kang Woojin's dry face became visible, clearer now that his eyes had adjusted to the darkness. Ginzo made up his mind. Kiyoshi, you have some kind of misunderstanding. He decided to deny everything. I actually treated Toka well. Yes, it's true that the kids bullied her a bit. No, it was severe. Yes, that's right. But I felt pity for her. I even tried to stop them instead. It's unfair. If Toka were alive, I would have told them to let her live. That's so. That's right. How about this? I'll help you. No, if it were Toka, she would have chosen forgiveness over hatred for you. What? Kang Woojin let out a bored sigh. Ginzo, you really are clever. What do you mean? Even now, you're calculating. Whether I know everything or not. Yes, keep denying it. Wow, wait. Kiyoshi, do as you think. It's okay. It's okay. This single phrase was terrifying to Ginzo. Or rather, to Yasutaro, who was playing his role. He wasn't sure why. It was just a dry tone of voice, but it felt as if he could his death. The dull eyes of Kang Woojin were the same. Damn it. How can he act like that? Yasutaro, who unknowingly felt envy, returned to Ginzo's mindset. There's no front or back. Only the sea. What's the depth of the fog-filled sea like? Deep? Scary. I want to live. However, not a trace of hope was visible in that guy Kiyoshi's demeanor. The camera filmed Yasutaro, who had become increasingly anxious, from the side. He suddenly twisted his body backwards and shouted toward the eerie village. Save me. Here. There are people here. Please save me. His own voice echoed from the mountains beyond the village. But his voice returned like a boomerang, with no response whatsoever. Instead, there was a response from expressionless Woojin. You're only making it hard for yourself, Ginzo. There's no one here. Do you remember the bubble era from decades ago? What? This place aimed to expand as a tourist destination back then. Lodgings, restaurants, they increased indiscriminately. But the bubble burst and it all failed. No one comes here anymore. It was like an abandoned village. They'll probably find out if they investigate tomorrow, but for now, no one knows you're here. How did I get here? By car. Kang Woojin pointed to the homeless man in the boat next to them. He drove. I sent a message to your wife, Ginzo, from your cell phone. Hey, you often meet women under the excuse of business trips. You frequently stay out overnight. Your wife probably doesn't suspect anything. The three of us will stay together until tomorrow morning. Are you hungry? Kiyoshi. I am. If not that. Woojin, having finished speaking, made a move. He pulled out a cell phone from his pocket. It was Ginzo's. Make a call. What? To whom? To Horinochi Amy. She's the owner of the karaoke bar you were at just before coming here, and one of our 9 classmates. In the script, before coming to this, Ginzo had been drinking at the karaoke bar run by his classmate, Horinochi Amy. And she was also one of the 9 names written on the crumpled piece of paper that Iota Kiyoshi possessed. I'll tell you what to say. Just deliver the message as I tell you, and then hang up. Amy, wait a minute. Kiyoshi, are you really taking revenge for Misaki Toka? Woojin, shaking his head quietly, spoke in a dry voice innocently. No, it's just something that I need to do. Just something that needs to be done. Homework. Ginzo's body trembled more violently, and he furrowed his brow deeply. Look, if this is some kind of joke, stop it. Why? Why would you, Kiyoshi, take revenge for Misaki Toka? You were nothing to Toka. That's right. I'm just a stranger. At this point. Cut. Okay. Once again, Director Kyotaro's signal spread. This time, it was okay in one take. Everyone was so focused that dozens of staff members swallowed their saliva and watched their acting intently. Then, the reorganization was completed again. Compared to the first shoot, the pacing of the current shoot was much faster. Not only Kang Woojin, but also Yasutaro and the actor playing the homeless man had greatly improved in quality. Amidst this, Yasutaro experienced for the first time since becoming an actor the process of stepping out of a role. The difference between being Ginzo then and now was stark. He had to control the intensified emotions and maintain them. No, he did not want to let go of the vivid threads of Ginzo that enveloped his whole body. Have I ever experienced this before? For Yasutaro, it was the first time as an actor to be so immersed in a role. That's why he was greedy. He found acting enjoyable. When director Kyotaro's action signal rang out next, the cynical Kang Woojin in front of him instantly changed. The vanished Kiyoshi appeared in just 1 second. The speed was jaw-dropping. From the dry lines delivered by Woojin, Yasutaro realized that his current acting ability, make the call, Ginzo, was not purely his own. Iota. Kiyoshi. Yes, Kang Woojin. It's because of this Korean actor that I was able to do it. He was influenced by Kang Woojin. He was dominating this vast filming location like a solid beam. Yasutaro's acting ability was merely boosted by Woojin. Because it's realistic. Because he is Kiyoshi himself, it feels like I've entered the world of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger was Kang Woojin, and Kang Woojin was the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Yasutaro felt this watching Woojin right in front of him. And so did director Kyotaro monitoring from the screen, and Akari, the original author, would feel the same. It was as if the set of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was laid out in Kang Woojin's hands. Normally, if the acting partner was weak, an actor had to somehow portray the role alone. Then naturally, the camera captures the disparity between the two performances. This is also referred to as the scene being jarring. The Japanese actor Yasutaro had countless experiences of this. But it was okay. There was no problem. Because I only had to focus on my own part. Getting the scripted lines right and acting a bit over the top was enough for an okay. More than the synergy between actors, more than the acting quality, a striking image was crucial. That was the current market in Japan. However, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was not like that at all. In this place, centered around Kang Woojin, Yasutaro had no reason to exist, if not as Ginzo. Kang Woojin. The presence of this actor is simply too immense. Creak. Soon, from the slightly shaking wooden boat, Kang Woojin's dried-up voice rang out again. The message you need to deliver to Horinochi Amy is simple. What is it? Just say Misaki Toka has returned. Toka has returned? Yes, that's all. Then I'll send you home. Really? Of course. I'll really send you home. Expressionless, Woojin extended Ginzo's cell phone to him. Just so you know, no mistakes. No. A mistake. I won't make one. Absolutely not. It's okay, Ginzo. It's okay even if you do make a mistake. It's okay. Like telling Amy about your current situation or asking her to save you. That would be fine too. No. I have no such intention. That's fine too. The scenario will just change a bit. But then, you'll be ravaged and found naked tomorrow morning. Ginzo's arms trembled uncontrollably as Woojin spoke emotionlessly. Nonetheless, he managed to take the cell phone. He then called Horinochi Amy from the list. Ginzo's hands were respectful as he held the phone to his ear. Ah, Amy. His gaze shifted to Kiyoshi across from him. Misaki Toka has returned. It sounded like a loud woman's voice could be heard over the phone, but Ginzo slowly lowered the phone. Woojin took it from him. Then he moved to the wooden boat where a man dressed as a homeless person was. You did well, Ginzo. The man in the guise of a homeless person moved to the wooden boat where Kang Woojin had been seated. They swapped places. Ginzo's eyes flickered anxiously, and that was when Woojin's calm lines were heard. Now I'll send you home, though it'll be hard to do so alive. A little later, Kang Woojin could be found on the rooftop of the tallest building in the fishing village. 2 cameras filming him were behind him. And on the rooftop railing, the man who appeared to be a homeless person who had been with him earlier stood. It was a familiar setting, only the location was different. Yes, it was like the last scene of Misaki Toka and Kiyoshi. Soon, the homeless man, who appeared to be in his 60s, looked down from the building. The port and the moonlit sea were visible. On it, 2 wooden boats floated. One of the boats had a naked man lying in it. It was Kanekayama Ginzo. For some reason, he was motionless. Was he asleep? Whether he was or not, the homeless man's gaze drifted far off to the moon. By tomorrow, the world will be turned upside down. The detectives will chase you madly. Don't let your guard down thinking you're hiding in the fog. Kang Woojin. No. Iota Kiyoshi responded with an expressionless face. You don't have to go that far, Misaki Shitoku SSI. It seems the man's name was Misaki Shitoku. He shared the same last name as Misaki Toka. The man laughed heartily. That's right. But now, I want to see my daughter. Death is death. Saying you'll see her after that is just superstition. Haha. You're the same as when I first saw you. Iota Kiyoshi, I'm sorry for entrusting you with such a heavy burden. It's not a burden. Yes, it's your homework. You said it yourself, didn't you? I just need to stay silent, and the detectives will be thoroughly confused. Even though I am of sound mind, I lack the courage to stay quiet. That's why I am asking you, my daughter's strange friend, to take on this burden. Kang Woojin did not respond anymore. It wasn't that he did not. He could not. The man at the railing had already disappeared, just like Misaki Toka. The homeless man. No, he was Misaki Toka's father. Chapter 224. Chapter 224. Sacrifice 5. Now, only Kang Woojin or Iota Kiyoshi remained on the building rooftop. Despite someone having fallen, Woojin, expressionless, merely continued to stare at the spot he had been looking at. The camera, slowly scanning from the side of Kang Woojin, finally reached his front. It slowly captured from Woojin's chest up to his face. The current Kiyoshi was unnaturally stoic. His blinking was steady, and his breathing was calm. Everything was empty and quiet. Then, swoosh, something white fluttered and fell between the camera and Kang Woojin. Woojin slowly lifted his head, and the camera belatedly followed. In the sky, the white gradually increased in number. It was snow. Oddly, despite the grotesque events in the fishing village, there was a spread of desolate beauty as the snow fell. At that moment, Kang Woojin extended his right hand forward and dryly murmured, "Did they say it was coming?" The camera captured the snowflakes resting on his hand. Though it was artificial snow, the chill was felt by Kang Woojin, infused with the essence of Iota Kiyoshi. Let's go down. Mumbling to himself, Woojin turned around. His steps were ordinary, showing no hint of urgency. It was extraordinarily ordinary. The camera stepped back to capture his front view. Here, director Kyotaro called cut. The same scene was performed once more. After 2 takes, it was okayed, and after setting up below the building, the action resumed. Swoosh. Kang Woojin had already left the building. He turned his head to the left. His dry gaze fell upon a corpse soaked in blood. Woojin approached calmly. Not even his usual expressionless face was present. It was more like a void. In his eyes, the lifeless, sprawled body was evident. A homeless man. No, it was Misaki Shitoku. The camera vividly captured the corpse with a shattered head. Misaki Toka's father. A year before starting his homework in earnest, Woojin had found him. Hello, my name is Iota Kiyoshi. Shitoku was living like an actual destitute. No different from being dead. After his daughter died, his wife succumbed too. mental illness and died too. He had nothing left. He was nearly just a breathing doll. Woojin temporarily breathed life into him. Your daughter didn't commit suicide. She was murdered. Woojin told him everything he knew, everything his daughter had suffered. Shitoku was enraged, a reaction Kiyoshi had anticipated. Having gained a purpose, Shitoku extended his life, joining Kiyoshi. And a few minutes ago, their journey together had ended. Kiyoshi, or Woojin, gazed quietly at Shitoku's body, which was covered in blood and gradually being covered by snow. Kang Woojin's eyes had withered gaze. I should have stopped him after all. There was no need for it to go this far. Actually, Kang Woojin had devised a scenario based on Shitoku being alive. He had clear plans on how to confuse the investigation and what instructions to give him. But now, there was no need to use them. As Woojin gazed down at Shitoku, who was getting cold by now, I want to cover up everything for you, but it's going to be hard now. He spoke even though he knew there would be no answer. Because if I cover something up, it'll be obvious that a third party was involved. Again, no answer. But as Woojin was turning away, he flinched. Shitoku's voice, which shouldn't have been heard, brushed past his ear. Thank you. Now you go on the path you have to go. This voice wasn't actually heard on the scene. It would be added during editing, but at the moment, it was silent. However, the camera's close-up captured Kang Woojin's expression vividly. His face was stoic, his eyelids blinking calmly. Even the faint shaking of soulless eyes. Though his outward expression remained unchanged, the silent tremor within was clearly expressed. After about 5 seconds with no reaction, Woojin moved his feet again. Tap, tap. The snowfall gradually intensified. Woojin stopped at the dock where 2 wooden boats were anchored. The camera captured his back. The other camera was filming Kanakaima Ginzo, who was crouched naked inside one of the boats. His eyes were wide open, but there was no movement. Snow was accumulating on his entire naked body, marked with a strange scar around his neck. As Kang Woojin, looking down at Ginzo indifferently, took something out of his pocket. Swoosh. It was a crumpled piece of paper. He unfolded it. Among the 9 names written on the paper, he marked an X behind Kanakaima Ginzo. Second one. Above Ginzo's name was written Horinochi Amy, a woman touched by the fragments of the firework known as Ginzo. Quietly observing the names, Kang Woojin folded the paper again and slipped it back into his pocket. It's cold. With a dry remark, he lifted his head to the sky. The camera slowly pulled back. The monitor showed Kang Woojin's eerie back, the bright moonlight, and the swaying sea, all gradually obscured by the drifting snow. It was a bizarrely beautiful scene. Everything was displayed on the monitor. Next to director Kyotaro, who was watching intently with a serious expression, writer Akari, wearing a padded jacket, covered her mouth with both hands as she looked at the monitor, then slowly lifted her head to view Kang Woojin's back in front of the monitor. Iota Kiyoshi. He was there, as if he were real. She was beyond thrilled, almost to the point of fainting with excitement. To be able to see something like this. It seemed like tears would pour out at any moment. The scenes her fans had imagined, the characters she had written were unfolding right before her eyes. It wasn't merely a reenactment. It felt as though the world within the book had been plucked out and dropped into this place. Brilliant. How could any writer not feel this? What if Woojin wasn't Iota Kiyoshi? When a writer's work is adapted into a live action, there are elements they have to let go of due to the thick wall of reality. However, writer Akari decided to think of it as entering another world. Here was the world of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. And she grew ambitious. Quickly, I want to show this to everyone who has read my writing as soon as possible. Kang Woojin had established the world of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, and she wanted to show it to the readers. If the original author was this excited, imagine how the fans who loved the story would feel. Director Kyotaro felt the same. The acting. Woojin's acting intensity has unbelievably increased. It was jaw-dropping during the script reading, but now, there's an indescribable spirit involving emotional depth and flexibility. He focused on Kang Woojin's acting as much as on directing. He already has world-class skills, yet he keeps improving. It seems like his growth has no end. He felt relieved. Who else could express this profound and emptiness like murderous intent? Only Woojin can. And he speculated. He's literally a monster. His created character, Iota Kiyoshi, will become a legend in Japanese cinema history. Silence fell across the entire set for a moment. Kang Woojin, looking up at the snowflake, stopped, as did the camera capturing his back and the dozens of staff members who simply gulped down their saliva. Even the lead actors who came to watch, despite no scene involving them, were simply observing Woojin's performance. The atmosphere was dignified and quiet, but the air was electric, almost suffocating. Such was the intense level of the scene. At that moment, cut. Director Kyotaro suddenly stood up and shouted energetically, "Okay." Naturally, it was okayed in one take. 30 minutes later, the set around the dock of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was being cleaned up. The time had passed 11 p.m. It looked like the shooting for today was over, but tomorrow's shooting was scheduled to start early. In the morning. Thus, alongside cleaning, the dozens of staff members were also preparing for tomorrow. Among them, the master director Kyotaro was going around, heaping praise on the actors. The supporting actor who played the homeless person, or Misaki Shitoku. Haha, you did a great job. The dialogue delivery on the rooftop was really good. Thank you, Director Nim. Yasutaro, who played Ginzo. Ajimoto SSI, your performance in the latter half was the best. It was exactly the tone and acting I wanted. Is that so? Yes, it was the Ginzo both I and the writer wanted. You suddenly have an awakening or something. Ha ha. Oh no, that's not it. You really worked hard. The corpse makeup and posture might be a bit challenging, but I'm counting on you again tomorrow morning. Of course, Yasutaro, currently wearing a thick coat over his naked body, had his eyes full of ambition. It was a compliment from Kyotaro Taniguchi, one of Japan's greatest directors. Soon, Director Kyotaro approached Kang Woojin, who was wearing a navy long padding coat, talking with Choi Sung-gun. Woojin SSI. Upon hearing his name in Japanese, Woojin, with an indifferent face, turned his head. As soon as he recognized who it was, he softened his voice. Ah, Director Nim. You've worked hard. What? You had the hardest time, Woojin. Your filming tomorrow starts in the afternoon. You can rest well. Yes, Director Nim. Choi Sung-gun, who noticed their conversation, stepped back with Woojin's team, including Han Yeung and Director Kyotaro, who had abruptly approached Kang Woojin, whose concept had deepened, smiled slightly. During the shooting, you gave some advice to Ajimoto SSI, right? He was referring to Yasutaro. To Director Kyotaro, it seemed like Yasutaro had awakened after Kang Woojin's advice. Meanwhile, Woojin was puzzled by what Kyotaro meant. What had I advised? Then he remembered something he had advised Yasutaro about on the wooden boat regarding breathlessness. I did tell him to take deep breaths? Ah, that. Thinking that Kyotaro must have seen it on the monitor, Woojin readily nodded. Yes, that's right. Because it looked dangerous. As expected, the smile on Director Kyotaro's face grew broader. Thank you. An actor did what a director should have done. Not at all. It's better for anyone to say something before an accident happens. Accident. Yes, if we had continued, we might have had to stop today's shooting. If an actor had fainted, not just today, but several days could have been affected, right? Woojin acknowledged and continued softly. I'm glad it was sorted out well. That level of acting alone was enough, but I didn't know you would take care of other actors' conditions as well. Is this an unexpected side of you, Woojin? I guess you are not all cold as you look from the outside. Anyway, thanks to you, Ajimoto SSI had an awakening in terms of acting. What advice did you give him? I didn't expect you to take care of another actor's condition as well. Is this an unexpected side of you, Woojin? Thanks to you, Ajimoto SSI has awakened in his acting. What advice did you give? Acting awakening? Advice? Although it felt slightly off, Woojin responded vaguely. I just told him to breathe slowly. Breathing. It must have been the perfect answer for the current Ajimoto SSI. Although they were talking about different things, strangely, there was no problem with the conversation, and around that time, Yasutaro, who had met the main cast of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, was being bombarded with questions. Yasutaro, what did Kang Woojin do to you on the wooden boat? Your acting intensity changed suddenly after that. Yeah, did Woojin give you some advice? What did he say? Did he really teach you some acting skills? The handsome Yasutaro smiled and nodded. Yes, I was able to change because of his advice. After the eerie sacrifice of a stranger shooting ends, I'm thinking of going back to do theater. What did you say? I may finish filming in a few days, but everyone should be alert. Watching Woojin from afar and watching him up close are worlds apart. Forget that it's acting. If you fall under the hypnotism of Kang Woojin, this place becomes the world of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Yasutaro then declared to the remaining actors of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. You'll have to engage in a bloody battle with the real monster called Iota Kiyoshi. The next morning, on the 21st, in Shinokubo, known as Koreatown in Japan, the explosion of the Korean wave had brought an incredible crowd to the area, and it was now famous as a tourist destination in Japan. The streets were packed not only with Koreans and Japanese, but also tourists from all over the world. Amidst this, a group of foreigners was spotted at the window seat of a large cafe. A woman with brown bob hair, a man with short orange hair, and a chubby man, 3 people in total. Among them, the woman with the brown bob hair had a face that wasn't unfamiliar. She was Megan Stone, who had been the casting director for Hollywood's Last Kill 3. She was the one who first relayed news about Kang Woojin to George Mendes, the director who resembled Santa Claus, and had also attended Woojin's screen test with the famous producer, Joseph Felton. So, why was she suddenly in Japan? It certainly wasn't to see Kang Woojin. Megan Stone's team had been in Japan only to attend the Tokyo International Short Film Festival that had ended a few days ago, a festival frequented by many from Hollywood annually. Simply put, it was for work. Thus, her encounter with Kang Woojin in Japan was purely coincidental. Regardless, Megan's team was planning to leave Japan this afternoon, having finished the film festival and taken some rest. Currently, they were casually sightseeing around Tokyo. Naturally, the topic of their conversation was the Tokyo International Short Film Festival. It was a bit disappointing compared to what I expected. At the words of the chubby foreign man, the orange-haired man nodded his head. True, it was grandly held, but there wasn't much to see. The actors we scouted weren't impressive either. As their conversation in English continued, the nearby Japanese patrons occasionally glanced at them. Megan, brushing her brown bob hair aside, crossed her long legs. Kang Woojin was there, though. At the sudden mention of the Korean actor's name, her teammates agreed. Who? Kang Woojin? Ah, right, that Korean actor. Yes. I was surprised when he showed up at the closing party. Didn't expect him to be in Japan, not Korea. Megan replied as she sipped her coffee. He must be here to shoot a film directed by Kyotaro Taniguchi. Oh, right. I remember seeing that when we were researching him. Seems like he's doing well. Megan and her colleagues hadn't paid much attention to Kang Woojin after the screen test for Last Kill 3. After all, the role Woojin auditioned for was minor, and they were busy. However, Megan, as the leader of the team, was interested in Woojin. I'm curious. About what? About Kang Woojin. Why? There seems to be a noticeable change in him. A noteworthy mention would be that of Miley Kara. Recently, for some reason, she had met Kang Woojin during her visit to Korea and even praised him highly on the Jamie show. It was more than just polite compliments. Furthermore, and there's Joseph Felton, he's also taken an interest. Famous Hollywood producer Joseph also inquired about Kang Woojin after the test. He wanted a detailed report too. Why? Why would such figures have a great interest in a Korean actor? Of course, I know he's not ordinary. His filmography and the martial arts skills he demonstrated during the test speak for themselves. However, that alone seemed slightly insufficient. Thanks to that, Megan had done some searching about Kang Woojin after seeing him a few days ago. There were numerous absurd articles. It was the same in Korea, but coming to Japan for filming and suddenly making a bold declaration of war? Therefore, Megan's curiosity had piqued. Why are such big shots always hovering around Kang Woojin? The chubby man shrugged nonchalantly. There could be coincidences, but could it be because he has more than basic skills? In fact, the martial arts we saw during the test were amazing. But we haven't seen his acting. Acting? Well, I've heard from director George and others that after the test, many were so intimidated by his acting. Intimidated? Could that be true? Of course, at that time, it seemed utterly absurd that he would drop Last Kill 3, and Megan thought similarly. Logically, one wouldn't dismiss such an opportunity. But looking around now, the idea of being intimidated seemed odd. For such a thing, Kang Woojin was too confident. I guess I need to see for myself. At Megan's murmuring, her team members furrowed their brows. See? See what? Holding her phone, Megan smiled at her team members. I'll need to delay our departure for a few days. She then made a call somewhere. Sacrifice, 6. Around 9:30 a.m. on the 21st. A medium-sized hotel near Insignificant village, primarily used by tourists. The entire floor had been rented out by the team from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. However, the floor for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team was currently quiet. Everyone had gone to work in Insignificant village early in the morning to hurry their filming preparations. Thanks to that, there weren't many people left in the hotel. One of them was Kang Woojin. Currently, Woojin, wearing a hat, was eating breakfast in the dining area, attracting the stares of people around him. Oh, this fried rice with eggs is really delicious, isn't it? Externally, maintaining a poker face, but internally marveling at the hotel's breakfast. Of course, he wasn't alone. About 10 members of Woojin's team, including Choi Sung-gun, were with him. A few minutes later, Woojin. Around the time coffee was served at the table, Choi Sung-gun shared a few updates. While Kang Woojin had immersed himself in acting for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, Choi Sung-gun had been busy with other matters. The first thing laid out in front of Kang Woojin was a contract. The animation Male Friend was finalized yesterday. Check the contract. A few days ago, there had been a meeting about the Male Friend animation. Oh, this was really fast. According to Choi Sung-gun, the contract process had been smooth sailing. After all, A10 Studio had already started production, and they had been particularly eager to have Kang Woojin on board. For Woojin, the Male Friend remake was a positive move, because he could showcase his piano skills and gain novel experiences. Anyway, with this, Kang Woojin's joining the anime Male Friend remake was confirmed. Still, news of the Male Friend remake, production, and Kang Woojin's participation was confidential. However, A10 Studio will announce it as soon as they finalize their position, so it might be released by next week. After that, we'll follow suit. It was only a matter of time. As for things like voice dubbing recording, A10 Studio isn't confirmed yet, but if they're aiming for a July launch, we'll probably start around April to May. Before that, there will be OST and test recordings. I'll keep you updated. Next, Woojin checked the remuneration section of the contract. Wow, it's much higher than I thought. Naturally, Choi Sung-gun had led the negotiation, but the agreed remuneration was surprisingly high. The OST part was negotiated separately. Additionally, this is the first storyboard for the Kashiwa Group advertisement. The storyboard for the advertisement Kang Woojin was set to shoot for the Kashiwa Group during his activities in Japan had arrived. It involved 1 construction and 2 food advertisements. The shooting schedule seems to be next week. They are rushing things, but that's fine by us. Rushing was indeed preferable. Advertising shoots, even short ones, takes at least half a day, and as Woojin's schedule for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger filming grew busier, it was best to handle the advertising shoots early on, considering the return to Korea. Then suddenly, Choi Sung-gun gave a thumbs up. And yesterday's acting was killer, Woojin. You probably wouldn't have noticed, but the film distributors who came to the set were all going crazy. They were busy praising you. Consequently, Woojin's entire team was excited. That's right. Appa was absolutely amazing yesterday. I haven't read The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger book, but I'm planning to buy it. Now, yesterday, it was all about you, Hyung-nim. The Japanese actors and staff were all like, wow, ha-dash. Trying to hide his embarrassment, Woojin merely responded quietly. Really? I didn't see. I was busy acting. Meanwhile, at the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger filming site, the morning at Insignificant village felt more lively compared to the eerie night before. The creepy atmosphere had lightened, but the emptiness lingered. Nonetheless, the area around the dock, which had been central to yesterday's shoot, was bustling with dozens of staff members. Stand by 10 minutes before. Camera setting starts now. Director Nim, please check the actor's makeup here. About 10 minutes later, they would start the main shoot. Naturally, it was a scene that did not include Kang Woojin, who was still at the accommodations. Typically, filming does not proceed in the order of the script, but while they were in Insignificant village, they had no choice but to shoot in sequence. Therefore, the current scene was set the day after Ginzo's death. Director Kyotaro had just been busy on a phone call, and now he was busy checking various parts of the set. Writer Akari Takikawa was also noticeable around the monitor area. Moreover, the number of actors involved had increased several times compared to the previous night. It was natural since there were over 30 extras dressed as police officers. Everyone, please relax. Once the action sign is given, just do as instructed. Gradually, the film set transformed into a crime scene. Crowds of police, onlookers, barriers and ropes keeping the crowd at bay, and buzzing reporters. Soon, Yasutaro, who would play the dead body, and the supporting actor portraying Misaki Shito entered the set. Ajimoto SSI has arrived. Although Yasutaro was supposed to be naked according to the setting, his overall appearance had already been filmed the night before. Currently, he was only shirtless, wearing pants on the lower half. It didn't matter since a cover would be placed over him and only half would be shown. The supporting actor playing Misaki Shitoku wore the same makeup and costume as the night before, depicting a cracked skull. With that, the setting was complete, including the corpses. Soon, the lead actor who would be the core of the current shoot entered through the dozens of extras. A man who looked like he was in his mid-30s, dressed casually in jeans and a navy lightweight puffer jacket, with short hair and moderately unkempt dry skin. It was Mana Kosaku, a top actor in Japan. His role in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was Yoshizawa Mokio, a somewhat dirty detective. He even took pocket money from yakuzas and thugs. Outwardly, he was synonymous with slothfulness. Ironically, despite his lazy demeanor, he diligently conducted investigations, chasing the character Iota Kiyoshi from the script until the very end. Mana Kosaku, who took on such a detective role, was the second actor cast after Kang Woojin in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. He had been the leader of a famous band and a beloved singer and actor in Japan for a long time. As soon as Mana Kosaku arrived on set, the staff swarmed around him. Even as the makeup team made adjustments, Kosaku, with his distinctly sharp facial features, slowly surveyed the shooting area. It was just as he had imagined. Just like the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger he had read. Perhaps more vividly, so after seeing Kang Woojin's performance the previous night. Soon, Kosaku reminisced about the past. Specifically, when director Kyotaro first approached him. Kosaku had asked something, and Kyotaro had responded simply. Why is that Korean actor cast for the role of Iota Kiyoshi? Because it has to be him. At that time, he didn't fully understand the meaning. But last night, Kosaku profoundly grasped director Kyotaro's feelings. Why that Korean actor had to play Kiyoshi? Why it had to be him? Kosaku muttered to himself softly. It had to be him, not because no one else could do it, but because no one else could do it quite like him. Kosaku was shaken to his core by Woojin's performance. Yes, just as Yasutaro had said, Kang Woojin was a monster. It wasn't without reason that he caught the eye of the renowned Japanese director Kyotaro in his first year, or that he swept 8 awards at the end of the year. Awards in Korea, sparking a Hallyu wave. Curiosity had led Kosaku to watch both Woojin's Hanryang and Male Friend. He thought Woojin acted well, but yesterday's Kang Woojin was on a different level. Kosaku would have to follow Woojin's trail throughout the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, both as an actor and as a detective. Kosaku pumped up his emotions. He let the detective Yoshizawa Mokio seep into his being. Although Kang Woojin was not on set, Kosaku was ready for shadow boxing. Whether Woojin was present or not, he planned to keep up the rivalry. I have to do this. Otherwise, I'll be compared until the end of the shooting. He was the only one who would go until the end with Kang Woojin. Kosaku genuinely felt tense. Around that time, director Kyotaro called him, and after a brief conversation with the director and writer Akari Takikawa, Kosaku stood behind the camera. Just before the shooting began. Clap. Soon, with the noise of the slate, director Kyotaro's voice boomed from a megaphone in front of the monitor. Action. Simultaneously, dozens of extras dressed as police officers started moving busily. Some were taking photos, others were controlling the onlookers, and some were thoroughly searching the area around the dock. Here, Mana Kosaku. No, Detective Yoshizawa Mokio makes his entrance. Phew, it's far so far. It's been a really long time since I've been to Chiba. Detective Yoshizawa. Mokio grumbled as he appeared. His junior detective pointed towards the dock. Let's start from there. Yeah. The camera followed them from behind. As Detective Mokio approached, One of the police officers on the wooden boat noticed him. Mokio gestured to remove the cover over the body. Let's see the face. Yes. The police officer quickly pulled back the cloth halfway. The corpse, dead with eyes open, was crouched in a pale, naked body. It was Ginzo. Mokio made a gesture of prayer for the deceased soul, then nonchalantly squatted at the end of the dock, resting his chin on his hand. He seemed accustomed to seeing dead bodies. Then, he suddenly spoke to the deceased Ginzo. Hey, why did you die here? The junior detective sighed. Senior, he's not going to answer. I know, just asking. The camera captured his profile, and Mokio, having responded, slightly tilted his head while closely examining the corpse. Looks like marks from being strangled. A rope, maybe? From behind. The investigating police officer nodded. Yes, it seems to be this rope, but we'll know for sure once the results are out. The police officer handling evidence lifted a rope used to moor the wooden boat into an evidence bag. Mokio, looking annoyed, pointed at Ginzo's chest. What's this white stuff? Semen. Indeed, he was good-looking. Semen. So he was raped and strangled to death here. Detective Mokio mumbled as he checked the belongings near the corpse. Clothes, underwear, and a wallet. Mokio exhaled softly and put on gloves before opening the wallet. The money and cards were intact. It wasn't a robbery. At any rate, the wallet revealed the identity of the corpse. Kanekayama Ginzo Dash. There was a brief silence. Director Kyotaro gave the cut sign. Everyone returned to their original positions for another take. After about 3 retakes, they got an okay. Then, on to the next scene. After confirming Ginzo's identity, Mokio moved to where a second corpse was located. This time, it was a man in his 60s with a cracked skull, clothed. Again, Mokio spoke to the corpse after making a gesture of prayer. Are you the culprit? The camera pulled back behind Mana Kosaku, and the junior detective joined him, sighing again. Senior. As I mentioned earlier. I know. But this man. He trailed off, lifting his head to check the tall building in front. Did he fall from up there? It appears so. Again squatting and resting his chin while looking down at the corpse, Mokio asked the police nearby. Any signs of struggle or assault? No, none so far. It's likely he fell alone. Mokio, who lets out a hum, looks at the corpse's personal belongings. Cigarettes, a wallet, and a lighter. He confirmed the name in the wallet. Masaki Shitoku. This guy had peculiar tastes. The junior detective cocked his head. What? He liked men, so he raped Ginzo. So, to sum it up, is this the case? Slowly getting up, Mokio stuffed one hand in his pocket and summed it up. Here this Shitoku guy kidnapped Ginzo over there on the boat, brought him here, raped him. After having his fun, he strangled Ginzo with a rope and then threw himself off to end his own life. Based on the circumstances and the evidence that has come out so far, that's the case. We need to look into it more closely, though, like the means of transportation, among other things. Most importantly, if the semen found on the corpse on the boat matches this man's, then it's a definite match. It was a sound argument, but Mana Kosaku, no, Mokio, wore a dissatisfied expression, scratching his chin on top of that. TSK, I don't know what it is, but doesn't it feel like they deliberately left breadcrumbs? What do you mean? First of all, that's semen. How should I put it? They blatantly sprayed it on the chest, as if to say please look at it. Well, that's... And then, this Ginzo guy's body over there is too clean. What? Think about it. If 2 men were involved, wouldn't there have been any resistance? And I'm just curious about something. Detective Mokio scanned the entire fishing village as he delivered his line. Why here of all places? Just because it's remote and deserted. I wonder. There are plenty of remote and deserted places without having to come all the way to Chiba, no? That's true, but... Something annoying is nagging at me. It smells fishy. Shrugging his shoulders, Mokio walked back towards where Ginzo was lying. The camera stayed by his side. Then, he looked down at the pale Ginzo crouched on the wooden boat and muttered softly. I feel like this place is some kind of message. Hey, tell me, were you really alone with him? What followed was cut. Okay. Director Kyotaro gave the okay sign. Later that day, around lunchtime, in Korea, the location was the large set complex of Island of the Missing in Bio. Similar to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team, The island of the missing team was also in the midst of shooting. The location was the backyard of a large building shaped like a school. A figure stood alone, top half of his military uniform off, gun in hand. Haha. It was Ryu Young-min. He laughed despondently. Right now, he was First Lieutenant Choi Yute. One camera was aimed in the direction he was looking, and another was zoomed in close on First Lieutenant Choi Yute's face. The current state of First Lieutenant Choi Yute was a mess. He was covered in dust and soot, and had many cuts on his cheeks, forehead, and neck. What about his eyes? Ha he fuck. Damn it all. The liveliness in his eyes from the beginning has changed. It was fair to say he was half mad. A flicker of madness was also evident. Director Kwon Ki-taek was intently watching him on the monitor, surrounded by about 100 staff members. At that moment, swish. First Lieutenant Choi Yute, still chuckling, moved slowly. In front of him stood a rusted, moss-covered sign. First Lieutenant Choi Yute brushed off the top of the sign with his palm. Soon, faint letters became visible. Boat usage times. He stared blankly at the words for a moment, then covered his face with the hand holding the gun. His laughter grew louder. What the hell is this? It was an island that existed in reality. About 10 seconds of silence followed. The 100 or so staff members held their breath. They were watching Director Kwon Ki-taek's serious face in front of the monitor. Eventually, Director Kwon Ki-taek let out a soft sigh and spoke gently into the megaphone. Cut, okay. Good job, Ryu Young-min SSI. Ryu Young-min slightly restrained his laughter and deeply bowed to the director and the staff. Thank you, director. You all really worked hard. Soon, applause erupted among the 100 or so staff members. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Director Kwon Ki-taek also laughed heartily and slowly joined in the applause. Great work, everyone. At this moment, the lighting director with a crew cut among the 100 or so staff opened the floodgates of joy. We're finally done. Island of the Missing had its crank up. That is, all filming had concluded. Chapter 226, Sacrifice 7. The moment director Kwon Ki-taek declared the crank up of Island of the Missing, excitement surged among the 100 or so staff members gathered at the large set complex. Yoa. Finally. Wow, everyone, great work. Yeah, I can't believe it's actually over. Ha ha ha. Director Nim. Great work. Phew, I really need some sleep now. Come on, everyone, you haven't forgotten about the remaining cleanup, right? Staff members, who had been through thick and thin together for a not-so-short period of time, hugged and laughed heartily, sharing their joy. Director Kwon Ki-taek simply sat in front of the monitor, not particularly restraining the 100 or so staff members. He knew their hard work better than anyone else. Of course, it wasn't 100% over. There could be additional shootings occasionally. There were also minor schedules left like the production announcement and remaining poster shootings. However, at this moment, it was fair to say that all staff of Island of the Missing were entering a period of rest. But, for director Kwon Ki-taek, the real work was just beginning. After all, there was still the crucial post-production work left. Thus, the gradually disappearing smile on the face of director Kwon Ki-taek, who was staring intently at the monitor, signaled his mental shift to editing plans. What should be the look for the official poster, not just the temporary one? What about the first and second trailers? The opening music? How to maximize the charm of the actors? His brain suddenly began to work. Even though the filming schedule had just ended, there was no rest. But director Kwon Ki-taek was among the masters of domestic directors. Soon, the directions began to accumulate smoothly. It's probably best to stick with Corporal Jin Sun-cheol from the early to middle parts. It was about the role Kang Woojin had played. From the early stages of conceptualizing the screenplay for Island of the Missing, director Kwon Ki-taek had placed significant emphasis on the character of Corporal Jin Sun-cheol. He was responsible for much of the conflict and tension in the drama. As director Kwon Ki-taek was busily thinking, "Be careful. Hey, don't be so reckless just because it's over. Do you know how much that costs? I'm sorry. We'll organize the props. Camera crew, should we remove the rail?" The 100 or so staff members left their jubilation behind and began to clean up the shooting site. At that moment, Ryu Young-min, still in his military uniform, approached director Kwon Ki-taek. Perhaps because of his tall stature, he looked particularly good in the uniform. Director Nim. At his approach, Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been quietly staring at the monitor, turned his head. Yes. You've worked hard, Young-min SSI. Ryu Young-min, with his short hair, smiled faintly and bowed his head slightly. You've worked very hard too, Director Nim. Haha. For me, the real hard work is just starting now. Director Kwon Ki-taek chuckled softly and crossed his arms, looking over the bustling cleanup scene. It feels a bit lonely now, though. There were a lot of actors at the start. Currently, the only actors left on Island of the Missing included Ryu Young-min and Ha Ura, along with a few supporting and minor roles. The other leading actors, like Kang Woojin, had already left as their filming schedules had ended. Ryu Young-min patted Director Kwon Ki-taek's shoulder as if to cheer him up. Indeed, it would have been a bit more lively if everyone was still around. I always feel a bit unsettled when a movie ends. You came straight from Hanryang, so it must feel even more so. So, did you gain anything from Island of the Missing? You had a purpose of finding your limits besides filming, right? This was also about Kang Woojin. Before joining Island of the Missing, Ryu Young-min had implied deeper intentions. Director Nim, I can't express a dual personality just through my eyes and expressions. Is that so? Not yet. Chasing a monster that can express emotions merely by his face is impossible. I've realized that now. You realized it? Ryu Young-min, making eye contact with Director Kwon Ki-taek, recalled Kang Woojin's acting that he had seen in The Island of the Missing. Kang Woojin SSI is a different breed altogether. Although he's the same actor, his very essence is. Ryu Young-min trailed off. Perhaps he wanted to express something about a new human species or uniqueness. Director Kwon Ki-taek, fully understanding, stood up swiftly. You're quite the oddball yourself. It's just that Woojin SSI exists. He changed the subject. We're looking at around May for the release of Island of the Missing. May, that's spring. Director Kwon Ki-taek smiled warmly and gave Ryu Young-min a thumbs up. Take some time off to care for your skin. It's going to get busy. Later, as Island of the Missing was in the midst of cleanup, a variety show began to buzz in the conversations of many people gathered in companies and cafes around the country. Haven't you watched Our Dining Table? No, not yet. I usually don't watch shows by PD Yoon Byung-seon. But is it that interesting? Everyone seems to be talking about it. It's totally awesome. Try taking a quick peek on YouTube. You'll be hooked right away. It was PD Yoon Byung-seon's Our Dining Table. It's not popular for no reason. It's super fun. Finally, a variety show worth watching. Kang Woojin is on it too, right? How is he? Kang Woojin is the key there. His cooking skills are insane. To be honest, I wasn't a fan of Kang Woojin before, but after watching Our Dining Table, I looked him up a lot. I've started fangirling. It had been like this since the day after Our Dining Table aired. Although movies and dramas might be influential, variety shows, being particularly relatable content, evoked a stronger reaction. Thus, the domestic media couldn't help but be noisy with talks about Our Dining Table. As expected from PD Yoon, Our Dining Table bursts into the stagnant variety show industry with a 15.6% viewership ratings. How long has it been since a variety show hit over 15%? The popularity of the Our Dining Table cast, including Kang Woojin, explodes. The fact that variety show veteran PD Yoon Byung-seon's new show set a record of over 15% viewership also played a part. Kang Woojin's high-level cooking skills showcased in Our Dining Table, confusing even real chefs. Star Talk. What can't Kang Woojin do? As he prepares to go to the USA in next episode, netizens cry, "Give us episode 1 now." However, it wasn't a record made solely on the name value of PD Yoon Byung-seon, Kang Woojin, and other cast members. Our Dining Table had solid content as well, to the point of giving the public not just enjoyment, but explosive anticipation that made them wait for a week. SNS buzzes with Kang Woojin's creative dish. What does the kimjibin makuksu featured on Our Dining Table taste like? With the flood of interest like this, there was no way PD Yoon Byung-seon would stay still. The Our Dining Table team mobilized all channels to pour their efforts into promotions. YouTube was flooded with edited videos of the first episode aired the previous week, and they frantically released previews for the upcoming episode. The previews featured our dining table members operating a food truck in the US. The appearance of an LA Michelin one-star chef was a bonus. All videos posted by Our Dining Table had at least 100,000 views, with some reaching over 1 million views. I want to see it so bad. Time is not passing at all. When is the premiere? Give us the full episode, not just the trailer. Give it to us. Now, starting with a food truck, he really curious about the Americans' reactions. Is Kang Woojin confirmed as the main chef? What if the Americans spit out the food saying it's bad? It's really novel that top actors from Korea are going to the US to cook. What's a Michelin one-star chef? Did the production team arrange that? No, why, genuine American Michelin one-star chef eating Kang Woojin's cooking. Lee Sang-man. It's going to burn, they're going to blow up. Well, of course, the internet wasn't just buzzing about Our Dining Table. There was an abundance of gossip to feed on, so the domestic media was busy picking and shooting whatever they wanted. I Will Conquer Japan with My Acting. Kang Woojin starts filming the eerie sacrifice of a stranger in Japan, eyewitness accounts emerging on Japanese SNS. As the 21st day ended and Friday the 22nd dawned. From the morning, it was the movie industry that captured the public's attention. Oh, the Island of the Missing has finished shooting? It ended sooner than expected. The news of Island of the Missing crank-up had spread. Master director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing wraps up shooting yesterday. When is the release? Movie Island of the Missing announces shooting end. Insiders say not confirmed but expected to release around May. Expectations were high as it was the new work of master director Kwon Ki-taek, and since top actors like Ryu Young-min and Kang Woojin were involved, both industry and public opinion were buzzing. Will Island of the Missing, featuring many top actors and directed by a master director, be a hit or a flop? Meanwhile, even as Kang Woojin was in Japan, things related to him proceeded smoothly. PD Song Man-woo from Beneficial Evil was in a script meeting with writer Choi Nana. Writer Nim, I think we can go a bit more extreme here, sort of no holds barred. Really? I thought it might be too over the top. It's okay, just go for it for now. They were rapidly progressing through the pre-production stages with several production meetings with the key staff. But they were not in a hurry. As a substantial budget was involved, it was necessary to be meticulous. Later the same day in the late afternoon, a drama that had featured Kang Woojin was coming to an end on broadcaster KBC. Freezing Love. Final episode. It was Freezing Love by star writer Lee Wool-seon. Woojin had appeared only in the initial first and second episodes, but he appeared again in today's final episode. It wasn't a long appearance. However, his appearance caused a stir in various communities. Anyone watching the final episode of Freezing Love right now? Kang Woojin is on so touching. Kang Woojin really brings the finale to life. For reference, Freezing Love maintained around 10% viewership until its final episode. It was a decent performance, but given that writer Lee Wool-seon was a star writer, there were no shortage of critical articles. Star writer Lee Wool-seon, Freezing Love ends with an average 10% viewership, a disappointing performance. However, writer Lee Wool-seon, the production team, and the cast of Freezing Love seemed satisfied. Writer Lee Wool-seon, a thoroughly fulfilling project, learned a lot from the production team, actors, and Kang Woojin. Regardless of his current absence in Korea, Kang Woojin's name was endlessly mentioned. It was around the time the last episode of Freezing Love ended. A piece of news was delivered to several top actors. For example, Jean Jae-joon of Drug Dealer. Jae-joon, it's out. Just got audition info from Leech. Oh, really? The official audition date for Leech by veteran director On Jae-bak was confirmed. Despite selective filtering by Leech, many top actors were set to participate in the audition. The problem was, hey, the audition is for designated acting, and director On Jae-bak, senior Sim Han-ho, and Kang Woojin. Woojin SSI? What about Woojin SSI? No, it says Kang Woojin will be one of the judges for the audition. Is this right? Woojin SSI will be there. The audition information included Kang Woojin as one of the judges. Nah, probably a mix-up. As much as he's director On Jae-bak, surely he wouldn't have put Kang Woojin as a judge with top actors auditioning. No, it's probably true. It's called an audition, but it will likely be more about just checking the skills. Even so, come on, you're Jin Jae-jun. How can you audition in front of him, even if he's a very popular right now? Maybe that's what Director On wants to see. Because of this, various top actors and A-list actors who confirmed the audition information for Leech were in an uproar. Kang Woojin. Is Kang Woojin really going to be on the judging panel? Make a call and check. The reactions were varied. Oh, come on. What the hell? Isn't this too much? It's already annoying to have to audition at our level. What? Kang Woojin? Exactly, this is a bit excessive. Some thought it was a mistake, others doubted, some were angry, and some gave up. But clearly, will it be okay to audition in front of a much junior actor? Yes, it doesn't matter to me. Okay, got it. At this point, the actors' opinions were drastically divided between those who wanted to challenge and those who wanted to dismiss it. Of course, the majority chose to dismiss it. Pass, just pass. This is not right. It's not like Director On's works are the only ones in the world. Yeah, right. How great is Kang Woojin supposed to be? They should know their limits. If he had been someone who had been famous worldwide, maybe, but to audition in front of a kid whose works are far fewer than mine. Regardless, it was an issue that completely overturned the domestic acting scene. The next day, Saturday, 23rd, in Tokyo, Japan. Late morning. A high school in Tokyo. As it was the end of summer vacation, no students were seen at all. However, for some reason, there was a crowd of nearly 100 people gathered around the school's sports field. Cameras, lighting, audio equipment, and various other filming equipment were plentiful. The reason was simple. They were the filming crew of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. After finishing their schedule in the village of Ine Funaya, their first filming location, they had moved to this outdoor location. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger team had managed to handle the tight schedule. At this school, all the past scenes that would lead to the incidents in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were scheduled to be filmed. Kiyoshi's bullying and the death of Misaki Toka, and everyone's childhood, lay the rails, starting from the sports field. Next up, the classroom. We'll pile the trash behind the school. Have the actors received their school uniforms? Yes. All distributed. Camera test. 1, 2. Thus, all the lead actors participating in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were due to arrive at this school. Over a dozen were expected. Standby time was around noon. Currently, it was 11 a.m., so not all actors had arrived yet. In one of the several tents set up on the sports field, designated for the actors, about 5 actors were visible. Soon, Yasutaro, who was about to leave, actress Nakaho Kimi, who played Misaki Toka, 2 supporting actors, and Kang Woojin, who had become a star among the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team. Woojin was currently maintaining a poker face. He sat silently, but he was not alone. The handsome Yasutaro was chattering next to him. Woojin SSI, it's incredible. Your YouTube subscribers have surpassed 10 million? How did you do it? I'm just doing it as a hobby. Yeah? A hobby, no way. You could quit being an actor and just do YouTube, you know? But you really shouldn't quit. I've become your fan now. Is that so? Of course. So, Woojin SSI, how about we follow each other on Instagram? It'd be nice to get closer. Sure. Woojin was genuinely a bit annoyed. This guy was louder than expected. His personality somewhat resembled his younger sister Kang Hyuna. Meanwhile, the rookie actress Nakaho Kimi, who played Misaki Toka, was also full of interest in Kang Woojin. Should I talk to him? Will he think it's weird? However, she only peeked at him without taking any further action. Around this time outside the tent, some of the bustling, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger staff were expressing their bewilderment. Because there were foreigners on the site who weren't originally part of it. Which team are those foreigners from? Yeah, I see them for the first time too. Were they here at yesterday's shooting? They weren't, were they? What's going on? Looking at them talking to the director. Maybe they are from the special effects or VFX team? But why aren't they doing anything? The group of foreigners who suddenly appeared consisted of 5 people. A woman with brown bob hair, a man with short orange hair, and a stout man among others. After having a brief conversation with director Kyotaro, they only talked among themselves without getting involved in the shooting setup. A ponytailed man was watching them closely. I've seen them somewhere. Especially that brown bob-haired one. Or not. It was Choi Sung-gun, standing in front of the tent for the actors and staff with his arms crossed. Today, he was supposed to return to Korea due to overlapping commitments and had just come to check the site briefly. That's when he spotted the group of foreigners. But that foreign woman looked particularly familiar. I'm sure I've seen her face before, but I can't quite recall it. Just then, CEO Nim Han Yi-young, the head stylist with newly dyed blue hair, suddenly came out of the tent and approached Choi Sung-gun. She seemed a bit urgent. Have you seen this? Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who had taken his eyes off the foreigners, turned his head. Huh? What? I just saw it too while monitoring YouTube. She manipulated her phone and then stretched it out towards Choi Sung-gun. Han Yi-young's phone was displaying a YouTube video that had been uploaded about 30 minutes ago. Exclusive scoop. The sensational actor Kang Woojin secretly took a Hollywood movie screen test already. Hollywood debut imminent. Decisive evidence obtained. Fact guys. Soon, Choi Sung-gun's brow furrowed upon seeing the video title. The reason was simple. What is this? How did this get out? Because a top secret that no one should have known was revealed to the public. Moreover, in just 30 minutes after being uploaded, the view count had already surpassed 400,000. 27. Chapter 227. Sacrifice 8. On Han Yi-young's phone screen. No, more precisely, on the YouTube video displayed on the screen, Choi Sung-gun's ponytailed head grew confused in an instant. Exclusive scoop. The sensational rising actor Kang Woojin secretly took a Hollywood screen test already. Hollywood debut just around the corner. Decisive evidence obtained. Fact guys. Views, 410,000. It says it was uploaded an hour ago, but it has already surpassed 400,000 views. Why? How did it blow up? Both Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun had forgotten about this matter. But suddenly, it surfaced. At that moment, Han Yi-young asked in her characteristically cold tone. This is just tabloid gossip, right? Few knew about the Last Kill 3 screen test. Only Kang Woojin himself, Choi Sung-gun, and 2 interpreters who were present at the time. Most of Han Yi-young and Woojin's team were unaware of this fact. It was supposed to be confidential, and it was advantageous at the time that few people knew. Whatever it was, Choi Sung-gun didn't respond but pulled out his phone and logged into YouTube. He naturally searched for the video he had just seen. The YouTuber who uploaded it also had a significant number of subscribers, 1.95 million. Looking through the videos, there were a mishmash of news videos involving issues, incidents, exposures, and other eye-catching content. The frequency of video uploads was not sparse, and each video usually gathered between 500,000 to 1 million views. Soon, swish, Choi Sung-gun, with a serious face, touched the screen to play the Kang Woojin video that was uploaded an hour ago. The video naturally began to play, and Han Yi-young murmured again. But it's a bit strange for tabloid gossip. What is? The details are pretty specific. Plus, there's also a photo of Woojin Appa at a production company in LA included. It doesn't look photoshopped. Indeed, that was the case. The video started with a photo of Woojin inside a Hollywood production company, with numerous foreign staff members in the background. Below that was a subtitle saying, Winter Movie Pictures. Then the screen switched, and a man wearing a wolf mask spoke. We have exclusively obtained information that actor Kang Woojin, who has caused a sensation in the domestic entertainment industry within a year of his debut, has even taken a screen test for a Hollywood movie. According to the obtained information, it seems that it was not Kang Woojin who made the first move, but rather the Hollywood film representatives initiated contact with him. Watching the video, Choi Sung-gun thought, it seems they really obtained some information. He concluded that this YouTuber did not just make this video out of wild imagination. Winter Movie Pictures, the film company that contacted Kang Woojin, is a mid to larger size company even by Hollywood standards. It is a place where many Hollywood stars have gone through, and they are currently filming several projects. The screen test mentioned in the video is similar to an audition but slightly different in nature. It is the process just before the official casting, and in Hollywood, the path to even reach this screen test is very arduous. Many famous top actors from Korea have challenged themselves to enter Hollywood. However, all of them have failed and returned home without even making it to this screen test. The number of top actors from Korea who have successfully entered Hollywood is very slim. However, Seeing that Kang Woojin was directly contacted by Hollywood and has completed a screen test, it seems his Hollywood debut is imminent. For a first-year actor, this situation is nearly unbelievable. In conclusion, this Fact Guys YouTuber added that Kang Woojin's side has not yet announced it, either because they are keeping the Hollywood debut a secret or he might have declined due to a busy schedule. However, he seemed unaware of the movie title Last Kill 3. Still, most of his commentary was based more on facts than mere speculation. The comments were going crazy. OMG, this is insane. Wow, is this real? So, Kang Woojin is really going to Hollywood after just 1 year of debut? Crazy. Minus 100% bullshit. Hard to say it's just rumor, isn't it? That photo is clearly Hollywood. Wow. Hollywood. Kang Woojin is world class. National pride gauge is full. This is such BS. Winter Movie Pictures is mid-tier in Hollywood, and they're using a Korean actor who's only in his first year? Damn, Kang Woojin really is killing it. Overall, the response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic, often bordering on nationalistic pride, of course, but there were plenty of comments questioning the credibility of it all. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun quickly accessed a portal site to check if any articles related to the video had popped up. Not yet, nothing. Perhaps because not much time had passed since the video was uploaded, so no relevant articles were visible immediately. However, it was only a matter of time. It was an exclusive scoop about Kang Woojin, after all. It was clear this news would soon cause a stir nationwide. At that moment, CEO Nim Han Yeung asked Choi Sung-gun again, "Is there going to be a problem?" Although he didn't show it, there was a hint of concern. Choi Sung-gun, scratching his ponytail slightly, replied while lowering his phone, "No, there's no problem. Regardless of whether this video is true or not, honestly, it's beneficial for Woojin." He was referring to the increase in the brand value of Kang Woojin. Woojin was already a major issue carrier, surrounded by big shots. Adding Hollywood to his aura would only amplify his current presence. It would be troublesome if we leaked it, but we're innocent, right? It was implausible that the Kang Woojin would have done such a thing. Then, Choi Sung-gun instructed Han Yeung to have the team keep silent about this video. They likely knew nothing, but they were told not to discuss it externally. Of course, Choi Sung-gun soon called BW Entertainment to deliver a similar message. BW Entertainment was simply to keep quiet. At this point, Choi Sung-gun's phone began to vibrate intensely. It was the editor of a media outlet. The local media had caught the scent. However, ignoring the call, Choi Sung-gun passed by the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's staff and entered the tent where the main actors had gathered. In a brief moment, the number of actors had increased. Woojin was quietly talking with them. "Woojin," Choi Sung-gun whispered to Kang Woojin, signaling him to come out. Woojin, casually following the CEO, asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong?" After moving a few steps away from the tent and checking the surroundings, Choi Sung-gun showed Woojin his phone. "Take a look at this video first." A moment later, around the school playground where dozens of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's staff were bustling, at the far end of the large tent stood Kang Woojin, lowering Choi Sung-gun's phone after watching the entire Fact Guys video. He had naturally checked the comments as well. Returning the phone to Choi Sung-gun, Woojin's expression was as cynical as ever, but internally, he was quite shocked. "What is this? How did this YouTuber know? I haven't talked about it anywhere." So, did that Hollywood production company leak it? It was supposed to be top secret? No, it was nearly absurd. They had made such a fuss about keeping it under wraps at the time of the screen test. Suddenly worried, Woojin asked Choi Sung-gun standing before him, "Is this perhaps something the CEO?" "It wasn't me. And it's not you either." "Is that so? If it wasn't either of them, then where did the leak come from?" Then Kang Woojin thought, does it even matter? It wasn't pretense. It was the original disposition of Kang Woojin. His indifference had kicked in. Then there's no need to worry about it, right? "Ah, well, that's true. I'm just trying to understand the full context. If it's not us, it must be that Hollywood film company. Winter Movie Pictures? They wouldn't gain anything by it, but aren't you too calm?" "You being so calm makes me relax too. If there's no problem, just ignore it." "Sure, but within an hour? Maybe even sooner. Korea is going to be in an uproar over this. It doesn't matter to me. So what? After all, Last Kill 3 had already been rejected. During his time in the entertainment industry, Woojin realized one thing about dealing with the media. If it's not worth responding to, silence is the answer. That's when it happened. Among the staff of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, a group of foreigners standing on one side of the sports field caught Kang Woojin's eye. More specifically, it was one of the women among them, with brown bobbed hair. He definitely knew her. Soon, Woojin pointed his index finger at her. That woman, Choi Sung-gun, who had thought he recognized her from somewhere, immediately agreed. Yeah, she just showed up today. I was also thinking since earlier that I had seen her face somewhere. Do you know her? She was there during the Last Kill 3 screen test. Oh, she said she was the casting director. I remember because she spoke to me towards the end of the test. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Choi Sung-gun's head too. Right, I saw her there. She's definitely from Winter Movie Pictures. I spoke with her over the phone, but I only saw her face briefly, so my memory was a bit hazy. But why is that woman here? That's the question. Why would people from Hollywood be all the way in Japan? But is it a coincidence that they're here when the video about your screen test surfaced? Strange, isn't it? It fits too neatly to be a coincidence. Muttering to himself, Woojin quietly observed the group of foreigners and then suddenly started walking towards them. Choi Sung-gun's voice asking where he was going could be heard in the background, but Kang Woojin did not stop. Well, isn't that the case? When it's like this, it's best to just ask directly, striding forward with determined steps. This was not just an act of bravado, it was typical of Kang Woojin. Then, swish. With a poker face, Kang Woojin passed dozens of staff members and arrived in front of the group of foreigners. Sensing someone approaching, the group of foreigners noticed Woojin standing close by. The foreign woman with the brown bobbed hair, no, the casting director Megan Stone, showed a relaxed smile. Oh, Mr. Kang Woojin, it's good to see you. I knew you were here, but I didn't want to greet you prematurely. Woojin replied casually in English. Hello. Soon, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's staff glanced over at Kang Woojin. Megan Stone stepped a bit closer to Woojin and spoke softly. It's better if no one knows about our relationship. How about we talk separately later? It's your side that came here. That's true. The director here and I have some connections. I came to Japan for work and decided to visit the director's set. Of course, I knew you were here too. Is that so? Well, that's that. Woojin took out his phone and showed it to her. This video just came out on YouTube in Korea. He explained in a low voice. It contains details about the Last Kill 3 screen test I attended. Did you happen to share it? I heard it was supposed to be confidential. The foreigners around, hearing his fluent English, suddenly widened their eyes. Megan Stone especially. This video is revealing that matter? Yes. That can't be. It's not your side either? No, not at all. Megan Stone, visibly flustered, spoke with her team members and then made a phone call. She seemed somewhat urgent. Woojin, feeling somewhat resolved, quietly watched her and then turned away. A few steps behind him stood Choi Sung-gun. What did she say? Kang Woojin's response was low and simple. It seems we can just ignore it. At this point, in LA, it was morning in Japan, but afternoon here. The location, Hollywood in LA, and specifically, a major film company. The film company was more like a giant amusement park with its vast internal company offices and massive set constructions. A black van was parked at the entrance of the film company. A man passed through the entrance and caught the eye, a black man of towering height and robust build. It was the famous Hollywood producer Joseph Felton. He seemed to have finished his work and climbed into the waiting van. The van started immediately. Inside the van, there were roughly 6 people, among whom a bald foreigner. Subordinate to Joseph, handed a tablet to Joseph Felton and reported. Joseph, a video about Kang Woojin has surfaced in Korea. About an hour ago. Joseph, smiling slightly, nodded. It's later than I thought, but the timing isn't bad. What's in it? I'll have to translate it properly, but it includes most of the information we sent. But, Joseph, is this really okay? What is? I heard it was supposed to be confidential. Joseph chuckled. There are no secrets in Hollywood. It's just a matter of time, whether you use it or get used. An actor being cast, the screen tests being conducted carefully. Stuff like that isn't really secret. It's not uncommon news. It's just that director George Mendez and the Last Kill 3 team are a bit proud, so they spun it that way. But as a producer, I saw it more beneficial to disclose this matter. What benefit is there? Joseph, arms crossed, answered simply. Korea is a cultural powerhouse not to be underestimated. There's even talk of releasing Hollywood movies in Korea first. By raising the profile of Last Kill 3, and while also taking care of Kang Woojin's prestige, it's useful for raising his market value. The bald foreigner scratched his chin after hearing the explanation. Kang Woojin, why go to the trouble for him? Joseph Felton shrugged. It's a preliminary preparation in anticipation of meeting him again. He then picked up the tablet again and murmured, just in case, paving a path for him to Hollywood in advance. The same day, around early lunchtime, back in Japan, it was taking a long time for the filming team to prepare the eerie sacrifice of a stranger shooting at the high school. There had been some technical issues with the filming equipment, and now director Kyotaro's directing was taking a bit longer. As a result, there was about a 1-hour delay. Nevertheless, director Kyotaro went around each shooting location, calling necessary actors for a pre-rehearsal. Dialogue, movement, direction, camera angles, etc. However, since Kang Woojin was called first, he was currently sitting alone in the tent. He just needed to be on standby to join in immediately. Woojin, legs crossed, was checking the media situation in Korea on his phone. As expected, articles are starting to pop up. Get too greedy and you'll get burned? Those journalists are having a field day, aren't they? Indeed, journalists who discovered the scoop on Kang Woojin's Hollywood move were eagerly spreading articles, and Woojin's phone was receiving a flood of calls. Meanwhile, things were still quiet on the Japanese front. Megan Stone, whom he had seen earlier, seemed like she might leave after talking with Choi Sung-gun, but stayed on the set. Well, she can do whatever she wants. Stopping his thoughts, Woojin put down his buzzing phone that was still receiving group chat messages. The tent, emptied of actors, was quite peaceful. With no one around, he yawned, momentarily dropping his guard. Then, might as well relax in the void space. Kang Woojin picked up the eerie sacrifice of a stranger script from the desk next to him, intending to press the black square attached to it. Poke. Entering the void space for a break, as always, was like stepping into endless darkness. Yet, for Woojin, it was no different from home. Soon, Woojin stretched out and casually walked towards the place lined with white rectangles. He was checking if there had been any changes in ranks before resting. Fortunately, everything was the same. After briefly scanning the works and ranks written on the white rectangles, Woojin suddenly lay down. He couldn't sleep, but could rest. Lying flat in the void space, he fell into meditation. Naturally, the roles of the works that needed to be filmed and had already been filmed came to mind, from Exorcism to the current, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and Leech, and so on. Then suddenly, can I mix roles together that have been imprinted? Kang Woojin carelessly muttered to himself. It was a question born out of sheer curiosity. What if roles, not worlds, could purely merge? Would that seem completely crazy? At that moment, suddenly, the robotic-like female voice resonated. Acquiring understanding of role synthesis. 228. Chapter 228. Growth 1. Translation, Dreamscribe. Woojin, who was lying down, abruptly sat up at the sound of a robotic woman's voice that spread throughout the void space. What did you say? It was such an unexpected moment that surprise spread across Kang Woojin's face. His eyes widened as well. At the same time, he recalled the phrase the robotic woman had uttered. Acquiring understanding of role synthesis. Woojin asked the invisible woman, "What did you acquire? Understanding of role synthesis? What is that?" But no more voice was heard in the void space. No, if you're not going to answer, at least take some action. Languages or martial arts. Whenever such skills were involved, her words would usually be followed by a gray mass engulfing Kang Woojin. But now, what is it over? It was silent. Nothing happened. Only the endlessly dark void space was visible. Woojin narrowed his brows and slowly stood up, wondering if it was because he had been sitting. But even standing up, nothing happened. Could it be a joke? The thought briefly crossed his mind, but he soon shook his head. The void space wouldn't do such meaningless things. Muttering to himself, Woojin turned his head to check the array of white rectangles. Nothing significant seemed to have changed. What could it be? It clearly said it acquiring something. Tilting his head, Woojin stood and scratched his head. Just in case, he looked into his inner self. To be precise, it would be more appropriate to say he felt it. His inside, his inner world, was already quite vast. Many worlds of various works were imprinted there, and abilities were densely accumulated. The worlds of the works Kang Woojin possessed were, well, lined up like small rooms for each work. That was the image. It was unclear whether Kang Woojin or the void space had decided it, but whenever Woojin needed to pull out the world of a work, he always started by opening the door to that room. Then, the world of that work would instantly permeate him. Of course, seeing through the eyes of the character to be read, experienced. Another reality. From dialogues to emotions, thoughts, habits, etc., the role exists within the world of the work. Pulling out just the role without the work was impossible. Therefore, when Kang Woojin embarked on acting, the degree of freedom had to be considered slightly lower. Because there's a set framework. Although the owner was Kang Woojin, in the end, the process of living in the world of the designated role and emerging from it was the same. Hence, when he pulled out a role, the backdrop of the work naturally unfolded before him. That was the default. Certainly, Woojin could flesh out his acting, but it wouldn't be better than the power of the void space. Anyway, Kang Woojin's inner self had always been like this until now. But, something's a bit. Having just scanned his insides, Kang Woojin noticed a change. It wasn't drastic, just a slightly different image than before. To put it into words, it felt as if the characters Kang Woojin had portrayed were standing in front of each small room of their respective works, as if waiting for their owner's call. It was similar, but definitely a different aspect. From here, Kang Woojin unconsciously concluded, am I supposed to use them as I wish? It seemed like he could freely use each role. They were disconnected from the worlds of their works. The roles maintained their personality, tendencies, and charm, but were distinctly separated from their backgrounds in the works. Yes, like a skill acquired in a game. Or perhaps like familiars. It felt like S-rank familiars he had painstakingly obtained were waiting at the door. S-rank Kim Ryu-jin, Park Dae-ri, Han In-ho, Lee Sang-man, among others. Those who made Kang Woojin what he is today were waiting for their owner's choice, independent of the worlds that once confined them. In a moment, Kang Woojin, standing dumbfounded in the void space, muttered softly. So role synthesis means, I can use these roles independently of the work's worlds? In Hanryang, Woojin could call forth Lee Sang-man, and from Island of the Missing, he could draw Kim Ryu-jin. Soon, Woojin for some reason muttered his exit. The darkness around him shifted to reality. Inside the tent where he was waiting, naturally, there was no one else in the tent besides Woojin. Outside, there was a clamor, but no signs that someone was coming towards the tent. With a seriously contemplative expression, not just an act, Kang Woojin shifted his gaze while sitting. He was looking at the script for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger laid out on the desk in front of him. How does this role synthesis work? Well, it's not like I'll find the answer by thinking about it. Woojin chuckled softly, then exhaled lightly. Let's experiment. Next, he brought forth Iota Kiyoshi from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Due to frequent readings, experiences, and implementations, it was instant. The scene inside the tent that had existed in Woojin's view disappeared like smoke, and Kiyoshi's world began to unfold one by one. A graceful yet eerie life. Woojin's chest tightened with a slight excitement. Indifferent and stiff, Kang Woojin had become Iota Kiyoshi. His dialogues, thoughts, emotions, and sensations were transmitted right to his fingertips. Here, at this moment, Kang Woojin did something he had never tried before. The process was oddly easy, even though he hadn't learned it. Was this also thanks to the void space? In the state where Iota Kiyoshi was pervasive, Kang Woojin called forth another role or one of the waiting S-rank familiars. Who to choose? He didn't know anyone. What Kang Woojin chose was Kim Ryu-jin from Exorcism. He felt the Kim Ryu-jin within him stepping forward, and then painted over the spread of Kiyoshi. It was a strange feeling for Kang Woojin. It was subtle. His current emotions were a jumbled, entangled mess. Maybe because it was his first time, Woojin felt a slight nausea. That lasted for a few seconds. Soon, Kang Woojin calmed down. The world was still that of Kiyoshi. The universe remained the same. Of course, Woojin was still Kiyoshi too. The dialogues, objectives, thoughts, and feelings remained the same. But, cigarette. The current Kiyoshi wanted a cigarette. The fatigue was heavy. His curiosity was intense. A lack of motivation was apparent even in the expression Woojin made. Clumsiness was also equipped. All of this was not something the original Kiyoshi possessed. But now, Kang Woojin was indeed Kiyoshi. You don't have to go that far for me, Misaki Shitoku SSI. The ingrained dialogue spewed as if they were his own words. However, the intonation, stress, and tone were different. Synthesis. Yes, now Kiyoshi and Kim Ryujin were synthesized. It's not that Kiyoshi was completely deleted and only Kim Ryujin was visible. Both existed. Thanks to this, a very subtle and completely different entity was born. The characteristics of Kiyoshi and Kim Ryujin were mixed and manifested. Lean but intensely curious, dry yet clumsy. Ah, that's it. Kang Woojin, who had been showing both Kiyoshi and Kim Ryujin, realized the method. What if I remove one S-rank familiar then? Woojin excluded only Kim Ryujin from the two mixed characters. This too was done naturally, although he hadn't learned it. Instantly, he felt Kim Ryujin disappearing from his body. Then, Kang Woojin spoke the dialogue again. You don't have to go that far for me, Misaki Shitoku SSI. Only Kiyoshi remained, dull and completely devoid of moisture like dry firewood. It was completely different from before. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Since it was his first time experiencing this, it felt strange, but Woojin was sure it would get faster with familiarity. If someone else witnessed this, they would surely see him as a madman. Regardless, Kang Woojin thought, how's my body condition? It's fine. Next, he brought forth another familiar. It was Park Dae-ri. And then, next, he repeated the process. A moment later, Kang Woojin, sitting in the tent, appeared unchanged at a glance. But in reality, a tremendous event had taken place. He had synthesized all the summoned creatures or roles with Kiyoshi. Each character that emerged was extraordinary. Soon, after removing all roles and returning to being Kang Woojin, he reflected on everything he had experienced up to now. He soon reached a conclusion and even smiled slightly. It seems like it'll be useful? Well, being only in his first year in the entertainment industry, it would be impossible for him to grasp everything. But Woojin instinctively knew. What he had just experienced was certainly an unheard of technique. But where could it be applied? Woojin became serious in an instant and lowered his head, spreading out the script for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. You know, there's such a thing as acting within acting. There are more scenes than one might think where a role within a work is performing. Situations where one pretends to be someone else, fabricates a lie, or is initially required to act. If the actor is the protagonist, they can openly show acting. Even if it's not exactly that, as long as there's a similar situation, an actor can create the scene themselves. Having acted a bit, Kang Woojin's thoughts quickened. Of course, his guess wasn't wrong. That's commonly referred to as analysis. It was something that real actors did as routinely as eating. If it makes the character stand out more than the original direction, then anything goes for an actor. They also call it crafting the acting. Of course, this was a realm Kang Woojin had never explored before. It was also a meaningless process since the void space automatically instilled everything in him. But now Woojin. Let's see. Which part would be good? He began crafting the acting he hadn't performed before. He unfolded the script and read around the areas that came to mind. He selected scenes. Then, he played out the acting he would perform in his head. Would it be okay? Or not? Might not be bad. But just reading it, I can't really concentrate. Kang Woojin picked up one of the pens scattered across the desk. Swish. Then he started writing something on the script. Where should the recently acquired role synthesis fit in? Where should I use it to get good? However, he shouldn't shake the foundation of the character iota Kiyoshi. Basically, keep Kiyoshi but find a scene that could amplify his character traits momentarily. Flap. With his eyes fixed on the script, Woojin immersed himself in his own time. His posture seemed truly that of a real actor. Then, I think this part would be good. Woojin's pen stopped. It was a section scheduled for filming today in the script, and he was crafting the acting for the experiment, keeping the scene's objective and Kiyoshi intact, but only to the extent that it wouldn't cause a major issue. He began writing it in the margins of the script. About 5 minutes later, having crafted all the acting, Woojin slowly nodded and muttered to himself. Sigh. Would this make Kiyoshi look more eerie? I don't know. Let's just try it. About an hour later, the preparation for filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which had been slightly delayed, was finally complete. The location was behind the high school, specifically the recycling station. More precisely, it was a warehouse at the recycling station, a space larger than expected, filled with various sports props and equipment. The film crew for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger set up their equipment in front of the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, one camera, several in the front, lights, boom mics, etc. The actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, all finished with makeup, stood around. About 10 men and women. Naturally, all were wearing school uniforms. Kang Woojin, with his tousled hair, was no different. All the actors were. The main camera is this one, so focus here. Ah, I understand. And Woojin, you don't necessarily have to look at the camera. Yes, Director Nim. Director Kyotaro, with a head full of gray hairs, was in the middle of a verbal rehearsal. The director of cinematographer and lighting director were also included. This scene was observed from about 10 steps away by a group of foreigners. It was Megan Stone and her team, with her brown bobbed hair. The CD, Megan Stone, had been busy contacting the film company and assessing the situation due to the video related to Kang Woojin and Last Kill 3 that had surfaced earlier. Nevertheless, she had now calmed down somewhat, since it was decided to just wait and see how the situation would unfold. When she asked Choi Sung-gun, it seemed that BW Entertainment was not involved in this incident, and there was no way to contact that YouTuber immediately. Meanwhile, Megan and her team of foreigners at the filming site were murmuring in English. What's going on all of a sudden? If it's not from Kang Woojin's side, then where could it have leaked from? It couldn't have come from the Last Kill 3 team. Especially not to a Korean YouTuber. That doesn't make sense. But the photos in the video were clearly from when they did the screen tests. So it must be from Kang Woojin's side. It's possible, but it's also strange. There was a confidentiality agreement, so why? Kang Woojin is doing well. He wouldn't risk a scandal just for one issue. As the team members murmured, the leader Megan Stone, with her arms crossed, cut them off sharply. Enough. Baseless speculation and doubt are pointless. That's true. Besides, Kang Woojin saw us, but didn't seem particularly surprised. The chubby man chimed in as if he was also surprised. He was so composed that I thought he knew we were coming. But he didn't. Megan brushed her bobbed hair back and nodded. Yeah, but even during the screen tests, Kang Woojin had a similar demeanor. He didn't get excited about anything. He's a really unique character. So Megan, did you hear an explanation about that scene? Given they're wearing school uniforms, is it a flashback? The chubby man gestured towards the filming scene just before the shoot, and Megan nodded affirmatively. Right it. Seems they're shooting a flashback of the characters. At that moment, another foreign team member joined the conversation. I've read the original book of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger 3 times. Oh, are you a fan of author Akari? Not exactly, but I've read The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger several times because it's interesting. This scene is in the original too. It probably shows the protagonist being bullied. In Japan, it's called Ijime, I think. That's right. But Megan, the scene where we'll see Kang Woojin's acting might be a bit dull. Megan Stone, who had been observing Kang Woojin on the set, turned her head. Why? The protagonist, that is, Iota Kiyoshi, is a character with a deadened spirit, and here too, he probably won't take much action. That's how Kiyoshi is throughout the work. The chubby man sighed softly as he concluded. Oh, looks like we came at a time when the acting is a bit easy. Bad timing. Megan Stone looked at her team members silently and then turned her gaze back to the scene. It seemed the rehearsal had finished, as director Kyotaro was now moving. He took a seat where the monitors were placed. Shortly after discussing a few points with the surrounding staff. Stand by. The assistant director yelled loudly in Japanese, signaling the start of filming. Kang Woojin and the other actors captured by the camera assumed their positions. All stood with indifferent faces, and Kang Woojin sat with his back against the wall. Then, clap. A male staff member in front of the camera clapped the slate, and director Kyotaro, putting his mouth to the megaphone, shouted the cue. Action. Simultaneously, Japanese actors looked at Kang Woojin sitting down and giggled. The camera captures them in a wide shot, before the appearance of Misaki Toka in the script. In other words, the situation where Kiyoshi is being heavily bullied. Everyone is alive. The sharp-faced Sugimyun Shinnosuk, the first to fall from the roof following Toka, the handsome Kanekama Ginzo, with heavily make-up Horinochi Amy, and others. Roughly 9 people. With a dry expression, Kang Woojin sat facing 3 figures, including Shinnosuk and other men. The rest were busy laughing and chatting behind them. At that moment, Shinnosuk crouched down in front of Woojin. "Hey, Kiyoshi, did you bring the allowance you owe me?" "I asked if you brought it." "Yeah." "Then give it to me." Kang Woojin pulled out a few bills from his pocket. Simultaneously, Ginzo, who was next to him, curled his lip up. "Oh, that's quite a lot. Let's go to the karaoke after we're done today. Invite some girls too." "Jinjo, stop messing around with girls all the time." Amy Horinochi, who had approached, glanced at Kang Woojin sitting quietly like a dead mouse, and shuddering slightly. "It's creepy, isn't it? Doesn't his face just make you uncomfortable? Every time you look at him, he's like a robot." Hearing this, Shinnosuk matched Woojin's withered face with his gaze. Then he grabbed his chin and shook it slightly. "It is true. That's what makes it a bit boring, right? Kind of dull. You annoying bastard. Hey Kiyoshi, show some reaction, will you? Huh, try it." Shinnosuk, who was shaking his chin, tapped Woojin's cheek with a moderate force. But Kang Woojin just looked at him with a dry gaze, doing nothing. Gradually, Shinnosuk's slaps grew harder. "Stop looking at me like that. I told you to react." "Huh." Including Ginzo, all 9 laughed. The camera zoomed in closely on the lifeless side profile of Woojin. In the script, Kiyoshi merely mutters to stop. Shinnosuk then gets even more annoyed. Now, it was Kang Woojin's turn. "Stop it." A short line. But, swish. Woojin's breathing quickened as he looked at Shinnosuk. His scent abruptly changed. A cunning sense of fear spread across his dry eyes. It was peculiar. Except for the eyes, the rest of his face resembled Kiyoshi, but the eyes had changed. Kang Woojin, with his mouth slightly trembling, said, Stop it. Don't do it. I'm scared. Don't hit me. I gave you the money." "What?" The actor playing Shinnosuk flinched slightly. The tone of the voice was indeed Kiyoshi's, but the feel was completely different. Timid? Low self-esteem? But why did the rest of the face, except for the eyes, maintain the dry Kiyoshi? The current Kang Woojin was truly bizarre. No, even eerie. Kiyoshi but not Kiyoshi. Even. Stop. The bizarreness and eeriness vanished from Kang Woojin's appearance in just a few seconds. It was as if 2 people had come and gone in that short time. Now he was back to the usual Kiyoshi himself. Shinnosuk only blinked, but it felt like he had experienced 2 different people. Shinnosuk froze without realizing it. The actors standing behind also stiffened their expressions. Director Kyotaro, watching Kang Woojin on the monitor, furrowed his brow at the unexpected turn. Deflated fear, or dried-up timidity. How did he do that? He was Kiyoshi, and then he wasn't. And he returned to Kiyoshi in just a few seconds. Is that even possible? What was that? What did he bring? And the group of foreigners stood still as if time had stopped. Among them, Megan Stone with her bobbed brown hair, her pupils dilating, unwittingly murmured as if she had been bewitched. That actor. What the hell did he just do? Growth, too. It was a predetermined matter. Just before diving into the past shoot of Iota Kiyoshi, Woojin, who was looking at about 9 homeworks, had only one thought in his mind. Kiyoshi and Corporal Jean Suncheol. Role synthesis. And the timing marked in the scenario. Kang Woojin intended to synthesize Kiyoshi and Corporal Jean Suncheol in this scene. He planned to mix them. Why Corporal Jean Suncheol? Simply because it seemed the most natural. Moreover, Corporal Jean Suncheol has dual personalities. In terms of summons, there were 2 guys, a timid one and a rough one. With that logic, Corporal Jean Suncheol alone could be split into 2 roles. In reality, the inner image Woojin felt of Corporal Jean Suncheol was that of 2 people standing. So, let's mix Kiyoshi with the timid one. Corporal Jean Suncheol was cunning. Both personas were the same. However, as time goes on, the timid one becomes several times more vicious than the rough one. That nature didn't gradually grow while on the island of the missing. The timid one was cunning from the start. He just pretended not to be. Mixing such a guy with Kiyoshi, Kang Woojin had already tried it. He wasn't worried. However, what would others think when they saw this performance? How would the acting appear? What about the public? The actors? The director? And all those countless staff members? When the slate clapped in front of him, Woojin felt another kind of excitement. If it's an NG, we can just redo it. The judgment is up to others. Yeah, let's give it a shot. The acting itself was always fascinating, no matter the role. Kang Woojin had developed to the point where he enjoyed experiencing and possessing the world each role had. But now, a different kind of anticipation was budding. It felt like showing a new product to customers for the first time. That was it. Ready, action. This time, the scene's acting was faintly tinged with Kang Woojin's touch. It's creepy. Doesn't his face look unpleasant whenever you see him? He's like a robot. Of course, the void space power still played a significant role in Woojin's incredible acting. It was almost 90% or more. Kang Woojin didn't deny that. He needed it. Unfortunately, if he stripped away the void space now, there wouldn't be the current Kang Woojin. So he planned to keep using it. But he must not forget the mindset of being the master. It didn't matter if the void space didn't think that way. It was an issue of Woojin's attitude. In that sense, the newly instilled ability of role synthesis was positive. It created a focal point for the master attitude for Kang Woojin. Like if I cook, then I am the chef. It awakened this subjective attitude. Whether it was subconscious or not. Don't look at me so disgustingly. React. Huh, is that so? React? The actors, the director, everyone was watching. The camera was right next to Woojin. Kang Woojin, already fully Kiyoshi, effortlessly summoned the timid persona of Corporal Jin Suncheol. To be precise, his timid persona. The summoned entity immediately obeyed the master's command. The synthesis of the two summoned beings happened in the blink of an eye. While maintaining the dry foundation of Kiyoshi, but on top of it was layered the cunning timidity. Thus, a truly peculiar character was born. A man carefully walking over a drought-stricken mind. Crunch, crunch. Though trembling, the endlessly parched ground stretches on, and the walking man, though quivering, doesn't stop walking. Fear and emptiness coexist. Stop it. Don't do it. I am scared. Don't hit me. I gave you the money. The peculiarity was also evident in the diction rolling out of Woojin's mouth. His eyes, nose, and mouth. The expression was the same. The tight forehead, flat facial muscles, the nose and mouth with little movement. However, in Woojin's eyes, the synthesized persona rippled. He threw it. So what do you guys think? Kiyoshi scrutinized the 9 homeworks, who were bullying him one by one. The one who showed the biggest reaction was Shinizuke, who had just slapped him. He flinched and froze. Was he flustered? Or scared? Looking closely, all 9 had similar expressions. Kang Woojin, or Kiyoshi, called out Corporal Jin Suncheol. In an instant, his face returned to its original state. There was almost no gap. It was a grotesque transformation. Back to the original Kiyoshi, he gazed dryly at the 9. His task was done, and now it was their turn. But Shinizuke lost his composure. Oh. Then, barely grasping the situation, he struggled to deliver his next line. You did well, didn't you? What's this? So you can do everything if ordered? It was a set line. Despite the shock, Shinizuke somehow managed to say it. Next was the handsome Ginzo's turn. Yeah, this guy, Kiyoshi. You knew how to do it all along, but kept quiet? It makes you more human, doesn't it? Hey, Shinizuke. Let's make him do something else this time. How about getting angry? Sounds good. Ha, Kiyoshi. You're pissed off now. Try getting mad at us. Swoosh. Kang Woojin's arm moved immediately. The extended arm grabbed Shinizuke's collar right in front of him. Then Woojin yanked Shinizuke's face close to his own. Hey, trash. He changed again. The look in Kang Woojin's eyes was completely different from just before. His dry voice carried an intimidation. In that moment, Shinizuke felt an urge to free himself from the grip and run away. What the hell is happening? Why did it feel like there was another person over Kiyoshi? Meanwhile, Kang Woojin's lines continued. Who the hell are you to give me orders? Want me to coat you in cement and drop you in the ocean? Had enough of living. It was Lee Sangman. Right now, Woojin had synthesized Lee Sangman. But it didn't last long. He used it as much as he needed, and then ordered him to return. The scent quickly faded, and Kiyoshi released Shinosuke's collar, muttering in a soulless tone. Done. Shinosuke couldn't hide his shock. Acting? Can something like this even be called acting? Ginzo beside him felt the same. It's like multiple souls possessed him. It wasn't just a change of expression, it really seemed like a different person. The other actors behind them were the same. How many people just came and went? They couldn't make a clear judgment. It was overwhelming. Even though they were seasoned in the Japanese entertainment industry, what they had just witnessed was something they had never seen before. They forgot their positions as fellow actors. They were the audience. Of course, the audience wasn't just the actors. The cinematographer who was shooting Woojin right beside him, the staff holding the boom mic to capture the actors' voices, and the 100 or so staff members watching the scene. The set was quieter than ever. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger production crew here had already forgotten they were in the middle of filming. It wasn't different from watching a breathtaking theatrical performance. The lead was Kang Woojin, but it wasn't just one character. How many were there? Then, some staff members couldn't help but let out low exclamations. Wow, he's an actor. That's what a real actor is. So this is what acting is. The staff reached a unanimous conclusion, especially since they were Japanese staff. They had only seen the prevalent atmosphere or acting style in this market. They had always seen either overly dramatic or stereotyped acting. To them, Kang Woojin's performance was nothing short of revolutionary. Meanwhile, the assistant director with glasses, who had come to his senses, whispered to the motionless director Kyotaro, who was full of gray hair. Director Nimsholdwe, should we stop? It seems a bit off from the script. A bit off? No, it wasn't. The assistant director subtly felt that he had hijacked the script. However, he couldn't say that directly to the director, and Japan's great director Kyotaro was just breathing with his face glued to the monitor. About 5 seconds passed. Then director Kyotaro quietly opened his mouth. No, just proceed. What? Although the Kiyoshi Woojin was portraying had certainly hijacked the script, to the great director Kyotaro, he was still Iota Kiyoshi. Only, he had become several times more intensified and dry. It's not off track. It was merely a three-dimensional variation of Kiyoshi. Later, as the director's signal didn't fall, Kang Woojin and the other actors continued their acting. There was still some movement left in the scene. Then, director Kyotaro slowly lifted his head from the monitor and fixed his gaze on Woojin on set. Just one scene. At most, a few minutes. It might be shorter when edited. However, it was a performance that no actor in Japan could replicate, and it was a sight that even director Kyotaro, who had been a director for decades, saw for the first time. Maybe. At this moment, are we witnessing a new form of acting? Director Kyotaro's thoughts drifted to Woojin's past. He couldn't fathom what kind of life he had lived. How much training and polishing did it take to deliver such an acting? He must have lived a life dedicated solely to acting. A life filled with endless self-torment, continuing before even the wounds had healed. Director Kyotaro was deeply moved by Kang Woojin. It was an admiration mixed with misunderstanding. He prepared such acting for this short scene. Stopping this would be unthinkable as a director. This new form of acting must be known not only to Japan, but to the world. And so, he made a decision. To spread this new form of acting. To spread the misunderstanding to the world. A few minutes later, he shouted to the whole set. Cut. Okay. With an enthusiastic signal, he stood up quickly and approached the actors on set. His steps were swift. Director Kyotaro gestured to the actors to show his approval and then grabbed Woojin's hand, pulling him up. Thank you, Woojin SSI. A sudden expression of gratitude. Director Kyotaro, with eyes full of warmth, spoke to Woojin. You've stayed with us through tough times in our film and prepared an incredible performance for Kiyoshi. Woojin was a bit taken aback. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. What's this? Never mind, let's just go with it. He lowered his voice as much as possible. No, it's nothing. Director Kyotaro, who was smiling faintly, released Woojin's hand and spoke to the surrounding Japanese actors. I want to change the script with that cut just now. What do you all think? The actors nodded without saying much. And then, you were going, weren't you, because of low performance? Have any of you seen such acting before? Megan Stone, who had covered her mouth with one hand in shock, murmured to her team members amidst the silent staff. At least, I've never seen it before. His face, changed several times in an instant. Yeah, but Kiyoshi remained the same. Was the second one madness? But it wasn't rough, right? I felt it was purposeless madness. The chubby man with wide eyes rubbed his chin. A new acting method? But how on earth did he learn to switch multiple personas so quickly? Megan, who had swept her short brown hair back, looked around and continued. More than that, look around. The team members looked at the 100 or so, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger staff nearby. Dozens of staff members for the actors too. There were even some actors who had come to watch. Among them, the rookie actress Nakaho Kimi, who played Misaki Toka, stood with her mouth agape. She seemed to have her brain frozen by Kang Woojin's performance. A few lines, a short performance, and he captivated so many people. And it wasn't even a grand scene. A smile spread across Megan Stone's lips. He's a star. This Korean actor will become the star of stars. Regardless, the filming picked up speed. By lunchtime, the filming of the past scenes of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had started in earnest and continued into the late afternoon. Whether it was due to Kang Woojin's role synthesis causing a stir or not, director Kyotaro, along with the Japanese actors and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's staff, suddenly radiated enthusiasm. There were many NGs from director Kyotaro's mouth. Cut NG. Mihuyussi. It's good that Amy is being fierce, but you were too angry. Show controlled anger. Yes. Director Nim. I'll try again. While he gave direction to the acting form of the Japanese actors, he also revised the scenes on the spot if he felt any dissatisfaction with the directing aspects. The actor who brought those revisions to the surface was just one person. Kang Woojin. It was Woojin, as Megan Stone with her short brown hair had just muttered. The filming was undoubtedly revolving around him. With Iota Kiyoshi walking and talking in reality, it was no wonder. Moreover, today's Kiyoshi was even more three-dimensional than yesterday's. He seemed graspable at a glance, yet was elusive. The Kiyoshi Kang Woojin was acting was both the exact one from the scenario and simultaneously breaking out of the scenario, spreading a smokescreen to the viewers. However, it was never excessive. This was evident to director Kyotaro, the person in charge on set, and equally to Megan, who had spent quite a long time in Hollywood. It's not a rampage. It's an explosion of growth. Plus, he knows how to handle the expanded character traits. While firmly maintaining the character's essence, he only expands when necessary, staying within bounds. This might seem easy, but it's a technique that only seasoned actors can master, and the level of acting Kang Woojin was freely exhibiting was something Megan had never seen before. A new species? Is he really an alien or something? He knows how to stand out as an actor. He also knows how to dominate the set and the world of the work. In short, Kang Woojin was soaring right now. Such a Kang Woojin had just muttered to himself softly. Of course, inwardly. Okay, so this is how I should use it. I'm pretty much adapted. It was about role synthesis. Chapter 230. Chapter 230, Growth 3. The scene where Kiyoshi and Misaki Toka face each other on the school rooftop was in progress. It was now the turn of Kang Woojin and Toka, played by Japanese rookie actress Nakaho Kimi. Although they were from different countries, both were rookies. In fact, considering their careers, Kimi had more experience. However, the aura was worlds apart. This was evident not only to the naked eye, but also clearly captured on the monitor that director Kyotaro was watching. Nakaho Kimi appeared infinitely smaller in front of Woojin. It's okay. I can do this. Breathe. It was partly because she was nervous, but it was also a difference in their acting skills. On the other hand, Kang Woojin remained calm. Of course, Woojin, who was staring at her intently, was a bit worried about Kimi inside. It was similar to the time with Ginzo. Is it because we're on the rooftop? Maybe she has acrophobia. Meanwhile, director Kyotaro was briefly contemplating. Kimi SSI is doing well, but she's too nervous. Should we take a break and start again? No, that might cause problems before we even get to the scene. It was a matter of confidence and self-esteem. Kimi, being a rookie, had a particularly fragile mentality. Soon, director Kyotaro made a decision and calmly called out the signal. 1, 2. Ready, action. Their acting began. It was quite an important scene in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. It was the first time Kiyoshi's homework manifested. Among the group of foreigners quietly watching Woojin's performance, Megan, who had her arms crossed, muttered softly. He already knows how to do it. Megan, who muttered just enough to be heard, signaled to the surrounding team. It was time to slowly withdraw. Quietly leaving the scene, Megan descended the stairs while recalling the faces of Hollywood's great actors. Hollywood has an overwhelming number of actors, but those who win acting awards like the Oscars and make a name for themselves are rare. He has a similar vibe to them. The scent Megan perceived from Woojin was like that. Perfectly playing a role was a given. However, being too perfect can sometimes make one invisible. For an actor, being taken for granted could sometimes be a poison. In such cases, variation was needed. However, few could achieve this. The skill to maintain very good acting while injecting shocks and stimuli to captivate the attention of directors, staff, co-actors, and the public. The key here was that good acting was the default. Only with flawless acting, which no one could refute, could an actor hypnotize the public. And when the hypnosis is broken by an explosion, the public's eyes would see only that actor. Then the astonishing acting would stand out even more. Megan had already stepped out of the school. Faces of several Hollywood great actors flashed in her mind. Megan and her team boarded a van parked outside. It was past 6 o'clock. The sky was getting dark. Virum, the van carrying the Hollywood scouting team, roared as it hit the road. The team leader, Megan, had a serious expression as she looked out the window. The foreign team members also had stern faces. It was more of a look of bewilderment than a negative atmosphere. Then the chubby man who was scratching his short hair spoke in English. Why on earth did Kang Woojin turn down Last Kill 3? It was completely different from the rumors. An actor who shows such acting tension couldn't have run away because of a lack of acting skills. A man with orange hair sitting in the passenger seat agreed. That's total nonsense. If director George Mendez had seen this performance, he would have clung to him. The acting Woojin showed earlier was really like a different person with every second. Have you ever seen such acting anywhere? Not at all. Me neither. My God, it means he has a unique acting method, right? Why is Kang Woojin passing on Hollywood? With that acting tension and martial arts skills, he'd easily make it. At this moment, Megan, who had been continuously looking out the window, recalled everything from the first time she saw Kang Woojin up to now and made a sharp judgment. It's a declaration. A declaration? No, it was a sharp misconception. Yes, he's been showing off his existence. He probably wasn't interested in a minor role in Last Kill 3 from the beginning. In fact, I was the one who first reached out. But Kang Woojin, who had no interest in the role, still showed up. And then he confidently turned down the role. He was showing that he could take on such minor roles anytime. Don't you get it? Oh. At this moment, the team members who finally understood Megan's hidden meaning had exclamation marks in their eyes. However, Megan, who swept her short brown hair, did not stop spreading the sharp misconception. It's not that he's challenging Hollywood, but he's confident that Hollywood will come looking for him. Look at today too. He was unfazed by us, right? He was extremely calm. The usual reaction of actors when contacted by a Hollywood scouting team is excitement. Megan crossed her long legs and stroked her chin. Kang Woojin is preparing to enter Cannes with director on Ga-bok's project in Korea. Ah, that's right. Director on Ga-bok has quite a reputation in Cannes and Hollywood. He's a veteran who has filmed nearly 100 movies and has the skills of a master. Imagine a work combining director on Ga-bok and Kang Woojin being thrown into Cannes. If we can notice it, what about the global bigwigs at Cannes? The team members slowly nodded as if understanding. Everyone would take notice. There would be no need for Hollywood auditions. If things go as expected, there would be no reason to take minor roles. Megan chuckled slightly. Minor roles? If he flips Cannes, he'll start in Hollywood as a supporting actor. No, even more. Then she added somewhat meaningfully. Joseph Felton, that man figured this out early and made his move first. The team members tilted their heads, wondering what she meant. The next day, the morning of the 24th, Korea. Sunday. It was around 10 o'clock. Today was the day the first episode of Our Dining Table would be aired. Following the episode 0 last week, the anticipation had reached the sky with numerous teasers and issues over the past week, as well as many trailers uploaded by the Our Dining Table team. The Our Dining Table members had gathered at a studio in Gangnam. The studio was bustling with preparations for filming. Many cameras and lights were set up towards the filming zone. Posters related to Our Dining Table were posted around. The dozens of staff members looked quite familiar. This studio's filming team was the Sports Day team led by PD Yoon Byung-seon. Today's guests were the Our Dining Table team. It was a shoot arranged by PD Yoon Byung-seon, the big name in the variety show industry, as both teams were under his line. Sports Day was also a popular variety show, and with Our Dining Table gaining momentum, it seemed PD Yoon Byung-seon was determined. Anyway, camera focus check. Camera 1 OK. Camera 2 OK. The various cameras of the filming team were directed at the Our Dining Table members seated in a row. On Jong-hak, Ha Gang-soo, Hong Hae-yeon, Wallin, and Yun Baek-kwang. Everyone had dressed up in full makeup and dressed stylishly to show off their individual styles. However, Kang Woojin, who was in Japan, could not attend. Although Kang Woojin was the main chef, what could be done? Regardless, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who stood in front of the members, was energetically chatting before filming. By the way, is it true about Woojin and Hollywood? Of course, the topic was Kang Woojin. Yesterday's news about Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut had turned Korea upside down. So it wasn't strange that Our Dining Table members were excited. Hey, Hong Hae-yeon, don't you know anything? Add on Jong-hak's question. Hong Hae-yeon, who had swept back her long hair, furrowed her brows. I don't know. Just because we're from the same company doesn't mean I know everything, okay? That's true. BW Entertainment has gotten so big, it's understandable. Hong Hae-yeon bit her lower lip slightly. I was surprised too. The youngest, Yun Baek-kwang, wearing a beige knit sweater, interjected suddenly. But if it's true that Woo Jin-hyung is going to Hollywood, that's amazing, isn't it? Ha Gang-soo crossed his long legs and agreed. It's super amazing. Going to Hollywood just a year after debuting is simply unheard of. If you watch the video, the pictures look like genuine Hollywood. Wow, it would be great if it's true. I could brag about being friends with a world-class actor. But Woojin SSI hasn't said anything yet, right? Meanwhile, Wallin, who had been quiet and wearing a white hoodie, was fiddling with her phone. Should I contact him? But he must be getting tons of messages already. Ugh, I want to call him. Although the news of her absolute favorite's Hollywood debut was a huge event that made her want to dance, Wallin felt as if Kang Woojin was drifting further away. Quietly, she logged into Kang Woojin's Kang's Heart fan cafe. As was the case yesterday, the Kang's Heart fan club cafe was currently overflowing. At this moment, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had been talking with On Jong-hak, shook his head. But really, Woojin SSI is endlessly creating buzz. He's a hit. I had a feeling he was something special from the first time I saw him. Oh, this is really something. On Jong-hak, shaking the phone he was holding, joined in. Can this speed of news be real? It's crazy. It's like a flood. Of course, Winter Movie Pictures is pretty big in Hollywood, right? Hyung, have you been there? I've been there. Well, more like I passed by it. I didn't actually go in. The fact that Woojin SSI didn't even try to approach Winter Movie Pictures directly, but they contacted him first. His level just skyrocketed. After giving PD Yoon Byung-seon a brief glance, On Jong-hak changed the subject. But when did Woojin find the time to do a screen test amidst his busy schedule? Hyung, are you 100% sure? Well, there's evidence. I'm about 80% sure. At this moment, the youngest, Yun Baek-kwang, clapped his hands together. Wasn't it then? After we finished filming Our Dining Table and returned, Woo Jin-hyung stayed in Hollywood for a bit. A moment of silence spread, and On Jong-hak nodded in agreement, as if it made sense. That's right, it was then. At this time, whether in the media, public opinion, or the domestic entertainment industry, the excitement was at its peak. Star Talk, Kang Woojin, Hollywood debut imminent. Kang Woojin, doing a screen test in Hollywood, likely to secure a spot after only 1 year OG debuting, a first in Korea. While news related to entering Hollywood wasn't entirely unheard of in the Korean entertainment industry, it was very rare, and the fact that this time it was Kang Woojin made a huge impact. Domestic entertainment industry in uproar over Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut rumor. Winter Movie Pictures remained silent. The video from YouTuber Fact Guys, who broke the exclusive scoop, achieved massive views in just 1 day. Exclusive scoop. The sensational rising actor Kang Woojin Secretly took a Hollywood screen test already. Hollywood debut just around the corner. Decisive evidence obtained. Fact guys. Minus 7.88 million views. Currently, numerous YouTubers following up on the story were producing endless derivative videos. However, they all sold well. Comments were exploding. Gradually, idle talk and rumors were overflowing. Although the news broke yesterday, today was several times more chaotic. It was especially worse because Kang Woojin, representing Korea, was currently in Japan. Given the situation, there was no way Kang Woojin's parents wouldn't know. However, Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi, who were at the shop, had a rather subtle reaction. Hollywood? This is the Hollywood we know, right? In America. That's right. Then it's not our Woojin, is it? No. First of all, Woojin hasn't contacted us. And our son isn't particularly good at English, right? Kang Woochul acknowledged honestly. But he was good at listening. Only listening, though. A few hours later, in LA. It was around noon in Korea and Japan. In LA, it was late evening. At that time, in a part of Hollywood lined with enormous houses. Among them was a house with an interior featuring many glass elements and a huge swimming pool in the yard, where a familiar man could be seen. A towering height, a massive build, a foreign black man. It was the famous Hollywood producer, Joseph Felton. Looking like he had just gotten off work, he opened the refrigerator as soon as he entered the enormous living room. Joseph pulled out a green drink. It didn't look particularly appetizing. As he swallowed the drink, Joseph grimaced, indicating it tasted as bad as it looked. It tastes like garbage no matter when I drink it. He muttered to himself, struggling to swallow the drink, and checked the time. It was past 9 o'clock. Joseph was already managing 3 Hollywood movies, and he had a series of meetings lined up early tomorrow. He was contemplating about going to bed early today. Just then, his phone, lying on an expensive-looking sofa, started ringing. Joseph picked it up, muttering something like, "Here we go," to himself. But, he tilted his head, surprised at who was calling. Megan. The person who called was Megan Stone, the talented casting director. It was unusual for her to call at this hour. It had never happened before. Whatever it was, Joseph set down the green drink and put the phone to his ear. Megan? What's up at this hour? Megan Stone's voice on the other end of the line was calm. It's daytime here. Daytime? I'm in Japan right now. Japan? Joseph, puzzled, suddenly remembered something. All right. You said you were going to a film festival in Japan? You haven't returned yet. Yes. I'm coming back in 2 days. You went there yourself? You could have sent a team. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Haha, that's true. So, did you find any good actors? I did. A proper star. A star. It was a surprising answer, but since Megan was quite eccentric, Joseph let it slide. That's good. So, what's the matter? This is the first time you've called me at this hour. Kang Woojin. Joseph paused for a moment. Kang Woojin. I met Kang Woojin in Japan. Ah. Director Kyotaro and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger crossed his mind. It was a matter noted in Kang Woojin's profile. Come to think of it, Kang Woojin had started filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Don't tell me, Megan, are you talking about Kang Woojin when you said you found a star? I saw his acting. Up close and personal. Damn, she was faster than me. Although it was a coincidence, Joseph felt a slight sense of defeat. How was it? Megan. Joseph called out to the suddenly silent Megan Stone. She then asked abruptly, Joseph, are you the one who leaked the information about Kang Woojin's Last Kill 3 screen test? Chapter 231. Chapter 231, Growth 4. Megan Stone, from beyond the phone, suddenly dropped a fact. Although Joseph Felton was instantly seen through, he kept his mouth shut for a moment before leisurely sitting down on the sofa with a slight smile. Well, Megan, I don't know what you're talking about. Megan's response was immediate. Are you trying to play dumb? I don't know what you're talking about. The black man, Joseph, naturally picked up the green drink. I heard that Last Kill 3 got noisy because of that case. But I'm not that free, you know? And you said you were in Japan. Of course, Japan is still quiet. But if the article comes over from Korea, it will quickly become a hot topic here too. Kang Woojin's recognition in Japan is greater than expected. At her words, mixed with laughter, Joseph propped his chin. Ah, really? You knew that, Joseph. You asked me for a report on Kang Woojin, and after that, Your team must have investigated him more thoroughly. Haha. Did I? Yeah. I could tell from his acting. Kang Woojin would soon be in Hollywood. When the smiling Joseph fell silent, Megan on the other end of the phone continued. Honestly, at first, I thought it was Kang Woojin's side that leaked the screen test information for Last Kill 3. But coming here, I realized that Kang Woojin's issues are more than just one or two. There's no need for him to take such a gamble. So, after seeing Kang Woojin's shocking performance and thinking it over, it came to mind that it was you, Joseph, who showed interest in him. But as a capable producer, you wouldn't have acted without any benefit. Kang Woojin has high recognition in major Asian countries like Korea and Japan, and both countries have plans to release Last Kill 3. By releasing information, you aim to raise the movie's recognition and boost Kang Woojin's image. It's not a big favor, but it could create a positive atmosphere in future conversations with Kang Woojin. Indeed, Joseph, who was lowering the green drink, secretly admired. Megan Stone was no ordinary person as a Hollywood CD. But Joseph feigned ignorance. Haha, Megan, aren't you looking too deeply into this? Just for a Korean actor I saw once, would I go that far? Everyone would think so, but I believe you saw considerable value in Kang Woojin. Considerable value. Anyway, Megan, it's a misunderstanding. You've got it wrong. I knew you wouldn't admit it so easily. It's all my guess, and there's no proof. I just wanted to say one thing. What is it? No matter what preparatory work you had in mind, whatever script you wrote regarding Kang Woojin, it's all in vain. In vain? Yes. If you see Kang Woojin's acting in person, you'll feel it too. It's all meaningless. He doesn't need anyone's help. He's already paving his own way and running at an incredible speed. Joseph's expression became slightly serious. Regardless, on the other end of the phone, Megan's tone. And having seen him in person, Kang Woojin wouldn't feel particularly grateful. He seems to have already forgotten about Last Kill 3. The declaration of asserting his presence is already done. And when I asked about the actual Last Kill 3 screen test video, her laughter deepened. Kang Woojin even showed an annoyed expression. Afterwards, on the 24th, around 7 p.m., with only a few hours left before the end of Sunday, among the TV channels, the recently hot variety show was airing on the general programming channel HTBS. Our Dining Table. Episode 1. It was Our Dining Table by PD Yoon Byung-seon, which hit a first broadcast rating of 15.6%. As evidence of its hit ratings, Our Dining Table was on TV in many homes, restaurants, and bars. Additionally, many people were watching Our Dining Table. Oh, it's starting. Finally, my healing show on Sunday. I've been waiting for this. The only healing on Sunday. Are they showing the start in America? From today? Yeah, they start the business in America in earnest. Last week, they showed the basic plan, team formation, one-day restaurant trial, and team practice. Today's start of Our Dining Table was about the members, including Kang Woojin, officially departing for the United States. The pace was fast. While showing the chemistry between the members, they quickly arrived in America. Then they showed the brief reactions of the members, unveiled the food truck they would operate, introduced the interior of the food truck, and the accommodation the members would use. In the background, and Jong-hak immediately becomes the nominal boss. Kang Woojin, despite being the youngest in terms of experience, suddenly becomes the leader. Oh, but Kang Woojin has leadership. Regardless of seniority, he gives commands right away. Chef Kang Woojin, the main chef and leader, Kang Woojin, had meetings with the members, selected the food truck menu, prepared for the business, and gathered ingredients, all of which were broadcast. Of course, entertainment elements were appropriately mixed in between. It was indeed a production fitting of PD Yoon Byung-seon, a master in the variety show industry. Then the Our Dining Table team officially started their food truck business. The first location was near North Hollywood Park in Louisiana. The TV, showing a vast park through inserts, then introduced an elderly couple holding hands. Both had white hair and kind faces. The elderly couple then noticed the food truck, which was a mix of red and blue overall. Korean food. Our Dining Table. Looks like it's a food truck selling Korean food. Seems so. Wonder what they're selling. In the end, the elderly couple became the first customers of Our Dining Table. Their appearance slightly stirred the real-time chat. It reminds me of my grandparents. Doesn't the grandpa seem to have some kind of aura? He's not ordinary. But Americans really compliment Korean skin a lot, these folks too. I'm curious about their reaction after eating Korean food. The elderly couple on TV continued their conversation. It's a Korean TV show. I see. So that means the people working here are all celebrities? I wouldn't expect much from the taste of the food. And Jong-hak handed them the menu with a simple greeting, and the elderly couple, after hearing the explanation of the TV show, chose 2 dishes. I'll have the bulgogi rice bowl. What about you? This. Kimjap. It's called kimjibin makuksu. I'll have that, please. The elderly couple who ordered glanced at Kang Woojin inside the food truck, as he seemed to be the central figure. That chef must also be an actor. Yes, he's handsome. I should have gone for tacos. Food from shows like this usually doesn't taste good. You're too picky. As a fellow chef, you should experience and taste various foods. I've already tasted many Korean dishes. Have you tried gochujang? It's so good that I'm researching how to use it in my restaurant. The viewers, taking a hint from the elderly couple's conversation, got excited. Oh, my restaurant? That grandpa seems to be a real chef. Please fall in love with Korean food. Could that grandpa be a super famous chef? Did the production team cast him? Meanwhile, the nominal boss and Jong-hak served the bulgogi rice bowl and Woojin's creative dish, kimjibin makuksu. The elderly couple looked at it curiously. After Jong-hak briefly explained how to eat it and stepped back, the elderly couple checked the smell and appearance of the food before eating. Subtitles appeared at the bottom. An unusual aura. At that moment, hello. The angle suddenly changed, and a cut of the elderly couple's interview appeared. It was their introduction scene. It turned out that this foreign grandpa was the owner and chef of a Michelin 1-star restaurant. Whoa, amazing. No wonder he had such an aura. That restaurant will now be swarming with Koreans. Wow, Michelin 1-star. But is that kimjibin makuksu really created by Kang Woojin? Yep, he made it before coming to America. The scene changed again. The elderly couple finally tasted the food they received. It started with the foreign grandpa, who kept sniffing the kimjibin makuksu. The soup is brown, and so are the noodles. The smell is nutty and not bad. It's similar to Japanese ramen, but definitely different and a bit off-putting. This black thing floating in the soup is seaweed. A brief introduction of the kimjibin makuksu. The screen also showed an insert of the makuksu. Then, the white-haired grandpa, who didn't seem too pleased, gently scooped up some soup. His expression hardened for a moment. What? What is it? Does it taste bad? Please no. It looks like it would taste amazing. Without saying a word, the grandpa scooped the broth a few more times. Once, twice, 3 times. Then he lifted the noodles. The show cut to the tense members of our dining table, and then back to the elderly couple. The grandma asked, "How does that brown noodle taste?" Chewing the noodles with a firm expression, the grandpa spoke decisively. "We were wrong." Is it not good? The man who made this dish is not an actor. He's a real chef. At that moment, the viewers' chat room exploded. So funny. No, an actor, grandpa. An actor. Wow. But that means it's so delicious that even that grandpa chef got confused. I really want to try kimjibin makuksu. This is crazy. Kang Woojin suddenly becomes a chef. Drool? Where can I eat that kimjibin makuksu? I really want to eat it. Most people were crying out for kimjibin makuksu. Monday, after the weekend. The first episode of Our Dining Table aired yesterday, featuring the scene where the foreign elderly couple praised Korean food, followed by conversations with the main chef Kang Woojin, and then showing foreigners flocking to the food truck. The episode ended showing a massive line of foreigners at the food truck on the second day. The real-time viewer chat room was abuzz with curiosity. Anyway, the viewership rating for the first episode of Our Dining Table was announced on Monday morning. Official captivated living rooms on the weekend. Our Dining Table episode 1 total viewership rating 17.5%. The rating rose by 2% from last week, nearing the 20% mark. Articles flooded in instantly. Will it hit 20%? Our Dining Table's massive success. Spotlight. The kimjibin makuksu created by Kang Woojin on Our Dining Table. A heavenly taste that confused a local chef? It works overseas too. Hong Hae-yun and Wallen's Beauty enchanted Americans/photo. Our Dining Table starts food truck business in the U.S. Americans fall for Kang Woojin's cooking/photo. Viewers of Our Dining Table with 17.5% rating. I want to eat kimjibin makuksu too. Due to the buzz about Kang Woojin's potential Hollywood debut, his articles also mixed in with rumors and overflowed. Main chef. On Our Dining Table, actor in Hollywood? Which Hollywood movie did Kang Woojin screen test for? It was a tidal wave. The domestic media enthusiastically churned out articles about the endless buzz, and PD Yoon Byung-seon, along with the Our Dining Table team, accelerated their promotional efforts by posting various videos. Moreover, the buzz around Kang Woojin grew uncontrollably. However, despite the growing buzz about a Hollywood debut, Kang Woojin remained silent. Kang Woojin himself had no particular reaction. As Monday passed and Tuesday dawned, the numerous buzz topics circulating in Korea finally reached Japan, where Kang Woojin was filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Kang Woojin of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, making headlines in Korea for potential Hollywood debut. The YouTube video of Kang Woojin's potential Hollywood debut goes viral in Korea. Because of this, the filming site of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger became bustling. Not only the actors, but also over 100 staff members were whispering about Kang Woojin. Did you see the article? Woojin is going to Hollywood, they say. But isn't it just a screen test? No, they say it's confirmed. I read in an article that it was just a test. This speculation grew, particularly because a group of foreigners had recently appeared on set. Oh, those foreigners. They must have been Hollywood representatives. I thought they were part of the special effects team. Groundless rumors spread quickly. I heard Woojin is going straight to Hollywood after our project ends. It's really amazing. How can an actor grow so fast in just 1 year? There's no one like that in Japan or Korea. No, not even in Hollywood, right? But it's understandable, isn't it? You've seen Woojin's acting. The actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger looked at Woojin with curiosity or envy. Especially Yasutaro, who played Ginzo, seemed visibly eager to talk. However, no one directly asked Kang Woojin about it. This was partly due to the typical Japanese disposition and also because of director Kyotaro's special order not to disturb the set's atmosphere. Meanwhile, the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger continued. They needed to quickly wrap up the high school scenes. Despite this, director Kyotaro, watching Woojin on the monitor, was puzzled. Did Megan Stone come after seeing the screen test? Or is Megan from a different team entirely? Regardless, Kang Woojin maintained a poker face and focused on the filming, while both Korea and Japan buzzed with excitement as Tuesday came to a close. Following this, on Wednesday the 27th, today, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team was on standby early. From early morning, over 100 staff and actors gathered at the high school, and today marked the end of the high school filming. In other words, the past scenes would be wrapped up by the morning. The first scene started with Kang Woojin or Kiyoshi observing the homework the 9 members one by one. It also included the appropriate relationships and conflicts of each character. Around 11 a.m., when the filming was in full swing, a short break was given with roughly 2 to 3 hours left to wrap up the past scenes. The staff were running around the classrooms and hallways. Please add another camera in the hallway. Check the props in the classroom first. Did you get the desks? It was chaotic. Meanwhile, the actors gathered in various spots, discussing the script and having simple rehearsals. The locations varied. Some were in the classroom, some in the hallway, and others in front of the bathroom. Each had their scene locations. At this moment, Kang Woojin, dressed in the school uniform, stood at the end of the hallway with an indifferent expression. His scene location was the nearby stairs, and he was currently pretending to read the script seriously, but his mind was elsewhere. I'm so hungry. I'm craving tteok bulgogi, damn. Should I ask the CEO to go to a Korean restaurant tonight? As he turned his head, Woojin noticed a classroom right in front of him. No, upon closer inspection, it wasn't just a classroom. Music room. Reading the Japanese nameplate inside his head, Woojin glanced through the window to take a look. The spacious room had many chairs in the center and various instruments lined up by the window. Oh, this brings back memories. Recalling his school days, Kang Woojin glanced around furtively before opening the front door of the music room. With a faint noise, the characteristic wooden smell wafted into his nose. Meanwhile, Uramatsu Mafiu, the actress with big eyes and plump lips who played Horinochi Amy in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, glanced at Kang Woojin standing at the end of the hallway while chatting with other actors. Woojin SSI? Where is he going? At the same time, Director Kyotaro, full of gray hair, appeared, chatting with the assistant director while looking around the hallway. Where's Woojin SSI? Mifuyu pointed to the end of the hallway with her finger. Over there. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin had stepped into the music room and halted. A large black object on the platform at the front of the music room had caught his attention. After staring at it for a moment, Woojin slowly approached, brushed off some of the dust from the cover, and lifted it. Soon, white and black keys were revealed. It was a piano. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. Growth 5. In the music room, there was a black piano. It seemed quite old. Kang Woojin, with a firm face due to his concept, was quietly looking down at the piano, reminiscing about the past. To be precise, from the time he acquired his piano skills until now. Come to think of it, I acquired the skill but never got to use it. Well, places with pianos were rare, and there weren't many opportunities. His busy schedule made it hard to find time. However, the advantage of the void space Woojin possessed was that his skills didn't rust. Even at this moment, Woojin could play the piano right in front of him energetically. As he thought of the piano, numerous scores and emotions engraved within him surged up. Kang Woojin's fingers twitched for a moment. They were itching. He wanted to press any of the stored scores onto the keys. Slowly, the melody started soaking into Woojin's brain. Even though he didn't press the keys, it was as if he was playing, with the piano melody naturally playing in his head. Then Woojin. Glance. He glanced behind him. It was a bit noisy, but there were no signs of anyone coming in. Kang Woojin pressed the middle white key on the piano with his index finger. A slightly rough sound resonated. To those who didn't know much, it wouldn't matter, but to Kang Woojin, who had the piano skill, it was clear. The sound is dying out. Are they not maintaining the piano at all? It wasn't just the piano. All the instruments in the music room were like that. Quite a bit of dust had piled up. Woojin, who let out a small hum, thought it was a pity. Well, he had to try out his acquired skill, but it was disappointing to do it here. We're in the middle of filming, too. Even if there were a few more misunderstandings or misconceptions, it wouldn't cause any harm. It didn't really matter to Kang Woojin. It was just a matter of location. Anyway, swipe. This time, Kang Woojin pressed the keys consecutively with 3 fingers. Although the piano was old, it still produced sound properly. Perhaps because he was drawing out his piano skills, the emotions were somewhat warm. Woojin felt that the piano was commendable. At this point, behind Kang Woojin, at the music room door. Woojin SSI, you're here. Hold on. Yes. The assistant director, Director Kyotaro, and a few actors including Mifuyu Uramatsu had just arrived and spotted Kang Woojin. The assistant director was about to move when Director Kyotaro stopped him. Then, he carefully observed Kang Woojin alone in the music room and muttered quietly in Japanese. It's a good scene. To his eyes, Kang Woojin in the music room looked like Iota Kiyoshi. In The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, there's a part where Misaki Toka plays the piano well. According to the shooting continuity, it was briefly explained and passed over, but in the original work, there was a scene where Toka taught Kiyoshi the piano. Toka's death, and Kiyoshi's longing. Now, Director Kyotaro was envisioning a new scene, watching Kang Woojin in the music room. Meanwhile, behind Director Kyotaro, Mifuyu and the other actresses were whispering quietly. Does Woojin SSI know how to play the piano? Then it's too much of a cheat. That face, that acting, and even playing the piano I don't know, I can't stand it. Mifuyu, fix your obsession with men. You get embroiled in scandals every year. No, I like Woojin SSI. Sigh, okay. At this point, feeling the presence of others, Kang Woojin removed his hands from the piano and turned around. What the heck? When did they gather? Woojin instantly deepened his poker face and spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, Director Nim. I was just looking around for a moment. Director Kyotaro, who was grinning, shook his head. No, it's fine. By the way, how do you find it? Are the music rooms in high schools in Japan and Korea similar? Music rooms are mostly like this. Is that so? But Woojin SSI, do you know how to play the piano? Woojin, with an indifferent face, answered briefly. Yes, a little. There was no need to hide it particularly. Anyway, Director Kyotaro's eyes sparkled. Oh, really? Yes. Then, could you play for us sometime later? Not out of curiosity, but it might be used in the film for Kiyoshi. I don't mind. Thank you. I'll think of a scene later and talk to you again. Understood. Soon, a staff member's shout that everything was ready came through Director Kyotaro's walkie-talkie. The assistant director approached Kang Woojin, and Director Kyotaro turned around and moved to the set. At this moment, Mafuyu, with thick lips, clung close and asked, Director Nim, is Woojin SSI good at playing the piano? Director Kyotaro smiled lightly. He said a little, so it's probably just the basics. 2 days later, on Friday the 29th, news about Kang Woojin in Japan increased. Is it true that Kang Woojin is debuting to Hollywood? Intense focus even in the Japanese entertainment industry. In the Hollywood debut rumor, the story of Our Dining Table was included. The current hot topic Kang Woojin's Korean variety show Our Dining Table surpassed 17% viewership. On Japanese YouTube, edited videos of Our Dining Table suddenly increased. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin could be found at the luxurious Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel in Tokyo. The time was around 6 p.m. Kang Woojin got out of a van in the parking tower attached to the hotel. Swipe. Woojin was wearing a duffel coat over a hoodie and was in full makeup. His hair was neatly slicked back. This was because he had come after doing a magazine photo shoot in Japan from the morning until about an hour ago. Although the shoot took longer than expected, it finished before 7 p.m. Phew, I'm all sore. It's already getting dark. Time flies so fast. Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face but inwardly amazed at the swift passage of time, came to the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel right after finishing the photo shoot for a simple reason. He was joining the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team. Currently, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had moved its shooting location to Tokyo. After finishing the past scenes, and the hotel cut was scheduled to be shot at this Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. It didn't have to be this Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel, but it was easily arranged thanks to Chairman Hideki's consideration. One of the top hotels in Japan, the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. However, since Kang Woojin had been here during the script reading for the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, the grand appearance of the hotel did not impress him much. Woojin calmly moved his steps. Choi Sung-gun, yawning beside him, and Han Young were among the team members who joined him. Choi Sung-gun spoke first. It's tough, really tough. Are you okay, Woojin? Yes, no problem. You're like a Terminator. Choi Sung-gun, with a ponytail, shook his head as if exasperated. I told you the filming starts from tomorrow, right? I heard that Director Kyotaro and the actors have already arrived at the restaurant. You can go straight there too. Yes, CEO Nim. The main work starts tomorrow. However, since the call time was early, the accommodations were arranged at the hotel, and it seemed Director Kyotaro and the Japanese actors were gathered at the restaurant for dinner, with dozens of staff having arrived even earlier. Anyway, Kang Woojin entered the hotel lobby from the parking tower. Among the wide and luxurious lobby, the gazes of guests who recognized Woojin poured out. Here, Woojin's team members left, and Choi Sung-gun, who was standing in front of the elevator with Woojin, declared his retreat with another yawn. This won't do. I'll just go with you to the restaurant. Then I'm going to my room to rest. Dinner is important, but I need to stay alive first. Yes, CEO Nim. Rest well. Yeah, call me if anything comes up after dinner. As Kang Woojin gave a proper response, quite a few people gathered waiting for the elevator. About 5 in total. They all glanced at Kang Woojin. Finally, 2 more joined. A girl in a wheelchair and her mother. What stood out was that the girl in the wheelchair widened her eyes as soon as she saw Kang Woojin. At that moment, ding, the elevator door opened on the first floor. The elevator, carrying everyone, moved vigorously upwards, and it was the girl in the wheelchair who broke the slightly quiet situation. Excuse me. Hello. In the elevator, including Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin, everyone turned their gaze to her. The girl was clearly looking up at Kang Woojin. Her eyes were sparkling. Kang Woojin Nim. My name is Asami Yusako. The girl's mother bowed politely to Woojin. I'm sorry. She's a fan of Kang Woojin Nim, and she seems very surprised to meet you suddenly. Unlike the obviously flustered girl, the mother seemed calm. Soon, Woojin lowered his head to make eye contact with the girl in the wheelchair. Was she about 15 years old? Although her face was makeup-free, her cheeks were red and she wore glasses. The girl who introduced herself as Asami Yusako avoided Woojin's gaze, embarrassed by his attention. At that moment, Woojin thought of his younger sister, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, I used to wear glasses when she was young too. Is she studying well? I should call her after dinner. With Asami Yusako overlapping with his sister in his mind, Woojin bent down and extended his hand to her. Then he spoke in a slightly softer voice than usual. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin. Yusako, frozen, trembled slightly but managed to grasp Woojin's hand. It's like a dream. I watch your SNS and YouTube all the time. I've watched Hanryang and Male Friend so many times. I plan to watch The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger more than 5 times. Her mother chimed in. Today is her birthday, and we came out for a family dinner, so she got a big gift. Thank you. Choi Sung-gun, having grasped the situation, handed Woojin a diary and a pen from his side with a warm smile. After letting go of Yusako's hand, Woojin signed a page in the diary and asked the girl, "What's your dream?" I just achieved it. No, not that. What do you want to become? Huh? Oh, a voice actress. My mom is a voice actress too. Handing the signed page to Yusako, Woojin asked again. Really? Do you have a favorite work? Yes. I love Howl's Moving Castle. Howl's Moving Castle was an animation made by a renowned Japanese director, famous worldwide, including in Korea. Naturally, Woojin knew about it. Woojin extended his hand to the girl again and said, "Okay, I'll cheer for you. Thank you for liking me. And no, thank you. I'll support Kang Woojin Nim for the rest of my life." Around this time, ding, the elevator doors opened on the floor where the restaurant was located. The first to get off were the girl in the wheelchair and her mother. They kept bowing to Kang Woojin as they moved towards the restaurant, and Choi Sung-gun, who was watching them with Woojin, muttered. She said it was a birthday dinner. Well, that kid will remember this birthday for the rest of her life. Kang Woojin felt a warm feeling in his chest. How should he put it? The job satisfaction of his current profession had increased significantly. There aren't many jobs where you can give someone a memory that lasts a lifetime with just a few words. Although he was an actor with a core of ordinary citizen, Kang Woojin felt refreshed. But he maintained his poker face. Then, Woojin, who had signed autographs for the other people in the elevator, moved towards the restaurant. Swipe. Barely managing to move towards the restaurant, he reached the entrance where Choi Sung-gun withdrew to his room, and Woojin was guided by a restaurant staff member. The restaurant had mostly white tones, luxurious round tables and chairs, numerous staff, almost full patrons, and classical music softly flowing throughout. Indeed, the interior of the top-class hotel restaurant was stunningly grand. The table Woojin was guided to was by the window with a clear view of Tokyo's nightscape. At the adjoining tables, drawing the attention of many patrons, the members of the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were already conversing and dining. Roughly around a dozen people. It was director Kyotaro, with gray hair, who first spotted Woojin. "Ah, Woojin SSI. Over here." As he raised his hand while sitting, Japanese actors such as Yasutaro, Mafuyu, and Kosaku turned their heads. They all welcomed Kang Woojin. "Woojin SSI, you're here. Over here, over here. Woojin SSI, you can sit next to me." Thanks to the enthusiastic appeal from the thick-lipped actress Mafuyu, Kang Woojin, with his poker face, sat next to her. It was a seat with its back to the window. With Woojin's appearance, the atmosphere among the Japanese actors instantly became lively. Questions poured in from both male and female actors. Did the photo shoot go well? It's hard to get used to seeing you as not Kiyoshi. How do you keep your skin so good, Woojin SSI? What did you shoot? Oh, I guess you can't say. Woojin SSI, would you like some wine? Kang Woojin answered appropriately and calmly. Director Kyotaro took over the conversation. Tomorrow's first shoot starts with you, Woojin SSI. It's a bit tight with standby from 7 a.m., but I'm counting on you. Yes, Director Nim. Woojin, who had nodded slightly, drank some water while looking around. As he scanned the crowded restaurant, he noticed the girl in the wheelchair at the entrance. It was Asami Yusako. After briefly looking at her, Woojin's eyes moved again, this time to the center of the restaurant. For some reason, Woojin, who was carefully observing the center, exhaled softly, and scratched his chin. Does it matter? Let's ask anyway. Kang Woojin made eye contact with Director Kyotaro. Then he stood up quietly. Director Kyotaro, slightly widening his eyes, spoke. Woojin SSI, where are you? Oh, the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the table near the entrance, the girl in the wheelchair, Asami Yusako, was excitedly bragging to her father, who had been waiting at the table. I held his hand. Kang Woojin is really, really handsome, cool, gentle, and perfect. Her father gave an awkward smile. Oh, really? I don't think I'll wash my hand. Look, he even signed this. Do you like him that much? Yes, I love him. Seeing her husband's silence, the mother smiled. What's wrong? Do you feel like you're sending your daughter off to get married? A little. At that moment, the father saw Kang Woojin walking between the tables behind his daughter. He certainly had the aura of an actor. All the other guests were looking at him in excitement. The father understood his daughter's reaction. After taking his eyes off Woojin, the father scratched his head. Yusako, having forgotten about her food, was giggling as she stared at Woojin's autograph on the table. I have to show this off to my friends. Yusako, aren't you going to open the present Dad gave you? Thank you. You don't even know what it is yet. At this moment, the classical music that had been playing throughout the restaurant stopped. The guests tilted their heads in confusion. What's going on? Then, a gentle piano melody began to play. It came from the center of the restaurant. As soon as they heard the soft introduction, the eyes of all the guests in the restaurant widened. It was inevitable. No Japanese person could not know this song. No, it was famous worldwide, including in Korea. Oh, this song. Who is it? Someone's playing live. There, that man. Oh, but that man. The gentle piano melody gradually became softer and more sweet. Yusako, who had been giggling, suddenly raised her head and exclaimed, "Oh, it's the OST from Howl's Moving Castle, Merry-Go-Round of Life." TL, YouTube link to the OST. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=LB 4PRX737-0. It was her favorite song. She had even mentioned the work to Kang Woojin earlier, so it felt like destiny. Moreover, the piano melody she heard was exceptionally high level. Yusako turned her head back sharply, but when she saw someone in the center of the restaurant, she froze. What? Huh? Already, many guests had forgotten their meals and were staring intently at the center of the restaurant. Wow. Oh my God. And then, oh good, this is that song, right? Merry-Go-Round of Life. The actors at the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team table began to be enchanted by the piano melody along with their wine. That's right. I really like Howl's Moving Castle. This is nice. I listen to Merry-Go-Round of Life at least once a day, but wow, this is really well played. At this moment, the piano melody from the center started to accelerate. It was reaching its climax. Some actors even closed their eyes to savor it. But then, the thick-lipped Mafuyu stopped moving as she looked beyond the actors in front of her to the back. The two actors, a man and a woman, sitting next to her did the same. Noticing this, Yasutaro, holding a wine glass across from Mafuyu, asked, "Mafuyu, what's wrong?" Mafuyu, with eyes wide as if they would pop out, slowly pointed with her index finger. There. What? Only then did all the actors turn their attention to the center of the restaurant. Even Director Kyotaro, who had been busy on the phone, did the same, and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team found the source of the piano melody. A white piano positioned in the center of the restaurant. A black-haired man sitting at the piano, playing Merry-Go-Round of Life from Howl's Moving Castle nonchalantly. Woojin SSI. It was Kang Woojin. He was playing the piano. Though he pressed the keys with a plain demeanor, the melody that filled the restaurant was delicate and marvelous. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger team and dozens of other guests in the restaurant were frozen. No, they were mesmerized. Chapter 233. Chapter 233, Growth 6. When Kang Woojin first talked with Asami Yusako, who was both an ardent fan of his and an aspiring voice actress, he could already tell then. Do you have a favorite work? Oh, I like Howl's Moving Castle, the OST of the world-famous anime, Howl's Moving Castle. In other words, he knew the song Merry-Go-Round of Life. He could play it on the piano right away. It wasn't just merry-go-round of life. Other famous OST scores from Howl's Moving Castle immediately came to Kang Woojin's mind. It was due to his 100% acquired piano ability. Of course, Woojin had listened to the OST of Howl's Moving Castle, but had never seen the sheet music. Nonetheless, it was clear, as if he had played it on the piano thousands of times. His fingers itched to play. The next thing Kang Woojin noticed was the white piano in the restaurant. The massive restaurant, with many guests either conversing or enjoying their food, and the restaurant staff busily working in between. Amidst it all, the grandly placed piano. It's kind of oozing with style. The white piano looked expensive and shiny even at a glance. Its presence alone caught the eye, and since there was no one playing it, it seemed to be telling Woojin to sit and play. So, was that piano playable? Honestly, Woojin initially thought the white piano was just for the restaurant's decor. Maybe it was just decoration? Kang Woojin asked the female staff guiding him in a low Japanese. Is that piano for decoration? The female staff, perhaps seeing an actor for the first time, stammered shyly. No. It's just empty now because it's not time. A pianist will come and play it soon. Apparently, there was a regular pianist. It wasn't time for the performance yet. So, Kang Woojin sat at the table with the members of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Although the actors welcomed him and asked many questions, Woojin's gaze was fixed on the piano in the center of the restaurant. It's bothering me. If it wasn't there, he wouldn't mind, but seeing the piano in front of him kept drawing his eyes. It reminded him of the piano in the high school music room, where the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was filmed a few days ago. Then Woojin muttered quietly to himself, naturally inwardly. Should I play it? It was a very simple thought. A proper curiosity and drawing of attention. The condition of that white piano seemed very good. Unlike the music room's piano, it would produce a graceful sound. Besides, Kang Woojin didn't have many opportunities to play the piano. But if he played the piano here, it would lead to bothersome misunderstandings and misconceptions. So what? What's the big deal? Although Kang Woojin knew this well, it didn't matter much. He had already come this far, right? Woojin's surroundings had been a swamp of misunderstandings for a while now. It would just add a bit more weight to that swamp. Swish. Woojin looked at the girl Asami Yusako, sitting at the entrance, who overlapped with his younger sister Kang Hyuna. She was happily talking with her family. The song would naturally be Merry-Go-Round of Life. It was the most famous and popular OST of the work she liked. It was to support the girl's dream and also a birthday gift. In fact, for Woojin, it was more of a sincere action rather than a fan service. In other words, it wasn't calculated. Then he turned his gaze to director Kyotaro sitting across from him. Come to think of it, the director also asked me to play the piano once. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Kang Woojin got up from his seat without hesitation. Even in his concept mode, he had a no-hesitation vibe, but Kang Woojin's original personality also didn't dwell on decisions for long. Tomorrow is tomorrow. If a problem arises, he'd deal with it then. When he asked the employee who seemed to be the restaurant manager, he said it was okay to play. Are you planning to play it yourself? Kang Woojin nim. Yes. Is it okay? Of course. But have you ever played the piano? Before? Well, maybe. What? And so, the piano melody began. Kang Woojin struck the black and white keys with simplicity. The piano performance of Merry-Go-Round of Life resonated grandly in the restaurant. Naturally, the heads of the guests in the restaurant started turning one by one toward Kang Woojin, who was sitting at the white piano. The spread was rapid. Within a few tens of seconds, all the guests' eyes were on Woojin. The piano melody was too fantastic to ignore. The melody melting in their ears surpassed what could be learned in 1 or 2 years. The guests were just enchanted and unconsciously fell into appreciation. It's nice. Wow, he plays well. It's amazing, isn't it? Even about a dozen restaurant employees stopped working. Yes, time seemed to have stopped only in this restaurant in the world. It started that way, but gradually a different atmosphere formed. Who is he? Who's that black-haired man? Who's playing the piano? Dozens of guests wondered about the man playing the piano. Naturally, they soon recognized that it was Kang Woojin. That man Kang Woojin? Kang Woojin? Didn't he just come in and sit with the actors over there? He was definitely by the window. Why is Kang Woojin playing the piano? Their shock was doubled. My goodness. Kang Woojin is playing the piano. It's amazing, too amazing. But Kang Woojin's performance became even more brilliant. Shock mixed with astonishment. That Korean actor, was he originally a pianist? Because he played so well. It wouldn't be wrong to think this was a large hall and a concert was being held. The climax, and then the softening piano sound. The grand atmosphere was enveloped in tension. The overwhelming excitement faded slightly, but the guests couldn't take their eyes off Kang Woojin. It was because of the anticipation for the next climax. His piano had a superb control of tempo. Thus, the girl in the wheelchair, Asami Yusako, had tears welling up in her eyes. I said I liked Howl's Moving Castle. That's why Kang Woojin Nim is playing this song for me. Mom, Dad, I think I'll never forget today. How could I forget such a gift? He looked radiant. That noble man playing the piano with composure. It was just amazing that such a being existed in the world. Even if it was a dream, it was fine. As long as this feeling, this emotion remained, it was enough. In the end, Yusako had to wipe her eyes. But the girl's parents had no time to comfort her. Is this what actors are originally like? No, it's not. Playing the piano for the birthday of a fan who just exchanged a few words. Putting aside being an actor, his humanity itself is amazing. The parents were so overwhelmed with gratitude and appreciation that they had never experienced before that it was beyond words. It was enough to wash away everything they had. To endure in the growth of their daughter in a wheelchair. The girl's father and mother's eyes also became moist. The piano touching hearts. Some of the guests in the restaurant were the same. For some reason, they wiped away tears. Watching Woojin, they recalled their warm past. The melody heard was the same, but the emotion it brought to everyone was different. Some remembered the past, some the present, some the future, some cherished people, some their current wounds. Some people who were not engrossed in the moment took pictures of Kang Woojin. They recorded videos or snapped photos. Some had been filming from the beginning, while others started midway or just now raised their phones. This kind of rare sight. Where else could you see it? It was true. An actor, and a famous Korean actor at that, was in Japan playing the piano, mesmerizing everyone. It was something only imaginable in dreams. At this point, someone slowly entered the restaurant filled with piano melodies. Swoosh. A woman with her hair tied up. She was the originally scheduled pianist. As she arrived, Woojin's performance was nearing its end, and she found herself stopping and listening to the performance unknowingly, then suddenly furrowing her brows. She asked a nearby male employee, who was frozen in place. What's going on? Did you hire another pianist besides me? What? Oh no. That's Kang Woojin SSI. Who? Kang Woojin SSI. The actor, the Korean actor. Wait, I know that. But are you saying that this piano playing is by an actor? At that moment, the gradually diminishing piano melody abruptly stopped. Kang Woojin's performance had ended. However, no one in the restaurant moved immediately. The lingering emotion and awe still permeated their bodies. Soon, swoosh, Kang Woojin, who had been sitting at the white piano with a quiet expression, stood up. Only then did the dozens of guests come to their senses, and applause started from the table near the entrance. Clap, 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 clap. It was Asami Yusako and her parents. The three of them were busy clapping for Kang Woojin. Naturally, all the guests stood up as well. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. The restaurant was filled with overwhelming applause and praise. It was all sincere. They expressed deep gratitude to Kang Woojin, who had given them such a sensational sight, even if it was just for a short moment. Where else could you see such a scene if not in a movie? Clap, 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 clap. In between, words of thanks, appreciation, admiration, and amazement were mixed in. Kang Woojin, standing in front of the piano, maintained a nonchalant face, but inwardly he was feeling extremely embarrassed. Oh my, that startled me. What should I do at times like this? Is it okay to just stand here? Though it was applause from only a few dozen people, to Woojin it felt like it was from thousands. Yes, first I should bow. With a poker face, Woojin gave a small bow to everyone. Then he turned his gaze to the entrance. He made eye contact with Asami Yusako. He just wanted to say it all. Happy birthday. I support your future dreams. Understanding this, Yusako, sitting in her wheelchair, bowed her head repeatedly to Woojin. The only words the girl could say were, thank you, thank you. Of course, Not everyone in the restaurant knew the story between Kang Woojin and the girl. Clap, 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 clap. Not yet, at least. Afterward, the applause directed at Kang Woojin in the restaurant continued. Meanwhile, the team of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger at the window side were frozen. Except for a few actors who were clapping, they couldn't even move. They were utterly astonished. Mafuyu, who had been sitting next to Woojin until just a moment ago, was clearly infatuated with him. Crazy. How can that be just basic piano playing? What is this? This is cheating. It's ridiculously cool. The other Japanese actresses were no different. They had similar expressions. Director Kyotaro, with his graying hair, had a similar face to the actresses, but what he felt was different. Possessed acting, Japanese language, sign language. His singing is top-notch too. With so much talent, what's with this piano skill? Why? Director Kyotaro couldn't understand it all. No. Isn't it impossible in reality? But that impossibility was unfolding right in front of him. There's no formula, but the answer exists. He didn't know. He couldn't understand. Then, Director Kyotaro reached a similar conclusion to Choi Sung-gun. Rewrite. The important thing is that Woojin exists, anyway. That's enough. Yes. He gave up on making sense of it. He just decided to accept whatever he saw. Around this time. What the heck dash? Choi Sung-gun rushed into the restaurant. Whether he had heard the news late or not, he came in a hurry, wearing slippers with his comfortable clothes. Choi Sung-gun paused for a moment at the sight of the restaurant guests standing and applauding, then quickly moved to Woojin, who was in front of the piano. Understanding the situation could come later, leaving first was the priority. Swoosh. Barely out of the restaurant, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun got on the elevator. As soon as they were inside, Choi Sung-gun asked Woojin, "What's going on? What happened? Why were the guests applauding you? Did you put on an act there?" He asked urgently, but Woojin's answer was low and concise. "There was a piano, so I played a song I knew." "What did you play?" "The piano." "Piano." "Yes, I got the idea for the piece from the girl fan we saw earlier." "No, that's not what I'm asking. What's with the sudden piano?" The look in his eyes seemed to say, but after taking a long, deep breath, Choi Sung-gun didn't say more. This wasn't the first time something like this happened. Asking would only destroy common sense. "Oh right. The piano. You played a piece you knew." "Yes. It just so happened there was a piano in the restaurant." "That's correct." "Yeah, the piano." "Well, you did well. Thank you." Meanwhile, wow, Kang Woojin. Amazing. To see something like that. Did you record it? Of course. I wanted to hear one more piece. I'm a Kang Woojin fan from today. Inside the restaurant where Woojin had left, he must have originally played the piano before becoming an actor. With that skill, he must have performed in concerts. Should we look it up? It was filled with talk about him. 2 days later, January 31st, Sunday. Sunlight was streaming through the window. Thanks to the sunlight, specks of dust danced softly and settled on the various instruments lined up by the window. It was a music room, and it was quiet. The faint scent of wood and the sound of wind blowing through the slightly open window were all that could be heard. Occasionally, the beige curtains fluttered thanks to the breeze. At that moment, high action. With a voice heard from somewhere, the door to the music room creaked open. Someone entered. It was about 10 seconds later that his lifeless footsteps, which had been still by the door, moved. Tap, 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 clatter. Someone sat in front of the old black piano. His actions were slow as he slowly placed his hands on the cover. He didn't open the cover. He just rested his hands on it, as if opening the cover would trigger a flood of memories. But eventually, he opened the piano cover. The white and black keys were lined up in a row. The keys, with their small scratches, seemed quite aged. Then he placed both hands on the keys. Inhale. It was Iota Kiyoshi. Chapter 234, Tidal Wave 1. The high school where the past scenes of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were filmed. It was around late morning. The corridor at the entrance of the music room was crowded with dozens of staff members from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The actors were also visible. Various filming equipment was set up around them. Director Kyotaro was sitting in front of the monitor. The entire team of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger held their breath. About half of them were looking inside the music room, while the other half were staring at the monitor where Director Kyotaro's face was buried. More precisely, they were watching Kang Woojin in a school uniform inside the music room. The cue sign had already been given. In other words, Kang Woojin inside the music room had already started acting. At this moment, he was being captured on camera as Iota Kiyoshi. Director Kyotaro, whose hair was full of gray, watched Kiyoshi with sharp eyes. Yes, that's the atmosphere. In fact, the scene being shot now was not originally planned in the shooting storyboard. Of course, it was in the original work, but it was removed during the adaptation. However, director Kyotaro revived the scene. He urgently created the direction and planning yesterday and started shooting today. Even so, there was no need to be in such a hurry. What excited director Kyotaro was Kang Woojin's piano performance 2 days ago. The scene he saw at the restaurant, the energy that captivated dozens of guests, the overwhelming emotion and exhilaration. The great Japanese director Kyotaro, who had witnessed this with his own eyes, was filled with an irresistible desire. He wanted to capture it on camera as soon as possible. And now, Kang Woojin as Kiyoshi was sitting at a black piano. His face, looking down at the open piano, was expressionless. His pupils, the surrounding air, were extremely lifeless. Normally, one would recall memories, but for Kiyoshi, it was just a piano keyboard. It's been a while. He murmured flatly. Slowly, he placed both hands on the piano keys. Since Kiyoshi had already filled his entire being, his heart was dead. Before pressing the keys with his fingers, Kang Woojin, as Kiyoshi, summoned the ability of piano. There was no problem. He had experience in summoning abilities when his role was fully ingrained. For example, Corporal Jin Suncheol from Island of the Missing. Without words, Woojin expressed his dual personality using his expressions. It was just that now it had changed to the piano. Kiyoshi exhaled slightly and moved his fingers. A crude melody flowed from the old piano. The piece was Merry-Go-Round of Life from Howl's Moving Castle. This too was director Kyotaro's choice, and Kiyoshi, with a blank face, played the piano a bit slowly. It was peculiar. Even in the piano performance, no emotions could be felt. It was just sound. The front and back of the notes were connected, but they were stiff and bland. The one playing the piano had no expression, and the piano performance was devoid of expression. But Kiyoshi did not stop playing. In an instant, the actors who had witnessed Kang Woojin's piano performance at the restaurant 2 days ago widened their eyes. Mifuyu and the actresses covered their mouths with one hand. It's completely different from that time. I don't know why, but it's definitely different. The playing skill is similar, but why is there such a big difference? Is he acting through piano performance too? It's like a robot playing the piano. It sounds like that. It's so different that it's giving me chills. Since they were not familiar with the piano, they could not make a clear judgment. They just felt a strange goosebumps from the lifeless piano melody they were hearing now. However, director Kyotaro had some knowledge of the piano. Although not frequently, he occasionally attended piano concerts. Therefore, he knew. He's talking to himself. The piano Kiyoshi was playing now lacked the intention of conveying something to the audience. He was just murmuring to himself. The camera angle capturing Kiyoshi's back at the piano lowered slightly. His figure, previously visible up to his head, now showed only his back. Then, someone walked into the frame that had shown Kiyoshi alone. Calm footsteps. She wore the same school uniform, but with a skirt. She, who had been standing behind Kiyoshi playing the piano, briefly paused before sitting beside him. On the monitor, 2 backs were displayed. Neither of their heads was visible. The woman was simply sitting next to Kiyoshi. She was Misaki Toka. Or rather, she was a form of Kiyoshi's memory, or a figment of his imagination. The past. Kiyoshi had summoned the non-existent Toka. Thus, she existed here without taking any action. At that moment, the lifeless, monotonous piano melody Kiyoshi had been playing suddenly changed. It was from the moment Toko appeared. There was a faint trace of emotion in the piano. Woojin was playing. This slowly gained strength. He was speaking to her. Something new was seeping into the previously empty sound. The difference between the beginning and now was stark. The emotion was vastly different. Even someone who didn't know much about piano could immediately tell. This too felt eerie. Director Kyotaro's intention was clear. He wanted to convey the faint emotions of the stranger, Iota Kiyoshi, in this cut. To show that Kiyoshi's heart, though strange, was not dead. SSSS. The camera moved from behind Kiyoshi to his side. Before they knew it, Toka's seat was empty. Kiyoshi had stopped remembering her. Slowly, The camera panned up from Kiyoshi's chest to his face. Kang Woojin's expressionless face. Kiyoshi remained the same. And then, the piano he played became emotionless again. He was talking to himself without emotion. Soon, dozens of staff members swallowed hard. This scene had to be filmed. That was the expression on everyone's faces. What about the actors? It's amazing. No other words are needed. The contrast between nothingness and presence is so stark. I can't take my eyes off it. Even though it's just a scene of him playing the piano. That actor can command anything through acting. It's a truly enviable ability. At this point, Director Kyotaro, his face still buried in the monitor, clicked his tongue. Of course, it was an okay take. But it felt wasteful. He wanted to savor it a bit longer. He soon thought of the future audience. They won't be able to help but fall in love with this absurd variation. He was certain they would feel the same as he did. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin's time began to fade away. Even today, on Sunday, the shooting of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger continued without rest. Nevertheless, cut. Look, good job, Woojin SSI. The shooting pace of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was fast. Thanks to Kang Woojin, who played Kiyoshi, the quality of the actors improved significantly. In other words, NG cuts were drastically reduced. Consequently, the chapters of the shooting storyboard progressed quickly. Meanwhile, around the same afternoon, in Korea, the second episode of Our Dining Table was being broadcast. The content of the second episode included the reason why there was a long line of foreigners in front of the food truck, the introduction of Our Dining Table in the local LA community, the relationship between the elderly chef couple and the reporter, and the tireless efforts of the Our Dining Table members to serve guests. In this second episode, there were even more reactions from foreigners than in the first episode. Oh, this is delicious? What did they say the name of this dish was? It's written on the menu. Kimjibin makuksu? Is it really that good? Yeah, I could eat this every day and not get tired of it. Then I'll try it too. Everyone praised the cooking skills of the main chef, Kang Woojin. Additionally, Woojin's quick thinking shone. Whether it was dealing with mistakes during food truck operations or catering to the tastes of foreign customers, the popularity of Kimjibin makuksu and his composure stood out in this episode. Hey, this is so good. I want to eat Kimjibin makuksu too. Please sell it. Agreed. I want to try all the dishes Kang Woojin makes, not just the makuksu. The members of Our Dining Table were really well chosen. Chemistry is amazing. Yoon definitely has an eye for talent. Kang Woojin's leadership today was incredibly handles any situation so smoothly. It's super cool. So this is how Sunday ends. How will I survive until next week? Yun Baekwang following Kang Woojin around like a puppy so cute. Today, Hong Hai-yun and Wallin were stunning as usual. Chef Kuplim I the only one who found it cute that he kept coming back because he fell for Woojin Appa's cooking? As the weekend ended and Monday arrived, January came to an end. It was February 1st, the start of February. The busiest person from the morning of the first day of February was, why does the set look like this? It's completely different from the meeting. It was PD Song Man Woo, a big name in the drama industry. He was out at the construction site of the set early in the morning, directing. Operations. Set team, bring the finalized storyboard. Am I the only one seeing something wrong? Unlike Leech, which was in the latter half of its pre-production, Beneficial Evil was in the middle stages. But they were almost simultaneous. In any case, PD Song Man Woo, after confirming the main lead Kang Woojin, meticulously searched for other actors and focused on script work. He was thorough in everything. Script meetings, martial arts storyboards, location scouting, set checks, actor meetings, and so on. He was more detailed than ever. The direction of production might change to pre-production. The reason was simple. As an outsourced production company, Beneficial Evil had begun production but had not yet secured a broadcasting network. Therefore, they hadn't announced the production of Beneficial Evil externally yet. Of course, public broadcasters, general programming channels, and cable networks were all eager, but PD Song Man Woo was considering the conditions carefully. SBC, which produced Henry Yang, was the most likely, but there was no need to decide immediately. There was room to elevate the conditions further. There was something they had kept tightly under wraps. PD Song Man Woo instructed the production manager to reveal it. Let's slowly start revealing Woojin SSI. We've already finished talking with BW Entertainment. Are we starting? We have to. Just drop a hint like bait. Make it seem like Woojin SSI. And I are teaming up again. Haha, just PD Nim and male friend writer Choi Nana were powerful already a powerful combo, but adding Kang Woojin will make the broadcasters drool. PD Song Manwoo smiled, recalling the broadcasters he had met. The tables will turn. Later in the late morning on Monday, the first issue was fired. Official, it rose again. Our Dining Table Episode 2's combined viewership rating of 19.3%. It was the viewership rating of Our Dining Table. At 19.3%, it set a new record in the variety show industry. Many factors contributed to this result. The quality of Our Dining Table, word of mouth, numerous issues surrounding Kang Woojin, the recognition of the cast members, and the relentless promotion by the Our Dining Table team. Moreover, there was the fact that there was nothing else to watch in the current domestic variety show scene. Creating legendary episodes, Our Dining Table hits 19.3%, and once again, Kang Woojin proves his worth. In short, Kang Woojin was making history even in variety shows. Following Our Dining Table. Exclusive, the two key players who created the miracle of Hanryang team up again. Drama industry big name, PD Song Manwoo's next lead confirmed as acting monster Kang Woojin. The first bait for beneficial evil was thrown. At the same time, in Tokyo, Japan, Kashiwa Group headquarters. A massive executive office where even the sofa and desk looked exceedingly expensive. A man in a suit stood by the large window in such a place. With even his eyebrows mixed with white hair, it was Chairman Hideki of the Kashiwa Group. He stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly gazing out the window. From the high floor, all of Tokyo seemed to be at his feet. At that moment, knock knock, the sound of knocking echoed throughout the office. Chairman Hideki, who immediately responded, opened his mouth while keeping his gaze out the window. His voice was rough and deep. Come in. Soon, the sound of the door opening clicked, and in walked Secretary Lily Tetsugawa, with her hair neatly tied in a single ponytail. Chairman. Yes. It seemed she had a lot to report, as she brought numerous items, including reports and a tablet. Chairman Hideki, who had returned to his large desk, listened as Lily stood in front and calmly reported. Numerous topics were discussed. Chairman Hideki nodded and looked down at the reports Lily handed him. Then, oh right, as if something had come to mind, Chairman Hideki raised his head and looked at Lily. Was it last week? How did the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger go at our hotel? He was referring to the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team filming at the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. Although Chairman Hideki had been too busy to pay attention recently, he always had the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger on his mind. Specifically the investment target, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kang Woojin, and BW Entertainment. Anyway, Lily, who had slightly bowed her head, suddenly handed the tablet she had been holding to Chairman Hideki. I received a report that the filming itself went without any major issues. I also checked the on-site photos from the hotel. Chairman Hideki, folding his arms, asked again. No major issues? Why say it like that? Well, for some reason, Secretary Lily trailed off. Chairman Hideki furrowed his wrinkled brow. Did something happen? Well, it's more of an incident, but dash. Instead of explaining, perhaps judging that it was better to show directly, Lily leaned over and operated the tablet in front of Chairman Hideki. She accessed YouTube Japan. Lily typed something into the search bar. The search term in Japanese read, Kang Woojin piano. As soon as he saw it, Chairman Hideki's brow furrowed even more. Kang Woojin piano? What is this about? You need to see this, Chairman. Lily pushed the tablet closer to Chairman Hideki. Naturally, Chairman Hideki lowered his gaze to the screen. The results of the search term they had just typed were displayed on the screen. However, the number of videos that appeared was not just a few. In fact, there was an overwhelming amount. Kang Woojin playing piano during The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, filming in Japan. Kang Woojin was a pianist in the past, includes piano playing scene. Check out Korean actor Kang Woojin's piano version of Merry-Go-Round of Life. Filmed by me at Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. Appreciate Kang Woojin's piano skills. Merry-Go-Round of Life / location, Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. Korean actor Kang Woojin's piano performance that shook the restaurant, plus full version, last Friday. Kang Woojin piano performance reasons why you can't help but fall for him. www. The view counts were all impressive. The lowest had 100,000 views, and some easily reached 1 million. Chairman Hideki tapped on a title that included Kang Woojin, piano, and the hotel's name. The video started playing immediately. At first, it was a bit shaky. It was clearly filmed with a phone. The screen then showed a wide, upscale restaurant with dozens of guests, and the back of a man sitting at a white piano. Then he began playing the piano. At the same time, Lily, standing in front, quietly spoke in Japanese. That man is Kang Woojin SSI. Hold on. Chairman Hideki paused to listen to the piano melody for a few moments, roughly several seconds. Amazing. Finally, Chairman Hideki spoke, and Lily continued her explanation. Last Friday, it was confirmed that Woojin SSI performed an impromptu piano performance in the hotel's restaurant. Did he know how to play the piano? It even sounds very professional. What do you think? If he hadn't revealed his name, people would confuse him with a pianist. There are many comments that are actually confused. After briefing, Lily sought permission from Chairman Hideki and moved her index finger to change the screen on the tablet. The main page of YouTube appeared. She touched the trending videos section. Chairman Hideki read aloud what he saw. Number 1 is Kang Woojin piano. There are quite a few videos below that as well. And Lily paused for a moment, then exited YouTube and accessed Twitter. It was currently the most used social media in Japan, along with Instagram. It allowed them to grasp the current trends and hot topics in Japan. Lily opened the real-time trend rankings on Twitter. In other words, it showed the keywords that were currently receiving the most attention from the Japanese public. 1. Hashtag Kang Woojin piano performance. 2. Hashtag merry-go-round Dove Life Kang Woojin. Both the first and second places featured Kang Woojin's name, along with the piano. Chairman Hideki's eyes widened. So, Twitter is completely dominated by this. Lily, as if indicating that she wasn't finished. The video is spreading rapidly. Instagram shows a similar situation, Chairman. She replied calmly. It is taking over the 3 major social networks in Japan. Chapter 235, Tidal Wave 2. In fact, Kang Woojin's piano performance was uploaded online in Japan a few days ago. It was the end of January, on a Friday. In other words, it was the night when Kang Woojin played the piano at the hotel restaurant. The first place the video was uploaded was YouTube. The video was all there was at the beginning, but the atmosphere shifted the next day. Currently, in Japan, the search volume for the name Kang Woojin was already quite high, and the number of people checking the video began to increase. At the same time, the videos uploaded to YouTube also multiplied. Some were copied from the original video, but there were also new videos uploaded by people who witnessed Kang Woojin's performance firsthand. The man playing the piano is Kang Woojin? If it's Kang Woojin, isn't he the Korean actor? Why is that actor playing the piano there? Interest gradually swelled. The video is a bit dark, so the face is not clear, but I think it's Kang Woojin. Amazing. He plays the piano so well. Which restaurant is it? According to the description, it's Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. He's playing my favorite song. Love him. Do Korean actors usually learn things like the piano? If you look at Kang Woojin's YouTube, he's good at singing and cooking too. This actor can't do anything wrong. Wow. I envy the people who were at that restaurant, seeing Kang Woojin, and even listening to him play the piano right in front of them. Isn't the video edited? Is it really Kang Woojin? Super. Cool. If it had ended here, it might have been quiet. But the momentum continued. Beyond YouTube, it spread to Japanese SNS, mainly Twitter, Instagram, and other SNS that the Japanese public uses the most. Here, the topic exploded exponentially. People who were actually at the restaurant, people who saw the video on YouTube, people who were curious about Kang Woojin and searched for him, etc. Whatever the topic, the sharing increased steeply. Those shares were passed along, and people even added their thoughts to the shared posts, making the size grow endlessly. It was only 2 days. It took only 2 days for a tidal wave to turn into a tsunami. As a result, Kang Woojin currently dominated the real-time trend rank of Japan's #1 SNS that Chairman Hideki was looking at. 1. Hashtag Kang Woojin piano performance. 2. Hashtag merry-go-round of life Kang Woojin. 5. Hashtag Kang Woojin. 6. Hashtag Kang Woojin piano. Out of the top 10, 4 were related to Kang Woojin. This rank was similar to Korea's real-time search rankings. Even the same atmosphere was present on Instagram and other lower-ranked SNS. In other words, many Japanese people were talking about Kang Woojin. Something was happening even at this moment. HJO54_. Hashtag Kang Woojin found a super cool piano video. Actually, I've already listened to it 5 times in a row, but it's okay. I'll listen all night. At Kyo1533. www. The hashtag Kang Woojin piano video is trending like crazy now. Did he play hashtag merry-go-round off life to become more popular? Because no Japanese person would dislike merry-go-round of life. TL? If you are confused with www and other www in between reactions, it's same as that of Korean, which is in English LOL, Lamo, etc., but it's the Japanese version of it, i.e. Japanese people use this in chat, etc., to represent that. At 456428777_GG. Video link. This is too good to listen to alone. Do you all know hashtag Kang Woojin? He's a rising Korean actor in Japan these days. He played the piano himself. Go listen right now. The song is hashtag merry-go-round off life. Every second and every minute, posts flooded various SNS. The momentum gradually spread to other areas. Not just SNS, but also the internet and offline. It painted a picture of spreading across all of Japan, like a trend or a hot topic. Usually, such things align with luck, timing, or some kind of flow. Kang Woojin was the same now. The current situation was the result of many factors combined. Kang Woojin was already quite famous in Japan, and the piano he played personally, his incredible piano skills, the vivid realism of the video, the fame of the song, the fact that it happened recently, Woojin's indifferent face in the video, and the glimpses several actors from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Kang Woojin was becoming a trend in Japan. Chairman Hideki, seeing this situation, smiled faintly. Kang Woojin had always been an issue, but this time, the momentum and power were extraordinary. This was a boon like no other. As the owner of a large corporation, Chairman Hideki decided to fuel this wave. This boon was where his investment went. Are the articles coming out? Yes, they are continuing to increase. Let's join in on our channels too. Spread it to the point it feels excessive. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger, as well as BW Entertainment, would be greatly affected by this. Meanwhile, inside a van running on the road, it was the van that Kang Woojin was riding in. They were moving to the set of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Naturally, they were also aware of the current trend throughout Japan. Hence, there was a commotion. Wow, Appa, really, on Japanese SNS, they only talk about you. Getting the #1 spot on Twitter's real-time search is amazing. Looks like they really like this song here. The stylists were shouting. Han Yi-young, who was silently showing various SNS posts, and Jang Soo-hwan, who was continually praising Kang Woojin. And then, it's like a bomb exploded, a bomb. Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was laughing. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, search sites, etc., they're all overflowing with tags of Woojin's name. Of course, Kang Woojin was deeply cynical. Well, the situation is not bad for us. Woojin, you probably anticipated this to some extent and showed your piano playing skills, right? Yes, more or less. It wasn't true. Did it really blow up this much? Kang Woojin was currently unable to contain his astonishment. I just played the piano once. Why is there such a big fuss? Why? What? He had thought it would circulate moderately, but he didn't expect all of Japan to be abuzz. But what could he do? The wave had already started, and Kang Woojin had to endure it. But it's okay. Kang Woojin was an expert at hiding his shock and pretending to be nonchalant. Then Choi Sung-gun, who opened his diary, changed the topic. It would be nice to blow this momentum up, but we don't have time. You know, we have to finish shooting today, clear the remaining schedules in Japan, and then go straight back to Korea, right? There were still a few left, but after wrapping up the approximately 3-week schedule in Japan, Kang Woojin had to go back to Korea. The schedules in Korea were also overflowing. After wrapping those up, he would return to Japan again. It was at this moment. Oh my gosh. CEO Nim, look over there. Almost arriving at the set, one of the stylists pointed forward with her finger. As a result, everyone, including Kang Woojin, looked in that direction. There were dozens of reporters with cameras gathered at the large set entrance. What is this? Why are reporters flocking to the set? It was the first time this had happened, which meant there was only one answer. Choi Sung-gun, scratching his ponytail, murmured the answer. What else could it be? It's because of Woojin. But how did the set location leak out? Anyway, when they secretly parked the van in the outside parking lot of the set, a few the eerie sacrifice of a stranger staff who were waiting nearby ran over. Among them, a male staff member shouted in Japanese towards the open van door. Woojin SSI, please come with us as quickly as possible. As expected, the reporters gathered because of Kang Woojin. Soon, Kang Woojin, who had zipped up his padding jacket, quickly moved with the staff to the set entrance. At the same time, hey, Kang Woojin, Woojin SSI. Just a brief comment. Woojin SSI. The reporters were furiously pressing their shutters. Afterwards, it was suddenly February 3rd. Today, of course, Kang Woojin moved to the filming location. However, it wasn't the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It was the advertisement shooting location for Kashiwa Group's food affiliate. As a result, Woojin arrived at a large studio in Tokyo early in the morning. Woojin's first impression upon entering the studio was, "It's huge. Is this really an advertisement shooting set? The scale is significant," he thought. If there was no need to maintain a concept, he would have openly expressed his amazement. Of course, he had seen large studios in Korea, but this place felt more like a movie set than an advertisement set. The preparations were enormous to that extent. Kang Woojin SSI. Hello, Kang Woojin SSI has arrived. Nice to meet you, Woojin SSI. I'm the director in charge of this advertisement. Combining the advertisement filming team that welcomed Woojin and the Kashiwa Group employees who came to grease the wheels on site, there seemed to be at least 70 people. Some asked Woojin about his piano skills. What about the filming equipment? From various types of cameras to small jibs, everything was there. The expensive-looking audio equipment also caught Woojin's eyes. Additionally, the sets are crazy. Is that side for CG shooting? The studio, divided into 4 sections, had pre-built sets and green screens set up in each section. It really felt like a movie set. However, without showing any sign of surprise, Woojin silently sat in the actors' waiting area. Soon, the advertisement director hurried over. Woojin SSI, you must have seen the storyboard, but I will explain it once more. Yes, I understand. Today, Kang Woojin was shooting an advertisement for a new ramen product. The brand itself was top tier in Japan. While listening to the briefing from the director and staff, Woojin felt a mix of curiosity. Wow, but really I'm actually shooting an advertisement in Japan. Although he had shot many advertisements in Korea, doing so in Japan felt new. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun with his ponytail and Woojin's team were looking at the distributed advertisement storyboard, laughing for some reason. Wow, this is really ingenious. Right, CEO Nim? Doesn't it seem like it fits Woojin Appa perfectly? Indeed. The advertisement has a story, comedy, and a twist. When this ad opens, it'll be a big hit in both Japan and Korea. Meanwhile, in Japan, hashtags like hashtag Kang Woojin and hashtag Kang Woojin Piano were going crazy. The same was true for the articles. The YouTube video had already casually reached 3 million views. His popularity was exploding several times over. I'm addicted. I can't escape from Kang Woojin's piano performance. My wish is to see Kang Woojin in person. I envy the people who saw his piano performance up close. What would it feel like? I wish Kang Woojin's piano performance gets uploaded on his YouTube too. Therefore, negative comments inevitably increased as well. Why are people praising Kang Woojin so much? All he did was play the piano to stand out. Choosing the song Merry-Go-Round of Life was on purpose, knowing that Japanese people like it. Anyhow, even in Korea, where there was a lot of buzz about beneficial evil, Kang Woojin's piano skills that turned Japan upside down began to open up. Starting from communities. The current situation in Japan that's in an uproar because of Kang Woojin.jpg. I got this from the Japanese side of YouTube. Kang Woojin played the piano in Japan, and it's AF****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kang Woojin topped the real-time search. They're crazy. Reporters, who caught the scent, also started moving. Star Talk. What's happening with Kang Woojin's piano performance rapidly spreading in Japan? Kang Woojin's piano video began to be shared in Korea as well. Like that, the third day of the two countries being noisy passed, followed by the early morning of Thursday, the 4th. Somehow, Kang Woojin was nowhere to be found at the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's set. He wasn't at the hotel where he was staying either. To be precise, he wasn't even in Japan. It was natural. Leaving secretly was the right answer. I'm glad we were able to board without reporters, right, Woojin? Yes, CEO Nim. Try to get some sleep. We have an hour until we arrive in Korea. Kang Woojin was already on a flight to Korea. The plane had long since taken off. In a way, it seemed like he had dropped a bomb on Japan and then ran away to Korea. So well, it wasn't as if Kang Woojin had planned and orchestrated this situation from the beginning. He hadn't incited it either. It just exploded because people were talking nonsense on their own, and it blew up, right? Once I finish my schedules in Korea and go back, things will have calmed down a bit, right? It was common in the entertainment industry for things to quiet down over time. Kang Woojin had seen it often. With that thought, Woojin closed his eyes. But that was a hasty judgment on Woojin's part. He hadn't even considered that another wave could arise. The starting point of that new wave was right now. The moment when Kang Woojin, on the plane, closed his eyes. On Instagram, a famous Japanese voice actress posted an article, _Didako8. Hello, this is Asami Sayaka. Today, I want to talk about something unrelated to my work. Actually, I was very hesitant about whether to write this post or not, but I felt that I should properly express my gratitude to that person. There's a Korean actor who has stirred up Japan with an impromptu piano performance, right? Yes, Kang Woojin. I want to talk about Kang Woojin and the circumstances behind that impromptu piano performance. I'm very happy about Kang Woojin's rising popularity, but I've seen some misunderstandings in a few posts, so I'd like to clear those up. Kang Woojin didn't play the piano just to show off. That piano performance was for my daughter. My beloved daughter has some difficulty with her legs and uses a wheelchair. Some of you might already know this. My daughter loves K-pop and frequently watches Korean content. Because of that, she became an avid fan of Kang Woojin. Naturally, I did too. Last week was my daughter's birthday, so our family decided to have a meal at the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel restaurant that we had been planning. And, oh my goodness, we met Kang Woojin there. The sincerity was deeply imbued in the post. As I later learned, Kang Woojin was scheduled to film at the hotel. Anyway, my daughter froze the moment she saw Kang Woojin. Understandable, right? She couldn't have imagined that the actor she loved would appear right in front of her. Kang Woojin's energy was amazing. Not only was he handsome, but he also had that aura that made you think, ah, he's truly an actor. Though my daughter was flustered and rambled, Kang Woojin calmly greeted her, gave her an autograph, and even talked with her. The famous Japanese voice actress was Asami Yusako's mother. 6. Tidal Wave 3. The girl in the wheelchair who received the piano performance as a birthday gift from Kang Woojin. No, Asami Yusako. The girl's mother, Asami Sayaka, was a voice actress of considerable repute in Japan. Although voice actors are treated like celebrities in Japan, Sayaka wasn't quite in that league. A voice actress praised for her beautiful voice and skill. She had top-tier recognition among her peers and was highly esteemed in the industry. She had voiced numerous hit works and continued to do so. Because of this, Sayaka had many followers on her Instagram, and she had posted about Kang Woojin. Fans found this slightly puzzling, but reading the content made it abundantly clear why Sayaka mentioned Kang Woojin. I told Kang Woojin SSI that my daughter received a wonderful gift for her birthday. Kang Woojin SSI asked my daughter what her dream was. She replied that she wanted to be a voice actress and her favorite work was Howl's Moving Castle. Kang Woojin SSI encouraged her. He was really nice. That was the extent of our conversation. We didn't talk much. But then, the actors from the movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were gathered at the restaurant, and Kang Woojin SSI also entered the same restaurant. Then, piano music started to fill the restaurant. Yes, it was Kang Woojin SSI who was playing. Neither my husband, my daughter, nor I expected it. As you all know, the song was Merry-Go-Round of Life from Howl's Moving Castle. Why did Kang Woojin SSI suddenly play that song? You guessed it, right? Yes. Kang Woojin SSI remembered what my daughter said about Howl's Moving Castle. That impromptu piano performance was for my daughter. Can you imagine? It was a birthday gift for a girl from another country with whom he had exchanged only a few words. It was something beyond mere fan service. Sayaka detailed what she saw and felt, explaining the situation. Though not explicitly stated, the entire post conveyed a sense of profound emotion and gratitude. The post described their tears, the reactions of the restaurant guests, and the final greeting Kang Woojin gave to her daughter after the performance. Naturally, the post ended with numerous hashtags related to Kang Woojin. Hashtag Kang Woojin, hashtag Kang Woojin piano, hashtag Kang Woojin piano performance, hashtag merry-go-round of life. Fans began flooding the post with comments almost instantly. Oh my God! I had no idea there was such a story behind it. Truly touching. I've already seen the video of Kang Woojin playing the piano, but reading this brought tears to my eyes. Kang Woojin is super cool. You mean he played a piano piece just for one person? Wow. If it were me, I would have fainted on the spot. This story needs to be seen by many. I'll share it as much as I can. I completely understand your daughter's tears. Kang Woojin seems like an amazing person. The fan service is crazy. This is on a level never seen before. The artist I love playing the piano just for me right in front of my eyes. The comments kept coming endlessly. It started with Sayaka's fans, a well-known voice actress, but many others joined in through the tags. This atmosphere and flow began to create another tidal wave. There was a twist hidden in the big issue that had shaken Japan. The Japanese netizens were thrilled with a story that went beyond just a heartwarming tale. It's always the case that when an unknown backstory emerges, the incident becomes even more intense, especially if it's unexpected, like in this instance. Many Japanese people's perceptions began to change. Those who had viewed Kang Woojin with skepticism removed their tinted glasses, and those who were merely impressed by his piano skills were moved. It planted strong goodwill in people who had no particular thoughts, and those who already liked Kang Woojin began to idolize him. But this was just the beginning of the second tidal wave. About 2 hours later, in Korea, late morning, a large van speeding down the highway. The destination was Seoul. Inside, Kang Woojin was silently gazing out the window. As usual, he had a deep poker face. However, inwardly, he was jumping with joy. Oh, how long has it been since I've been in Korea? It's so nice to be back home. It had been a while since he returned to Korea. In his heart, he wanted to dance with joy, call his family and friends, and make a fuss. But because he had to maintain his persona, that had to be postponed. Regardless, since it was a secret return, neither Korea nor Japan knew Kang Woojin's whereabouts. Both countries were already buzzing with Woojin's news, so there was no need to stir things up further. This was a thought shared by both Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun. Similar to Japan, there were many new issues related to Kang Woojin in Korea. Our dining table, the ongoing project with PD Song Man-woo, and his piano skills showcased in Japan. Well, Kang Woojin wasn't aware of the second wave happening in Japan. Choi Sung-gun was also in the dark. Phew. I'd like to let you rest today, Woojin, but your schedule is packed, so there's hardly any free time. There's a lot to do in Korea as well. Even though I've compressed the schedule as much as possible, it's still like this. What can we do? We have to get through it. Although he didn't have a light schedule in Japan, Kang Woojin's main activities were in Korea. Along with advertisements, his piled-up schedule was exploding. Yes, it's no problem. Even so, it felt new and fascinating. It's February now. I'm incredibly busy. Last year and this year were vastly different. Now, he was even active between Japan and Korea. Woojin, who was just an ordinary citizen, had become a famous actor in Japan as well. This was proof of how relentlessly he had been working. And now, the general schedule is as follows. I've contacted director on Bak, but you should call him separately too, shouldn't you? No, he must be busy with the audition preparations right now. They were on their way to the audition site for the actors of Leech, which had been confirmed earlier. The first schedule upon returning to Korea was as a judge for director on Bak's movie. The audition was set to start around 2 p.m. About 4 hours remained. Well, I just need to sit quietly and observe. Yeah, let's keep my mouth shut and just watch. Though he was called a judge, Woojin's mindset was no different from that of an audience member. Still, he didn't want to appear foolish. I heard there would be quite a few top actors, right? Veteran director On Jae-bok and renowned actor Sim Han-ho were fellow judges, and the auditioning actors ranged from A-list to top tier. Though he didn't know exactly who would be there, it was like a battlefield for Kang Woojin. With many big names present, maintaining his persona was even more important. Additionally, Kang Woojin was the first actor cast in Leech and was co-starring with the formidable Sim Han-ho. Style and class were essential. Woojin slowly crossed his legs and turned his gaze to the scripts and scenarios piled on the right seat. He reached out and picked up the Leech scenario. He had already read it several times and had several reading sessions, but the best way to kill rising tension was through review. Russell. He also had thoughts about the recently acquired role synthesis. The situation had changed since he had last read it. Kang Woojin turned the first page of the Leech scenario. Leech started with articles about a Chable family, their immense lives, and the light and darkness, various incidents and accidents. After quickly showcasing these articles, the scene shifts. The background shows a subway during rush hour. Many people are cramming into the subway for their commute. Then the scene changes again. The setting is a large warehouse of a manufacturing company. Koreans and foreigners are busily working. They carry, make, package, and stack materials on pallets. Everyone is sweating profusely. Among them is the protagonist of Leech. He was slightly tall, but overall quite ordinary. His hair was neat, and his skin looked rough as if he didn't care about skincare. Wearing work clothes, he was indistinguishable from the other employees. His name was Park Ha-sung. He was a person who did nothing but work to death. Why? Because he had a lot of debt. His father had passed away when he was young, and his mother had recently passed away as well. Park Ha-sung was left alone. No, he wasn't completely alone. Debt was always by his side. Combining his parents' medical bills and various other expenses, the amount reached thousands. Park Ha-sung's constant working was an unavoidable choice. On weekday mornings, he worked at this manufacturing company, and at night, he did substitute driving. Unfortunately, he was a temporary worker even at the manufacturing company. He didn't rest on weekends either. Whenever he had time, he took on short-term part-time jobs. There's no time to rest if I want to pay off the debt. His days, months, and years started and ended with work. Originally, he gave up on college because he had no money. Studying? There was no time for that. The only skill Park Ha-sung had was sign language. His mother had a disability, so he had to learn it from a young age. Other than that, he didn't have any special skills. He had a bit of keen observation and good resourcefulness. Park Ha-sung wrapped up his weekdays with work as usual, and on weekends, he looked for short-term part-time jobs. Then he noticed an announcement. A large church was looking for staff for a charity event. Well, they called it staff, but it was just a position to handle miscellaneous tasks. So what? The type or intensity of work didn't matter to Park Ha-sung. He just did what he could. Fortunately, his application was accepted, and after receiving a day's training, Park Ha-sung reported to the location of the charity event. The venue was a huge mansion with a large yard. The yard was set up with a buffet-style spread, and a lot of notable people were gathering around it. When he got there, it turned out the so-called charity event was actually a meeting place for chables and influential people. There were also some foreigners. According to the scenario, Park Ha-sung deeply regretted the first person he met there. I shouldn't have met her. At this point, Kang Woojin tapped the black square attached next to the scenario to re-enter the world of Leech. In an instant, his world transformed into the void space. Let's see dash. Kang Woojin selected Leech among the lined up white rectangles. Dash, you have selected the script, title, Leech, dash, listing characters available for reading, experience, dash, A, Park Ha-sung, B, Chairman Yoon Young-bae, C, Yoon Ja-ho. The character was naturally Park Ha-sung, preparing to read as A, Park Ha-sung. Soon, endless gray covered Kang Woojin. At first, it was dark and nothing could be seen. But he heard Park Ha-sung's voice. No, he might have been speaking right now. I don't know who I am anymore. Who I exist as. I've lost my way. Is it really me speaking right now? Or am I just making excuses to fit the situation? Again, I don't know. I might be smiling tomorrow morning. His voice was faint and weak. Will I be the one laughing tomorrow morning? I'm confused. Am I imitating someone? Or is that really me? At first, it was envy. I wanted it. Your world. But now, I can't find the real me. I think I lost it on the way. It will be hard to find. As the voice faded, the world of Leech came into clear view for Woojin. Or rather, for Park Ha-sung. From head to toe, Kang Woojin was filled with Park Ha-sung. The most prominent feelings were urgency and anxiety. Gradually, the colors around him became more vivid. The weather also came into focus. It was chilly. He could hear the murmuring of people around him. His clothes felt tight on his body. A suit. Woojin, or Park Ha-sung, was wearing a suit. One hand felt heavy. He was holding a round tray full of empty wine glasses. The ground under his feet was crunchy. The artificial grass was standing upright. The world of Leech was not as dark as one might think. It was glamorous and joyous. The expressions of the people were like that. Their leisurely actions were like that, and the mouth-watering smell of the food was like that. Faint classical music could also be heard. The word that popped into Kang Woojin's head upon seeing the expansive scene was, "What kind of world is this?" It was envy disguised as a grumble. It was jealousy. What could he do? They were in the same space, but those people were from a different planet. Park Ha-sung sighed softly and continued his work. He carried wine glasses, served food, and did various errands. Then, when he went to fetch additional chairs stacked behind the mansion, he saw a middle-aged woman. However, she looked young for her age. She was quite tall and stylish. Whether she was lost or just looking around, he couldn't tell. But one thing was certain. She's a rich wife. Her luxurious clothes, the jewelry on her ears and neck, and the ring on her finger all looked expensive. For a moment, something hot rose in Woojin's chest. Damn, that one ring is probably worth my year's salary. Life's a bitch. But he didn't express it outwardly. There was no point in saying it. It would only highlight the crappy reality of Park Ha-sung. Soon, he approached the madam and offered a polite sales pitch. Are you looking for something? The madam turned her head. Up close, she was more beautiful than he thought. No, much more. Kang Woojin almost let out a wow in amazement. How much money did she spend on her face? But age cannot be hidden. There was something subtly aged about her. She just looked at Woojin without answering. What is this? Slightly annoyed, Woojin asked again. I'm sorry, I asked if you were looking for something. This time, the madam smiled faintly and shook her head. At this moment, Kang Woojin realized something. No, he was certain. Without knowing why, Woojin reflexively raised both hands. Swoosh. It was sign language. Woojin showed sign language to the madam. He was even very good at it. Are you looking for something? It was probably because of the unique smile and actions she had just shown. Park Ha-sung's mother was the same. That practiced smile or laugh that people who use sign language have. If Park Ha-sung or Woojin were wrong, they'd look like a crazy person, but fortunately, the madam widened her eyes slightly and raised both hands. You know sign language? Yes. I learned it from a young age because of my mother. Your mother? How is she now? She passed away. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's been a long time. How can I help you? The madam's practiced smile disappeared instantly, as if she could finally breathe. Then could you chat with me for a bit? I'm bored to death here. He thought of his late mother. Of course, the madam in front of him had a completely different face, but Woojin was lost in memories. Thanks to that, Woojin set up the chair he was going to move right there and gestured to the madam. Then Kang Woojin also took out a chair and sat down. They talked for several tens of minutes. The conversation topics were all over the place. She was clearly a madam from a chaebol family, yet she was kind to Woojin. It was fascinating. She was different from the chaebol people Kang Woojin had in mind. Then the madam's phone rang. It seemed like a text message. She asked for understanding and sent a reply. Exactly 10 seconds later, a presence was felt behind them. Swoosh. A low, deep male voice. Woojin turned his head to see a middle-aged man. He was wearing a well-fitted full suit. His hair was a mix of black and gray styled with pomade, and though he looked over 60, he had a solid build. Most notably, his eyes were intense. He looked at the madam before turning his gaze to Woojin. Who are you, young man? Kang Woojin stood up abruptly. Sorry. I work here and just happened to. Ah, I see. The man, who had been smiling slightly, raised his hands to the madam. It was sign language again. Were you having an affair with this young man here? The startled Woojin answered quickly. Affair? No. We were just talking for a moment. I'm sorry. Oh, you know. Sign language. Yes? Ah, yes. I learned it from a young age. Oh, impressive. Well, if not, you wouldn't be able to converse with my wife. So she is his wife? At this moment, the madam stood up from her chair and approached her husband, showing sign language. Since she had turned her back, Kang Woojin couldn't see it. Dear, I'm just playing with this boy here. The party is too boring. It was the moment she voluntarily attached the leech to herself. Chapter 237, Tidal Wave 4. Another reality. Another person's world. Park Ha-sung, who struggles to make money and living a life at the bottom. Kang Woojin, who has taken over his life. The sign language of the lady seen by Woojin. Honey, I'll stay here and play with this kid. The party is too boring. At that moment, a cold wind brushed Kang Woojin's face. His senses were working properly. Of course, they were Park Ha-sung's. Therefore, they were Woojin's as well. Was it because of the chilly weather? Seeing her sign language, Woojin felt two emotions arise. A cold sense of reality, devoid of any warmth, mixed in. The first was profit and loss. Is it beneficial for me to spend time here? Is it not a waste of time? To those socially high in the sky, it would just be a moment of amusement. But for Kang Woojin, who was crushed by debt like gravity even at this moment, it was a life and death battle. Ultimately, it's about money. Is this time making money for me? The second was discomfort. A middle-aged man with a pompadour streaked with gray hair, seemingly the leader of a chaebol family. The lady who appeared to be his wife. How much wealth do they have? Hundreds of billions easily, and even trillions of one wouldn't be surprising. On the other hand, Kang Woojin, no, Park Ha-sung, didn't even have $1,000,000 in his bank account. In other words, at this place, Kang Woojin was nothing more than livestock. That's how he felt. Damn, this feels disgusting for no reason. It was like the suit Kang Woojin was wearing now. It seemed to be decorated just to create a facade for a moment. Disgust surged. His insides churned softly like seasickness. It twisted. Damn, the suit that didn't fit his body felt even more cumbersome. No one mentioned it, but Kang Woojin's self-esteem hit rock bottom. Everything about Park Ha-sung was like this. Defeatism that stank to the point of giving off a foul odor. Inside him existed a landfill filled with rotten things. It smelled. A stench of decay wafted. It always twisted his mood. His perspective was negative. Everything was disadvantageous. At that moment, beautiful classical music reached Woojin's ears. It must be from the party hall. The sky was overly clear, but only Kang Woojin was turning black. It was at this moment. How about it? The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, having heard his wife's request. My wife seems to like you. How about it? Can you keep her company until the end of this event? The tone was gentle and even had a smile added. Is that the leisure of a chaebol family? Hearing the question, Woojin lightly scratched his chin and checked the lady's face. She too was holding a faint smile. If the word elegant were to take shape, wouldn't it look just like her? Graceful, with dignity and poise, sophisticated. What else is there? Woojin, staring at the lady, snapped back to his senses. It wasn't difficult to keep her company, but Woojin was working right now. Think, how can I enjoy this situation without any harm? Can I receive more money than the hourly wage? Park Ha-sung or Kang Woojin wasn't lacking in wit or tact. Yeah, to hell with it. I'll leave the job to that chaebol guy and show a bit of my true feelings. I can, but as you can see, I'm in the middle of working. If I leave, it might cause some inconvenience. No. Just tell me whether you want to or not. If you could just speak well to the manager, I think it would be all right. You want me to handle it for you? That's not difficult. Okay, I'll take care of that. Then can you work hard for me? As the middle-aged man adjusted his perfectly fitting suit to finish up, Kang Woojin, who swallowed his saliva, took a step closer to him and lowered his voice. Thank you, but I didn't anticipate doing sign language today. The middle-aged man's smile deepened as he quietly looked into Woojin's eyes up close. His gaze was cunning but exuded a subtle charisma. Young man, I like your eyes. Compared to sly ones, the desperate are better. Was he desperate? Woojin felt a dirty feeling, but the middle-aged man didn't care and took out his wallet from his suit. Well, it's cleaner this way. I'm buying your sign language skills and time. The middle-aged man took out 2 bills from his wallet and shoved them into Woojin's suit jacket pocket. Take good care of my wife. Don't flirt with her. Understood. He smirked and signed to his wife behind Woojin's head. Have fun. Just curious, you haven't fallen for this guy, have you? The lady still held her smile and replied with her hands. Go on and get back to work. All right, I'll text you. The middle-aged man patted Woojin's shoulder a couple of times and turned his body. Left alone with the lady, she soon sat back down and tapped the empty chair in front of her with her right hand. It was a motion directed at Kang Woojin. What are you doing? Get to work. What the hell just happened? Without even checking the amount of money in his pocket, Park Ha-sung or Kang Woojin had to converse with the lady. The time spent with her was less eventful than expected. What about your parents? They passed away. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Then are you alone now? Yes, what about you, ma'am? Me? I have the husband you just saw, 2 sons, and a daughter. But why did you learn sign language? My mother was disabled, so I learned it when I was young. Simple background checks and conversations on trivial topics. How do you usually spend your time? Why do you work here? What's been on your mind lately? What's your favorite food? And so on. Really mundane conversations, but for some reason, the lady seemed to enjoy it. She laughed a lot. Maybe it was because her laughter was bright that Woojin enjoyed the conversation too. Was it because he used sign language after a long time? Or did it remind him of his mother? You're the same age as my eldest. We don't see him often because he lives on his own. Maybe that's why I feel an affinity towards you, Ha-sung. I don't know. There's no need to find the exact answer. Time flew by. The sky was gradually getting darker. At this point, the lady's phone vibrated. Soon, she smiled and reached out to shake Woojin's hand. She also signed to encourage him. The lady moved away. It wasn't until she completely disappeared that Kang Woojin reached into his suit jacket pocket to check the bills the middle-aged man had given him. Damn, 1 million checks. In other words, 2 million won. Holy crap. Throwing away money so easily that he would have to work his ass off for a whole month. Well, sure, to those guys, this is probably just scraps of paper. The interesting thing was, there was also a business card. It was the middle-aged man's. Why did he give me his business card? Kang Woojin's heart beat faintly. Because a crack had formed in his otherwise monotonous daily life. Later, the background and time changed. Late at night, in a cramped studio apartment, Kang Woojin sat in front of his laptop. He started searching for information about the people he met today. As expected, they were from a chaebol family. A prominent family, ranking within the top 5, living in another world. However, Woojin found something interesting in past articles. The middle-aged man with the pomade hair he saw today. No, Chairman Yoon Young-bae. Chairman Yoon Young-bae had a peculiar nickname from the past. The male Cinderella. A chaebol family's eldest daughter and an ordinary man-turned-son-in-law. That was Chairman Yoon Young-bae's past, and the chaebol family's eldest daughter was the lady Woojin saw today. Her name was Yoo Hyun-ji. Does this mean the real power lies with the lady? Is the chairman just a puppet? Well, things could be different now. Who cares? Anyway, this stuff felt like a novel to Kang Woojin. Lying down in the cramped studio apartment, Woojin glanced at the 2 million won checks and the business card he received today. The important thing is the business card. Why did he give it to me? It couldn't be without meaning. Woojin stared at the dull ceiling, his mind a tangled mess. The best way was to reach out. But for some reason, fuck, isn't this just getting myself into trouble? An inexplicable sense of anxiety piled up. It felt like he was about to open Pandora's box. It was strangely chilling. But on the flip side, it also felt like a silent opportunity. Logic told him to ignore it, but his instincts kept urging him to make contact. Kang Woojin's eyes landed again on the 2 million won checks. Money. Whatever, let's just think about the money. In the end, Woojin sent a message to the contact number on the business card the next day. The content was simple. Thank you for the money. Chairman Yoon Young-bae called that night. Where do you live? The chaebol family chairman arrived in front of Kang Woojin or Park Ha-sung's studio apartment. Woojin found himself getting into a luxury sedan in a daze. Without his suit jacket, with a loosened tie and shirt, Yoon Young-bae in the back seat looked slightly disheveled. A faint scent of alcohol lingered. He spoke in a deep voice while looking out the window. It was the first time. Nervous, Woojin tried to read the room. Apart from the engine noise, the car was quiet. With the driver and the smell of cigarettes lingering in the seat, Woojin swallowed hard. What? My wife acting like that? Oh, she talked about you the whole way home? That usually stoic woman laughed a lot. Stoic woman? Woojin subtly furrowed his brow. Yoon Yoongbei smirked and met Woojin's eyes. Your debt is roughly just under 100 million won. Are you talking about me? Yeah. Your parents left you with nothing but burdens. You must have had a hard time. That's why you're working yourself to death, right? Isn't that a bit harsh to say? Harsh. Then let me cheer you up. What if I pay off your debt and give you a job? How about 5 million won a month? What the hell is this crazy guy saying? Woojin felt a mix of irritation and curiosity. What are you talking about right now? Too little? Okay, then 6 million. The job is simple. Just be my wife's secretary. Yoon Yoongbei, crossing his legs, stroked his chin and laughed. Secretary is a nice word for it. It's basically being a servant. Be her companion. Keep her entertained. Eat with her. Go shopping with her. Stay with her unless she's sleeping or doesn't need you. Decide your days off with her. Naturally, you'll live in my house. There are plenty of rooms. Muttering, Yoon Yoongbei leaned in close to Woojin and whispered, the goal is simple. Make my wife rely on you, blindly. Woojin's eyes widened. His heart pounded as if it would burst. He wanted to open the door and run away immediately. Those were his feelings. But somewhere inside, Kang Woojin listened to the foul-smelling thing within him. I'll do it. Then Kang Woojin's, no, Park Ha-sung's voice was heard. I thought it was a shortcut, like a twist of fate for a life turnaround. But it was the beginning of a disaster. Around noon the same day, the location was near Hongdae Entrance Station, at a small theater titled Theater Above the Clouds. Even though it was called a small theater, the building was quite large. A 3-story structure with a CAF and a small brunch place, a medium-sized hall, and numerous waiting rooms. It even had an external parking lot. The theater was large enough to host various events. Not just performances, but plays, various events, and celebrity fan meetings. Usually, it was rented out by the hour, but today, Theater Above the Clouds was booked for the entire day. A film company had rented it out. It was the Leech team. About 2 hours later, an audition was scheduled. Normally, they wouldn't go to such lengths, but considering the stature of the actors participating in today's audition, booking the entire venue was a given. It was a form of consideration. For top-tier to A-list actors, having individual waiting rooms was a basic necessity. The Leech team knew which actors were coming, but the actors attending the audition had no information about their competitors. It was better that way. It would be uncomfortable otherwise. Although they would inevitably encounter each other as challengers, it was minimized as much as possible. In any case, thunk. Despite the early hour, a white van parked in the small theater's external parking lot. It was clearly a celebrity's van, and soon the previously quiet van's back door opened, revealing a woman in a khaki short padded jacket. Long hair reaching her chest, and a dot under her eye. It was Wallin, holding a thin stack of papers in one hand. She looked at the rather large, small theater building. She let out a small breath. A chubby manager and the team joined her. The manager spoke first. Sure enough, since it's director and Gabek's project, even the audition scale is enormous. They rented the entire small theater. Wallin, who started walking, shrugged her shoulders. It's not a typical audition. It's too big to be done casually at a film company or office. That's true. By the way, is Kang Woojin really coming as a judge? Wallin, are you sure you'll be okay? No matter how I think about it, this seems tough. Teacher Shim Han Ho will be there too. Having Woojin. No, I feel more comfortable with Kang Woojin SSI there. I don't know. Whether it works out or not. When will I get to experience such a project again? Wallin's response was full of ambition. At first, it was influenced by Woojin Nim, but now that I'm here, I really want to do well. But I'm really nervous. It'll be okay. I'll feel better when I see Woojin Nim's face. With these thoughts, she and her team entered the theater building. It was still quiet. Wallin walked towards the elevator and asked her manager, Appa, where's our waiting room again? 2B. It should be on the 2nd floor. Let's go. Okay. The chubby manager pressed the elevator button. It was at that moment. Wallin. A familiar female voice came from the entrance. Wallin and her entire team turned their heads. There were 5 or 6 people standing there. At the forefront was a woman in a white long padded jacket. Long straight hair and a tall figure. It was Hong Hai-yun. Seeing her, Wallin's eyes widened. Hong Hai-yun had a similar expression. It was natural. Neither of them knew. Soon, Hong Hai-yun, with wide eyes, asked Wallen. You're here, for the audition? Wallen, with a slightly open mouth, asked back. Oh, you too, Yinny? 238, tidal wave, 5. Wallen stood in front of the elevator, and Hong Hai-yun had just entered the building. The two exchanged brief eye contact. Thanks to that, a short silence spread through the hallway of the building. Both clearly had surprised faces. It was understandable. They hadn't mentioned anything about this audition to each other. Well, it wasn't strange. Although they often called each other, no matter how close they were, they didn't share everything about work. But to run into each other like this. In fact, both Wallen and Hong Hai-yun were very interested in Leech. It had been that way for a while. From the moment director On Jae-bok officially announced Leech, they had been preparing something. Although their aims were slightly different, their goal was the same: to appear in Leech. Soon, among the staff of the actresses facing each other, the managers on both sides had awkward expressions. On Wallen's side, ugh, of all people, why did Hong Hai-yun had to come? This is so awkward. It was the same on Hong Hai-yun's side. The atmosphere is going to get weird. The audition will proceed fairly, but since these two are close, they'll be conscious of each other. Even the burly Kim Dae-young, who had not been seen in a while, was among Hong Hai-yun's group. Damn, this feels like a morning drama. Judging by their expressions, they had no idea. Does that bastard Woojin know? Looking closely, Hong Hai-yun and Wallen's situations were somewhat similar. Hong Hai-yun had been on a break since her cameo in Island of the Missing and Our Dining Table, and Wallen was the same. Anyway, it was Hong Hai-yun who first broke the spreading silence. She brushed her long hair back and let out a short sigh. Phew, that really surprised me. Wallen shrugged her shoulders. Me too. You didn't say a word about doing this, Yinny. As if you said anything either? It looked like they were bickering slightly, but it was their usual appearance. Then Hong Hai-yun stood next to Wallen in front of the elevator. This project itself has a lot of confidentiality. Besides, since it's director On Jae-bok's work, there are plenty of actors jumping in. Even though I didn't hear who exactly, the rumors say they're all formidable. Well, although the audition itself and Woojin SSI being a judge was a bit of a filter, many will come, and it might not work out, so I didn't bother to mention it. Yeah, Yinny, you're right. I felt the same. Besides, I'm an idol-turned-actress. It felt awkward to talk about it. Honestly, I debated a lot about coming. I wondered if I'd be okay in this audition. What are you saying? There's nothing wrong with you. It's not that. It's just that the perception can be a bit tricky. As they waited for the elevator, the two spoke sincerely. However, they hid one thing. Talking about Woojin Saiwol, I don't have to bring him up. Just in case, let's not mention Woojin. It wouldn't be good if it became obvious. It was Kang Woojin. Both actresses had been significantly influenced by Woojin in getting to this point. Whatever the case, the atmosphere became subtle. When did you start preparing? Since the rumors about Leech began circulating. How about you, Yinny? Around the same time. When director On Jae-bok came to Danam. Ah, really? Yinny, you're probably auditioning for the same role as me, right? Probably. From what I know, there's only one female character being auditioned for today. A competitive dynamic formed between Wallen and Hong Hai-yun. It was the first time since they had become close. They hadn't had overlapping opportunities before and didn't expect such a situation to arise in the future, so their minds were somewhat complicated as they talked. Regardless, both teams boarded the elevator. Ding. After getting off the elevator on the second floor, Hong Hai-yun murmured first. Wallen do well, but I'm going to do well too. Of course, no going easy on each other. There's no room for that. Let's just survive this, no matter what. True, this is a battlefield, right? I'll call you after. Sure. After wrapping up their brief conversation, Wallen and Hong Hai-yun parted ways and headed to their respective waiting rooms. Unlike their initial surprise, both accepted the competition with calm faces. At this moment, regardless of their close friendship, Hong Hai-yun and Wallen were just two actresses, craving to secure a role in Leech. Moreover, the actors they needed to outshine today were not just a few. There was no room to worry about trivial matters. Therefore, Hyena, are you okay? About what? I mean, you wouldn't have known that Wallen SSI was here. Anyway, I don't know all the actors coming today. One of them happens to be Wallen. Where's the script? Ah, here. On Wallen's side as well. Wow, things are really rolling, huh? I didn't expect Hyun SSI to come, of all people. I'm really uneasy about this. Wallen, can you focus on the audition without worrying? Yeah. In fact, it makes me more fired up. This is the first time something like this has happened with Yuni. I might be severely lacking, but I still want to give it a shot. For some reason, their fighting spirit suddenly intensified. It wasn't out of disdain or jealousy towards each other. It was energy born out of mutual respect. Watching Hong Hyun open her brief script, the burly Kim Dae-young murmured to himself. Hong Hyun and Wallen. They have completely different styles. I can't predict how this will turn out. Meanwhile, actors started arriving at the theater building where the Leech audition was to be held. Top tier to A tier, both male and female. Already, more than 5 had shown up, and twice as many were expected to come. There are more people than expected. Of course, even this was after considerable filtering because it was an audition and Kang Woojin was one of the judges. This was exactly the scenario director on Ga Bok wanted. He was looking for actors who remembered their initial determination, those who were desperate. Actors willing to abandon their pride and dive into their roles with desperation, disregarding their reputation. However, not all the actors participating in the audition were free of complaints. Phew, Dongwook. I'll ask one last time before we go to the waiting room. Are you really going to do this audition? Yes, I will. How many times do I have to say it? No matter how much I think about it, there's nothing to gain for you, right? It's an audition. Is it right for you to be auditioning at your level? And you have to see that punk Kang Woojin as a judge. I don't care. I'll just ignore him. Besides, didn't Kang Woojin get a call from Hollywood? That balances things out somewhat. But we don't know if that's 100% true. And recently, there's a fuss about him playing the piano in Japan. Forget all that. It's director on Ga Bok's 100th project. Honestly, don't you want it? I just need to avoid looking at Kang Woojin. Or discomfort. Huh. So, it's confirmed that Kang Woojin is a judge. I don't know. But since the film company hasn't said anything, there's probably no change. Prepare assuming Kang Woojin will be there. Ugh, it would be perfect if only Kang Woojin wasn't there. It's okay to audition, but it's uncomfortable having Kang Woojin sitting in front. What can you do? Not everything can be perfect. But they say Kang Woojin is starring in PD Song Man Woo's new project again. His momentum is definitely stronger than yours. Are you really on my side, Hyung? Naturally, there were top-tier actors who focused on the role they were aiming for, regardless of the surrounding environment. For instance, Jin Jae-joon, the lead actor of the recently blockbuster hit movie Drug Dealer, who had just arrived. Jae-joon, we've arrived. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Have you contacted Woojin SSI? No. I didn't need to, so I didn't. Honestly, after seeing Woojin SSI's performance in Drug Dealer, I have to acknowledge him. But still, having Woojin SSI as a judge must be burdensome, right? Well, to some extent. There's no need to overdo it. Why not overdo it? There's a monster named Kang Woojin in front of me. You don't understand, Hyung. Seeing Woojin SSI act in front of you is really... Anyway, I feel something boiling inside me. Young Min Hyung said, channel the frustration you feel towards Woojin SSI into determination. Actors continued to arrive in succession. Fortunately, since they appeared at different times, there were few instances of actors running into each other. About an hour later, around 1 o'clock, in the now crowded external parking lot with numerous parked vans and vehicles, a large black van had just parked. It was Kang Woojin's van. Swish. Kang Woojin, dressed in a gray knit sweater and a long coat, stepped out. He wore a mask, and his hair was natural. It made sense since he came straight here from Japan. There was no need to stop by a salon just for the audition. Stepping out of the van, Kang Woojin habitually exuded a thick aura of confidence. A small breath escaped his mouth, visible in the cold air. Early February, the chilly weather was at its peak as Kang Woojin fixed his gaze on the rather large building in front of him. A 3-story building with a new-looking exterior and external iron stairs. Is that the theater? It looks different from what I imagined. He had expected a smaller building since it was supposed to be a theater, but it was larger than anticipated. With that size, the stage area must be quite large too. At this point, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun and the burly Jang Soo-hwan joined Woojin's side. Stylists like Han Young seemed to be taking a break in the car. Soon, Choi Sung-gun patted Woojin on the shoulder. Besides director On Jae-bok and actor Sim Han-ho, all the actors here at the theater will be top tier. You won't be nervous, of course, but I have to ask. You feeling calm? No. Honestly, I'm a bit nervous. Until the plane ride earlier, Kang Woojin had felt just fine. But now, with the audition imminent, he was feeling a bit tense. It was understandable. This was his first major audition, and he was participating not as an actor but as a judge. Moreover, everyone here, be it actors or directors, were big names. In front of them, he had to demonstrate his caliber as a lead in Leech and as a judge. Well, shit, did I make a mistake agreeing to this? Just sitting there might be even more uncomfortable. Kang Woojin muttered to himself internally, trying not to show his anxiety. But what could he do now? He had to keep up his tough act. Yes, CEO Nim. Same as always. Okay. By the way, it's a shame that you, Woojin, are a judge for director on Jae-bok's project. If it wasn't confidential, I'd take 100 photos and post them on SNS right away. What a waste. Behind Choi Sung-gun, who genuinely expressed regret, a shout came from the right. Woojin SSI? Hello. It was a staff member from the Leech team. This way. I'll guide you. A moment later, guided by the staff, Kang Woojin entered the small theater on the first floor of the building. To be precise, he stood on the stage at the front of the small theater. Soon, standing alone on the stage, Woojin scanned the entire theater. A decently sized stage, a large screen hung at the back of the stage, various lights attached to the ceiling, and quite a number of seats visible even at a glance. This small theater was indeed quite considerable. Can this be called a theater? It looks like it's easily medium-sized. The theater felt like a combination of a play stage and a movie theater. Naturally, it was rented out for various types of events, and today, the audition for Leech would be held on this stage. Because of this, drink holders and transparent files were placed on the armrests of the seats in the first row, right in front of the stage. The judges will probably sit there. As Kang Woojin took in the seats in front of him, an elderly voice interrupted from the side entrance of the stage. You're here. Turning his head at the sound, Woojin saw an old man with a gray lightweight jacket, hands leisurely behind his back, smiling with wrinkled eyes. It was the legendary director On Jae-bok. I heard you came straight from Japan, but you're early. Director On Jae-bok slowly ascended to the stage where Woojin stood. Kang Woojin bowed to him. Hello, Director Nim. Yes, hello. Are you tired? Thank you. You've been juggling schedules in Japan and Korea, and now you're here for this audition. It's nothing. Haha. As I mentioned before, it's fine if you just sit and observe, so don't feel too pressured. By the way, I heard various things while you were in Japan. What was that piano video about? Kang Woojin lowered his voice. I played a simple piece, but it gained more attention than I expected. From what I heard, it didn't sound like something you picked up in just a year or two. Really, the more I see you, the more mysterious you become. All right, you're in PD Song's next project too. Right. Yes. Director On Jae-bok, who had approached closer, scrutinized Kang Woojin's face carefully. You're not overworking yourself, are you? I'm fine. The legendary director of the Korean film industry, On Jae-bok, exhaled a worried sigh while looking at Woojin. Woojin, you're an actor who will lead the Korean acting scene in the future. Don't push yourself too hard, because if you stop, it will be a significant loss to the Korean acting industry. It wasn't just lip service. Director On Jae-bok's serious expression showed his sincerity. As an old man, he vaguely knew. I don't have much time left. This guy will be the one to carry on my history and goals. He wasn't just talking about Korea, but Hollywood too. Kang Woojin nodded solemnly. As expected, this old man is a bit of a tsundere. He takes care of me in his own way. At this point, director On Jae-bok changed the subject. Oh, and there's one more confirmed actor along with you, an actor Sim Han-ho. It's actress Oh Hyun for the role of Yoo Hyun-ji. This meant that the role of Yoo Hyun-ji, one of the key characters in Leech, had been cast. Actress Oh Hyun, mentioned by director On Jae-bok, was over 50 but still possessed a beauty that made her look like she was in her 30s, with over 25 years of experience. Additionally, she was associated with various keywords: alluring, elegant, sophisticated, and captivating. Therefore, she was still a top actress in many projects. Compared to Hong Hae-yeon, she was a level above. Of course, Kang Woojin was also aware of Oh Hyun. Wow, amazing. She's taking on the role of Yu Hyunji? The synchronization rate is crazy. From the side, a deep male voice joined in. Are you doing a rehearsal or something? It was the veteran actor Sim Han-ho, still exuding charisma reminiscent of a tiger. With his gray-streaked long hair tied back, he strode onto the stage. He greeted director On Jae-bok politely, then turned to Kang Woojin and extended his hand. I've been watching your impressive performances. Kang Woojin, inwardly startled by Sim Han-ho's unique presence, maintained his composure and poker face as much as possible. Thank you, Sunbinim. You must be busy, but have you analyzed Leech? Yes, to some extent. I'm currently doing it too. Sim Han-ho released Woojin's hand and glanced at director On Jae-bok before looking back at Woojin. I'm looking forward to it. Afterward, the setup for the audition in the theater, which resembled a play stage, was quickly completed. Though nothing grand was prepared, they checked the lighting, and the judges, including Kang Woojin, took their seats. Key staff members from Leech and the managers of the actors occupied various seats. Finally, all right, let's begin. Who's the first actor? Director On Jae-bok, seated at the front row, asked, and the assistant director next to him whispered, Jin Jae-jun is first. Call him in. Yes, sir. The assistant director radioed the production staff who were on standby, and director On Jae-bok opened the provided brief script that was distributed in advance. Today's audition was planned to be a designated acting session. Depending on the role, scenes from Leech would be performed. Let's see, the co-actors for each actor are dash. Director On Jae-bok trailed off, and the film company CEO, seated to his right, chimed in. How about I do it? Really? Yes. I'll just be reading the lines. At that moment, Director Nim, a low voice suddenly spoke from the far end. This caused everyone, from director On Jae-bok to Sim Han-ho, the film company CEO, the key staff in the back seats, and the other actors' managers, including Choi Sung-gun, to turn and look. At the end was Kang Woojin, who murmured in a low tone, I will be the co-actor. The small theater fell silent for a moment. After 239, Tidal Wave 6. Kang Woojin, looking at the veteran director On Jae-bok, made an indifferent declaration. Though his tone was very low, it was clearly conveyed to everyone in the theater. Suddenly, silence engulfed the theater. Simultaneously, everyone stared at Kang Woojin's poker face. There were more than 20 people seated in the theater. All of them were staring intently at Woojin. Regardless, Kang Woojin's poker face remained unshaken. That peculiar atmosphere lasted only for a moment. He's going to play the counterpart? Did Woojin SSI just say that? Did I hear it wrong? No, I heard it that way too. The actor managers scattered across the fairly spacious seats started to murmur. Their expressions showed a mix of various emotions: confusion, absurdity, curiosity, bewilderment, and so on. What the heck is that guy saying all of a sudden? Out of nowhere, he's going to play the counterpart? The timing was so unpredictable, and Kang Woojin's silent expression made it impossible to discern his thoughts. The managers shared a common image of Kang Woojin: cold, arrogant, eccentric, absurd, among other traits. They had rarely experienced him directly, only hearing rumors about him. But seeing him today, he seemed similar to the rumors. He just seems like someone who would sit there posing. Moreover, his overwhelming popularity didn't give off the aura of a rookie. His posture and attitude were somehow different. But what was he thinking all of a sudden? Choi Sung-gun, who narrowed his brows, thought similarly. However, unlike the other managers, he was more curious than surprised. Why was the usually lukewarm Woojin suddenly doing something noticeable? I thought he would just stay quiet. Whatever it was, the murmuring volume of the managers sitting here and there gradually increased, and director On Jae-bok, seated in the front row, asked Kang Woojin, who was seated at the end. Are you really going to play the counterpart, Woojin-gun? Kang Woojin, with a firm expression, briefly answered. Yes, Director Nim. Oh, really? While it would certainly make the evaluation clearer, are you really okay with that? No problem. Curiosity gleamed in the eyes of the short, white-haired director On Jae-bok. On the other hand, Sim Han-ho, who was keenly observing Woojin, had an unreadable expression. Then, the film company's CEO and the casting team leader chimed in. If Woojin SSI suddenly plays the counterpart, the atmosphere will be like. There's no need to go that far. Why the sudden decision? Why, you ask? Woojin's indifferent thought was very simple. Just because I'm bored. And a little nervous too. It was already an awkward place. Being a judge, his heart had been faintly beating since earlier. So, just sitting still felt rather like sitting on pins and needles. Besides, there's nothing to do just sitting here. I don't even know how to evaluate or what criteria to score on. Unless it's evaluating the taste of gukbap restaurants. Adding to this, the strange tension made it hard to breathe. Well, the fact that the heater was blasting in the theater also contributed. Hence, he reached a conclusion. In that case, it's better to play the counterpart for the actors. Upon thinking about it, it seemed like a pretty good conclusion. He could subtly shirk the responsibilities of a judge. It would also be acting practice. Including testing his abilities, time would pass well too. Seeing it this way, Kang Woojin judged that acting was many times better. Okay, it's decided. At this moment, the old voice of director on Ga Bok, who continued words of the film company CEO, was heard again. Woojin Gun, is there a reason for wanting to play the counterpart? Since he couldn't say it was because he was bored, Woojin replied appropriately with a solemn face. Naturally, he kept his voice as low as possible. I think I'll be able to see more clearly than from this seat. Honestly, he just said something that matched the situation. But for some reason, director on Ga Bok's eyes slightly widened upon hearing the answer. Then, he subtly smiled with his wrinkled face. To see more clearly, I see. He slowly scanned the managers seated in the back rows, then whispered to Sim Han-ho, who was seated to his immediate right. He's showing them off to those who are grumbling. I think he means he'll see it more clearly. It sounds like he believes he'll see even while watching. They were talking about the highly controversial matter of Kang Woojin as a judge. In reality, many actors had dropped out after hearing that a top actor like Woojin would not only not audition, but also serve as a judge. That controversy still lingered among the actors, and the participating actors and managers were still uncomfortable. Director on Ga Bok judged that Kang Woojin was trying to show his class regarding this matter. The sharp judgment of a veteran. He's letting them know why I'm sitting in the judge's seat. No, it was a clear misunderstanding. A misconception. That misconception spread from Sim Han-ho to the film company CEO and the casting director. They all looked at Woojin with wide eyes. Without any change in his expression, Kang Woojin thought inwardly. What's this? Was it too much? Should I take it back? Even though they were looking at different points, the situation strangely proceeded smoothly. Director on Ga Bok smiled a wrinkled smile at Woojin. Then he made a gesture towards the stage. Then let's give it a try, shall we? A lead actor standing shoulder to shoulder with a great actor like Sim Han-ho playing the counterpart? As a director, there was no reason to refuse. He even joked with Sim Han-ho. Haha, Woojin Gun is playing the counterpart. Today's auditioning actors better put in some effort. Soon, Kang Woojin got up without much fuss. He rolled up the sleeves of his gray knitwear as he slowly walked towards the stage. His strong concept gave him a considerable heaviness. At that moment, Woojin SSI, Sim Han-ho, expressionless, called out to Kang Woojin, who was walking onto the theater stage. The script. Oops, he realized he had left the script on his seat. Feeling like he messed up, Woojin answered in a low voice. It's okay. You can do it without looking at it. It's better that way. It's better that way? Sim Han-ho's brow twitched. Kang Woojin's laziness seemed significant to the great actor Sim Han-ho, and the film company CEO spoke awkwardly to Woojin on the stage. He also glanced at the managers behind him. Well, Woojin SSI, don't overdo it. Just do it moderately. No. But director on Ga Bok cut off his words abruptly. Do it as you please, Woojin Gun. Whether you perform as per the analyzed scenario or add variations, it doesn't matter. It was like telling him to unleash his full potential. Afterwards, by the time Kang Woojin climbed onto the small theater stage, the news had spread to the top actors waiting in each dressing room. The process was quick due to the prompt staff, and next were the managers seated directly witnessing the situation. Roughly a dozen actors were participating in today's audition. All of them widened their eyes, including the first contestant, Jin Jae-jun of Drug Dealer. Woojin SSI is going to play the counterpart for the audition. All of a sudden, yes, I believe Kang Woojin SSI is on stage now. You can go right away. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Yes. Let me calm down a bit. Top actress Hong Hae-yeon too. Really? Woojin SSI said that himself? I'm not too sure about that. What the heck? If I do this poorly, I'm screwed. Yes. No, okay, I got it. And Wallin, Woojin SSI personally? Naturally, the rest of the male and female actors were also in an uproar. What did you say? Didn't you say Kang Woojin SSI was just judging? Well, it was decided on the spot. It's a bit confusing. I prepared thinking it was a solo performance, but if there's a counterpart, I have to change it. Sorry, should I inform the director? No, it's not that. Got it. Reactions varied, but the common sentiment was, this is really driving me crazy. The pressure multiplied several times over. The word had spread that Kang Woojin, an actor with only 1 year of experience, would be playing the counterpart. Is it really like walking on thin ice all of a sudden? I never even imagined acting in front of Kang Woojin. But the star-studded actors were in an uproar, as if their feet were suddenly on fire. They all vaguely realized. Kang Woojin as the counterpart. Damn, it's hard. I have no idea what to expect. The current audition had turned into a battlefield. What would the notoriously eccentric Kang Woojin be like as a counterpart? In other words, Woojin was now instilling tension and psychological pressure on various prominent actors. Of course, it wasn't intentional. Anyway, the hurdle for the audition had suddenly shot up. Meanwhile, the top actor, who was the first participant of the audition, entered the theater. Swoosh. It was Jin Jae-jun, with a clear impression. He was wearing a white shirt that suited the role he had prepared. He scanned the heavy atmosphere of the small theater. First, he greeted the judges including director On Jae-bak and Sim Han-ho. Then, he turned his head towards the stage. A monster was standing there indifferently. This is crazy. No, it was Kang Woojin. His expression was calm, but his eyes sparkled under the spotlight. It felt like encountering the final boss in the starting village of a game. At least that's how Jin Jae-jun felt. Woojin SSI. He quietly spoke to Kang Woojin as he climbed onto the stage. Please take care of me. Please take care of me, Sunbi Nim. Although it had been quite a while since they last met after Drug Dealer, the greeting was brief. Their positions were vastly different. I'm the challenger, Woojin SSI is the lead. In the blink of an eye. In less than half a year, the lead and the cameo from Drug Dealer had swapped places. What kind of crazy speed is this? But Jin Jae-jun didn't have the luxury to be amazed. Jae-jun SSI, which scene? Did you prepare? Director On Jae-bak's question was thrown. For reference, the scripts given to the auditioning actors didn't contain just one cut. There were a total of 3 types of cuts, and the actors could choose which one to perform. Jin Jae-jun conveyed his preferred cut, and director On Jae-bak slowly nodded and answered in a low voice. All right, let me know when you're ready. Jin Jae-jun nodded and calmed his mind. He exhaled quietly. He placed the script in his hand on the floor. Then he looked straight ahead. He saw Kang Woojin's cynical face. There was no script in Woojin's hand or around him. He's really not looking at the script? Jin Jae-jun was well aware of Kang Woojin's incredible reading skills. During the shooting of Drug Dealer, Woojin had mastered a revised script in just 10 minutes. So, it would be the same this time too. Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun's situations were different. While Jin Jae-jun only had to practice one scene from the given script, Kang Woojin had to perform different scenes with each actor on the spot. Moreover, the roles of the counterparts were all different. At this moment, wait a minute, Jin Jae-jun realized. Playing the counterpart for all the actors means not just Park Ha-sung, but also Chairman Yoon Young-bae and other roles too. Woojin SSI will handle all of them? Is that even possible? It was an unbelievable conclusion. But soon, Jin Jae-jun slightly shook his head. No matter how much of a monster Kang Woojin was, it couldn't be that extreme. It makes sense for Woojin SSI to handle Park Ha-sung, but for Chairman Yoon Young-bae and other roles, he'll probably just deliver the lines adequately. This was the same thought shared by everyone else in the small theater, including director On Jae-bak, Sim Han-ho, and especially the managers. It doesn't make sense for him to handle all the roles. With his packed schedule, knowing all the roles would make him an alien-level monster, he'll just deliver the lines. No way. Leaving the script behind was just for show. Regardless of these thoughts, I'm ready, Director Nim. Jin Jae-jun, with a resolute expression, murmured as director on Jae-bok, who showed a thumbs up, gave a small signal. High action. The role Jin Jae-jun was aiming for was Yoon Ja-ho, the eldest son in the chaebol family setting of Leech. Among the three children, he was the one with the most extreme power lust. Jin Jae-jun, embodying Yoon Ja-ho, changed his gaze. His eyes filled with irritation and slyness. His posture also changed. He stood straight and proper, but expressed arrogance by putting one hand in his pocket. His counterpart this time was Park Ha-sung. Kang Woojin had already brought out Park Ha-sung the moment he heard which scene Jin Jae-jun had chosen. From his mind to the blood running through his body, he was Park Ha-sung. But, just looking at his posture, he came to pick a fight. The current Park Ha-sung was not in the mindset of the early Park Ha-sung from Leech. He had been corrupted and altered. The soul that wrapped around Woojin's body was tainted. He was Park Ha-sung, but he wasn't. The eyes that were once full of defeatism were nowhere to be found. Instead, his eyes were filled with overflowing ambition. It was natural since the current scene was set some time later. The world seen through Kang Woojin's eyes, filled with boiling ambition, was no longer a stage. The spotlight vanished, the rear screen disappeared, and the podium faded like smoke. What Woojin saw now was the garden of a massive mansion. Well-maintained grass covered the ground, with trees planted here and there. In the middle of it stood Park Ha-sung and Yoon Ja-ho facing each other. The eldest son of the chaebol family, Yoon Ja-ho, smirked and spoke first. How is mother doing these days? But Yoon Ja-ho, or Kang Woojin, only stared intently at Yoon Ja-ho without responding. He even seemed relaxed. Then, swoosh. Turning his body, he grabbed a white chair nearby. The sound of the chair dragging on the grass spread. Of course, to director on Jae-bok, Sim Han-ho, and the others in the small theater, it sounded like a grating noise. This was because Kang Woojin had dragged a metal chair from one side of the stage. Sitting in the chair, Kang Woojin crossed his legs. Then he lightly replied to Yoon Ja-ho, "Madam, no, mother is doing very well." What? Mother? Mother told me to call her that. It was a lie, but there was no way to confirm it. This is driving me crazy. Hey, servant, watch your words. I'm just telling it as it is. Then should I call you Hyungnim? Jin Jae-jun, with a cold face, put his hand on Woojin's shoulder. I said, watch your words. If it's hard to adjust, I'll do it later. Mother said to take it slow too. Don't call her mother. Jin Jae-jun grabbed Woojin by the collar. But Woojin, smiling faintly, simply accepted it and spoke. Mother will be sad. Jin Jae-jun, who had been glaring at Woojin, roughly let go of his collar. Then he poked Woojin's face with his index finger. Hey, as a servant, act like one. Just suck blood like a leech. Don't try to dip your feet into another world like you don't know your place. Woojin sat back in the chair. The height difference between Jin Jae-jun and Woojin reappeared. Then Woojin looked up and replied calmly. Are we in different spaces now? We are in the same place. Yoon Ja-ho gritted his teeth. Here, Kang Woojin turned his face to the right. He saw himself sitting in the chair reflected in the window of the grand mansion's first-floor living room. Of course, Yoon Ja-ho was there too. Anyone would see him as a person of this house. Kang Woojin, looking at his reflection in the window, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. We're together, aren't we? Yoon Ja-ho. No, Jin Jae-jun narrowed his brows. At some point, he too saw not the stage but the garden of the mansion. The Kang Woojin effect. Goosebumps formed on his arms. I expected it, but, as I thought, Woojin has no intention of half-assing it. To think he can bring out Park Ha-sung's hidden side like this. And the great actor Sim Han-ho, who was staring intently at Kang Woojin on stage, murmured softly, Ripley syndrome. At the same time, DM Production. Inside the largest conference room of the new production company DM Production, which was in the midst of producing Beneficial Evil, bearded PD Song Man-woo was seen. He was seated with his back to the window in the middle of a square desk. On both sides of him were the key staff of Beneficial Evil. What was interesting was PD Nim. Among the guests seated opposite PD Song Man-woo, there was a familiar-faced woman. It was Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix, with a relaxed smile. The slightly plump woman leaned forward slightly. How about releasing the work you're preparing now? not through a broadcasting station, but on Netflix. She spoke decisively to PD Song Man-woo. Of course, it would be launched worldwide. Chapter 240, Tidal Wave 7. At Kim So-hyang's proposal, the eyes of the beneficial evil team slightly changed. However, the demeanor and gaze of PD Song Man-woo, looking at Kim So-hyang, remained as serious as ever. He was a giant in the drama industry. Such a proposal wouldn't shake him. Well, it's the first time with Netflix, though. As PD Song Man-woo had always been affiliated with broadcasting stations, it was his first time being openly approached by an external platform. However, he had already been contacted by other OTT platforms, so he had anticipated Netflix's approach. Anyway, currently, PD Song Man-woo was free. It didn't matter whether it was a broadcasting station or Netflix. The important thing was the conditions. Soon, PD Song Man-woo smiled lightly and continued speaking. Thank you for the proposal, Executive Director. You get straight to the point, haha. Kim So-hyang also showed a relaxed smile. We know we are the last ones. However, we moved quickly as soon as we got the news. Internally, we held a lot of meetings to present enticing conditions to you, PD. I see. I was just about to decide on a destination. I expected that. And in the meantime, after seeing the script and synopsis for Part 1 of Beneficial Evil, I became even more eager. The title Beneficial Evil hasn't been announced to the public yet, right? No, we are waiting to announce it along with the chosen platform. Kim So-hyang nodded and received a transparent file from a staff member sitting next to her. Then she spoke again. I'll be honest. Even though Netflix was the second choice for Henry Yang, it achieved great success in Japan. It's still maintaining a top position. And that was directed by you, PD Song Man-woo, and writer Choi Na-na has already proven her ability with male friend. I'm well aware. She's currently writing scripts of exceptional quality. Just with you two, it's already enough. But when I heard that actor Kang Woojin joined, I couldn't resist. I felt we had to get this at all costs. Not only Executive Director Kim So-hyang, but all other places that had met with PD Song Man-woo, including broadcasting stations, were similar. After the news that Kang Woojin joined, Beneficial Evil broke out. PD Song Man-woo's phone didn't stop ringing. Anyway, Kim So-hyang continued. Of course, the content of the script and synopsis made me even greedier. It was incredibly interesting. I wanted to read the script for episode 2 right away. Moreover, the refreshing and exhilarating action was sophisticated, and the story was solid. The Korean design and artistic charm also stood out. She pushed the transparent file towards PD Song Man-woo. Since this work combines the talents of 3 great individuals, it will surely achieve tremendous success domestically. But PD, I see Beneficial Evil as having high potential for global success. It doesn't feel good to confine it to the domestic market. Why don't you take a look at our conditions and aim for a global hit? PD Song Man-woo opened the transparent file. Although he couldn't grasp everything at once, even a quick glance showed significant conditions. Indeed, their sincerity shows through the conditions. Compared to the conditions from broadcasting stations, it wasn't overwhelmingly superior, but it certainly had many standout aspects, especially in terms of funding. At this point, Kim So-hyang resumed her briefing. While Hallyu is gaining strength globally, K-pop is dominant, and K-content hasn't yet stood out significantly. Of course, there are risks for you as well. But you have already achieved tremendous success domestically, and in my humble opinion, you might be getting bored of it, especially since this is your first independent project. Actor Kang Woojin, who will be the lead, is also continuously expanding his international presence. He's going to Cannes with director On Jae-bak, and recently, there was news of a Hollywood casting call. Kim So-hyang's voice grew more powerful. I believe Beneficial Evil can turn the world upside down, PD. These words resonated with PD Song Man-woo's heart. More precisely, they reminded him even more and spurred him on. The world, huh? That's right, I did think. I should take on a challenge before it's too late. Originally, it was the goal of PD Song Man-woo. Although he was called a giant in the Korean drama industry, PD Song Man-woo himself felt a bit lacking. Of course, when his work exploded domestically, he felt a rush of joy. However, sometimes he felt trapped in a well. PD Song Man-woo was someone who poured his soul into the drama production, driven by his passion for directing. At some point, Even before Hanryang, he had thought, could my direction be successful overseas beyond Korea? Could they find our work enjoyable? Should I stay here? This might be that moment I've been delaying. In fact, considering the overseas potential for beneficial evil, Netflix was the perfect destination. PD Song Man-woo, driven by his ambition, wanted to hold a meeting about launching it globally immediately. However, this matter concerned the very fate of beneficial evil. Not to mention writer Choi Nana. At least 2 people needed to grant permission. I need to hear Kang Totem's. No, Woojin's opinion. A few minutes later, back at the small theater for the Leech audition, there were roughly 30 people gathered in the small theater. Interestingly, the atmosphere among them had become heavier compared to the beginning. The entire theater was heated. It wasn't because of the strongly blasting heater. It was because of the acting of the 2 actors on stage. Kang Woojin, possessed by Park Ha-sung, and Yoon Ja-ho no, Jin Jae-jun, who accepted that Park Ha-sung. The intensity of the acting performed by the 2 actors was rich, and the energy they emitted shocked everyone in the small theater. Not only those who watched it with their eyes, but also those who witnessed it through the camera. The cameras placed in front and on both sides of the stage. The cinematographer watching the actors' performances through those cameras. Is that really the quality of audition acting? With a protruding belly, he was someone who had been working with director on Ga-Bok's team for over 10 years. He had been through many works and experienced countless actors. All were filmed by his camera. However, now the cinematographer felt electricity running through his body for the first time. Should he call it a thrill? The cinematographer was also familiar with the Leech scenario. No, all the key staff would be. Therefore, they each imagined and built the world of Leech in their respective areas. Especially, the cinematographer spent significant time drafting storyboards with director on Ga-Bok. But now, the reality of Leech was unfolding before his eyes. Even though it's the first time for both actors in this scene, especially that Kang Woojin, he's really a crazy bastard. The first moment a part of the world of Leech was realized. Thanks to this, it was also the first time for the cinematographer, director on Ga-Bok, Sim Han-ho, and the rest of the key staff. However, Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun were expressing that unfamiliar world without any sense of alienation. Of course, the one holding the brush and painting the picture was Kang Woojin. At least, that's how it seemed to the cinematographer. No. Is it possible to suddenly show that Ripley syndrome without prior emotions? Ripley syndrome was the core and entirety of the character Park Ha-sung, gradually built up throughout the Leech scenario. Park Ha-sung gradually deteriorates. In other words, it's not an emotion that can be suddenly displayed. However, Kang Woojin was as clear as if he had lived as Park Ha-sung for the past few months. It's not just that he's good at acting. It feels like my imagination of Park Ha-sung was lacking. It was at that moment. Swish. While the actors were acting, director on Ga-Bok, who had been sitting in the judge's seat, approached the cinematographer. With a very stern face, he didn't say much to the cinematographer. He just looked at the monitor attached to the camera. There was not even a slight movement behind him. This movement brought the managers, who were absorbed in watching the acting, back to their senses. Moderately, that. I'm pretty sure I heard him say he'll do it moderately earlier. This isn't an audition. This is just a play, isn't it? Damn, no wonder they call Kang Woojin a monster of acting. How are we supposed to survive this? Audition hurdle? It was then. Cut. Director on Ga-Bok, standing in front of the camera, gave a signal and spoke in his old voice. Let's go again from the beginning. A reaction request. It wasn't because Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun's acting was lacking. Director on Ga-Bok wanted to see those actors through the camera, not just with his eyes. Soon, Woojin and Jin Jae-jun stopped acting and moved back to the initial positions of the scene. Meanwhile, director on Ga-Bok was Kang Woojin. He was watching Woojin place the chair back to its original spot. I understand director Kwan's feelings. His gaze was intense. Which director wouldn't be excited to see something they created come to life so vividly? On the other hand, Kang Woojin, who had just placed the chair, was deep in thought. He was contemplating another role, not Park Ha-sung. Chairman Yoon Young-bae, portraying him as he is might be a bit much. Should I try a character fusion? About an hour later, in one of the waiting rooms of the theater, during the ongoing Leech auditions, among the actors waiting for their turn, one actor stood out. a new actress with a somewhat unfamiliar face. Sitting on a sofa in the waiting room, reading the script, her expression was intense. I will. I will definitely make it. Her eyes were filled with determination, perhaps even ambition. It was understandable. Among the numerous top actors here, she was the only newcomer. Her name was Han So-jin, with long black hair and sharp eyes. Her skin was clear, and her arms and legs were long, making her a striking visual. A mole on the tip of her nose added to her charm, giving her an elegant yet decadent aura. Han So-jin debuted about 3 years ago. However, she started gaining public attention about 2 years ago. If you compare, it was earlier than Kang Woojin, but not by much. The interesting part was, Film Festival Monstrous rookie Kang Woojin sweeps awards at the Blue Dragon, including Best New Actor. Best New Actress goes to Han So-jin. She won the Best New Actress award at this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards. She followed Kang Woojin as the next rookie to be highlighted. From an ordinary perspective, Han So-jin's achievements were remarkable as well. She grabbed the Best New Actress award after a short period of being relatively unknown post-debut. But Kang Woojin set a record with 8 awards. No one can stop him. Her impact was minimal. Naturally, she was overshadowed by Kang Woojin's massive presence. She was celebrated since her entry into the entertainment industry, and her beauty and acting were at their peak, but Kang Woojin suddenly appeared. Since then, Han So-jin's media exposure decreased. Public attention on her waned. It wasn't that Han So-jin was lacking. It was just that Kang Woojin's influence was overwhelming. Han So-jin was still actively working. Despite being overshadowed, her achievements didn't betray her. However, at some point, she began to observe Woojin persistently. On social media, YouTube, articles, works, and rumors. He was an unbelievable presence. So what? How great can he be? If he's right in front of me, I can surpass him too. Even though the entertainment industry demotes those who lag in skill or attention, Han So-jin wasn't willing to give up easily. Instead of accepting it foolishly, she turned her sense of defeat into determination. I can do it. No, I will do it. Thanks to that, she was here, refusing works that she could join without an audition. It wasn't out of arrogance or jealousy, but a desperate effort to prove herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put herself in this difficult situation. It was a competitive spirit or something similar. At that moment, knock knock. A knock sounded in the waiting room, and a staff member of the Leech audition team poked his head in. Han So-jin SSI, it's your turn for the audition. Oh yes. Lowering her script, she stood up smoothly. She straightened her long hair. She took a small breath, in and out. She walked slowly, step by step. The hallway leading to the theater was quiet. It's a good thing that the actor is willing to act opposite me. As a result, Han So-jin's resolve hardened. Her heart pounded with tension, but she somehow managed to suppress it. The role Han So-jin was aiming for today was Yoon Ji-min, youngest daughter among the 3 children in Leech. Moreover, she was the first actress to perform today. Soon, swish, Han So-jin entered the small theater filled with hot air. She saw many people. She first bowed 90 degrees to the judges seated in the front. Hello, I'm Han So-jin. Director On Jae-bak, who had a stern face, smiled slightly. Ho ho, all right. I'm looking forward to your acting. Thank you, she replied energetically. Han So-jin felt a jolt when she saw not only director On Jae-bak, but also the veteran actor Sim Han-ho. They were immensely influential figures. Calm down, calm down. Han So-jin steadied herself and stepped onto the stage. She saw Kang Woojin, who had a nonchalant expression. No, he was her target. No matter how desperate it might be, she had to stick to it. Han So-jin approached Woojin and greeted him. Hello, I look forward to working with you. Kang Woojin responded in a low tone. Yes, I look forward to it. At this point, Han So-jin lowered her voice and whispered to Woojin, conveying her determination. And I will definitely beat and surpass you, Woojin. Kang Woojin looked at her impassively. Han So-jin couldn't gauge his expression. What is he thinking? She immediately understood why people said this man was unpredictable. Kang Woojin then replied briefly without any change in expression. Sure. Huh. As you please. He dismissed her determined resolve so lightly. Han So-jin bit her lower lip subtly, her fighting spirit rising. She then informed everyone of the scene she had chosen. and director On Jae-bok raised his hand to give the signal. High action. The scene she chose depicted the conflict between Yoon Ji-min, the youngest daughter of a conglomerate family, and her father, Chairman Yoon Young-bae. Soon, Han So-jin suddenly tousled her long hair with both hands and shouted at Woojin, who stood in front of her. Why? I told you it wasn't me. Why would I like that servant and leech? Am I crazy? Am I insane? There was a madness in her eyes. On the other hand, Kang Woojin, with one hand in his pocket, was calm. His deep eyes were full of composure. He was already Chairman Yoon Young-bae himself. Calm down. I was just asking. If anything, your reaction makes it seem more certain, right? Kang Woojin took a step closer to Han So-jin. His expression, gestures, tone, and gaze had all changed. Park Ha-sung was nowhere to be found. His low tone, imbued with a serpentine charisma. If you closed your eyes, you could only think of Chairman Yoon Young-bae. Han So-jin, seeing him up close, felt it keenly. Wasn't he playing Park Ha-sung? How can he portray Chairman Yoon Young-bae so vividly too? Sim Han-ho flinched for some reason. Director On Jae-bok's eyes widened. The commotion spread throughout the small theater. Meanwhile, Han So-jin delivered her next line. What are you saying? No. Get out. Get out of my room. You reek, old man. You are disgusting like that leech bastard. Stop saying weird bullshit and get out. Her scream was almost a desperate wail. But Woojin, watching her, was unmoved. Then he tilted his head slightly. A faint smile spread across his lips. He took another step forward. Woojin, now closer to Han So-jin, leaned his face towards hers. Their faces were so close that she could feel his scent and breath. At that moment, what? Just a second ago, Kang Woojin had been Chairman Yoon Young-bae to the point of giving chills, but in an instant, he transformed. Han So-jin felt it more clearly than anyone. My daughter, my beloved daughter. The atmosphere around him changed mysteriously in an instant. The intensity and tone of his voice lost all emotion. However, there was still a rhythm. Most notably, his mouth maintained Chairman Yoon Young-bae's characteristic smile. Look straight into my eyes and say it again. Is it really not like that? Kang Woojin's eyes were utterly empty. His mouth and eyes were disconnected. As a result, Chairman Yoon Young-bae felt like a different person. Or was he actually someone else? It's as if something else has merged with him. Regardless, Kang Woojin exhaled deeply through his nose and asked Han So-jin. It was in a dry tone, as if talking about homework. Because to me it does seem like that, my daughter. Right. In that instant. Han So-jin froze. What on earth is that dash? The veteran actor Sim Han-ho had stood up from his seat. 241. Chapter 241, Tidal Wave, 8. For Kang Woojin, the multiple roles in a single work served to help his understanding. In fact, for Woojin, just reading, experiencing the role he was assigned and repeating it wouldn't have been a problem. Even that much could shock the director or his co-actors, who had the decision-making power. However, Kang Woojin had a rather neat personality. From the moment he first experienced the void space, he read, experienced, all the roles in a single work, aside the role he was assigned. It wasn't driven by any particular information or reason. Initially, it was merely out of curiosity. In a way, only focusing on the assigned role could be seen as efficient. But in the end, Woojin's choice was the correct one. Reading, experiencing, other roles besides the assigned one significantly increased his understanding of the world. The perspective seen through the eyes of the assigned role, along with the perspectives of the surrounding characters. Clearly, it was the same world, but each role had distinctly different viewpoints. All of that seeped into Kang Woojin. Naturally, the scale of the work's worldview could only expand. This directly led to an increase in the quality of the role Kang Woojin was to play. So that's how it is. That's how Kang Woojin gradually realized something and walked forward, repeating that process for every work. After all, the time in the void space was close to infinite. If a bit of fatigue could raise the quality, it was 100 times better to do it. Even though Kang Woojin had the void space, he still had the unique weakness called experience. This applied to Leech as well. When he first received the script for Leech, starting with Park Ha-sung, he read, experienced, all the roles such as Chairman Yoon Young-bae and Yoon Ja-ho. Moreover, he went through it once more recently. It was because of the audition for Leech. It was a precaution in case he made a mistake as a judge, something he had never done before. That's how he appeared as Park Ha-sung and Chairman Yoon Young-bae to everyone. How clear would it be? How vivid would it be? However, Woojin had some concerns about bringing out roles other than Park Ha-sung. For some reason, it seemed inappropriate to show them as they were. So, he gave them a variation. He also needed to tone it down a bit. One intense character like Park Ha-sung was enough. Maybe around 70% would be adequate, and I will definitely beat and surpass you, Woojin SSI. When Han So-jin made this declaration, Kang Woojin let it go in one ear and out the other. Of course, he did have some thoughts like, what is she saying? But the conclusion about his concern came first. Oh, I see. Should I merge Chairman Yoon Young-bae with Iota Kiyoshi? Role synthesis. Maintaining the foundation of Chairman Yoon Young-bae while incorporating the void of Kiyoshi. Thus, another Chairman Yoon Young-bae was born. Daughter, my beloved daughter. Boiling over with a lust for power and domination. For Chairman Yoon Young-bae, love and affection were merely tools to maintain power. To Chairman Yoon Young-bae, his children were the last bastion to maintain his relationship with his wife, who was hidden power behind the scenes. He had planted seeds in case of an unexpected disaster. So he acted out paternal love. Because to me it does seem like that, my daughter. Right. There was no way love could exist. This was why Woojin chose Kiyoshi for role synthesis. Just as Kiyoshi saw eerie sacrifice as a task without any emotion, to Chairman Yoon Young-bae, his son and daughter were no different from objects. However, they were objects that needed to be cherished to the extent that it would be troublesome if they were lost. That's the kind of gaze that was reflected in Woojin's eyes. Han So-jin, standing before him. No, Yoon Ji-min was his daughter, but it was a practiced affection. I love my daughter. I cherish her. This is for your future. I say it again, I love you. I am your father. Then why? Why are you doing things that irritate me when I cherish and love you so much? That gaze froze Han So-jin. Her time stopped. What is this? What are you doing? Right in front of Kang Woojin. Han So-jin, who met his eyes. In Woojin's pupils, there was an emptiness surpassing coldness. However, his mouth was smiling. His expression was out of sync, but there was no sense of incongruity. It was because his eyes contained a perfect lie. Daughter? No, an object. There's a limit to cherishing an object. He spoke of love with his mouth, but his eyes were lifeless. It's just domination disguised as love. You are an important object, but if lost, well, it can't be helped. This was the mindset of Chairman Yoon Young-bae as interpreted by Kang Woojin. It was at that moment. Swish. Kang Woojin, who had been face to face with Han So-jin, slowly straightened his back. Then he reached out his hand to her. Flinch. Yoon Ji-min, or Han So-jin, trembled slightly. It wasn't acting. It was because her confused mind had returned. Regardless, Kang Woojin opened his mouth. He returned to a deep but sly tone. I cherish you, my daughter. So, I'll give you advice. Okay, you are the ruling class. Instead of clumsily sympathizing, dominate instead. Don't obsess over that servant, that leech, but own him. Woojin's faintly smiling hand hovered around Han So-jin's cheek and then settled on her shoulder. That way, you can cherish and break him, right? It was from experience. The proof is you, daughter. Chairman Yoon Young-bae's snake-like smile. The scene wasn't over. Nevertheless, it had reached its terminus, and perhaps because the acting of the two actors was so intense as if in a play, the small theater was silent. Yet, many were watching the stage. The most notable among them was the veteran actor Sim Han-ho, Chairman Yoon Young-bae's new interpretation. But that side seems more realistic. With over 30 years of acting experience, it was a first. He had stood up after watching Woojin's acting. It was an unconscious action. He didn't even realize he was standing. The face that once exuded the presence of a tiger was nowhere to be found. He was just staring at Woojin. No, he was staring through Kang Woojin's acting with widened eyes. How is this possible? Perfectly portraying Ripley syndrome with Park Ha-sung was already astonishing. But being able to pull off Chairman Yoon Young-bae's role like that? It's nearly impossible. However, on stage, Kang Woojin seemed unfazed. The one who had just portrayed Park Ha-sung was effortlessly embodying Chairman Yoon Young-bae. Isn't that beyond the scope of an actor? Meanwhile, Sim Han-ho was meticulously analyzing Woojin's acting, one detail at a time. He clearly weighed it against his own cultivated interpretation of Chairman Yoon Young-bae. He felt a sense of lacking. The regret grew. The gap in his own interpretation became prominent. Yes, such an aspect is possible too. Sim Han-ho was readily acknowledging. It wasn't the Chairman Yoon Young-bae he had shaped, but he had to take what he could. Ignoring what one could learn was the act of an amateur. At this moment, "Daughter, did you understand?" Kang Woojin's chillingly soft voice spread throughout the small theater. At that moment, Han So-jin, who had come to her senses, began to breathe heavily. "I don't know. I really don't know. He seems like the Chairman Yoon Young-bae I know, but I'm confused. What interpretation has he brought?" Han So-jin's mind became slightly hazy. This was because Kang Woojin's acting had far exceeded her expectations. However, Han So-jin somehow held on to her sanity. The deeply rooted poisonous spirit gave her strength. "Ah, I understand cherishing. But breaking? What? Why? Own things tend to become tiresome. Or sometimes they break. Dealing with that is the ruler's responsibility. Understand?" "No," I said no. "Stop talking about that disgusting servant. If you continue, I'll tell Mom. This isn't about that leech. It's a reminder. Keep it in mind. You are a ruler. When the time comes, there will be moments when you have to break what you own." Chairman Yoon Young-bae, who implanted in Yoon Ji-min's mind that it was her duty to break the leech that crossed the line, was her perfect match. She was inherently a daughter, with a confused, cloudy mind. And sometimes, affection coupled with obsession could unexpectedly exhibit aggressive tendencies. Kang Woojin's hands gripped Han So-jin's shoulders. The emptiness that had vanished from his eyes returned. "You are my daughter, Ji-min-ah." Woojin's face rapidly shifted through multiple expressions. Han So-jin suddenly felt as if she had stepped into Yoon Ji-min's world. And she wanted to escape, not as an actress, but as Yoon Ji-min, from the monster called Father standing before her. At this point, director On Jae-bak was feeling awe. He couldn't speak or form clear thoughts. He was merely enjoying the world of Leech unfolding before him. At this moment, he wasn't a director. He was just a member of the audience, witnessing an actor who would someday turn the world upside down, stretching his wings. This is delightful. This is the true pleasure of a director. Why Kang Woojin could handle other roles, how he could bring such interpretations, none of that mattered. It's a pity. I wish I had met you a bit earlier. Here, evaluations were of no consequence. Remembering the thrill that actor Kang Woojin personally delivered was enough. When this play ends, he would praise the insane acting with words like bravo. Meanwhile, the staff and assistants watching Leech weren't able to fully enjoy it like director On Jae-bak. Wow. How is that even possible? How would I? No. The staff, forgetting their own tasks, were completely absorbed in the audition performance. Choi Sung-gun had a look as if he'd been struck on the back of his head since earlier, his eyes bulging. He can perfect even other roles like that? Did he have the time? No, he didn't. Absolutely not. Woojin, what the heck are you? Choi Sung-gun, who was almost always with Kang Woojin, was several times more shocked. Perhaps more than anyone else in this theater, he was trembling. Between that hellish schedule, even handling multiple roles was astonishing. Other actors wouldn't be able to do it. But was that not even his limit? Even understanding if he mimicked them to some extent would be hard. But this was enough to immediately take on Chairman Yoon Young-bae's role in filming without any problem. The surrounding actors' assistants were equally bewildered. Just now, something changed again. Why is he switching between roles like that? He's not even looking at the script. Can someone like that be considered an audition partner? Unbelievable. And then, wow, at the very back of the small theater, an unfamiliar woman with her arms crossed was watching in amazement. The woman, wearing a hat, was Oh Hye-ryung, who had briefly stopped by the audition. She was the actress confirmed for the role of Yoo Hyun-ji, the wife in Leech. She had come to take a brief look out of curiosity about Kang Woojin, who she would be facing the most. I came without much thought, but I saw something incredible. Afterwards, the audition performance Han So-jin had chosen on stage reached its end. As a result, Kang Woojin, who had been filled with Chairman Yoon Young-bae, quickly returned to his original self. Phew, that was exhausting. Then, he gave a small bow to Han So-jin, standing in front of him. Good work. Han So-jin, caught off guard, responded to his bow. Ah yes, good work. At the same time, Kang Woojin thought to himself. This should be good enough, right? It wouldn't feel like I'm slacking off by skipping the audition evaluation. It was quite satisfactory. I synthesized other roles besides Park Ha-sung, so there weren't any overlaps. That was the extent of his thoughts. But the auditions were not over yet. In this tense situation, director On Jae-bak continued the auditions. After Han So-jin, it was Wallen's turn. Please take care of me. Woojin SSI. Yes, me too. She too had to compete for the role of Yoon Ji-min that Han So-jin had set her sights on, but the scene she chose was different. This time, the counterpart was not Chairman Yoon Young-bae, but Yoon Ja-ho. Again, Woojin quickly transformed into Yoon Ja-ho. Once more, the small theater was thrown into chaos. But as if that wasn't the end, Kang Woojin swiftly brought out Park Ha-sung, the counterpart for Hong Ha-yeon, right after Wallen's audition ended. Indeed, this place was completely dominated by Kang Woojin. Interestingly, he's a madman, truly possessed if not. This was the reaction of everyone inside the theater. What to say, the atmosphere shifted from shock to gradually acknowledging him. At this moment, no one viewed Kang Woojin as a first-year actor. From the start, it was utterly absurd. It was something they had never experienced before. It was the first time in their lives, making any judgment impossible. Their thoughts had stopped. Like that for a few hours. Cut. With director On Jae-bak's signal, the auditions finally concluded. However, even though the audition performances were over, the theater remained filled with silence. The thoughts of those who had watched everything about Kang Woojin had changed 180 degrees from the beginning. I understand why director On Jae-bak insisted on making him a judge. With that level of skill, it would be impossible not to. It's a warning. If you approach this project half-heartedly, you'll be buried. Damn, that's not just a stimulant. It's like poison. What actor can withstand that? However, Kang Woojin, with an indifferent expression, swish, casually greeted the audience. Thank you for your hard work. Then, he walked calmly to his seat. Naturally, he attracted everyone's gaze. About 10 staff members and managers, director On Jae-bak, Sim Han-ho, and others all followed Woojin's movements with their eyes. Of course, Kang Woojin noticed. The stares were burdensome, but he maintained his solemnity. Soon, as Woojin sat down cynically, director On Jae-bak, who had been watching him, glanced at Sim Han-ho sitting on his right. Then, his gaze returned to Kang Woojin at the far end. So, that's why Kang Woojin suddenly volunteered to be the counterpart instead of a judge. Abruptly, the seasoned director On Jae-bak reached a new conclusion. He has established the acting benchmark for all the roles in Leech for everyone. 42. Tidal Wave, 9. Kang Woojin established the acting standard for the entire cast of Leech. That too, at this audition with the core actors of Leech, where several top actors participated. Even though the place was full of big shots, in the eyes of everyone, in the minds of everyone, the first-year actor Kang Woojin firmly planted his flag. This performance would become the benchmark for Leech. A solid performance. It wasn't even a bluff. Woojin merely played the supporting role and pierced everyone's core. He made the top actors present silent with his performance. Director On Jae-bak, watching Woojin, made that judgment. Naturally, a keen miscalculation. However, that justified confidence is astounding. Regardless of the situation, it was also a moment when a new path was being paved for the voyage of Leech. I can sufficiently pull this off even by myself. If the great actors awaken because of this, the quality of Leech would soar several times. So, analyze thoroughly and strive even harder. At this moment, director On Jae-bak, along with great actor Sim Han-ho and other judges sitting in the same row as Woojin, were all watching Kang Woojin. It was as if the words were stamped above his head. I am the average. That's how indifferent Kang Woojin's face was as he returned to his seat. Despite dropping a nuclear bomb in this small theater, he remained unfazed. He just silently looked down at the script. The film company CEO and the casting director exchanged glances. He's handled so many roles without a single mistake. He's gone through countless emotions and returned as if nothing happened. It's unbelievable. Nevertheless, the silence in the entire theater remained unbroken for some reason. Even though it had been several seconds since Woojin returned to his seat, no one spoke. The common factor was that everyone was watching Kang Woojin. What is this? What's going on? Naturally, Woojin also felt the piercing stares. That's why he pretended to be looking down at the script to buy some time. At the same time, Kang Woojin slowly recalled the auditions where he had watched the opposing actors. Was there any problem? There wasn't. It was certainly not bad. The power of the void space couldn't be wrong in the first place. To avoid any potential noise, he didn't even put all his effort into the roles he would take on, like Park Ha-sung. Especially for the other roles, he withheld more than 30% of his strength. Is it a bit odd that I acted in other roles? But even that wasn't 100%. He definitely didn't go overboard. Still, since it was an audition, he didn't do it roughly. Since it was a place full of great and top actors, performing too weakly would be rather unnecessary, right? Everyone can do this much at least. But no one in the theater knew Woojin's true intentions. So, they thought what Woojin showed was his maximum. Despite holding back, he had far exceeded everyone's common sense. The conclusion of Kang Woojin and the others clashed with each other due to misunderstanding. However, there was no problem. There was no need for Woojin to correct it. Although the situation was filled with errors, it wasn't bad in the long run. The power reserves Woojin lightly considered would have a stronger impact when revealed later. Of course, Kang Woojin wasn't calculating that. He had a truly pure mindset. At that moment, swish, there was a change. In the quiet small theater, director on GA box stood up. He approached Kang Woojin at the end of the row. Then he murmured to Woojin, "While solidifying your authority as a judge for everyone, you've set the benchmark for Leech on the side." Sim Han-ho's eyes widened slightly. The film company CEO and the casting director were even more surprised. The previously silent staff started to murmur. The managers visibly shocked. The atmosphere in the previously quite small theater quickly became lively. On the contrary, Kang Woojin was the epitome of cynicism. Of course, only in appearance. Benchmark? What benchmark? Benchmark. That thing. Why is that coming up here? Without a change in expression, Woojin silently looked up at director on GA Bok, but internally, he sensed that something had gone awry. No, more precisely, he detected the familiar and fragrant scent of a misunderstanding. Authority as a judge? Benchmark for Leech? What nonsense is this old man talking about? I just performed as the supporting actor. In fact, his actions were slightly intended to take it easy. But the insightful director on GA Bok brought out something unexpectedly profound. Yes, all of them are veterans in acting theory, so they must have understood your true intentions. What is this? The sweet scent of misunderstanding is overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding people seemed to be in agreement, as they remained silent. Woojin realized that this had already spread. However, having endured countless misunderstandings and misconceptions, Kang Woojin wasn't flustered. In times like this, maintaining a composed and nonchalant concept is crucial. Clearing his throat lightly, Kang Woojin took the action suitable for the current situation. What could that be? He kept his voice as calm as possible. I just did what I could. Director on GA Box smiled, his face wrinkling. The managers of the actors whispered conspicuously. There were various words, but they all converged into one conclusion. Now I understand why director on GA Bok cast Kang Woojin as the lead first. At this point, great actor Sim Han-ho, whose face had stiffened, asked Kang Woojin, who was sitting next to him. His tone was unusual. "Woojin SSI, how much time did you spend interpreting Chairman Yoon Young-bae?" Time. Honestly, he hadn't spent much time, but Woojin chose his words carefully, adding a bit of toughness while maintaining politeness. "I just did it from time to time." From time to time, while interpreting both Park Ha-sung and other roles. Just enough not to be lacking as the audition partner. At this, something flashed through Sim Han-ho's mind. No, he realized it. He didn't do it seriously. It means what I saw today isn't everything. At that moment, a gentle female voice was heard from the back. "Hello." So, everyone's gaze, including Kang Woojin's, moved. A woman in a hat was walking towards them. It was Oh Hye-ryung, the actress confirmed for the role of Yoo Hyun-ji. The manager's eyes widened slightly, realizing she had arrived, and director on GA Bok gave her a small greeting. "You've arrived, Hye-ryung SSI." Oh Hye-ryung, who approached closer, smiled brightly. "Yes, Director Nim. I was able to make it on time." After greeting Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung met eyes with Kang Woojin at the end and slightly bowed her head. Her smile deepened. Nice to meet you, Woojin SSI. It feels strange, like seeing a celebrity. No, it's the opposite actually. To Kang Woojin, who was ordinary citizen at heart, Oh Hyun was the real celebrity. She must be in her 50s, but her beauty was at the level of someone in their 30s. Truly ageless beauty? Moreover, she exuded a kind of elegant allure. Her posture and speech were refined. Wow, damn, to think I'd see her today. Despite his overflowing amazement, Woojin hid everything and stood up to greet her. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin. Well done. He maintained a dignified tone without his voice trembling. Soon, Oh Hyun, who had approached Woojin by a step, extended her hand. I know, who in Korea doesn't know Woojin SSI these days? Thank you. I watched your acting. I felt like I really need to be on my toes. Honestly, I was surprised. A lot. A feeling of as expected of Kang Woojin. This benchmark. I understood it. Completely. Kang Woojin, Oh Hyun, and Sim Han-ho, the core actors of Leech. However, the weight of their experience was incomparable. Compared to the two great actors with nearly 30 years of experience, Kang Woojin was very inexperienced. Choi Sung-gun, who had been standing still, was moved deeply by this sight. To be on par with them in just 1 year. Even overwhelmed them from the first scene. What a monstrous guy. Then, feeling that the atmosphere had somewhat settled, the veteran director On Jae-bok recited to the entire small theater. He issued something like an announcement to the staff and the managers of the actors. Although prior notice has been given, I hereby declare that all aspects of today's audition must not be disclosed to the outside. To keep silent about what they had seen, heard, and felt. It might not stay hidden forever, but things would be quiet for a while. The managers who gave appropriate responses began to leave the small theater one by one. They had to take care of their respective actors. Simultaneously, director Nim, Sim Han-ho, who had his long gray hair tied back, politely spoke to director On Jae-bok. I think I'll head in first as well. Director On Jae-bok, smiling, nodded his head. Sure, you worked hard. Sim Han-ho, bowing slightly, glanced at Woojin briefly before exiting the small theater. Next was Choi Sung-gun, who was standing awkwardly. Director Nim. I'm sorry, but Woojin also has another schedule to attend to. Director On Jae-bok gestured for them to go quickly. Oh sure. Woojin SSI, you worked hard too. And thank you. Woojin bowed his head. Then, Kang Woojin also left the small theater with Choi Sung-gun. Watching Woojin's back, Oh Hyun asked director On Jae-bok softly. Do you think Sim will be okay? Director On Jae-bok, sitting down slowly, nodded. Isn't he Sim Han-ho? He's not someone we need to worry about. Let's see what he comes back with. The film company CEO sitting to his right scratched his head, looking slightly perplexed. But because Woojin SSI's impact was so huge, the audition evaluation ran rather strangely. On the other hand, director On Jae-bok's smile deepened. No, rather, it appeared more definite to me. About 10 minutes later, in a waiting room. Although the Leech audition had ended, some people still remained in one of the actors' waiting rooms. The woman sitting on the sofa was Han So-jin, who was filled with fierce determination. She was staring blankly at the script on the table. Originally, there was a somewhat decadent atmosphere around her, but now it was even more pronounced. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. That was really the first time I saw something like that. What about the other actors? Of course, Kang Woojin filled Han So-jin's mind. Chairman Yoon Young-bae's role is for teacher Sim Han-ho Sunbi Nim, right? And he performed it casually in front of the Sunbi Nim. But she couldn't make a judgment. She couldn't determine what kind of person Kang Woojin was. She kept thinking the same thing. An actor crazy about acting. At that moment, a man who seemed to be the team manager cautiously asked Han So-jin. So-jin, how was it? Han So-jin, sweeping her long hair back and letting out a small sigh, answered. You saw everything too, manager. I saw it. Kang Woojin going wild. But you experienced it firsthand. I understand now. Why people in the industry call Kang Woojin a monster. Was it a bit tough? To be honest, it was the first time I froze because of a co-actor's acting. Are you okay? I think it's fortunate. Fortunate. A smile spread across Han So-jin's face as she suddenly stood up. Her fierce determination had once again increased her fighting spirit. It's absurd, but he has to be at that level for me to want to struggle and win against him. Meanwhile, the other actors who had experienced Kang Woojin today were groaning. Wasn't he just supposed to play as supporting actor? In fact, more than half of the actors who participated in the Leech audition today couldn't fully demonstrate their skills. They were overwhelmed by Kang Woojin's presence. I was so flustered that I stumbled over my lines midway. No, it's because Kang Woojin suddenly started acting as Yoon Ja-ho. Except for Han So-jin. Most of them were top-tier or A-list actors. Kang Woojin is really crazy. Nonetheless, they couldn't handle it calmly. So what could they do? The actors had to blame themselves. Even while Kang Woojin was doing something crazy, there were actors who managed to keep their composure. For instance, Jin Jae-jun, Hong Hae-yeon, and Wallin did. Jin Jae-jun, from Drug Dealer, said, "Wow, Woojin SSI seemed like he had grown again in that short time." That's not the point. Are you satisfied with your performance today? I don't know. Honestly, I don't even remember it well. I think I managed to keep the character. Hong Hae-yeon, who had also watched Kang Woojin, said, "It was different from Island of the Missing." No, more than that. Is it really possible to handle other roles in between all that? Even in such a busy schedule? Wallin was the same. But Wallin was in a slightly strange state. Hey, Wallin. Wallin? Uh-huh. Oh, what? Why are you zoning out like that? No, just. She kept staring into space. More precisely, she was recalling the face of her absolute favorite. What I saw was Han In-ho from Male Friend. When he plays different roles, Woojin Nim exudes that kind of energy. Having witnessed the explosiveness of her fangirling target up close, Wallin seemed to be quietly satisfied. I thought my heart was going to burst when he grabbed my shoulder in the middle. Meanwhile, in Kang Woojin's van. Woojin's van had already left the parking lot of the theater building and was driving down the road. Time had long since passed into the afternoon. However, Kang Woojin's schedule was not yet over. Woojin, with a stern face, was looking out the window. A cynical atmosphere. Of course, his inner thoughts were entirely different. Well, it's ended one way or another. This much is pretty smooth, right? Though misconceptions and misunderstandings had invaded, Kang Woojin casually ignored them. There was no major issue, after all. Just then, Appa, Han Yi-young, who had changed to a short black bob, called out to Woojin, "Look at this. Japanese SNS is exploding with talk about you right now. And do you know this person? If you search for Appa's name on Twitter, this post comes up a lot." Han Yi-young handed her phone to Kang Woojin. Her phone displayed the main page of the Japanese SNS, filled with Japanese text. Unable to translate it all, Han Yi-young had passed it to Woojin. He then scrolled through the SNS posts that appeared in the search results. One post was being explosively shared. Soon, following the source of the shared post, Kang Woojin reached the original. _Didako8. "Hello, this is Asami Sayaka. Today, I want to talk about something unrelated to my work." It led to the Instagram of a famous Japanese voice actress named Asami Sayaka. It was a long post she had written herself. As he read it, Kang Woojin realized, the girl in a wheelchair and her mother. This post was from that mother. The details of their situation were laid out in the post, making Woojin feel slightly embarrassed as he muttered to himself. So she was a famous voice actress. That's why that girl said she dreamed of being a voice actress? Woojin slowly nodded as he reached the end of the post. He almost said, "Wow" out loud without realizing it. The number of comments and likes was enormous. Even the shares were increasing rapidly. Han Yi-young chimed in at just the right moment. "What's it about? Anyway, it's gone completely viral." At this moment, someone's phone rang. It was Choi Sung-gun's, who was in the passenger seat. Swish. Checking the phone screen, he muttered, "Woojin, it's a call from PD Song." Chapter 243, Tidal Wave, 10. PD Song Manwoo. Kang Woojin looked up from Han Yi-young's phone. Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail, poked at his own phone. "You haven't received any separate contact from him, right?" "No, I haven't." There was no meeting scheduled with PD Song in the current Korea itinerary. Muttering, Choi Sung-gun put his phone to his ear. "Hello, PD Nim. I was just about to call you." In response to Choi Sung-gun's polite greeting, PD Song Manwoo's reply over the phone was somewhat earnest. "Hello, CEO Choi. I heard you arrived in Korea today." "Yes, PD Nim. I'm in Seoul now. Is it possible to have a brief meeting with Woojin SSI during your stay in Korea? I really want to see him before he returns to Japan. Choi Sung-gun turned to make eye contact with Kang Woojin. Well, it is possible, but today might be difficult. Just a moment, PD Nim. I'll check the schedule right away. Yes, CEO Choi. Choi Sung-gun, lowering his phone to block out external noise, asked Woojin. PD Song wants to see you, and he seems a bit urgent. But the schedule is pretty tight for the next few days, and I'm sure you're already tired today after dealing with Leech audition. Kang Woojin shook his head calmly. Today is fine too. You don't look too exhausted, but there's no need to overdo it. No, it's fine. In reality, Woojin was a bit worn out, but not to the point of overwhelming fatigue. If necessary, he could rest in the void space. Anyway, Choi Sung-gun, understanding this, nodded. Okay, but today might still be tough. I'll ask if tomorrow morning is okay. Yes. Choi Sung-gun put the phone back to his ear. PD Nim, would tomorrow morning be? All right. PD Song Manwoo's answer was quick. Of course it's fine. Let me know the time, and I'll come to BW Entertainment. Oh, will you? All right. I'll get back to you. Yes, CEO Choi. With that, the call ended. Choi Sung-gun, with a somewhat puzzled expression, murmured. He said he'll come in person. We can see him before tomorrow's schedule starts. Kang Woojin nodded slowly. Then he showed Han Yi-young's phone to Choi Sung-gun, explaining the content of the SNS post and who the famous Japanese voice actor was. Since Choi Sung-gun had been present at the time, he understood quickly. You mean the one you said was her mother? Soon, the mind of Choi Sung-gun, the head of the company, began to work quickly. Wow, that person is a famous voice actor in Japan? I didn't know that. Japan is already noisy because of your piano performance, Woojin. There was a lot of chatter. But this person delivered a significant twist. Really? Yeah. Honestly, we expected some spread because there were many customers at that restaurant. But this changes the situation drastically. It transforms from a mere noisy issue to a heartwarming anecdote. And the person involved is a famous voice actor. The story is good too. You did it genuinely, but in the rough entertainment industry, this kind of thing works well. Kang Woojin had a rough idea of this. He had often seen famous celebrities become hot topics due to heartwarming stories. Of course, Choi Sung-gun knew more intricately than Woojin. This seems unusual. This content could elevate it from a mere anecdote to a heroic tale. You're an actor from another country. There are many keywords that stir the emotions of the Japanese public, and this is especially true for Japan, although it might be the same for Korea too. However, since Kang Woojin was currently in Korea, he was unsure of the situation in Japan. Choi Sung-gun wasn't one to sit idle, though. We should start by scanning the radar. See how things stand currently. I'll have our marketing team monitor the situation. With that, Choi Sung-gun called the company and gave a thumbs up to Kang Woojin. If this goes well, you might be treated like a hero when you return to Japan. He leaned back. After the audition for Leech, the first schedule upon his return to Korea, Kang Woojin moved on to his second schedule, an interview with a major media outlet. Originally, Choi Sung-gun preferred to exclude media interviews if possible, but sometimes, hiding too much could backfire. Especially for someone like Kang Woojin, the king of issues. Rumors and abusive articles ran rampant, and tabloids flooded the market. Hence, there were times when it was necessary to clear the air once in a while. Moreover, several of Kang Woojin's current issues were still hot topics. There were dozens of topics, including Our Dining Table, which hit nearly 20% viewership, the news of a crossover with PD Song Manwoo in Beneficial Evil, the crank-up declaration of Island of the Missing, the Japanese project, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and Kang Woojin's sudden piano-related scandal and secretive reentry into Korea. It was time for a clear summary. And so, the fourth day came to an end. Friday, the fifth day, arrived. From early morning, director On Jae-bok and the Leech team, having wrapped up the audition, gathered in the film company's conference room. There were roughly 5 or 6 people present. At the head of the U-shaped table sat director On Jae-bok. The atmosphere was rather serious. It was understandable, as they had witnessed something huge at the audition. However, the Leech team had no time to be distracted. Moreover, director On Jae-bok's resolute expression suggested he was ready to make a decision today. Soon, the film company CEO sitting next to director On Jae-bok asked, "Are you all right, Director Nim? The audition hurdle has become higher than expected. Director On Bak, with his short white hair, chuckled. That's true. I can only apologize. Huh. For assigning such a role to Woojin. It should have been me as the director, but I was in such a hurry that I didn't even think about it. Kang Woojin SSI seemed to be thinking deeply about Leech, despite his curt exterior. Recalling Kang Woojin's face, director On Bak slowly nodded. He's broad-minded. He doesn't show it. But he has considerable affection for the works he takes on. What do they call it these days? Sundara. Ah yes, that's right. When that young friend acts so boldly, we should also increase our speed. The faces of Leech's key staff, including the film company CEO, showed determination. At the same time, the cinematographer with a bulging belly chimed in. But shouldn't we contact Simhanho Sunbae? He didn't look too pleased when he left the theater yesterday. If he were someone who would crumble at this level, he wouldn't have carried the weight of the Korean acting scene until now. Director On Bak, who answered briefly, opened the pile of papers in front of him. They were profiles of the actors who participated in yesterday's audition and the detailed evaluations director On Bak had written during the audition. It was a motion to make a decision. First, for the role of Yoon Ja-ho. A deep conversation ensued about the role of Yoon Ja-ho, which several, including Jin Jae-jun, desired. What do you all think? Jae-jun SSI's acting tension has increased significantly. Compared to last year, he's almost unrecognizable. I think he leveled up in Drug Dealer. It was a different kind of work from what he's done so far. Director On Bak chuckled. Drug Dealer. Woojin was also in that, wasn't he? Oh, a first-year actor influencing top actors everywhere. Anyway, I felt a bit disappointed with Jin Jae-jun. He can do better. The audition felt a bit light. Maybe it was because Kang Woojin SSI was in front. Possibly. But no other actor did as well as Jin Jae-jun. Certainly. The meeting gradually became more intense. The role of Yoon Ji-min is the most challenging to decide. Hong Hae-yun stood out the most. It felt like many of her flaws were corrected. Didn't Wallen's tension exceed expectations? I was surprised by how well she did. I'm leaning towards Han So-jin. She was the most natural, despite being a rookie. If she continues like this, she'll stand out soon. She's already quite good. Haha. Hearing this makes me realize how extraordinary Kang Woojin SSI is. Woojin SSI is in a league of his own. You can't group him with others of the same name value. He's an absurdly remarkable oddball. Various opinions poured out, and surprisingly, they were quite divided. While twirling his pen, director On Bak looked down at his evaluation sheet. About an hour later, swish. Director On Bak pushed the finalized actor list across the table to the film company CEO. Let's go with this. Inform the actors today and make an official announcement. Meanwhile, around 9 a.m. at BW Entertainment in Samseong-dong. Despite having recently moved to a larger place, BW Entertainment was well organized inside. As employees were in the midst of arriving, several people were already seated in the largest meeting room. One of them was Kang Woojin. Since he needed to stop by the salon before his schedule, he was currently wearing a hat and his frequently worn navy long padding jacket. Even early in the morning, his concept was clear. Around Woojin, only Choi Sung-gun was seated, while on the other side by the window sat PD Song Man-woo with his goatee, alone. Judging by the serious atmosphere, it didn't seem like a trivial matter. After exchanging brief greetings and catching up, PD Song Man-woo, who had already covered the basics, continued speaking to the Kang Woojin. Woojin SSI, as you might have heard intermittently, were being very thorough with the pre-production of Beneficial Evil. Additionally, we were selecting the final platform. Final platform? Oh, he must be talking about the broadcasting network. Come to think of it, Woojin hadn't heard where Beneficial Evil would be aired. Is that so? Yes, since I'm an external PD, unlike before when I was affiliated, the platform has become very important. So while you were in Japan recently, I had meetings with many places, terrestrial, general programming, cable, and various OTT platforms. Even before the news of Woojin SSI joining spread, the offers were significant. But once we hinted at your involvement, they all went wild. Choi Sung-gun chimed in. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Exactly. It was intentional. Even without that, PD Song Man-woo's name value and the success of Male Friend by writer Choi Nana. Plus, with Woojin joining. This is a sure win. PD Song Man-woo, who had been laughing softly, met eyes with Kang Woojin again. So the terms have been elevated. Still, there wasn't any place that stood out particularly more. Therefore, Beneficial Evil was likely to go to SBC. After all, Hanryang was a hit, and it's my home ground. I understand. But then Netflix contacted us. After finishing his sentence, PD Song Man-woo pushed a transparent file towards Woojin. Their terms are similar, but the unique factor is that they offered a challenge. They proposed launching Beneficial Evil as a Netflix original worldwide. Whoa, worldwide? The scale of the conversation suddenly turned global. Though Woojin was slightly taken aback, he replied nonchalantly, "You're talking about a worldwide launch." Yes. In other words, they're suggesting we take on a global challenge with Beneficial Evil. While it will be open domestically, the main target is the world. Honestly, it is tempting. I felt a bit stagnant lately. Besides, I believe Beneficial Evil would do well overseas too. There's a lot to say, but Woojin SSI's opinion as the main male lead is important. Choi Sung-gun spoke up before Kang Woojin could. A worldwide launch sounds sweet, but there's undoubtedly risk involved, right? Exactly. To be frank, if we release Beneficial Evil on a domestic network, a certain level of success is guaranteed. Woojin SSI's ticket power is enormous, so we'd be halfway there. Conversely, overseas, those advantages don't exist. If it hits, it will be phenomenal, but if it doesn't, the impact will be more than double. The production cost of Beneficial Evil was far from small. It was close to billions, not just tens of millions. In other words, if it flopped, many people would be in trouble. Additionally, Woojin would gain a reputation for not being well received overseas. TL, billions in Korean won, not dollar. Choi Sung-gun was grappling with these concerns, and PD Song Man-woo was well aware. Since there are risks involved, if Woojin SSI feels differently, we won't push forward. Woojin, with an indifferent expression, asked back, "What does writer Choi Nana think?" She's okay with any platform. Right now, she believes focusing on her writing is the priority. I intend to follow Woojin SSI's thoughts. It's Woojin SSI who will carry Beneficial Evil by the scruff of its neck. If we choose Netflix, it will switch to pre-production, with Netflix staff involved in the production. This is a heavy responsibility. What should I do? Maybe I should give a vague answer for now. I'm not very familiar with the various interests. It's better to go with what has more meaning. Meaningful, huh? What does Woojin SSI's keen intuition tell you? Not particularly. I don't think it's a bad idea. So, are you preparing for a global launch, Woojin SSI? Kang Woojin answered briefly. Not too late. Haha, I see. PD Song Man-woo stood up smoothly and extended his hand to Woojin. Let's just go for it with Beneficial Evil and take on the world. Let's run ourselves rag to match Woojin SSI's ambition. Woojin shook his hand calmly. Another global venture. It feels like the world around me is getting overwhelmingly bigger, even though I'm just staying still. Honestly, he still didn't feel the gravity of it all. 1 hour later, in Kang Woojin's van, PD Song Man-woo, having wrapped up the meeting, left for Netflix Korea. Consequently, the platform for Beneficial Evil was settled. Soon, the news of the title Beneficial Evil being partnered with Netflix would spread. That said, there wasn't anything Woojin needed to act on immediately. Whatever, it'll all roll on its own. Thinking too much would only give him a headache. His conclusion was to just focus on acting in any situation. As the van carrying Kang Woojin headed to the salon in Cheongdam-dong, simultaneously, poof, Kang Woojin suddenly entered the void space. Given his tight schedule today, starting with an early morning meeting, he entered to take a rest. Clearly tired, he yawned widely as soon as he stepped into the dark void space. His concept mode instantly relaxed. What do I have on schedule today? Recalling Choi Sung-gun's briefing, Woojin habitually moved towards the white rectangles. He had no big thoughts. He just planned to glance at the white rectangles and then lie down right away. But then, Woojin's body froze. The reason was simple. Hasn't it changed a lot? There were noticeable changes in the white rectangles. The start was the S+ grade island of the missing and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. 3/scenario, title, Island of the Missing, SS grade. 7/Scenario. Title: The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. SS Grade. Both works had been upgraded to SS Grade. That wasn't all. Why did this suddenly go up? The movie Leech, which was originally SS Grade, had also changed. 8/Scenario. Title: Leech, SSS Grade. It had been upgraded to SSS Grade, the first time he'd seen such a rating. But why? Why had Leech suddenly been upgraded? Woojin needed to think about it, but he didn't have the time. The reason was simple. Swoosh. His eyes had already reached the work below Leech. The work that had just changed its platform to Netflix, Beneficial Evil, originally SS Grade. However, the rating was different now. 9/Script. Title: Beneficial Evil, SSS Plus Grade. Beneficial Evil had been upgraded to SSS Plus Grade. Tidal Wave 11. Beneficial Evil is SSS Plus Grade? Kang Woojin, looking at the white rectangle, was genuinely surprised without any concept. His eyes also widened slightly. Wow. Crazy, it jumps up like this all of a sudden. Clearly, Beneficial Evil was SS Grade. In the past, it was the highest grade that came out of the void space. But that just got overturned. SSS Plus Grade. The maximum grade of the void space was renewed once again. Wait a minute, after talking about Netflix earlier, this happened. It's obvious that the grade soared because it was decided to go with Netflix, right? It had been about an hour since the meeting with PD Song Manwoo. The content was the final platform of Beneficial Evil. Among numerous possibilities, Beneficial Evil was almost confirmed for Netflix due to Woojin's choice, and it was a challenge to the world, bearing many risks. After that, the SSS Plus grade was set. Soon, a smile spread across Kang Woojin's lips as he looked at the white rectangle of Beneficial Evil. It means that the worldwide launch will be a hit? That's awesome. Honestly, Woojin still found it difficult to predict how the result of the SSS Plus grade would manifest in reality. To put it in perspective, the biggest result he had seen in reality was the S grade. Profiler Hanryang. Even so, this would produce a result several times more destructive than Hanryang. Even thinking roughly, it would be enormous. What could it be? What would happen? Honestly, even imagining it was difficult. Well, Woojin had no experience and there wasn't much data. Although K-pop and Hallyu were making some noise globally, no major work had exploded on a global scale yet. Wouldn't it spread all over the world and be serviced in each country's language? Even if that was a bit of an exaggeration, it would at least cause a big stir in major European cities. For now, Kang Woojin forced down his rising smile. Taking this excitement into reality could cause problems with maintaining his concept. Fuck, I want to announce it to the whole neighborhood. Since it was a result only Kang Woojin knew, he was dying to shout it out. But he had to hold back. Woojin, who had spent quite some time in the void space, knew well that the grade of this void space was somewhat precarious. Even if it was currently SSS Plus grade, it could plummet if any problem arose midway. Let's stay as composed as possible and focus only on the acting I can do. It was still the starting point. It was a very sensitive time, and changes that occurred now were dangerous. It was best for things to flow naturally without Woojin's involvement. Then, taking a small breath to calm himself, Kang Woojin scanned the other white rectangles again. 8/Scenario. Title: Leech, SSS Grade. Leech also had its grade increased, a change that arose timing-wise after the audition. Woojin rubbed his chin. Come to think of it, the old man. No, director On Jae-bok said something about the benchmark of acting after the audition. There was a strong scent of misconception, so this change was undoubtedly starting from there. Or it could be due to the selected actors. Legendary top actress Oh Hye-ryung also joined. The actors picked from the audition were all top tier. Thinking about it, the actors in Leech are all crazy high level. This is seriously insane. Anyway, the rise in grade was something to celebrate. Additionally, Island of the Missing and the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger also rose to SS grade. Though not certain, it was likely due to Kang Woojin's rising influence. Soon after, swish, Woojin, who had been looking at the white rectangles, lay down on his back on the endlessly dark floor of the void space and stretched out. He let out a refreshing noise like kudash. Then he laughed. I'll have to fucking focus on my acting, while imagining a tremendous future. After that, Returning to reality from the void space, Kang Woojin went to the salon and then immediately got involved in the schedule. Of course, today's schedule was also hellish. In the morning, he had to update various things related to BW Entertainment. Recently, BW Entertainment moved its office backed by Chairman Hideki. Additionally, the business was expanding. Therefore, the main website had to be revamped, and everything related to marketing, such as SNS and YouTube, was upgraded. Naturally, everything about Kang Woojin, the star of BW Entertainment, had to be newly inserted. The most important thing was the profile photo. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin had to change into outfits for 4 different seasons and take hundreds of photos since the morning. Nice. Woojin SSI. This time, a bit more cocky look. Lift your chin a bit too. Ah yes. Good, good. This continued until lunchtime. Meanwhile, PD Song Man-woo, who had concluded things with Kang Woojin, visited Netflix Korea with the key staff of Beneficial Evil. There was no need to delay, as everyone agreed that striking while the iron was hot was the best approach. Welcome, PD Nim. We've been waiting after your call. My call was quicker than expected, wasn't it? The meeting between Executive Director Kim So-hyang and PD Song Man-woo was crucial, but it proceeded very smoothly without any hindrance. For this project, let's aim for a proper global reach with Netflix. Thank you. I'm thinking of putting my life on the line for this. But what did writer Choi and Woojin SSI say? Writer Choi Nana is fine with it. She's too busy writing to care much. Woojin SSI? Well, you know his personality, right? He said let's go for it without any worries. And so, please take care of us. PD Nim. Likewise. Drama giant PD Song Man-woo. No, Beneficial Evil and Netflix Korea officially joined hands. From this moment, Beneficial Evil became a Netflix original aiming for the global market. Beneficial Evil was already a hot topic due to the crossover of PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Nana of Male Friend, and Kang Woojin. The announcement of it targeting the global market with Netflix would only fuel the excitement further. Of course, there was also a side that had already excited. It was the people related to Leech. Director on Ga Bok and the Leech team. Not to mention the publicity. Movie IS, director on Ga Bok's Leech, held a large-scale audition. Rumors circulating. Rumors of an audition for Leech. Most participating actors are top tier. They were busily moving forward for the next step of the audition. Among them, actors who auditioned around yesterday also stood out. Still no contact? No, not yet. It's only been a day, so don't be too anxious and let's wait a bit. Although there was an unexpected landmine named Kang Woojin, everyone was still waiting for the results. Of course, actors like Jin Jae-jun, Hong Hae-yeon, and Wallin, who had connections with Woojin, were no exception. On the other hand, the confirmed top actors for Leech also showed unusual behaviors. For a brief moment during the audition, more precisely, Oh Hye-young, who witnessed Woojin's acting. She was waving her hands in a cosmetics commercial shoot set. Nuna, are you practicing sign language again? You already do it well, though? She was practicing sign language. It's not about doing it well. Huh. Sign language has to be the default. If it doesn't come naturally like speaking, it won't work at all. Who? You, Nuna? To whom? To Woojin SSI. Great actor Sim Han-ho was no different. He was even deeper than Oh Hye-young, sitting in the living room of a large house. Buzz, buzz. Although his phone had been vibrating for a while, he didn't pay attention and was busy writing something. Actually, he didn't even hear the vibration. Why? Why does Chairman Yoon Young-bae act like this here? Is my analysis correct? He doubted and doubted again. The Chairman Yoon Young-bae he created, his actions and thoughts that he decided. He dug in, scrutinized, and explored. This emotion is wrong. Let's broaden my thinking. Think more. Sim Han-ho's script was already worn out. The blank spaces were filled with words without any gaps. But he didn't stop. This was after he saw the daunting junior's portrayal of Chairman Yoon Young-bae. Honestly, it wouldn't have been surprising if Sim Han-ho had crumbled. That's how terrifying Kang Woojin's performance was. But Sim Han-ho, with his tiger-like face, was relentlessly attacking. Moreover, he was advancing. Rather, Sim Han-ho now felt gratitude towards Kang Woojin, because he had helped him break out of his shell. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Japan was unusual. There was a hidden story behind Kang Woojin's piano performance that overturned Japan. It turned out to be an extraordinary fan service. Famous voice actress Asami Sayaka revealed the story of Kang Woojin's piano performance. It was a performance for her daughter. Not only the media, but also public opinion. Among the public opinion, there was a tsunami on SNS. All three major SNS platforms in Japan were the same. Every single one was flooded with posts tagged #Kang Woojin. Hero_88_552. Oh my god. A piano performance for just one person. If it was my daughter's story, I would have fainted on the spot. #Kang Woojin. #Asami Sayaka. Aiko. Japanese actors should learn from Kang Woojin. It's such a sophisticated fan service. That girl will support Kang Woojin until she dies. #Kang Woojin. #Kang Woojin Piano. #Asami Sayaka. Mini 5161548. Listening to Kang Woojin's merry-go-round of life like crazy. Because of this, he will receive tremendous support from the Japanese people, including me. I love Kang Woojin. #Kang Woojin merry-go-round off life. #Kang Woojin. How should one describe this atmosphere? Yes, the whole of Japan was excited. Kang Woojin's piano performance had already taken Japan by storm early on. Normally, it would be hot news for a few days to a week at most. However, the famous Japanese voice actress, Asami Sayaka, dropped a bombshell. The endlessly shared SNS post/photo by Asami Sayaka. The issue of Kang Woojin's piano performance entered an entirely new phase. Kang Woojin's fan service for a single girl shakes SNS. It went beyond an issue and touched the emotions of the Japanese people. And very intensely at that. Whether it was Kang Woojin's showmanship or whatever, it didn't matter. Japanese public opinion was enamored with Woojin's unimaginable fan service. Thus, on Japanese YouTube and communities, it was all about Kang Woojin. The event exploded on the 4th and throughout today, the 5th, it hit everywhere in Japan. The positive story of Korean actor Kang Woojin spreading on SNS. He is fueling the Hallyu wave. Even as the 6th day dawned, a day later, the waves hadn't calmed. They grew even more explosively. As a result, in just 2 days, it was mentioned on famous Japanese entertainment shows. Right now, Japan is in a frenzy over Kang Woojin, isn't it? Seo-san, what do you think of Woojin SSI? He's cool. I watched the piano playing video over 10 times. But did you know it wasn't just played, but there's a touching story hidden behind it? I know. I saw the SNS post by voice actress Asami Sayaka. Isn't such a fantastic fan service something you'd only see in movies? Looks like you have completely fallen for Woojin SSI. This trend naturally spread rapidly among people's conversations. Whether online or offline, it was similar. It wasn't an issue one could commonly see. Moreover, the protagonist wasn't a Japanese actor, but a Korean actor. The one who comforted a Japanese girl with disabilities. The Japanese public was almost fanatical, and there was no way the Japanese entertainment industry would stay quiet. Though Kang Woojin was absent, the filming speed at the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was increasing. Woojin SSI, who would have thought there was such a backstory to him playing the piano at the restaurant that day? Right? No one knew, right? I thought he was just playing the piano because it was there. For one young fan, playing the piano. Isn't it insanely cool that he played the OST of the fans' favorite work? I understand why Japan is in such a stir right now. With that indifferent face, he's actually so kind and gentle inside. At this rate, when Woojin SSI returns, the number of his Japanese fans will increase tremendously. His SNS is about to explode even now. At the anime production company, A10 Studio, preparing for the Male Friend remake. With this level of piano skill, can't we entrust it directly to Woojin SSI? If possible, that would be the best choice. The impact when Male Friend remake releases will be significant. But will Woojin SSI do it? We have to give it a try. It's too good of a story to miss. I'll try to reach out right away. Yes, then please do. We will focus on casting the voice actors. Recently, the editing team for the Kashiwa Group advertisement featuring Kang Woojin was also working hard. The timing was perfect to release the advertisement. They increased the speed to the maximum to reveal it to the public as quickly as possible. And the top trend ranking on Japan's #1 portal site had remained Kang Woojin for the 3rd consecutive day. 1. Entertainment/Kang Woojin. It was the first time for a Korean actor. At the same time, in Korea. Around the late morning of the 6th, When the waves caused by Kang Woojin in Japan was gradually spreading to Korea, the Leech team released an official announcement. Official Leech actor lineup confirmed. Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin, followed by Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin. It was about the confirmation of the main actors. Chapter 245, Sprint 1. On the 6th, as soon as the official announcement from Leech broke. Official Leech actor lineup confirmed. Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin, followed by Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin. The film industry media quickly followed. Director on GA-box 100th work, Leech adds Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin. Movie talk, Leech lineup is glamorous. Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin, Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin confirmed. It was already a work loaded with a lot of significance. Director on GA-box 100th film in the history of Korean cinema. The addition of top actor Sim Han-ho and the unpredictable Kang Woojin, aiming for the Cannes Film Festival, and so on. Furthermore, uniquely, Leech held auditions. Did all the added actors pass the audition? Rumors that even the top stars went through auditions spread, further heightening interest. The actor lineup announced by Leech itself was somewhat peculiar. Following Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho were top-tier actress Oh Hye-ryung and Jin Jae-jun, alongside the standout new rookie actress of the year, Han So-jin. It was innovative, to say the least. Having two newcomers join was refreshing. Of course, the treatment of Kang Woojin and Han So-jin was vastly different. The Best New Actor and Actress Award winners of the Blue Dragon Awards in Leech. Han So-jin, overshadowed by 8 award winner Kang Woojin. Can she shine in Leech? Still, looking at it broadly, it was a lineup that completely overturned the expectations of the film industry media. The later selections are Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, and Han So-jin. Oh Hye-ryung seems amazing, doesn't she? Right? But Jin Jae-jun and Han So-jin feel a bit out of place. Especially Jin Jae-jun, considering how recently Drug Dealer finished, he jumped right in. Wow, Han So-jin hit the jackpot. Landing a role in director on's film right after winning the Newcomer Award at the Blue Dragon. They say there were auditions for Leech, so they must have shown their skills there. There must have been top stars lining up. So how did she manage? Who knows? Maybe something unexpected happened during the auditions. But looking at it this way, Kang Woojin is really something else. He didn't even need an audition. He was just picked by director on right away. To be honest, even market value-wise, Kang Woojin and Han So-jin aren't on the same level. The public, deeply interested in Leech, was also busy typing. While finally the lineup is out. Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin, Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin. It's unique, but they seem to fit well together. Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-ryung. Amazing. Really curious about the movie's content. Jin Jae-jun is doing another movie with Kang Woojin right after Drug Dealer? But seriously, there seems to be no end to Kang Woojin's issues. Agreed, the story about Kang Woojin playing the piano in Japan caused a huge stir over there. He really seems like a top star. We can see this after it goes to Cannes, right? When is it coming out? At this point, Kang Woojin, who had heard the news about Leech, was in the van moving to his next schedule. Since he hadn't received any direct contact from director on GA-bok, Woojin also confirmed it through the news. Despite his habitual poker face, various concerns were passing through Kang Woojin's mind. Does this mean Hye-yun and Wallin didn't make it? The same goes for the other actors. Should I send them a message or something? Like cheer up? Would that be too much? It was unnecessary. Even if it was an unintentional misunderstanding, Kang Woojin had set the standard for acting in the auditions for Leech. For someone like him to send consolation to the actors who didn't make it felt a bit off. Moreover, Kang Woojin wasn't particularly good at doing such things. More than anything, aren't they all professionals? Anyway, the surrounding stylists asked Ponytail Choi Sung-gun, should we contact Hye-yun Sunbae? Right, if we send her a message to cheer her up dash. But Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat was rather cold. No need. Hong Hye-yun hasn't been in this field for just a day or two. You guys just focus on your work. Yes. Woojin, you don't have to say anything to Hye-yun either. Same for Wallin SSI. They're both professionals. Well, not that you're the type to worry about it anyway. Kang Woojin, who had refrained from answering, erased the momentary concerns he had, and just maintained a poker face. Then, Choi Sung-gun continued. The comfort and all that, their own respective teams would have taken care of it. More importantly, we need to handle the Japanese side, referring to the heroic stories. If you were in Japan, the reporters would have gone wild. The situation is crazy right now. Anyway, through our channel, we're continuously spreading articles in both Japan and Korea, right? What do you want to do? Are you going to respond on SNS like voice actress Asami Sayaka did? Is there a need for that? Woojin hadn't played the piano with such a situation in mind. Taking action felt like it would diminish its meaning. It also felt excessive. So Woojin chose. No, I'll just leave it as is. He chose silence. Is that what you want? Yes. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Japanese media are already handling it well. It wasn't something meticulously planned from the start. Got it. Choi Sung-gun, who nodded, listed today's schedule. Apart from minor things, there were two major ones. The first was the character interview shoot for Island of the Missing, which was in the middle of post-production. It was a shoot close to a teaser for promotion and marketing, and the second was the recording for Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. For reference, the current status of Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 12.03 million. Videos, 45. It had surpassed 12 million subscribers, with a significant increase in Japanese subscribers in recent days. Although many domestic fans also joined, the surge of Japanese subscribers was enormous. Therefore, video uploads couldn't be neglected. Additionally, following Wallin and Kara, the third guest was confirmed to be Ryu Young-min. The next guest being discussed was a top actor from Japan. Whatever it was, Choi Sung-gun, who was listing the schedule, moved on to the next. He handed over a tablet to the silent Kang Woojin. The tablet contained a lot of material sent from the production company, A10 Studio, related to the anime Male Friend remake. The script and OST guide recording files for the anime Male Friend remake all needed to be reviewed. For most actors, this would be a daunting schedule, but it wasn't much of a problem for Kang Woojin. He could adequately go over the script after a reading experience. If other actors spent 10 units of time, Kang Woojin only needed about 1. And then, Woojin, A10 Studio requested piano performance for the role. You expected that? Ah, yes. They probably didn't know you played the piano. But now that your piano performance is causing a stir in Japan, they quickly reached out. They have eyes and ears too, so it's understandable they wouldn't want to waste this kind of story. This would be a significant marketing boost for Male Friend remake. Currently, Male Friend remake had not been officially announced yet. However, if Kang Woojin's participation as a voice actor, OST, and piano performance were included in the first announcement, it was clear that the Japanese public would be thrilled. The conditions will naturally be improved, but it's optional, so if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But since you're already the lead voice actor in the project, and you were the lead in the original Male Friend too, I think it's not bad to do it. Your brand power will also rise sharply. In that case, he had to do it. It wasn't particularly difficult for Kang Woojin. Understood, please let them know I'll do it. Oh, okay. I'll sort out the contract amendments properly. Choi Sung-gun, who finished speaking, suddenly grinned. And Baeksang is starting to show interest. Baeksang? Ah, was he talking about the Baeksang Arts Awards? As Woojin nodded calmly, the smile on Choi Sung-gun's face deepened. You know, right? Baeksang covers both film and TV. Think of it as wrapping up last year. Considering your momentum last year, 1 or 2 trophies won't be enough. The Baeksang Arts Awards were scheduled to be held in mid-March. After that, the bustling 6th day came to an end and the 7th, a Sunday, began. Of course, the 7th was just as noisy in the domestic entertainment industry. Whether it was the film industry or the variety show industry, it was the same everywhere. Kang Woojin was also busy without a moment to breathe. Thus, time melted away. Later in the afternoon, our dining table, setting a new record with 19%. Viewership ratings, can it surpass 20% this week? Variety, as expected of PD Yoon. With fearsome momentum, all eyes in the variety show industry are on our dining table. The main broadcast of our dining table aired again. It had already achieved a viewership of over 19%, And with PD Yoon Byung-seon's relentless promotion throughout the week, today's viewership was highly anticipated. This week's content on Our Dining Table covered the conclusion of the food truck and the opening of the restaurant. What stood out particularly was Kang Woojin's cynical adaptability and his demeanor as a leader and chef. With that, Sunday ended with Our Dining Table, and the weekday returned. Monday the 8th. From early morning, a large number of people gathered in Netflix Korea's large conference room. There wasn't a single empty seat at the large U-shaped table. There seemed to be over 30 people. On one side of the table near the window sat Netflix executives, including Executive Director Kim So-hyang, and across from them sat PD Song Man-woo and his team. In other words, these people were also the team of Beneficial Evil, DM Production and Netflix Korea. Now, these two companies were set to join and aim for the global market. And this was the first production meeting after a major team reorganization. Looks like everyone's here. Let's get started. Overall, there wouldn't be major changes to the production of Beneficial Evil. However, in detail, many things were set to change. First, this is related to the revised budget calculated on our end. What was immediately noticeable was the significantly increased budget. In other words, the funding. The number of staff and various equipment also increased. This would naturally speed up production. More people meant faster work, didn't it? Moreover, the power of promotion and marketing also became several times stronger. About an hour later. All right. Then first, let's make a big announcement. Yes, PD NIM. We're already prepared. Just give the signal. Beneficial Evil properly revealed itself to the entire nation. The title of the new drama that unites acting monster Kang Woojin and big shot PD Song Man-woo is Beneficial Evil, with the script written by Choi Na-na, the writer of the short drama Male Friend. Furthermore, exclusive Beneficial Evil brings together the collaboration of Kang Woojin and PD Song Man-woo, aims for a global launch on Netflix. It was immediately revealed that the goal of Beneficial Evil was the global market. Meanwhile, at the HDBS General Programming Variety Department, the Variety Department office was bustling. PD UNIM. It's out. All right, let's see. To be exact, it was the Our Dining Table team that was busy. As a result, surrounding PDs also focused on the Our Dining Table team. In the midst of this, the ratings chart from yesterday was handed to bespectacled PD Yoon Byung-seon. Soon, PD Yoon Byung-seon found Our Dining Table in the ratings chart. It didn't take long. The numbers quickly caught PD Yoon Byung-seon's eye. Our Dining Table /20.4%. Finally, Our Dining Table surpassed a 20% viewership rating. Thanks to this, the assistant directors and writers who gathered around PD Yoon Byung-seon roared. Wow, we did it. We really did it. How? Did we really surpass 20%? Wow, it's my first time. A 20% viewership rating. Really? 19% was already an insane figure, but with the first digit changing, the impact is immense. Congratulations poured in from the surrounding PDs. Congratulations, PD Yoon. Okay, it's really amazing. A 20% viewership rating in this day and age. As expected of PD Yoon, it was a noteworthy achievement. A 20% viewership rating was a significant milestone even for Yoon Byung-seon, the veteran of variety shows. At the same time, executives like the department head of the variety department and the general manager rushed into the variety department. Naturally, it was to heap praise on PD Yoon Byung-seon, who, feeling slightly awkward, shifted the credit to the cast. What did I do? It's all thanks to the members who did well. Is that so? Everyone added their agreement in unison. Among them, the head of the variety department brought up Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin is the key. It was a stroke of genius. That's right. Having Woojin SSI made Our Dining Table perfectly balanced. His cooking skills as a chef are amazing too. He's a prodigy. There's nothing Woojin SSI can't do. At this moment, swoosh. The main writer of Our Dining Table, who arrived late at the variety department, squeezed through the bustling atmosphere and approached PD Yoon Byung-seon. Her expression was rather unusual. PD Nim, I just received a message. What message? From a food company's marketing team. Then the main writer whispered into PD Yoon Byung-seon's ear. It seems to be about Woojin SSI's Kimjibin Makuksu commercialization. PD Yoon Byung-seon's eyes widened. Kim Jabin Makuksu commercialization? Chapter 246, Sprint 2. PD Yoon Byung-seon was slightly surprised by the main writer's words. As a result, the PDs gathered around tilted their heads, and the head of the variety department standing close to PD Yoon Byung-seon opened his mouth. What's going on? Did something happen? They were on the verge of celebrating the 20% viewership achievement. But suddenly, PD Yoon Byung-seon had a serious expression, making the general manager and the head of the department worried that an unforeseen problem might have arisen. After all, the variety show industry was inherently unpredictable. On the other hand, no. PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had been exchanging glances with the main writer for a while, smiled again. Nothing's wrong. I was just a bit surprised. He calmed the general manager, the department head, and other executives. However, the executives didn't easily lose their serious expressions. What's going on? Of course, PD Yoon Byung-seon did not answer immediately, but instead led the main writer and teams out of the variety department. Later. The issue he had just heard from the main writer was deeply related to our dining table, but the urgent matter wasn't on the variety side. Anyway, swoosh. While moving to the dedicated meeting room for our dining table, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had left the noisy variety department, asked the main writer next to him again. You got a direct call from a food company? The main writer, who was pressing the elevator button, shook her head. No, they emailed first, and after confirming, I called them. I think they wanted to check with us before contacting Woojin SSI. Oh, really? Which food company? Nongshin. That's a huge company. They seem to have sensed the potential for sales and moved immediately. PD Yoon Byung-seon, who nodded slowly, got on the arriving elevator. Indeed, it was understandable that a company would notice. Firstly, the impact of our dining table, which had surpassed 20% viewership, and Kang Woojin's cooking skills that even impressed Americans. The Kim Jabin Makuksu developed by Kang Woojin. Just considering these three factors was enough to make one's mouth water. Indeed, that Kim Jabin Makuksu is insanely delicious. The main writer nodded quickly in agreement. It's crazy, the Kim Jabin Makuksu. The surrounding staff reacted the same way. That's undeniable. It's a bit nutty, spicy, and includes the salty taste of Kim Jabin. I suddenly want to eat it again. Honestly, it won't be exactly the same as Woojin SSI makes it, but if it gets sold, I'd buy it at least once a week. While the team members drooled, PD Yoon Byung-seon recalled the first time he ate Kim Jabin Makuksu. Honestly, it was shocking. He had asked Kang Woojin to develop a dish, but what he brought was too perfect. How was the taste? Heavenly. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it was made by a professional chef. Such cases weren't unheard of. But although there were precedents, it was extremely rare. Nowadays, similar cases were increasing with YouTube and such, but most were actual chefs or former chefs. It was safe to say that Kang Woojin was the first actor to do this. At that moment, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who got off the elevator, recalled Kang Woojin's current momentum. He was the Kang Woojin whose every project was a mega hit, continuously creating buzz. If it comes out, it'll definitely sell like hotcakes. It would also act as a fresh issue. But it's amazing. If Woojin SSI's dish comes out it'll be properly acknowledged by the public. Truly, Woojin SSI is on another level. Moreover, if Kim Jabin Makuksu bearing Kang Woojin's name were to be distributed nationwide, it would make him even more familiar to the public. From a branding perspective, it was an absolute advantage for Kang Woojin. If it became a huge hit, it would write another chapter in history. Soon, the Kim Jabin Makuksu commercialization advertisement should be done by our dining table first. PD Yoon Byung-seon's smile deepened as he spoke directly to the main writer. First, give Woojin SSI a call right away. At this moment, amid the various issues flooding the internet, especially numerous articles about Leech, new news began to spread. Issue pick. Our dining table captivates the taste buds of LA locals, surpassing the seemingly impossible 20% viewership. Beneficial Evil confirmed for worldwide launch. Netflix says, we will create a work with no regrets. Our dining table had just surpassed 20% viewership for the first time, and Beneficial Evil had made an official announcement at almost the same time. Beneficial Evil quickly gained traction due to its highly provocative keywords. It was the first time. Beneficial Evil starring Kang Woojin, netizens wonder, is it action? The challenge was significant, but the individuals participating as actors were incredibly strong. It was natural for the public's expectations to rise. Wow, isn't this the first time they're aiming for worldwide release with a Netflix original? Info: PD Song Man-woo directed Han Yang. Park Dae-ri. No, Lee Sang-man. No, just Kang Woojin's form is insane. No way K-dramas will never catch on overseas. Whether it does or doesn't, the attempt itself is meaningful, you moron. Beneficial Evil. The title sounds intriguing. Is it action? But isn't the theory that Kang Woojin has a twin quite likely? I think I saw an article about Leech yesterday. Are all these schedules possible? Oh, in Han Yang, Woojin Appa was a supporting role. This time it's a solo lead. And it's going international. Action? Can Kang Woojin do action? Didn't you see Woojin save Wallen? It was almost Special Forces level. As expected, is Netflix the trend? Anyway, it's Kang Woojin, so there's no worry about his acting, but please, just don't let it be cheesy. Meanwhile, there were those who raised objections to the flood of articles. After the great success of Han Yang, PD Song Man-woo turns to global markets. Is it the right decision? It was some of the broadcasting stations that participated in the Beneficial Evil auction. Did you see it, director? PD Song chose Netflix over domestic broadcasters. I saw it. It's a shame, a shame. Well, it's come to this, so we have to let it go. But isn't PD Song getting a bit out of touch? Suddenly challenging the global market like this. He got greedy. I understand. But, honestly, K-dramas still struggle to gain traction overseas, don't they? With Kang Woojin's backing, the domestic ticket power was somewhat secured, but it seems right to first release it domestically and then go to Netflix as a second step. I also think the probability of success is slim. Whether it's a challenge or not, if it fails, it becomes a work that's useless for anything. There was a certain level of discomfort and realism in their evaluations, feeling slightly bitter about being sidelined. Global launch riding on Netflix. It's premature. That's right. No matter how explosive a rookie Kang Woojin is, it's only been a little over a year, and he's not yet recognized overseas, except in Korea and Japan. Last time, there wasn't any confirmed fact about that Hollywood screen test either, right? Yes. It's been quiet. It's a shame. In fact, not only the rejected broadcasting stations, but the entire industry viewed it similarly. Various production companies and media alike. Planning, Beneficial Evil. Aiming worldwide by partnering with Netflix, industry insiders say premature. Most reactions were skeptical about its success. No matter how high the quality of the PD, writer, and actor was, they were still virtually unknown overseas. By this point, it was inevitable that PD Song Man-woo would hear about it. However, the busy PD Song Man-woo, meddlesome people, was not bothered. There was not an inch of hesitation. He didn't have the luxury to worry about such things. Since Beneficial Evil had switched to pre-production, it had to achieve more than double the quality compared to live production. Later that same afternoon. Thank you for your hard work, Woojin SSI. Great job. Thank you for singing the viewer's request live midway. Honestly, I didn't expect you to sing it right away. It wasn't a difficult thing to do. After finishing the visible radio, Woojin was walking down the hallway for his next schedule. Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, wearing a faint smile, muttered, "A meeting has been set up with Nangshin." Nangshin? It was a very familiar company to Kang Woojin. Why? Because his favorite ramen was from Nangshin. Feeling slightly pleased that the company of his favorite ramen had contacted him, Kang Woojin asked while maintaining his cynicism. Is it for an advertisement? It's similar, but not quite. They want to release a product using your cooking recipe. Woojin didn't immediately understand what that meant. So, he chose to remain silent, and Choi Sung-gun, who had no way of knowing this, continued explaining before getting into the van. You know, that Kimjibin Makuksu. Nangshin wants to make it into a product. They must have noticed the good reactions from viewers and decided to push it quickly. Choi Sung-gun, who was slightly excited since it was a first-time experience, continued with the briefing. The gist of the lengthy explanation was this. The meeting with Nangshin was scheduled for tomorrow morning, and what Nangshin aimed for was to turn kimjibin makuksu into cup noodles. With a solemn face, Kang Woojin silently muttered to himself, "Damn, that's amazing." It was a situation he had never imagined. Sure, his cooking skills were a gift from the void space, but he never expected it to result in a real product. I only knew how to eat it, but now a cup noodle with my name on it? Seriously. Even now, Woojin's home was filled with stacks of ramen. Now, a ramen he created would be added to that. Woojin felt a strange sensation. There was no reason to refuse, was there? On the contrary, he wanted to see the actual product as soon as possible. Therefore, it seems fine to me. Suppressing his rising excitement as much as possible, Kang Woojin gave a cool okay sign. The next day quickly arrived, the morning of the 9th. Around 10 a.m. on Tuesday, Woojin could be found in a large conference room of the major corporation, Nangshin. Even beside him were Choi Sung-gun and about half a dozen members from the BW Entertainment marketing team. On the other side were about 6 members from Nangshin. It was a fairly large-scale meeting. As expected, the meeting began with the Nangshin members praising Kang Woojin. In fact, outside the conference room, the hallway was already filled with Nangshin employees gathered to see Woojin. Wow, Kang Woojin looks amazing in person. I caught a glimpse of him going in earlier, and his physique is great too. He's insanely cool. Honestly, I didn't get what people meant by saying he has the actor look until I saw Kang Woojin. His aura is definitely different. He looked fantastic in that long coat. And why is his face so small? Regardless of this, the meeting between Nangshin and Woojin proceeded smoothly. Woojin SSI, as mentioned earlier, we are aiming to commercialize kimjibin makuksu as soon as possible. Of course, it wasn't a haphazard project. Very detailed and complex discussions took place, while Woojin, with a stern face, pretended to understand while adding a touch of toughness. But this is so uncomfortable. I want to escape. Honestly, his head was throbbing. Whatever the case, the gist of the long and extensive meeting was this. We will handle the production, and when the time comes, Kang Woojin, you will handle all the promotions. As you can see from the preliminary design, Woojin SSI's image will be included in the product. In exchange, he needed to provide the recipe to Nangshin. Woojin only remembered the parts about promotion and providing the recipe. Anyway, financial matters would be handled entirely by Choi Sung-gun, and the contracts would be managed by BW Entertainment. Kang Woojin just had to say one solemn sentence. I look forward to working with you. This single sentence marked the starting point for the commercialization of kimjibin makuksu. The next day, Wednesday the 10th, Tokyo, Japan. Near Tokyo Station in Japan, where stories exceeding mere good deeds about Kang Woojin were rampant. A gray building with a famous anime character statue at the entrance, easily surpassing 10 floors in height. A10 Studio. It was the A10 Studio building, which ranked among the top 3 anime production companies. Inside this A10 Studio was a medium-sized recording studio. Despite being a massive anime production company, the recording studio had a rather ordinary feel. The only distinguishing features were life-size character stands placed around the booth. And a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, with dark brown hair tied up and a kind expression, sat on the recording studio's sofa, looking down at her phone. She was a familiar face, the famous voice actress Asami Sayaka, who recently connected with Kang Woojin through a piano performance. Sayaka, who was alone, was looking at her SNS. She spoke in Japanese with a troubled expression. This has gotten too big. I hope I didn't cause any trouble for Woojin-nim. While her daughter, Asami Yusako, was ecstatic, Sayaka was worried. Especially since there had been no response from Kang Woojin's side. It made her even more anxious. Should I send a DM? At that moment, swoosh, the thick door of the recording studio opened, and about 3 employees from A10 Studio entered. Leading them was the female team leader of the planning department for the anime Male Friend remake. Sayaka and the employees exchanged brief greetings and updates, and the team leader handed Sayaka a tablet, getting to the point. Sayaka-nim, we are preparing a new anime. It hasn't been announced publicly yet, but we are in the middle of casting voice actors, and there is a role we really want you to take on. A voice acting proposal. Given Sayaka's involvement in many hit works, she had anticipated the request for a meeting from A10 Studio. However, She had just finished a recent project and was in a resting period. Moreover, Sayaka had already intended to take on another anime project that had approached her earlier. I'm sorry. I don't think I have the time right now. Oh, I see. That's unfortunate. Actually, Kang Woojin SSI has agreed to voice the main male character in this new project. Sayaka's expression changed instantly. Who? Woojin Nim. Yes. We thought you two would create great synergy, but if you don't have the time. No. Sayaka abruptly changed her attitude without looking back. I'll do it this project. I really 47. Chapter 247, Sprint 3. Asami Sayaka quickly changed her words. In fact, she was slightly mesmerized. She hadn't expected A10 Studio to suddenly mention Kang Woojin's name. No, why would Kang Woojin be a voice actor for an anime? Only after answering did Sayaka realize something was odd and tilted her head in confusion. Then she asked the female team leader from A10 Studio standing in front of her. But is it certain that Kang Woojin SSI will be voicing the male lead? The female production team leader smiled. Yes, that's right, Sayaka Nim. Thankfully, Kang Woojin SSI has agreed to be the voice actor. Why? Would he be an anime voice actor? Sayaka Nim. First, can we confirm that you will be joining our team? We can only explain further once we have your confirmation. Sayaka nodded firmly. Of course, if it's a project Kang Woojin SSI is involved in, I'll gladly help. I'll accept any role. The female team leader was a bit surprised by her enthusiastic response. Considering Sayaka is among the top-tier voice actors in Japan, her passionate reaction was unexpected. Well, since she shares such a dramatic story with Kang Woojin SSI, it's understandable. Then the female team leader put on a business smile. Thank you, Sayaka Nim. It's an honor. The project we are preparing has an original work. We are adapting Netflix's Male Friend, and the title will be Male Friend Remake. Only then did Sayaka understand why Kang Woojin was chosen as the male lead voice actor. If it's Netflix's Male Friend Dash. Yes, in the original work, Kang Woojin SSI played the male lead, and it was a huge hit throughout Japan. I know. My daughter is a huge fan of Kang Woojin SSI, and also loves Male Friend. We are aware of the story between you two, Sayaka Nim. As a fan, I was moved. Such things don't happen easily in real life. The female team leader, who had been murmuring, changed the topic. To be honest, Sayaka Nim was already on our voice actor casting list. However, after checking the schedule, it seemed unlikely. Then the dramatic story between Kang Woojin SSI and Sayaka Nim was revealed. Thanks to that, we decided to make an unreasonable request to you. Not just because of Sayaka Nim's skills, but because we thought the story of you two, which moved the entire Japan, meeting again in one project would create a significant synergy. Sayaka was a veteran in the voice acting field. Even with a rough explanation, she immediately understood. It wasn't an event calculated beforehand. It was purely a coincidence. But this coincidence would probably make the entire Japanese public excited. Moreover, it's a chance to repay Woojin Nim's kindness, and this will be a great gift for Yusako as a mother. I don't know the process of Woojin Nim's casting, but this kind of thing will never happen again. Any created project lasts a lifetime. Sayaka's daughter, Yusako, also dreams of becoming a voice actor, and this was also a performance to support that dream. A project featuring both Kang Woojin and her mother's voices. To Asami Yusako, it would be a priceless possession. Of course, Sayaka thought, I must be more passionate about this project than any other. She resolved to dedicate her voice acting career to Male Friend Remake. Sorry, but could I get the script today? For her daughter, for Kang Woojin. Soon, the female team leader smiled brightly and nodded. Of course, Sayaka Nim. After conversing with Sayaka for a few more minutes, the female team leader left the recording booth and gave instructions to a production staff member who followed her. Let's proceed with Sayaka Nim's contract as quickly as possible. Also, inform the marketing team that we should announce Male Friend Remake within this week. Make sure to include Kang Woojin SSI's casting, his OST, and his participation in the piano performance. Even just animating Male Friend would be a hot topic, but the combination of keywords she just mentioned was sure to drop a bomb several times bigger. And most importantly, make sure not to leave out the connection between Sayaka Nim and Woojin SSI and Sayaka Nim's involvement. Meanwhile, in Korea, amidst the various teasers for Leech, Our Dining Table, and Beneficial Evil, the official YouTube channel and other video platforms for Island of the Missing uploaded their first video. Urgent. Special character introduction video. Plus actor interviews. Making of Island of the Missing. In some ways, it was like the first teaser video of the edited Island of the Missing. It was a character introduction video featuring characters from Island of the Missing. The content included simple still cuts and brief appearances of each character, along with interviews with the actors who played them. Hello, I'm Ryu Young-min, playing the role of First Lieutenant Choi Yute in Island of the Missing. During the actors' interviews, various videos capturing the on-site atmosphere of Island of the Missing were displayed. These included scenes of the actors filming, making simple jokes, and showing their chemistry. I am Kang Woojin, playing Corporal Jin Suncheol. The background was a large set complex, with everyone dressed in military uniforms or holding guns, making it an eye-catching video that felt like a making-of despite its short runtime of around 10 minutes. Anyway, within just 2 hours of its release, this video easily surpassed 500,000 views. 508,332. It was only natural. The power of Island of the Missing itself, featuring the great director Kwon Ki-taek and various top actors, along with the recent surge in interest in Kang Woojin, led to this. Wow, Kang Woojin's character is really unique? Is he a psycho? A split personality? Did anyone see the monster appearing in the video? What the hell is this movie? I'm super curious. Ryu Young-min looks so cool. I'm definitely going to watch this as soon as it releases. So please release it quickly. Hyura hasn't been around for a while, but her beauty is still stunning. She picked a great comeback project. With a top-tier director like Kwon Ki-taek, quality shouldn't be an issue. Judging by the shooting scale, it's definitely this year's most anticipated movie. Kang Woojin looks amazing in a military uniform. So when is the release date? If this movie flops, a lot of people will be in trouble. Wow, Kang Woojin's performance feels completely different for each role. His acting spectrum is amazing. While the anticipation for Island of the Missing was boiling over at the office of Our Dining Table, which wasn't much different from a variety show department, Choi Sung-gun with a ponytail could be seen. However, he was alone without Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin was currently busy with his schedule. Anyway, Choi Sung-gun was having a very important meeting with PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers. Of course, before getting to the main topic, PD Yoon Byung-seon asked a few curious questions. CEO Choi, what's the status of Kimjibin Makuksu? You talked to the Nangshin side, right? Choi Sung-gun, wearing a black shirt and a gray knit, showed a business smile. Yes, I did. The atmosphere is positive. Oh, really? Then can we really expect Kimjibin Makuksu to become a commercial product? The possibility is high. In fact, the project with Nangshin was still confidential. The final contract adjustments were pending. However, it was only a matter of time. It was almost certain, and since the start of Kimjibin Makuksu was Our Dining Table, Choi Sung-gun subtly hinted to PD Yoon Byung-seon. If things go quickly, you might see it in large supermarkets or convenience stores soon. But as you know, it's a secret for now. Of course. Anyway, that's great news. It's kind of amazing. Woojin SSI's moves are really unpredictable. Even I don't know, and I'm always by his side. Haha. When the official announcement is made, we should really promote Kimjibin Makuksu properly on Our Dining Table. Oh my, you'll do that for us. We must, of course. Whether it's before the product is released or after, we'll find a way to squeeze it in during Our Dining Table's main broadcast. After chatting about the commercialization of Kimjibin Makuksu for a while, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who received a tablet from a writer, swiftly changed the subject. We need to start scheduling the second filming for Our Dining Table. PD Yoon Byung-seon then elaborated. In short, this second filming would be shorter, about 4 to 5 days compared to the roughly 1-week first filming. This was due to the challenge of aligning the schedules of the prominent cast members, including Kang Woojin, and the local situation in LA. There were many other reasons as well. In such cases, it's common to reduce the number of episodes, but Our Dining Table had already surpassed a 20% viewership rating. Therefore, PD Yoon Byung-seon was saying that the final episode's filming would be done domestically to somehow create a satisfactory ending. Woojin SSI is available on March 1st, right? Yes. It's tough, but we'll manage around 4 days. Thank you. Then we can finalize it for the 1st. If we save a week with a special episode of Our Dining Table around next week, it should work out. Thus, Kang Woojin's first schedule in March was confirmed to be the second filming of Our Dining Table. At this moment, Kang Woojin was. Sunbi Nim, the recent filming for Island of the Missing just wrapped up. How have you been? I've been resting a bit, watching you soar higher and higher. Woojin SSI. He was filming with Ryu Young-min in a studio with a kitchen-like feel. Of course, it was for the YouTube content Kang Woojin's alter ego. Currently, they were filming for the What Do You Want to Eat content, and after this, they would move straight to the Avatar cooking content. Kang Woojin in a loose-fitting knit, Ryu Young-min in a simple hoodie. Did you face any difficulties during the filming of Island of the Missing? There were some. The overseas shoot in Da Nang, Vietnam, was hellish. Though you seemed fine, Woojin SSI. No, it was tough for me too. It was tough, but not hellish, right? Your face didn't look any different then. Why is this handsome guy acting like this? Since the two were already quite close, the filming went smoothly, and Kang Woojin, having experience filming with global superstars like Wallin and Kara, didn't get nervous. Thanks to this. Great. I think we got some good shots. Both of you did a great job. The filming wrapped up around late afternoon, finishing a few hours earlier than scheduled. Hence, Woojin, Ryu Young-min, and the entire staff went for a dinner together. They went to a beef restaurant near the studio. While sitting across from Woojin, Ryu Young-min picked up a water cup and suddenly muttered softly. BW Entertainment, it's been quite hectic lately. It seems so. Could you pass a brief message to CEO Choi for me? I couldn't find his number. What? Message? Tell him I'd like to meet regarding a potential transfer. On the surface, Woojin remained calm, but internally, he was startled. Suddenly, however, after hearing Ryu Young-min's follow-up, he roughly understood. Ryu Young-min's contract period was coming to an end, and his current agency was on the verge of splitting in half or something like that. Ignoring the complicated interests, Kang Woojin responded quietly. I understand. I'll talk to the CEO Nim tomorrow. The next morning, upon hearing the news about Ryu Young-min from Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened, and he moved quickly. Okay, I'll contact Ryu Young-min SSI right away. Not just anyone, but an actor of Ryu Young-min's caliber was about to enter the free agent market, and that Ryu Young-min was interested in BW Entertainment. Choi Sung-gun had no reason to waste time. Anyway, Choi Sung-gun, who quickly took out his phone, shared another piece of news with Woojin. Oh, by the way, A10 Studio contacted us. That Asami Sayaka voice actress joined Male Friend remake. Oh, really? Is that so? Yeah. If I were the production company, I would definitely recruit her somehow. You and her are causing a stir in Japan right now. Probably, no, 100%, they'll use the story of you and her when they first announce and promote Male Friend remake. Choi Sung-gun spoke as if predicting the future. To be honest, the original Male Friend was insanely successful. In Japan, just having you is like a bomb, but adding Asami Sayaka's story to the mix when they first announce it. You know what I mean, right? Japanese people will go crazy searching for Male Friend remake. Choi Sung-gun, who was murmuring while holding the phone to his ear, turned his gaze forward as if the other party had answered. Ryu Young-min SSI? On the 12th, near Shinjuku Station in Japan. It was around lunchtime. The place was Kabukicho, known for its flashy signs on every building. Although it felt quiet now since it was daytime, at night, this place was famous for being a bustling and dazzling entertainment district. It was filled with restaurants, clubs, karaoke bars, host bars, arcades, etc. Naturally, it was also crowded with people. However, it was less crowded during the day compared to the night. But right now, over 200 people were gathered in one of Kabukicho's alleys. It was behind a slightly shabby-looking karaoke bar. Various cameras, lights, reflectors, audio equipment, boom mics, monitors, etc. were visible. Around 70 people were surrounding the equipment. About 100 onlookers were surrounding those 70 people. Guards were trying to control the onlookers. The filming of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had started in Kabukicho. Therefore, the 100 onlookers were busy taking pictures of the actors within the filming zone. This is definitely the eerie sacrifice of a stranger shooting. Oh, over there. Mana. Kosaku. Isn't that Mafuyu next to Kosaku? She's really pretty. We're lucky. To think we'd see the filming of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a filming. But if it's the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, where's Kang Woojin? Where's Kang Woojin? The 100 onlookers began searching for the Korean actor currently shaking Japan. The murmuring quickly spread. Is Kang Woojin not here? I don't like that. If we wait, will he come? It was right then. Swish. The door of the karaoke bar, which had been closed, opened, and director Kyotaro and some staff members came out. And at the very end, it's Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, with his tousled hair and casual outfit, appeared. As soon as he showed up, the crowd of over 100 onlookers started to surge intensely, causing the hefty guards to struggle. Please calm down. Don't push. Despite their efforts, the shouts from the onlookers pierced the sky. At percent, and percent at. Dollar at Kang Woojin. At you dollar at dollar. Asterisk percent, hashtag percent, hashtag percent, hashtag percent. The mixed cries of the 100 onlookers made it hard to understand anything. With short hair full of gray, director Kyotaro scratched his chin and spoke to Woojin. It looks like we'll have to start with the karaoke indoor scenes until things calm down. Kang Woojin apologized softly. I'm sorry. No, Woojin SSI, it's not your fault. Japan is currently overheated because of you. Isn't that a good thing? At this moment, Woojin SSI. Suddenly, a female actor approached. No, it was Mifuyu Uramatsu with her plump lips who got close to Woojin. She wore a top that showed her navel underneath her outer coat. While looking down at her phone, she asked Woojin in Japanese. Woojin SSI, are you doing voice acting for an anime? Showing her phone screen to Woojin as she asked. The screen displayed an SNS account. It was the official Instagram account of A10 Studio, one of their 3 SNS accounts, showing the official announcement from A10 Studio. The content mentioned Male Friend, Remake, and comments 34,439. The comments had already surpassed 30,000. Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Sprint 4. A10 Studios official announcement, which has easily surpassed 30,000 comments. The SNS post, which continues to receive comments nonstop, read as follows. Hello, this is A10 Studio. Today, we bring you news about a new anime. After much deliberation, we have decided to take on various new challenges that we haven't tried before, so we are quite nervous before the release. The title of the work we have poured our hearts into this time is Male Friend, Remake. Does the title sound familiar? Yes, that's right. Male Friend, Remake is based on the drama Male Friend, which was extremely popular in Japan and is still watched by many people. We have already started production after adapting it, and we are speeding up the process. If everything goes as planned, we should be able to present it to you in the second half of this year. A10 Studio shared the basic information about Male Friend, Remake, and immediately moved on to the next topic. While this alone might excite you, but we have even more surprising news. It's about the voice actor lineup. For the male lead voice actor of Male Friend, Remake, we have secured a truly amazing person. The hottest actor in Japan right now. The actor dominating the trend search rankings. It's none other than Kang Woojin. He was the male lead in the original Male Friend, and he will also be the voice actor for the Male Friend Remake. But that's not all. The lengthy post by A10 Studio enthusiastically detailed information related to Kang Woojin. In addition to Woojin taking on the male lead voice role, he will also participate in the anime's OST and the much-discussed piano performance. The post was filled with fresh surprises that the public would enjoy. In the first place, it was novel that a Korean actor was taking on the role of one of the anime voice actors in Japan. However, A10 Studio naturally shifted topics, indicating that this was not the end. We have also succeeded in casting Asami Sayaka, who has experienced a dramatic story with Kang Woojin. The presence of Asami Sayaka was also revealed. With the 2 hottest figures on Japanese SNS confirmed for casting, Male Friend, Remake delivered a heartwarming story mixed with shocking twists from the start. Hence, the more than 30,000 comments were all in a state of excitement. This is really interesting. My heart is pounding. To think Kang Woojin and Sayaka would meet in one work. Their connection continues. Oh my god, Male Friend. I can't believe Male Friend is getting an anime adaptation. A 10 is the best. Kang Woojin's fan service for one person has yielded such results. I will definitely watch. Of course, this was only the beginning of the reactions. Given that Kang Woojin was shaking up Japanese SNS, the influx of the public attention was currently flooding in like crazy. Woojin's OST? Piano performance? The wait is going to be excruciating. Kang Woojin is really amazing. Honestly, there have been quite a few Korean actors who have made into Japan, but has anyone risen to this extent before? www. Kang Woojin is extending his reach from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger to anime. While his momentum is good, there must be quite a few people who dislike him too. Surely it's a huge challenge for A10, but at least the promotional marketing has succeeded. If Male Friend is the original work, does that mean Wallin, who was the female lead, has also been cast? This phenomenon was merely the appearance of one Instagram post. A10 Studio operated all 3 major SNS platforms in Japan and uploaded posts simultaneously on all of them, including Twitter. The response on Twitter was even more intense than on Instagram. A terrifying number of likes, comments updating every second, and endless shares. The power of hashtag Kang Woojin was absurd. The monstrous issue power built up since the beginning of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Combined with the recent matter involving Asami Sayaka, the concentrated interest was directed at Male Friend remake. This quickly spread to Japanese people's messengers and began to infiltrate their conversations. Did you see the news about the new anime announced by A10? They're making it based on Male Friend. The male lead voice actor is Kang Woojin. He really? I really enjoyed watching Male Friend. Hold on, I'll share A10's feed with you. Indeed, Japan was an animation powerhouse. The rise in interest was not ordinary. If the online response was explosive, the offline response was no less. The issue passed from mouth to mouth and hand to hand, and spread to many areas. Internet broadcasts, YouTube, the broadcasting industry, and the press. A10 adapts Male Friend into an anime, cast Kang Woojin as the male lead voice actor. Of course, this quickly spread to the Japanese voice acting industry. The reaction in the voice acting world was mixed. Some purely found Kang Woojin fascinating, while others viewed it negatively. Although it was seen as an event, Kang Woojin's foray into voice acting was innovative, but to Japanese voice actors, it felt like their livelihood was being taken away. However, this trend, like a tsunami, was unstoppable. Currently, Kang Woojin was the top issue in Japan, no matter what anyone said. It was fair to say it was the first time in Japanese entertainment history. Such was his power. As a result, Male Friend remake rapidly spreads on SNS, reclaiming the top spot in trend rankings in an instant. Male Friend remake was firmly engraved in the minds of the Japanese public. At the same time, in front of the karaoke in Kabukicho, which is lively at night but relatively calm during the day, 2 men looking down the stairs leading to the basement. They were detectives. Among them, Mana Kosaku, the top actor in Japan, had a cigarette in his mouth. Or more precisely, Yoshizawa Mokio from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger grumbled bluntly. It's creepy. His face, still marked by a lack of enthusiasm, was visible under his navy lightweight padding jacket. The junior detective standing next to Mokio let out a small sigh. Sunbeam, can't you hide that tired expression? Why? You look too weary for a detective investigating a murder case. Does it matter? As long as you're diligent, that's enough. TSK-. The detectives investigating the death of Kanakaima Ginzo. A camera was filming them from the side. The 2 actors were clearly displayed on the monitor that director Kyotaro was watching. Mokio flicked away the cigarette he had finished smoking and stretched. What was the name again? The junior detective took out a notebook and answered. Horinochi Amy, the owner of this karaoke. We contacted her, so she should be waiting. This is the last place Kanakaima Ginzo was before he died, right? Yes. Horinochi Amy. Could she have been Ginzo's mistress? Well, It's not certain, but it's possible. They were classmates, right? Yes, Ginzo and Amy. They went to the same school and seemed to have stayed close since then. Mokio, scratching his head as if bothered, pulled out a new cigarette and put it in his mouth. If it were you, who would you call right before you died? Usually the police, right? But Ginzo's last call wasn't to the police or his wife, but to Amy. What? Isn't that what we came to ask? Right? But as detectives, we should have some hypotheses. Mokio and the junior detective had already completed their investigation into Ginzo. They knew about his overall life, usual behavior, family, movements before his death, his phone, and so on. But the stranger thing is not why Ginzo called Amy, but how he was able to call Amy. Maybe he seized a fleeting opportunity? Exhaling cigarette smoke, Mokio lightly hit the junior detective's head. Idiot. Ginzo was kidnapped, tied up, raped, and then murdered. There was no chance for a fleeting opportunity. In other words, he was forced to call Amy. By Misaki Shitoku. In response, Mokio threw his cigarette roughly onto the ground and shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, or an accomplice. Sunbeam, are you still thinking that? There were no traces found at the scene except for Misaki Shitoku's. The higher-ups are demanding we close the case quickly since the evidence is clear. What's strange is strange. The problem is that it's not evidence, but just your hunch. There's no motive for murder between Ginzo and Shitoku. We dug into it and found no connection between the two. Shitoku's criminal record is clean, too. For a first-timer, isn't the murder process too meticulous? Moreover, if it was just a murder for pleasure, it's too excessive. Excessive. Yes, the setup is too elaborate. Kidnapping, homosexual assault, provocative evidence, and crime scene, suicide. It's all designed to create a nationwide stir. It's already caused an uproar. That's why the higher-ups are pushing us to wrap it up quickly. At that moment, swish, a man walked past the two detectives in front of the karaoke. The camera captured the man walking directly from the front. Mokio, who had been looking at the junior detective, glanced at the man passing by. He was an ordinary-looking man. Disheveled hair that seemed uncared for, an expressionless face soaked in fatigue, a plain suit that looked like it had been copied from others, a bag slung over his shoulder. The man calmly walked past the detectives and moved away. Watching the man's back, Mokio looked down at his wristwatch. 2 o'clock. The junior detective furrowed his brows. What's a company worker doing in Kabukicho? He's probably here to have some fun. Long past lunch hour. There are quite a few of those types. Those who prefer the day over the night. Lucky bastard. But why does his expression look like that? What do you mean? Mokio slowly scratched his chin. Then he briefly recalled the face of the man who had just passed by. How should I put it? His expression was kind of blank. He must be tired. The junior detective sighed. He stepped onto the stairs leading to the basement karaoke first. Anyway, let's go in. Mokio, who had been looking at the end of the alley where the man had disappeared, followed the junior detective with a thought of, whatever, it doesn't matter. The camera filmed the two detectives from behind. Then the camera turned back to the alley where the man had disappeared. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Just then, swish. The man who had disappeared at the end of the alley reappeared. The camera slowly approached the man. Thus, the man's face, displayed on the monitor, gradually enlarged. The man, or rather Iota Kiyoshi, muttered in a lifeless tone. Next, after a moment of silence, Director Kyotaro's cut was heard. It was an okay, but with a different angle, they repeated the scene. The scene was repeated about twice. After that, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team moved inside the karaoke. It was a fairly spacious karaoke with a hall and rooms. The hall had the atmosphere of a typical bar, and the rooms were equipped with karaoke facilities. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger team settled into the karaoke. Soon, the assistant director shouted at the extras preparing. Take your positions. About a dozen extras filled the tables in the karaoke hall. Minor actors playing employees took their places at the bar near the counter. And then, Kang Woojin, wearing an ordinary suit, appeared. Since they were filming a past scene before Ginzo's death, this wasn't a continuation of the scene with the two detectives. Just before director Kyotaro's cue, Kang Woojin, with a bag slung over his shoulder like a company worker, had already fully embodied Iota Kiyoshi. His face was distinctly pale, a lifeless demeanor with no notable features or characteristics. But that wasn't all. Who, as expected, Kim Woojin is better. Standing before the camera, Kang Woojin extended his hand towards Kim Woojin from Exorcism. Of course, this was to merge roles. Kiyoshi, according to the scenario, would add a bit of acting in this scene. He would slightly raise his tension from his usual demeanor. However, it felt somewhat bland. This was Woojin's thought after analyzing the scenario. Therefore, he decided to merge Kiyoshi with Kim Woojin. Soon, the voice of director Kyotaro came from in front of the monitor. Standby dash. Then the bright lights of the karaoke hall dimmed halfway and turned into a subtle glow. Gentle music began to play. The extras started conversing as if they were customers. Drinks were exchanged. At the same time, high action. In front of the camera, which was capturing the entire scene from the entrance of the hall, appeared Kiyoshi in a suit. He walked with an unhurried but not particularly vigorous gait. His expression was lifeless. Woojin, or Kiyoshi, casually scanned the hall and then walked towards the bar where two waiters stood and various expensive drinks were displayed. This scene was part of the investigation into Horinochi Amy, one of the homeworks before Ginzo's death. Naturally, Kiyoshi arrived when Amy was not there. He had no intention of showing his face to Amy. She would come 2 hours later. Of course, this visit wasn't just for investigation. Kiyoshi, or rather the stranger Kang Woojin, had come to gather pieces for Amy's eerie sacrifice. Welcome. The greeting came from a male and female waiter who were cleaning glasses. Kang Woojin sat in front of the male waiter in uniform. The camera filmed his expressionless face and the bar from the side. The male waiter, who was young and had a pretty face, placed the cleaned glass in front of Woojin and politely asked, "What can I get for you?" Despite his pretty face, his voice was remarkably deep. At this moment, a sudden smile spread across Woojin's lifeless and withered face. It was a relatively tired smile, characteristic of Kim Woojin, but his eyes remained lifeless. Kang Woojin pulled a cigarette pack from his jacket's inner pocket and spoke, his tone slightly higher. "Shall we start with beer?" The male waiter bowed his head. Understood. The expression on the male waiter's face as he turned away seemed to say, "A penniless office worker." But he did not lose his courtesy. The male waiter placed a simple dry snack and a glass of beer in front of Woojin, who then took a refreshing sip of the beer. "Ah, that's good. It really takes the edge off a long day. These drinks over here will make you feel even better." The pretty-faced male waiter suggested the expensive drinks. At this moment, the camera zoomed in on Woojin's face, and Kang Woojin, with a slightly surprised look, spoke to the male waiter. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Could you come a little closer?" "Me? Are you sure?" "Yes." Though slightly hesitant, the male waiter confidently stepped closer to Woojin, who then leaned in and met the waiter's gaze. His smile was completely at odds with his dry, lifeless eyes. The male waiter felt a chill run down his arm. Crazy. What's with those eyes? This wasn't acting as a character. It was acting as an actor. It was a type of performance he had never seen before. Ignoring this, Kang Woojin suddenly pointed a finger at the male waiter. Then he whispered, "Ah, that's right. You're Horinochi Amy's lover, aren't you?" Chapter 249. Chapter 249, Sprint 5. What? What did you just say?" At Kang Woojin's whisper, the pretty-faced male waiter was visibly flustered. However, Kiyoshi, or Woojin, with a weary smile, repeated the same words indifferently. Only, his voice was even quieter than before. "You are Horinochi Amy's lover, right? Your name is—" "Yeah, Horio Aishi." The young male waiter's confusion deepened. It was understandable. Horio Aishi, that was indeed his name. And it was also true that he was Horinochi Amy's lover. However, while his name might not matter, being Amy's lover was a secret. Only Aishi and Amy knew about it. So why did this fucking company employee who suddenly appeared know about it? Too shocked, the pretty-faced male waiter, or rather, Aishi, froze like ice. The camera captured this moment perfectly. However, cut. At director Kyotaro's signal, the scene came to a halt. Of course, it wasn't Kang Woojin's fault. "Horio Aishi, your emotions are lacking. Try expressing it more intensely." The direction was given to the supporting actor playing Aishi. Soon, the supporting actor bowed his head deeply a couple of times towards director Kyotaro and Kang Woojin. "I'm sorry, Director Kyotaro waved his hand as if it was nothing. Kang Woojin also did not react much. He simply handed his beer glass to the actor with an indifferent face. It's okay. However, Aishi, who seemed too nervous, apologized again to Woojin, bowing his head deeply once more. I'm really sorry. Is he a rookie? On the outside, Kang Woojin appeared stern, but inside, he reminisced about his past while looking at the supporting actor's face. Yes, his own first acting experience. Now in his second year, Woojin tried to find some comforting words. Using your body might be good too, right? This thought came from experience. It wasn't a wrong judgment. Kang Woojin, who had experienced more scenes in a short period than any other actor on this set. Such a person. Swipe. He placed the beer glass on the shelf in front of him and lowered his voice. If it's hard with just lines and expressions, try incorporating some movements. What? Kang Woojin had no more to say. He had run out of prepared comments. So he chose to remain silent. You have to handle the rest yourself. At that moment, clatter. The beer glass that Woojin had placed tipped over. He had accidentally knocked it over while adding more dry snacks. Damn. Flustered, Woojin calmly grabbed a dry cloth placed at the bar. I've caused another accident, another mistake. But for some reason, the eyes of the supporting actor who saw the spilled beer lit up with an exclamation mark. Then he grabbed Woojin's hand, which was wiping the beer, and after surprising himself, he let go and shouted quite loudly. I'll try doing as you said. It seemed a bit over the top, but Woojin, still expressionless, continued wiping the beer. It was just a simple comment, but he's really grateful. He calmly responded. Yes, go ahead. This scene was naturally witnessed by director Kyotaro, who was watching the monitor. Thanks to the audio device, their conversation was well heard through the headphones. Director Kyotaro, his hair full of gray, quietly laughed, teaching not only Yasutaro but also the supporting actor. The scriptwriter next to him chimed in with Japanese. Isn't that right? Just now, Woojin gave an example motion? Yes. He advised on the movements while pretending not to. On the surface, Woojin seems stern, but he's genuinely kind inside. Even the movements he advised were exactly what I wanted. Such things come out instantly because he has a lot of data, and he acts like it's nothing. That's really impressive. He doesn't show off. It's consideration for the fellow actor. Wrong. Kang Woojin was currently thinking. Arg, the smell of beer is spreading. Making mistakes like this? Kang Woojin. Get a grip. There wasn't much thought. Yet, for some reason, those around him naturally gathered. Not only director Kyotaro and the key staff, but also the supporting actor playing the waiter right in front of Woojin. He even had hearts in his eyes. They were hearts of respect rather than affection. A few minutes later, high action. The scene began again. The beginning was the same. However, you are Horinochi Amy's lover, right? Your name is, Horio Aishi. At the moment his identity was revealed, the supporting actor, Horio Aishi, knocked over a beer glass. It wasn't the beer glass in front of Woojin. It was the beer glass behind Aishi, used to skim off the foam. In his flustered state, he knocked it over with his hand while stumbling backward. Director Kyotaro, watching the monitor, immediately smiled. That's it. Fortunately, this time the scene continued without interruption. Horio Aishi, frozen. Kang Woojin, with a weary smile. The camera capturing both. Woojin sat back down, took a sip of beer, and picked up a peanut from the dry snacks. Chewing the peanut, he spoke in a low voice. You seem very surprised. Then he subtly motioned with his finger. It meant to come closer. Horio Aishi glanced at the female waiter attending to another customer nearby. Woojin, or Kiyoshi, spoke again. Come here or I'll shout. Horio Aishi, gritting his teeth, slowly moved closer to Kang Woojin, who whispered something in his ear. The camera zoomed in closely on Horio Aishi's face. Whatever he heard, Aishi's eyes widened significantly. On the other hand, Kang Woojin, with a smile and dead eyes coexisting, continued speaking indifferently. Let's meet after this. There's something I need you to do. A moment later, the appearance of the karaoke bar where Kang Woojin was had slightly changed. The camera angles, lighting setup, and displayed props were different. All the extras who had gathered were gone. The moderately dark interior was now bright. The music was turned off. It was exactly how it looked before opening. Kang Woojin was also not visible. Naturally, because it was another scene being shot. returning from the past to the present. Three people were visible at a table near the entrance of the karaoke hall. Mana Kosaku, or Detective Mokio, in a navy lightweight padded jacket. His junior detective. And, finish it quickly, I have a lot to do. The woman in a long-sleeved t-shirt exposing her belly button was Mifu Uramatsu, playing Horinochi Amy. The pungent smell of perfume, long brown hair, thick, red lips, and heavy makeup. The three sat at the same table. Swipe. Amy, with an irritated face, crossed her legs. The junior detective glanced at her legs, pretending not to. Feeling his gaze, Amy nonchalantly put a cigarette in her mouth and pulled a glass ashtray from the table. Then she asked Mokio, who looked at her disdainfully. I can light it, right? Of course. Mokio, who answered, opened his investigation notebook, pulling out one of the photos tucked inside, and started speaking. Kanekayama Ginzo, you know him, right? Amy, looking at the photo of Ginzo through the cigarette smoke, responded bluntly. I know him. You came knowing I know him. After the news about his death, the whole world knows. Yes, I'm just asking as a formality. Then, do you know this person? Mokio switched the photo. But this time, Amy's answer was different. I don't know him. I've never seen this guy. He's Misaki Shitoku, the person who killed Kanekayama Ginzo. Do you know him? The camera captured Amy, who had the cigarette in her mouth, head on. Her eyes briefly wavered. I don't know such a person. No, she did know. Not precisely Misaki Shitoku, but she recognized his surname. Misaki. Yes, the same surname as Misaki Toka. Soon, Mokio, who had been scratching his head, closed his notebook. I see. You were classmates with Ginzo, right? What was he like in school? We weren't really close. We hung out, but we didn't get along well. He liked girls and was stupid. Was there any incident that might have caused a grudge? WH, why are you asking me about that kind of thing? Amy suddenly became agitated. Mokio smiled slightly as he tried to calm her down. I'm sorry. As I mentioned earlier, it's just procedure. Damn it. I don't know anything about that. Why would a student hold a grudge? That's true. This time, the junior detective pulled out another photo from his notebook. Do you perhaps know this place? It's a fishing village in Chiba. It was the location where the incident happened. I don't know this rural village, or whatever. Okay, I understand. At this point, Director Kyotaro gave the okay sign. After a few retakes and some adjustments to the lighting, they moved on to the next scene according to the storyboard. This time, the question came from Mana Kosaku, who played Detective Mokio. Before Kanekayama Ginzo's death, he made a call to Amy SSI. You talked to him, right? What? Why are you speaking in such an accusatory tone? I'm sorry. I apologize. I did receive a call. While I was working. What was the conversation about? I don't know. I answered the call, but the noise was so bad I couldn't hear anything. It was a lie. In her irritated state, Ginzo's last words briefly flashed in her mind. Amy. Misaki Toka has returned. Mafuyu, or Amy, felt nauseous. The cigarette smoke seemed to clog her throat. It was disgusting. She got goosebumps. Her breath trembled in her agitation. Misaki Toka has come back alive? That's crazy. But who is this Misaki Shitoku? Toka's father? Or, is Toka really alive? Did I really see Toka dead? Amy manipulated her own memory. It was a process humans often undergo in confusion. She did see Toka lying on the floor, bleeding. Then she was taken away in an ambulance. She heard the news of her death a few days later. But was that really a corpse? If she is alive? Amy began to sink into delusions. The existence of Misaki Shitoku was the trigger. Toka's father killed Ginzo. Why? Why on earth? No one would know, right? Only the members who committed those deeds to Toka knew everything. Revenge of the father? It didn't make sense. He had no way of knowing. The fact that nothing had happened for years was proof of that. At this moment, Amy, while it's certain that Misaki Shitoku is the culprit, there's a possibility of an accomplice. At Mokio's line, the junior detective looked at him in surprise. Amy's eyes widened dramatically. An accomplice? This was all just Mokio's conjecture. It was meaningless to tell her. However, Mokio sensed something unusual in Amy's reaction. It seems like there's something dash. He was probing. In any case, this line only deepened Amy's confusion. It was a matter of timing. An accomplice. The news reported that Ginzo was killed by a single culprit. These detectives initially said the same. But now an accomplice? No way. Is Misaki Toka really alive? Otherwise, Toka's father wouldn't have suddenly killed Ginzo. Moreover, Ginzo was even assaulted. Amy vaguely guessed the reason for Ginzo's assault. What Ginzo did to Toka? That. I knew it. That Toka is alive, for sure. Horinochi Amy had instigated it. It was Amy who used Ginzo to harm Toka. Few knew this. But surely, Toka herself would know. Thump. Amy, feeling a sudden urge to vomit, stood up abruptly. Her eyes widened, and her lips trembled slightly. However, she hid her thoughts tightly. She tried to cover the past as much as possible. Please leave. I need to rest. But Mokio, scratching his head, didn't move. I still have a few more questions. If the call was unclear, how often did Ginzo come here? He was here on the day he died too. I said leave. Amy screamed. The junior detective, sensing something was wrong, pulled Mokio away. Sunbae, let's go for now. We can come back later. Huh? No, I still have questions. The junior detective whispered into Mokio's ear as he was being dragged away. If you cause another problem, you'll have to take a long break again.